cool. So the distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer will be 1.22 miles. You just you get the square root of the observer's height. So 1 foot in this instance. So what we can show you, and I'll get around to it a bit, I've just got to deal with this quickly and I'll come back. What we're told is the claim that we can Google to the distance to the horizon. Now, when we go to confirm this claim, we don't see that horizon where it should be. That's the point. You brought up earlier about getting a distance to the horizon. That's kind of hard to do. So we'd have to use like known landmarks to estimate a distance to the horizon. Let's say, for example, we had a landmark out to sea that was 10 miles away, and we could say it's beyond it or in front of it, showing it was less than or more than 10 miles. It'll be that type of measurement. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool.
What I would like to say, if we're talking about the horizon here,
Yeah.
let's say we're looking out towards the horizon over water, and we're watching the sunset, and we're standing at the beach with a telescope or something like that, and we're watching the sunset below the horizon, and we're looking through a telescope, and we see it start to set, and then if we get up to a higher altitude, like a hill or something like that, and then we can still see the sun. We can see it again. What would you say about that? Because that's really only possible on the curved surface.
No, right. So we have to understand that when we're making observations, we're using our eyes or an optic. Eyes and optics have limitation of what they can resolve at distance. Quite simply, that's the angle, or angular size of the object. So that's the reason why that mountain far away looks small, and the one that you're standing next to looks really, really big, right? It's really simple to understand. Things get smaller in the distance. Same things apply to the Earth that you look across horizontally. Eventually, with distance, the angles that you can perceive are going to be too small for you to resolve. This extinction limit is known as the horizon, the limitation of what you can perceive of the surface of the Earth. Now, when you change your angle, climb a mountain, climb a tree, you've changed your angle. That angle with distance opens up because you're further away from the object. It's like putting your hands close to your face. You can't see the entirety of it until you move back a little bit. Same thing like with a huge surface that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. You can only perceive 3 miles when you stand up. You can perceive more when you get further away from it. It's like when we were down close to the surface. Like put your face down across the floor, and if you've got a tiled floor, like black and white squares, you'll notice the ones in the distance appear really, really, really small until you can't distinguish the difference until you stand up. Doesn't mean that your floor's curved, just means you've changed your angle. Want to know why you can see the sun again? It's the same answer. You've changed your angle.
Yeah, but where would the sun be going? I don't think it moves away.
Away. Now, again, this is just going to be perspective, as why the sun in the distance appears to go down, where earlier on during the day it was above your head, more or less. So the reason why it appears to go downwards is due to perspective. This is convergence, right? The same reason, like when you look down a hallway or a corridor, the walls appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually getting closer together, right? They just appear to do so. Same thing with all objects that are above your eye line. When they move away with distance, they will appear to you to descend downwards towards the horizon. So that's why the sun appears like it's going down. It's not.
Okay, even if we're standing on that beach and we're watching the sunset, if the sun were just moving away, it would shrink into a tiny dot as it gets farther. But that's
Sometimes
not what
it
happens.
does.
It stays. No, it doesn't. It stays the same all size all day, and then it drops
Oh my
below the
gosh.
horizon.
This guy's seen every sunset, apparently. So you've seen every sunset on Earth.
What's that got to do with it? Like, I can go out and watch the
Because
sunset.
you're saying nuh-uh, because your experience is that it never happened when you were paying attention. You don't realize that there are other situations. Yeah, I know you've not seen it. Other people have seen this.
Other people have seen the sun go into a tiny dot. See?
Hey, do me a favor. Look in the side chat. I'm gonna post a GIF for you real quick. All right.
Oh yes, my favorite.
Keep in mind,
evidence, a GIF on Discord.
I know, right?
But
It's just a video
that wouldn't matter either.
made into a GIF. It's just a time lapse video made into a GIF. A girl is
And where's the
painting
video from?
on a high.
Oh, let me guess. YouTube.
A girl is painting while a sunset is happening. She's not a flat earther. She's just painting while the sunset is happening. The sun gets smaller as it moves away.
This is all nonsense anyways, though. I mean, if you're going to affirm the consequent with sunsets and sunrises, then you've already lost. At the end of the day, the Earth is flat because everybody measures it and uses it that way. That's how it is. It's measured to be flat. There is no Earth curve measurements. Who cares about the sun? Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do different countries see different sun angles at the same time then?
Hey, does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving? Does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Because it works exactly on a curved Earth.
I'm sorry, it doesn't. I'm sorry. Dude, you can keep chanting, but you and I both know that that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah,
the
because
Earth
are you telling me
as flat?
Sorry, Cesar. Yeah, but are you telling me though, right? Okay, so if you're closer to, let's say, a tower than I am, that we'll both get the same angle to the top of it on a flat surface. On a flat surface, let's say you're closer to a tower than I am, and we both measure an angle to the top of it, and we're on a flat surface, right? Are you saying that we'll both get the same angle?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
okay.
Your version.
So from different positions on a flat Earth
doesn't work.
Right. So from different positions on a flat Earth, you can get different elevation angle measurements to the sun.
Sorry, what version of flat Earth are you strawmanning us with? What have we presented you?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what version of flat Earth are you talking about? I mean, it's
the Earth being
the one outside.
Or anything.
The one outside. That version.
Yeah, the Earth under your feet. Yeah, it's flat. It's measured.
Let me ask you, B-Man. The B-Man, right?
Yeah.
Is the surface of water in a swimming pool flat?
It's level.
It's flat, right?
I wouldn't call it flat.
What would you call it then?
I would call it level.
Level is flat, right?
No, level's not flat.
What is level to you?
Level, I believe, is... What was the definition of it? I think it's to do with...
Having no point higher or lower than another one. That's the definition of level.
It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What's horizontal?
Having no...
What's a plane? What's horizontal? It's all flat. It's perpendicular to plumb.
So what's your point?
So my point is, water on the surface at rest is always flat.
At rest, it's flat. Okay, well, level would mean perpendicular to gravity, not
right.
not
perpendicular.
Yeah.
You can't have perpendicular to a ball. There's no such thing as perpendicular to a curved surface.
Yeah, there is, because
Right,
on a
call-
globe,
call it gravity
pulls
if you
towards
like,
the
right?
center, so level curves around the Earth.
Right, perpendicular would be a 90-degree angle, right? Perpendicular to vertical would mean 90 degrees, yes or no?
I don't know what degrees it is. I just know that
Yeah, it
pulls
would
towards
be
the center.
a right angle. Perpendicular would be a right to vertical would be a right angle. And if you're saying the surface of water or liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, then you're telling us that the surface of that liquid is flat and horizontal, because perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. Like horizontal is not curving. Okay? So you're agreeing with us.
No, because you're saying the surface of the water is flat, but it's
Yeah,
not
so are you.
flat.
So are you. If you say that the surface of the liquid is perpendicular to gravity, then you're calling the surface of the liquid horizontal.
No, perpendicular just tells
Yeah.
you the angle at one point. A surface
Yeah,
can be
90
perpendicular to
degrees.
gravity. It can be perpendicular to
Dude,
gravity
you can't
everywhere.
have
It'll
you
be
can't
curved
have an angle
overall.
to
You
the
see, that's
surface of a
exactly
ball.
what
You
sphere
cannot
is.
make an angle to the surface of a ball. Try something else.
No, just because a surface being 90 degree to gravity locally doesn't make
You
it
can't
flat
have
on a
90
global
degrees to
scale.
a curve. You can't put
Yes,
a
you can.
stick onto
You've
the
seen a
surface
really
of a
big.
ball and call
Have
it
you
an
seen
angle.
Have you seen a really big circle? If you
Dude,
zoom in
what's
and
the
one of the
angle
lines, it'll
between a
look flat.
basketball? What's the angle between a basketball and it's sitting on your table? So your basketball's now sitting on your table. What's that angle?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. There's none.
Well, you can
Plus,
if
you're
you're
begging
using
the
a
question of the
basketball.
ball anyway. There is no sphere Earth. You'd have to have a curvature for that. So if you don't have any curvature of Earth, I'm sorry, you just stuck with flat water, perpendicular.
No, hold on. You're saying you're talking about the basketball, right?
I wasn't talking about a basketball, but someone asked you about the
talking about a
angular
sphere.
relationship between a flat surface, or you could use a stick. Put a stick and put it on top of the basketball and tell me what angle you get.
Yeah, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah, so saying perpendicular means flat is like saying
we're comparing a sphere
every point
to
on
a
the
flat.
basketball is 90 degrees to the
Hello?
center, but the whole surface is still curved.
Comparing the surface of a sphere to the surface of to a flat surface. That's the comparison. Whether we use a basketball for an analogy, a baseball for an analogy, a soccer ball, or the earth, just know that we're talking about the sphere and the lack thereof.
Right. If you have two lines, right, that meet, right, can you have an angle between them if one of those lines is curved? One or more? Is there an angle? Can you measure an angle between the two lines?
I don't know, can
No, you can't. An angle will require the intersection of two straight lines. At least two straight lines.
Okay, well, tell me this. You guys believe the Earth is a flat plane? Yeah.
Here we go.
Negative.
Now we're going to
It's not
talk
a
about
belief,
something
bro.
else.
What do you believe in?
It's not a
No,
belief.
sorry, it's not about belief. The Earth is measured to be flat
Why?
by
What do you know?
everybody. We know that the Earth is measured flat by everyone. There is no curvature measurement whatsoever. The Earth is not a sphere. It is indeed flat as it presents itself to be.
So where's the edge, and why has no one found it?
What edge?
Uh-oh.
Well, if
What
it's
edge are you
flat, then
talking
it
about?
must be an edge. Or it
Really?
must be
Says you? Well, you okay? Well, then you tell me where I should find it.
I don't know. If you just circumnavigate the world, see what
Dude,
happens.
Earth is
where's
not.
the edge?
That's a circle.
Earth is not floating with your other planets in space. So where's the edge at
So
now?
what's going on? So what's going on then? How can it be flat and there be no edge?
Oh, because it's the
what's going
floor.
on?
Wait a
Yeah, it's
minute.
the floor of the universe.
It's the floor of the universe. What is that?
I'm just curious why you think it has to have an edge. Where would this edge be at?
Are you fucking stupid? Have you ever seen something flat? You talk about basketballs and shit like that.
Let
It's
me tell you
curved,
about my
so
floor right here. Are you standing on a
finger.
floor? Is there edges of your floor in your house?
No, listen to me. If you get the
No,
top of a
listen to
basketball,
me. Have I ever seen
I'm
anything something flat? You said, have I seen something flat? Yes. Okay, so I got this flat floor in here. Where's the edge of my floor at?
whenever it meets the wall.
Oh, okay. So it meets a wall. Okay.
Yeah, where's the fucking
This
wall
one.
in the globe?
Is that an edge or is that a
Sorry,
limit?
sorry. The flat Earth. Where's the wall? Where's the limit? Where can you?
Oh,
Where's
I
the
don't
most
know.
fucking
Where do you
wall?
think I ought to find it? I don't know. Where do you think I should find it?
You guys don't know shit because you can't we've
Sorry,
circumnavigated the Earth.
friend. Circumnavigation is in a circle. It's not about going to the limits of anything. It's going in a circle. You should probably think about the words that you use before you say them.
Huh? Yeah, well, if you go from one point on Earth and make a complete circumnavigation of it, and you return back
You'll
to
be
where you were,
it's called a
you'll be at
circle.
the same point. You're not moving
Yeah,
around.
it's called,
Can you
it's
walk in a
called
circle on your floor?
circle.
Wait, you're not moving around something?
You're moving around the
Can
fucking
you walk in a
Earth. You're
circle?
not.
Can you walk in a circle around your floor and not see your wall and not run into your wall? Can you walk in a circle around your floor?
Yeah, you can, but where's the wall that you guys are talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Nobody here said anything about a wall except for
Further away.
you. You brought up the wall. You tell me where it is.
Yeah, because you asked me a question. You said on a flat plane, you were talking about your floor, and I said, "Where's the edge to that?"
Uh-huh.
And I said, "The wall." So how come we've never
Right.
found the wall? We've explored the
I don't know.
entire flat.
Have we? How do you know?
So you
Have you explored it?
dude, you brought up the wall then, just like you said. We didn't bring up a wall, just like you
No,
said.
I know. I'm bringing it up. We've
Well,
explored
I don't know
the
about any
entire.
walls.
We've
We didn't
explored
make up a
the
wall.
entire.
That's on
Okay.
you, dude. We can't answer
where?
your question you made up.
So let me get this straight. My interpretation of something being flat is there either has to be a limit or there has to be an edge
Okay.
or something, okay? Now hear me
Okay.
out
Where
here.
is that?
We've explored the entire planet minus maybe like
No,
a
we
large
haven't.
portion of the ocean, yes.
You don't have
But
any
every
evidence for
landmass,
that.
every single fucking landmass we've discovered. I mean, come on.
Sorry.
What did you discover?
Sorry. Yeah, tell us about what you
I never said
discovered.
I discovered anything. I'm
Well,
talking
you
about
said
like
we.
everyone fucking else in human history.
Okay, what are
We
their
pretty
names?
much dominated everywhere.
Okay, great. What are their names? And can you tell us where they went and they found the edge?
No, I am not, no, what I'm saying here is I don't know their names. You know, Christopher Columbus, the likes of those sort of guys, you know, Alexander the Great, who
Oh,
went around
yeah.
dominating everything. And we've been to every fucking island, every little nook and cranny of the
You
Did
sure
you
planet.
know
about
that we discovered 7,000 new
Where,
islands
so
off the
where
coast of
haven't we
Japan?
been?
No,
Right off the
he
coast of
didn't know
Japan.
that. Yeah, he didn't
know.
know that they found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan because he thinks everything's been discovered already.
7,000 new islands?
Yeah,
That's
look it
correct.
up.
Let me see these islands. Hold on.
This is going to be a surprise to him. He says we already found everything, whoever we is.
Well, flat earthers are
An
stupid.
undersea volcanic eruption created a new island in the Pacific in late 2023. So yeah, it created a new island.
What,
not
one
discovered.
island?
They
No,
were
One
we're
sitting
talking
there. No one
7,000.
discovered.
7,000 islands, bro.
Hold on, 7,000. Let me see this. 1, 2, 3. Japan did not discover 7,000 new islands. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no proof of this. Where did this happen?
Oh, he's a skeptic now. Okay, so let me be a skeptic. How do you know we found every piece of dirt on the earth?
1 second. I'm reading into this Japan thing.
He's reading AI, whatever AI makes up
Oh.
about it.
PNN travel. Yeah, there's multiple reasons to why these islands have not been occupied.
Well, that's probably the only ones that have been. That's probably the only ones that we don't know about, right?
Because of different
Yeah, I'm sure those are.
territorial disputes and shit. But I'm sure someone discovered it at some point in time.
Now he's sure. You hear that?
Oh,
He's
damn.
sure of it.
1 second.
Just bloviating, dude.
No,
I'm
5
sure
seconds.
somebody went to your edge at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Say, okay, you guys are right.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
because they discovered 7,000 new islands.
Yes, because you said everything's been discovered already because we live on a ball. And we said, no, the Earth is flat and they discovered 7,000 new islands. And you said, bullshit. Then you looked it up. You said, they did discover 7,000 new islands and
Oh, here you
the
go.
Earth is still a ball for some reason. And that
You
doesn't
want to
make
know
sense
why they
to us.
discovered 7,000 new islands? Because most of them are just small, barren fucking rocks that go underwater half the time. Yeah, there's
Wow,
still
I
some-
can't believe they didn't find those
there's
before.
still some shit that
So now
pop up
you're
here
giving
and there.
excuses as to why they didn't find them, even though your argument was that we've discovered everything, and now we found out that we haven't discovered everything, and you're giving excuses for that.
See,
How
these
pathetic.
these are little pathetic islands, okay?
Right, little
barren
pathetic islands that we
rocks.
didn't
Listen to me.
discover.
We've discovered all of the major land masses, and I'm
Oh,
pretty
okay, sure, no problem.
a wall
I need your
surrounding
evidence for
the
that,
fucking
please.
Earth or an age would
Can you
be
give
a
me the
pretty
evidence
major
for that,
land
please?
mass.
Sorry, I don't know why you're still talking. I just need the evidence for that, please.
The evidence for that we've discovered all the major land masses and continents. In
Yeah,
the Earth.
yeah.
Look at a map.
Nope, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
work.
it doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work.
No.
No, look
tell
at
you why.
Pacific
Why doesn't it
Ocean.
work?
Pacific Ocean doesn't have any land in it.
Yeah, because it's an ocean.
Prove it.
Prove that it's an ocean? Are you stupid?
No, I want you to prove that that's been all explored.
Okay, so let me go to the Pacific Ocean and search for some fucking islands and shit like that. What's in the Pacific Ocean? Like, what does it matter? Where's this big, massive, fuck off wall surrounding the globe? I'm pretty sure.
Hold on a
There's
second.
your wall
I didn't-
again, dude.
That
Your
one.
wall, dude. Your
Yeah.
wall. You brought up your wall
what's-
again. Your
Yeah,
wall.
exactly.
It's your
I'm not
wall, not
saying-
ours.
I'm not saying.
We
Yeah,
didn't
where's the
make,
wall at, dude?
we didn't make up the wall. You did. Why do you want us to talk about your wall?
So what's going on then? I'm just saying, in my reality, on a flat surface, I'm looking at my desk right now. It's pretty flat. There's an edge to it. I'm looking at the floor.
Okay.
The only thing that
How do you know it's
once you
flat?
get to the
How do you know your desk
other
is
side
flat?
of the floor,
How do you know your desk
do you
isn't
want me to
curving?
measure it? It looks flat.
Sure, why not? Measure something, goddamn.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But once I go to the other side of my room, I see a wall.
Okay.
There's a
So you think the Earth has a wall? Okay, well, where is it?
you're the guy. You're the people that believe this shit. If the Earth is flat,
No, I
where's-
did Did I say that
where's
the Earth
edge?
has a wall?
Where's
Did
the
I say
wall?
that?
If the
Sorry.
Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat.
Okay, finally.
No, we just said it was flat. Like, we didn't make any claims after that. We just said it was flat.
Captain
Yeah, you're
Hook,
saying it needs to have a wall or an edge.
the earliest historical charts of the Ice Age
That's
in
enough.
the Chukchi Sea.
The Ice Age. How long ago was the
we're
Ice
not
Age?
talking about Ice Age. Not talking about that dumb shit.
That was one of you guys that posted that. So
Sorry,
Told you
do you think
room
that,
fucking police.
do you think that we say that there's a ring of ice around the world? Is this what you've seen in like media and so on?
no, I know you guys don't believe that shit anymore. So what is
Okay,
surrounding us, or what is stopping us from
I-
reaching the edge?
I-
Is what I want.
Anymore.
No idea.
A dense
No
hydrogen
idea.
ocean prevents anything from leaving the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting, and also a claim that can't be validated. The more honest answer is we don't know.
No, we could definitely make a scientific conclusion that it is a hydrogen
Really,
ocean.
based upon what hypothesis and experiment?
Okay, so on the Earth, we can take hydrogen and get it to
Is this
extremely
going to be a hypothesis and an experiment?
Right. But the difference is if my hypothesis.
Go ahead and talk to the other guy. That guy's retarded.
Cool,
Yeah,
fair
you
enough. I thought it
guys
was.
Oh,
are gonna argue with each
yeah,
other.
don't give up on Phil Platt so soon. I just checked him into our home server.
Oh my
Gosh, poor Phil Platt.
He's got to wait his turn.
So,
I mean,
anyways,
I'd rather talk to Phil Platt than B Man. I mean, he's been
Yeah,
around
for
here
sure.
so long. My
B-Man gave
goodness.
up a long time ago. Yeah, B-Man
Oh,
should
okay,
just
well,
listen
I
now.
haven't given up. I haven't given up. Fucks now.
Let me explain it before you dismiss it. I mean, what you're doing is literally what pagans do. If you tried to convince them their worldview is ridiculous, they'd wave you off and say their authority and consensus disagrees. So just listen first before you dismiss.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Right, but I'm not trying to convince anybody either. I'm just trying to state what I believe it could be. And it's being hand-waved immediately before I even finish.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to hear about belief systems.
I'm not talking about
Yeah,
belief
this is-
systems. I'm talking about something
Talking
you
about
could
what you
do
believe.
yourself.
you said you were talking about what you
Yeah, Phil,
believe.
you
You're not
said it.
saying that that's not a belief system. Hold on. I
saying-
don't want to get off, my friend. I don't want to get
I want
off
to
on the
talk
wrong
about
foot
the
with you.
scientific process, right? You understand that
I'm
observation, measurement, repeatability is what declares
Obviously,
empirical
doesn't want the
validation,
olive
right?
branch. No problem.
Right? You understand that, though. That's the empirical process.
Okay.
The question was.
So get on
just
with the
for
measurements
brevity,
then.
All right. Well, this is what I'm saying is that if we can observe a pressure gradient, then we have to look at the scientific laws. What does a pressure gradient require? It requires
A container.
containment. Right. So now when we look at the containment, we can see our pressure gradient has hydrogen at the top. There's no reason to assume that hydrogen doesn't continue past the magnetic field. And we know
What
that
measurement is the hydrogen claim based on?
hydrogen claim, I don't know. I could use hostile witnesses all day. None of your model is claiming that hydrogen isn't at the top of the atmosphere. They agree.
What model?
But the
Yeah, we don't have a
heliocentric
model.
Are you telling me your
That
heliocentric
model,
model
we're not-
doesn't
oh,
believe
hold on.
a density
Hold on, my
gradient in the
friend.
atmosphere?
My friend, yeah, we talk about gradient. You were talking, sorry,
Is there a
specifically
density
talking
gradient?
about one particular gas, hydrogen.
Right, and there's a special property about that gas, and it's a special
Hold on,
property
before you run
that
off.
is a big
Hold
deal
on,
in its location.
my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. All right.
I know. I'm trying to explain to you an empirical fact, and you're dismissing it
know.
as if it has nothing to do with my
No,
final.
not dismissing it. I'm trying to walk through it slowly. That's why I keep
Right.
kind of mumbling and trying to interrupt because you're going quite fast. So
Right,
slow
okay,
down.
well, slow it down then. Do you agree with me
So
that,
back to my
that the
question.
atmosphere has a density gradient, and at the higher an altitude
That's not in question.
but we're
Pressure
talking
and
about the
density
firmament, so
gradient
it's
and-
important what elements exist around the firmament.
Is your foot constantly down on the accelerator, or do you think you can just ease it off a little bit?
I don't understand. You're interrupting me, and I'm just trying to
I've
explain something.
already told you I'm trying to slow down and go through this step by step. That me
Right.
trying to interrupt you is trying to slow you down because I want clarification before we move
Right.
on.
Yeah, I made the
So-
claim that it's probably a hydrogen ocean, and then I was trying to explain why I think that, and that's what you keep cutting off.
Someone else can try.
Phil, take a deep breath. We're trying to communicate with you, but you don't have to keep talking over us. Just you say something, and then somebody else will say something back to you.
Right,
It's
but I
that
didn't
simple.
get to say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go right now, and then stop when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it would be a hydrogen ocean. We can objectively confirm that we live in a pressure density atmosphere, and that the higher in altitude we go, the lighter the elements are. Hydrogen, under a scientific framework, you can test it in a lab that under extreme cold temperatures, it gets really dense and it liquefies. And the properties of liquid hydrogen is diamagnetism. It is repelled by magnets. And so literally, if outside the magnetic field is a dense hydrogen cold ocean, then it would be at the bottom of an extremely dense ocean, creating a pressure from the magnetic field meeting that diamagnetic hydrogen ocean. That would create a pressure bubble that we exist in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. That is empirical.
Well, it's empirical because that's what hydrogen does. We can do that right here on the surface.
Yeah, that's great.
No.
Hey,
What we
fuck
mean
you.
by empirical is, hold on. What I mean by empirical is so far, lovely
Fuck
story.
you,
I think we're all, I think we're all kind of nodding along, but at the end of the story, we want validation for it, don't we? So have
What do
you
you
been
mean by
there?
validation? What aren't you
Have you
agreeing
been?
with?
But have you been there to confirm that your hypothesis in this instance, or theory, is probably better, is true?
That's a fallacy. Science is about scalability.
No.
Yeah, it's about scalability. The fact that you say I'm not allowed to prove anything
I'll try
because
to
I
add
can't
more
go there.
clarity if you allow me. Thank you. So at the moment, like I said, we're all nodding along, right?
Right.
We still want verification that this is actually the reality in which we live.
So basically, you want to
sounds like
flat earthers just deny everything because their whole point is that they don't have the resources.
I'm really trying my best to communicate with you, sir.
You're telling me I can't say a word because I can't travel to the firmament.
No, at the moment, I'm really trying to make my point.
Yeah, but you understand that theories can exist in science, but the point is that can't contradict empirical laws.
Yes, I agree that theories exist in science if they have undergone hypothesis verification through experiment. You can then base your theory.
I'm just saying, you would agree that the heliocentric model saying gravity prevents entropy, it contradicts the scientific law.
Dude, right, I'm literally trying to hold out an olive branch to you. If you let me say more than fucking 15 words, you'd agree that I'm trying to reach an agreement with you and hopefully add some clarity. Now, so far, you've given, and I'm like, try my best to steelman you and give you a good representation of what you think you're trying to give. So give me a moment. So far, I'll agree. You're giving me what is probably a good scientific hypothesis. A good scientific theory based on a few hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. Like you require a container for gas pressure, the observable reality that there is a gas pressure gradient. You're hypothesizing a cause for this, something that you could probably do in a laboratory and say this does cause that. But until you observe the reality and go there, you can't verify this theory of yours to be true, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's why it's a theory. If it was more than a theory, I'd be calling it law.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I don't think anybody would say that it isn't a good idea.
Right, but I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's a theory. You can have theories as long as they don't contradict law.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just glad we had this conversation so we could add clarity to what's being said. There's no need for us to think that each other's being hostile. We have agreements here, but we also have limitations. This place that you are in at the moment tries to deal with what's empirical. When we get to theories that can't be tested, we must admit that this isn't empirical and underlie it as a good speculation or theory to a probability, an idea.
Right, but a hypothesis is just that. You take your theories and test them against empirical law. If I can
you need to get this order. Sorry, sir. Sorry, you need to get this order right. Scientific theories are based on an accumulation of scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true with verification through experiment. You've basically got to complete the scientific method, have an experiment, and then you can base your theory upon what you've proven to be true, which is what you've done. You've conglomerated a few scientific hypotheses and are basing your theory upon that. Now, at the moment, we must agree that it is just a theory, something you can't actually demonstrate to be true until you go there.
But I could demonstrate the science behind it. That is my point.
Yeah, this is why I said we were all nodding along. Yes, we observe a gas pressure gradient. We were agreeing with you, right? Now, the cause in your supposition, we would all we're also nodding along to, right? Hydrogen in this state, it acts like this. It could be the limitation to our gas pressure and maybe our whole environment. Okay? So
Right.
it's a nice idea, like I said, but we can't
Well, all I
go
was
there
doing
to
was providing a
verify
theory.
this theory.
Well, because what I'm understanding is, I heard the question where somebody asked what could, be the firmament or whatever, and I'm trying to give a theory that replaces the debunked theory that gas prevents entropy.
I get you, okay? Maybe, and I'm not being hostile. The question was more specific about the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall, as in when you go out horizontally. But I will concede eventually you would meet where the sky reaches the earth. So if this is what you were speaking about, yeah, okay. But again, we must caveat it with this is a speculation. And dealing in conversations in this channel where we try to deal with empirical truths, things that we can validate to be true or not, then speculation must be underlined and pointed out.
Oh, sure. I'm not claiming that this is fact. I'm claiming that this is this can replace the defunct theory that gravity prevents entropy. That just objectively can't be true.
Well, we don't need other speculations to replace the already existing speculation of gravity holding gas to the Earth.
But that is the exact scientific process. You create those speculations and they hold if they don't contradict. And there's just
No,
still
that's not the scientific process. You're
when
that's
you
completely
validate it,
false.
it becomes
I want to
validated.
ask Phil this. I want to ask Phil a question. Phil, do you think your hypothesis could happen over a flat surface as well?
Yes.
All right, well
Yes.
then.
In fact, I look at the Earth as a microcosm, macrocosm. I think it's a direct macrocosm of
It's
the
still flat Earth.
atom itself. And hydrogen atoms bond to each other, and they would create an inertial plane in between them.
Phil, you don't have any hypotheses.
Well, I'm just saying. You asked me if I believed it could happen over a flat Earth. I told you what I believed.
No, that was a different question. I'm talking about your whole hydrogen ocean.
Yeah.
You don't even have a hypothesis yet. It's not scientific at all.
Well, what do you mean? I can take in a lab and I can take hydrogen, liquefy it, and I can create a magnetic field and watch it repel.
Nobody cares. It's not science. It's not science.
It's literally science.
No, it literally isn't, because if you're going to use the scientific method in natural science in this situation, you would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena?
Yeah, the magnetic field of Earth. And
okay, so
and that exists at the top of the density gradient.
No. We're dealing with your original observation. You observe apparently in nature a magnetic field. So what?
So science is
what
about,
about
science is about recreating conditions.
That's false.
Right.
That's
to
false.
be specific,
it's not about recreating conditions and then manipulating the variables.
Specific, when we ask you what you see and you say the magnetic field of the Earth, the next question, because we've got the observed phenomena when creating a hypothesis, is very simply what caused that.
What
so
caused the
do you think
magnetic field?
Yeah.
The Earth. What do you mean? Like, are you saying the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field? Or are we not?
No. Listen, we're agreeing with you that you see this electromagnetic, right? Compasses follow these lines, for example, right? If you're saying that this is the phenomena that you observe, the method's very strict. If this is your dependent variable, then the independent variable, the cause question must be answered, right? So what caused that? What you observed?
You're asking me what causes the Earth to be magnetic?
Yeah, because that's what you gave as your phenomena. Like I said, maybe you should, hold on, my friend. That's why I asked you. Maybe you want to give a different phenomena, because that one's not going to fit into your hypothesis, dude. Not the one that you're trying to give.
Are you saying that magnetic fields are like personal, like they're different? Like if I create one magnetic field and another one, that they're somehow different?
All right, okay. Right. I know I'm English, and I know my English is British to you, but I know that everybody else understands what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you don't.
It's a scalable. It's about science and doing experiments with scalability.
Okay. First step of the scientific method is the naturally observed phenomena. When questioned about that, you gave the magnetic field of the Earth. The next step is to answer the question, what caused that? Now, you said science. That would be the construction of a hypothesis that we're going to test for experiment. I
So what you're
think so.
saying-
This isn't a thing that you're trying to talk about.
Well, let's put it this way. Isaac Newton came up with the equations to describe the laws of
I'm gonna
gravity.
go bang my
He
head
literally
against the wall.
said that he can't tell you what causes it, but he can tell you the laws it must abide by. So are you saying he didn't follow any scientific process?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying.
So the guy that's responsible for every piece of infrastructure that ever existed on Earth didn't even follow the scientific process to come up with that equation.
What equation?
Scientific process to come up with an equation.
The equation
The
for
only way
gravity.
that you can come up, hold on. The only way that you can come up with an equation, which is the use of language, which is math, to express what has happened within the scientific experiment.
Isaac Newton came up with.
So we need the
laws
experiment
that
then.
gravity must follow. He said he doesn't know.
So what was the experiment then?
What was his experiment?
Yeah, what was the experiment the formulae or equation were gained from?
Observation, measurement, and repeatability. He took physical
Okay,
objects.
so
and
what's the
experimented with
hypothesis?
them with their
So
gravitational
what's the
effect.
So what is the hypothesis that Newton gave?
He gave his mass equal, or I'll look it up so I don't get it wrong. But he definitely gave you a hypothesis.
Okay, when you said you were going to give me an equation, a hypothesis doesn't come in the form of an equation.
Use him as an example. I'm not here to argue that, but I can look it up and argue Newton. I'm just saying that he literally says he doesn't know the cause, but he can tell you the laws that it must obey.
Dude, you're rattling around like one of them balls when they draw the lottery. You got to stick to one thing.
I'm trying
I'm
to say
telling
one
you.
thing, but you're telling me that I must tell you the cause before I tell you the laws. And I'm pointing out that one of the most prominent scientists ever literally did not do that.
No, you're claiming hydrogen water in the sky, right?
I'm claiming hydrogen is in the sky, and I'm saying that hydrogen at extremely cold temperatures will be dense and it will liquefy. And that we can produce that right here on Earth, and we know its properties.
Cool. So act as a container for the gas pressure, right?
Right.
Cool. So that's not the magnetic field doing that now, is it?
No, it's the magnetic field meeting the hydrogen ocean.
Oh, okay. So you now need to observe this phenomena.
Right. Like you can create that in a lab.
No. The phenomena in the natural world.
See, you're pretending like I have to.
I'm pointing out.
The Earth has a magnetic field. It's objective.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what causes it to say that it has
Phil,
a magnetic
I'm gonna steelman you real quick. I'm gonna steelman you, Phil. What you're saying is the magnetic field is encapsulating liquid hydrogen around the outer edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, a good way to put it is like, I know this is a silly way. Think of like SpongeBob with Sandy under the ocean with her dome. She's inside an ocean. Picture that ocean as a hydrogen ocean, and that the dome is a black dome, but a magnetic field repelling it.
You have no evidence for it other than just a hypothesis and what you think might be going on in your mind.
Right, that's what I'm trying to give you, a hypothesis, and I can test the hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis.
I didn't verify it.
It's not a hypothesis.
That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give me the naturally observed phenomena and then the independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena and then give me your hypothesis.
Magnetic
we'll see if it's any good.
And hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
okay. So that totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
Why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God!
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So the effect that you're observing is the magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about
Okay, well
something
then
else that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you
No,
be able to scale it?
Yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And the magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot
Sophie.
connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not
Yes,
trying
yes,
to
hold
explain
on,
to you what
hold on.
causes.
Hold on. My friend, you were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes. And that is
Yeah, you're saying, so I know we'll follow, you're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim.
Right.
Because
So
that
I'm
would
not
be the
saying that
cause
the
of the gas
magnetic field
pressure.
creates the containment. I'm saying that
Yeah.
the hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create
We can make,
hypotheses, and that's what I've
but
done.
we can make theories, best guess.
Let's get sure. Why
Yeah.
can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't
Here's
say
the thing, Phil.
I'm giving
Here's
you
the
a
thing.
replacement
Here's the
theory.
thing. Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah,
Well,
you
how
need to
can
make
you- how can you
14.7
make that
psi
claim?
at gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make that claim when Albert Einstein made his assumptions like in 1905 when they didn't even claim to send a probe up until
Dude, he
1957?
used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories and nobody's allowed to
No, they're
challenge
not.
them.
We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you
But
ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So sorry, right?
It's definitely scalable. For
Yeah,
instance,
my
the
friend.
claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we know.
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay, so let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about it.
Just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field, did you?
In a lab, you can produce it. Yeah, you can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you? Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one arguing?
Who cares? I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther. I could be a glober, and this would still be a great question.
You do not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's behind.
I'm not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what science is all about.
Listen, dude, you didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So,
like a cup of water,
you're already done. You lost me at ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean. It's
great.
Are you denying the scalability?
Hey, Phil, don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic.
I haven't seen anything to deny that
at all. Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something. Okay, I'm asking you to reproduce the thing you are claiming is happening.
Trying to steel man here. If you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something.
You're not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim, is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steel manning me? You don't even understand what steel man means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote-unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants. Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was as simple as
what I need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen.
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me, since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority. These are things you can independently.
This is your claim.
2 seconds. All right, my friend, you're new to the channel. All right. Now, we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat earth side, right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, go and Google it. You should research yourself. If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it. Because people are going to find not what you're talking about. And then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier if you just provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time. 5-10 minutes. That's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble. Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then like they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble go?
I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll.
Remember, wink, wink. Somebody
Timbo
came to the
coming in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking for?
Sorry. You can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's
If you want to measure something, you take a direct measurement. You don't assume something to begin with and then say, oh, I'm going to shine a light, and if the angle's this, then that must mean the light is X distance away. No, that's not how you measure something. That's not how you verify a measurement. So they're pre-assuming Earth is a ball to begin with. So yeah, they have a number. Great, they have a number. They use it on the websites. They use it in the official textbooks. But nobody has verified that Earth is a ball.
Okay,
They made up. They made up a distance to the sun. They made up a distance to the sun, and said, "Oh, Earth must be a ball of this size then, because of these shadow lengths." But these shadow lengths are achievable on a flat surface with a closer sun.
Try mathematics.
So actually, do you agree that if they use this made-up curvature rate or radius value in their instructions, that instruction, like long tunnels, may mess up? Do you agree with that? Because such such a thing doesn't even exist.
It means they use circular reasoning to come to their conclusion. They didn't use direct evidence that Earth is a ball. So they assume Earth is a ball, and they give us a distance to the sun. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, also that the NASA documents for flying airplanes, aerodynamics, says Earth is flat and stationary. They don't mention Earth curve in that at all when you build an airplane or fly it.
That's a great point. Professor's just made a great point. So you're using the argument, if they use these numbers, then there must be something to it. Well, if we treat the Earth as flat, then there must be something to it, right? We can use that same argument. And in fact, they don't account for curvature in any industry. So we have a far greater argument than you do because the Earth is utilized as flat and stationary.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So the thing is, for example, let's consider I am an engineer. I am applied to make a very, very, very long tunnel. Okay. The thing is, if I use that curvature, I'm sorry for that, that radius value in my calculations and in my plan, the thing is, and if I apply it to the construction of the rain train, that rain train would actually will not reach the other side of the road, and it will go downward. See what I mean? So if I consider that element in my calculations and mathematics of that construction, the whole project would ruin. I think that's something that all of us can agree on, right?
Yep, we can agree that they don't use Earth curve in any engineering projects. I agree with you.
So I think the main research for me or any glober is to research that if they actually use this radius value in their constructions or not, right?
Yep, knock yourself out. I'm just giving you a heads up now. They don't use that. So I'm just giving you a heads up now. They don't. So if you want to do that for 6 months or a couple of years, go research it. Go ahead, but you're going to be wasting your time.
The question is, Mohammed, when you find out that in all industries the Earth is treated as flat and motionless, will you accept would you accept that point? Or will you start moving on to other arguments then?
I mean, of course, yes, because it's a very, 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 very like approvable. I don't know if such a word even exists. Facts for the shape of the Earth, whether it has curvature or doesn't have curvature. So if I go and see that, okay, they don't actually consider radius value because ChatGPT told me vice versa. He told me that if they don't consider the radius values, the train will go, end up and emerge from the mountain 3 meters away from the road. So if I find out that
because ChatGPT is dealing with theory.
Yeah.
That's dealing with the theory, right? But in reality, yeah, exactly. In reality, we have people from the construction industry, from the engineering industry. We have pilots, aviation. You just speak to people of how they're actually practically doing their work, and they will tell you everything is built to in respect to level. They don't have to deviate down for the slope, as you would say. They don't deviate away from level in order to build things in a straight line. You build flat and level, you fly flat and level. All ballistics and aerodynamics treat the Earth as non-rotating and level, flat and level.
We got guys down in our shop. One of the buildings that I'm doing now, I'm overseeing some work being done. They actually shot a whole grid over the floor, the walls, and the ceiling, and they just run around on lifts and just go boom, boom, boom along the grid, and everything is exactly where we want it because they use straight lines in a big giant building. Laser shot, boom, the grid is on the wall, and it's exactly what we want. Not even off by a half inch.
The thing is, it may be, what to say, but if I find out that they don't actually consider those factors in their instructions, I may go insane, to be honest, because everything is contradictory.
Yeah, it's a hard topic, man. It's been driving me nuts for 5 to 6 years.
No, the thing is, everything in that case would be contradictory. See what I mean? How I would explain my brain that, okay, these phenomena are happening together in a flat Earth. But whatever.
Well,
I have a question.
Well, what only contradicts is people's imagination of the globe. There's nothing about flat Earth that is contradictory itself inherently. The globe imagination contradicts the flat Earth reality that we experience and measure.
I mean, but some stuff actually don't need imaginations. I see your point. We have made a conclusion. I mean, I just want to put it aside because I now know my duty. But the thing is, for example, if I go to Los Angeles and see that, like, PewDiePie is in Los Angeles, I can't go to Washington City or Mexico City and see that PewDiePie is in Mexico City too. See what I mean? It's impossible. I mean, that's kind of a phenomenon.
What happened?
I mean,
why are you talking about traveling to two places?
What, you're talking about the coordinates of these cities?
No, I resembled it to 24-hour sun in Antarctica. See what I mean? Like, that's a contradictory.
That depends on where Antarctica is and what the sun is.
Yeah, dude, we had you all the way back at Earth Curve and how engineering doesn't use it. And then you went to Antarctica, son, again.
No, don't get me wrong. I accepted what I have to do. I know my research right now. But I just say that, for example, if I find out that the engineers don't consider those factors like radius value, I may end up in madness. See what I mean?
Why? What's wrong with the Earth being flat? What's wrong with the Earth being flat and stationary and enclosed? What's wrong with it?
I'll tell you what's wrong, Radwin. The whole world believes it's not flat, and that's what's crazy about it. It's the realization that you are sane and rational, and the rest of the world is fucking delusional. That's what's crazy.
I figured people were like that way longer than I knew the Earth was flat. So everything just kind of fell in place for me. I'm fine and content with a bunch of nutheads running around.
Yeah, it hits different depending on your experience. That's for sure. So listen, you like the sun. Let me give you a little interesting globe glitch about the sun. Do you know what a tropical year is?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. The tropical year is the number of days it takes place from the sun to migrate from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn and back, passing across the celestial equator. So here's what's interesting. If you drive a stick into the ground, and let's say you drive a stick into the ground on the summer solstice, okay? The summer solstice is when the sun has migrated as far north as it possibly can into the Tropic of Cancer, about 23.4 degrees north latitude. So let's say you drive a stick into the ground and you measure the shadow length and you measure the position of the sun. You're going to count 365 days until the sun returns back to that same exact point with the same exact shadow length, and the sun is in the same exact position in the sky. That's 1 year. If you do it again, you get another 365 days and another 365 days. But on the fourth year, you will count 366 complete days. How does that happen with heliocentrism, with the globe, and all of it? This idea of a leap year comes from the false notion that a year is 365.24 days, and you've got an incremental day, and so every 4 years you will add up the incremental days and slap it on as a leap year day. But that's not what's really happening in physical reality. In physical reality, every 4 years, there is an actual 366th full day.
I see.
Yeah. And
That's why they
this isn't just flat Earth, you're saying it.
That's why they changed the calendar to 12 months from 13, because there was that extra day if you use 13-month calendar.
There's all kinds of screwed up stuff with calendars. But if you use the sun, if you go by a solar year, the tropical year, which is how everybody through all of ancient history used to do it, this is the result. And it's very fascinating. How is this possible? You can actually verify this yourself by going to a local meteorology center. Whatever country you're in, you could probably find your local government has one, and you can find a table. You can find a table of sunrises and sunset times. And you can go find any block of 4 years of history and then start counting them one by one, noting its position. And you can use the Tropic of Cancer as a starting point on the summer solstice. You can use the Tropic of Capricorn as a starting point during the winter solstice, or you can use either of the two equinoxes as a starting point, and it yields the same results.
Why wouldn't you get that result no matter where you're at?
Yeah, why wouldn't you get that result? Yeah. I mean, I've heard some people say, well, it's just based off your local position. If you just move somewhere else, it's going to be different. No, the same pattern holds.
Why wouldn't you get that result no matter where you're at and no matter when you put the stick in the ground? As long as you do it, you mark it from that exact time. What will happen? Does anybody try that one yet?
No. But you know what's weird, Radwin? There's another cycle to this besides every 4 years. Something like every 500 years, there's like I think there's like another day that's added or something. It's like over a super long period of time, there's another day or something that gets shoved in there. It's bonkers, dude. And this isn't the only weird thing about the sun. If you do equinox observations, if you have two simultaneous observers, one in the North Pole, near the North Pole, right near, like, let's say you use Greenland, and then one in the far south, let's say, I don't know, McMurdo Base in Antarctica. Doesn't really matter where, but on the equinox sunrise for each of the observers, the guy in the north is going to see the sun rise a little to the north of east. And the guy in the south in Antarctica will see the sun rise a little south of east. But everybody in the middle will start to see the sun rise exactly due east on the equinox. That doesn't make sense with globe geometry either.
I could map that out, but people won't like it, so I'm not going to do it.
There's a lot that we've looked into, folks, over the years, and we just collect all these globe glitches. We make libraries out of them, and we speak to them. It's really nuts. It's fascinating. It's stuff that you won't learn from textbooks in school. But
speaking of that topic, though, Yoder, look at what Subrat's model proposed. You know Antonio Subrat?
Yeah.
Yeah, he proposed a model that would fit the sun's, the ellipse that it makes. And so I think what's important here is that people have been trying to figure out some sort of model that they can put. I don't know if you've ever got to that part where he's proposing the model, like what the Earth looks like with the continents. They're not in proportion like the way the AE is. It's not
at all.
They're not arranged that way. So
right. There's no uniformity at all, even with the globe concept. There's no uniformity in what the globe's dimensions are and how the continents are truly laid out either. And that's just within a globe paradigm. If you expand your net further, you find out that, wow, there are a lot more glitches. There's a lot more uncertainty about the true nature of Earth than I realized. The things that you don't necessarily learn in school may be footnotes in the bottom of your textbooks. Those are the things that we pick up on.
Okay, I want to say something, and because another guy is on the line wanting to talk. I mean, just for example, what happens when something contradicts these perfect measurements? What will you do?
Hello.
See what I mean?
Can you please mute your mic? You're interrupting.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if something contradicts our flat Earth measurements producing a globe, we want to know about it.
But you just said that the measurements, I mean, they're perfect, so it's 100% sure. Like,
well, I wouldn't say perfect. They do debunk the globe, by not just by a little bit, by orders of magnitude based off of your precision of measurements. We like to do observations that involve scales of objects at distances where the amount of imprecision in your measurement doesn't matter so much. For example, taking an infrared telescope and going up in an airplane and zooming in on the horizon, seeing mountains that should be 10 miles below the curvature of the Earth.
yeah, what I'd like to say to Mohammed is that if you present us with information like that, that would be considered a black swan, which means that you've measured curvature when all we have ever measured is a horizontal plane. So if you've ever come up with that information, we would review it, no doubt. But the method would have to be replicated by other people. So it's not just like you saying it, it's people testing it. And that's how we got in the place where we're at now, is by testing things. So it's not just by listening to somebody say, oh, I measured the globe over here in Ecuador or whatever. It's not that. We have to replicate the method and be able to produce results. That's how we move the needle here.
That's right. Yeah, this doesn't necessarily mean someone had to have verified it, but it at least has to be verifiable. So if I present to you an observation of mountains, an infrared from an airplane, mountains that should be 10 miles behind the curvature of the Earth, but are plainly visible 700 miles away, that is something that is verifiable. What is not verifiable is somebody presenting a NASA satellite picture of Earth.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I just want to know if traveling can be another good experiment to see what I mean.
No,
because
traveling is not an experiment.
Right.
No,
unless you have like precision gyros.
Just make my point. I'm sorry. Let me just make my point. Because, for example, in a globe Earth, as you know, some distances are short. But if we, transform it into a flat map, not flat model, okay? Don't get me wrong. Don't get offensive. I know that there is not one all-known flat model, but in a flat map, we can actually do that, right? because we have calculations of the distances between countries.
No. The distances are equal. If you keep the same longitude and latitude coordinate system on a globe, and you project it flat, the distances are the same as if they were on a globe. It doesn't prove anything.
But there would be some spots that traveling between them would be shorter.
No, if
right?
the coordinates are the same, and you project it differently, what you do is you need an updated scale. This is why on an azimuthal equidistant map, there's a variable scale. It's not uniform. The scale allows you to measure distances in the extreme south on the outer perimeter of the azimuthal equidistant map, just the same as you would around the inner Arctic Circle. So if you were to use the scale properly on these maps, you'd measure half the Antarctic ring to be something like, 5 miles, even though it's occupying half the circumference of the entire map. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Because this has to do with coordinate map distances that are portrayed differently, projected differently. These are still the same distances. The distances are still preserved. What's not preserved is the appearance of all the land masses that get stretched out in order to have the projection. But the projection mathematically retains the same coordinates as you would on a globe. It doesn't do any external validation, doesn't offer any external validation of those distances. When we measure Earth flat, we invalidate the curving arc distances on a globe, which means we invalidate the distances provided by the map's longitude and latitude reference system. Plain and simple.
I want to disagree with you, but talking would not be enough. I just want to, after this guy Ashen talks, take experiment of an apple skinned and show you some of the points how they get far from each other. So yeah, I will just get in the line and yeah, welcome.
Got a new contestant, Ashen. Ashen wants to go for the free nitro and the $10,000. You're up, Ashen.
Yeah, free nitro. Oh wait, $10,000 too. Yeah, free nitro.
Wait, we also have another 10,000. I think that comes. I forget who put that up. Was that Roots?
I didn't put up the 10K. I did put up the free nitro though. I'm the one that's going to pay that out.
I put up the 10K. I put up the 10K for the.
Oh, you put it. Well, Radwin's got 10K. I'm promising 1 month nitro. So anybody else want to throw something in there? You're welcome. But
yeah, I got an idea. I'll throw in a trophy or a nice placard from thingsremembered.com. I'll customize a memorable for you. You can hang up in your office, in your bedroom, whatever, so that you can feel good about being the one that proved that Earth is a globe.
All right, you're up. That's usually the proof that we normally get right there.
There's a common misperception, folks, about maps. People on both sides of this argument get it wrong all the time. They think that a flat map like the UN map distorts distances between land masses on the outer rim, and that's not the case. The distortion is only apparent in the projection, but not within the mathematical coordinate distances. Those are still retained 100%. It just means you can't use like your 1 inch equals 5,000 miles or 500 miles scale uniformly across the map like you would with other maps.
Like 69 for 1 degree? That?
No, I'm saying like on a regular, like, let's say you get a camping map and you'll see in the bottom right, it'll say like 1 inch equals 10 miles. So if you take out a ruler or something and you measure out 10 inches, then you measure out 100 miles on the map. And that 1 inch distance is good for any location on the map, corner to corner, edge to edge. On the azimuthal equidistant map, because of the projection, that 1 inch to 10 miles or whatever it's going to work out to be on that map, at whatever scale it is going to be variable. 1 inch is going to be like maybe 10 miles close to the center of the map, but at the farther outer edge, 1 inch is going to be like a half a mile. At least going around along the lines of latitude. Distances along lines of longitude are going to be the same everywhere. So north-south distances on an AE map, those don't change. What changes are the east-west, I should say the latitudinal, along the lines of latitude, so going across longitude. Those distances scale differently depending on whether you're at the center of the map or at the farther edge. And this is in order to preserve the distance between coordinates as they are on the globe, because these are globe coordinates that are being projected. This is why you can't say, hey, Flurf, why don't you use your AE map and give us and validate these GPS distances? Because they're having you use the same thing as what's already baked into GPS, and that's latitude and longitude, along with the coordinate map distances of both, which are going to be equal. So it's a trick. What we ultimately need is a validation of the distances that are calculated between points of reference on that coordinate reference grid. So if I'm at, like, I don't know, 45 degrees east latitude and somebody else is at 40 degrees east latitude, or longitude rather. Let's say I'm at 40 east longitude and someone else is at 45 east longitude. And let's say I'm at the equator. There's going to be a distance between us of 5 degrees, which is on a great circle at the equator calculated to be 69 degrees, 69 miles per degree. So 69 times 5, bam. Now, if I slide myself up to 45 degrees north latitude, and I am standing still at 40 degrees east latitude, and my friend is at 45 degrees east latitude, that distance is no longer 69 miles per degree on a globe, because it's not a great circle route. It's going to be somewhere close to around half. So it's going to be like around 30 something degrees, or 30 miles per degree. Or no, it's going to be more than that. No. Yeah, it's going to be about 30 miles per degree. So what we need are actual surveyed distances between these points that are conformal to the globe. If they can survey those distances and get the same distance as what's suggested on these spherical coordinate maps, then what we're getting is effectively surveyed curvature, and nobody's been able to do that. The only way to measure distances that are globe conformal is to measure curvature. If you can't measure curvature, then you can't possibly confirm the distances as presented by globe coordinates. At least unmitigated corrections. For the globe, there are dozens and dozens of corrections that mitigate this discrepancy. Not entirely, though. You've got astronomical refraction, terrestrial refraction, you've got deflection of the vertical, you've got curving plumb lines. You've got all these ad hoc phenomena that must exist on a globe in order for the globe to be true that nobody's actually been able to substantiate.
What happened to
At
the
least
other
in the
speaker?
manner I don't know, Mohammed.
No, the other guy.
No.
Well, he didn't want to speak or what? Muhammad yielded the floor for the other guy to speak, and did he get gun shy or what?
He ran away a long time ago.
Oh, for heaven's sakes! Yeah, Muhammad was asking some questions, and Yoda was telling him, but he yielded the floor so that the other guy can talk.
Yeah, it's okay. No, the thing is, I just done a very kindergarten level experiment on an orange, and I just want Mr.
Muhammad.
Oh yeah.
Muhammad, let me ask you a question, man. Are you paying attention to what Yoda was saying right now, or were you busy doing something else?
No, I was paying attention while cutting the orange.
Okay. What did you gather by what he just said right now, based on what the globe has been projecting out to you, and then now what he's showing you, the reason why there's anomalies, the discrepancies, right? Did you understand this, or?
I mean, I got a little off track, but to make a summary, I think he said that to actually calculate the distances between countries, you have to measure the curvature too. So actually, the measurements and calculations are not accurate.
Yeah, that's exactly it, the takeaway. If you want to prove that Earth is a globe and prove that the distances between point A and point B, as given by the globe coordinates, are true, then you must measure curvature of the Earth. There is no way around it.
Yeah, I see. But anyways, these are the images I got from the orange. It's not an orange, actually. I forgot the fruit's name. But yeah, as you see, those spots get far away from each other. I know it's not a good experiment, but anyways.
Yeah, you're projecting a curved surface onto a flat table. You're going to get distortions, obviously. And that's what we're saying. We're saying that when we survey and measure the Earth flat, that the spherical coordinates cannot be true. That the distance, the unmitigated distance between latitude and longitude on a spherical surface cannot match the distances on a flat surface ever. Not without some kind of curvature present. Not without some kind of correction to take place. So when we can see mountains in the distance, in infrared from an airplane that should be 10 miles beneath the horizon of the globe, but are presently visible. And if we look down at our compass heading and see that we're facing, let's say, due west, then I know that those mountains can't exactly be where I think they are if I think Earth is a globe. There has to be some distortion taking place within the spherical coordinate reference system to make it work on a flat Earth. Do you see how that reframes the discussion? Because if Earth is a globe, then those mountains should be sunk behind the horizon and should probably even be shifted maybe a little northward a little bit. But instead, I'm looking straight out at them.
Yeah, I have seen those images. I see exactly what you're talking about. But what I am trying to say is that somehow we actually are using those distances and calculations for our travels, and they actually make sense. So yeah, they may not be accurate, but I mean, they work, right?
Yeah, they work. They're not accurate, but they work. That's exactly right. You don't know exactly how many miles you're really going. You do know exactly how many you're going on the map. The coordinate map miles, you know exactly how far it is, but in reality, you don't know how far you're really going. Same with the map heading. You know exactly which direction you're pointing if you're getting from A to B on the map, without question. But in reality, it's not going to match either. And the problem is the distortions get bigger and bigger and bigger over greater and greater distances. And as those distances become greater, for the errors to become more apparent, our ability to easily measure them becomes more difficult. So that's why we need, for at least long distance measurements, we need tools like high magnification, big aperture lenses. We use infrared. Or it's why for shorter distances, we use precision laser aiming devices, as in the case with FE Core, with your Lake Balaton and Lake ISIL tests. I can't sit here and chat much more. I have to go listen now. I need to head into my office. It was a pleasure talking to you, and thanks for giving me the floor.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir.
Was that your experiment, peeling an orange?
Yes. Yes, it was.
I guess you found out you can't do that to the surface of a ball. Can't flatten it out.
But I mean, let's just say it's inaccurate, okay, those distances. But as you said, as there is no curvature on the Earth, and we can use those distances, even though they are inaccurate, to make a flat map. Okay. Yeah, I know they are not accurate, but some distances become much far of each other. That is actually considerable. I'm just trying to know what's the explanation for that.
You have a presupposition because you watched maybe some flat earth debunking videos on YouTube, like Professor Dave and that kind of thing, and they've got it put in your mind that the azimuth or equidistant projection is the flat earth map. That's incorrect, although there are some flat earthers that do claim that. So it is fair for him to attack that some flat earthers are using a bad argument and claiming that a particular globe projection is the flat earth map. Okay, we don't claim that that's the flat earth map, and those distances that look like a really long distance on that fake flat earth map, which is actually a globe map, okay, the AE map, that's the same distance, right? That's the same distance on that projection as it is on a different projection, even though on the actual map, if you plot out the distance, it may look like a longer line on one of the map projections than it does on the other one, because there's scaling issues that you need to take into consideration.
There's a scale right on the map that says where you're at on the map, use this scale.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. But yeah, okay, let's assume that Earth is perfectly flat. And I'm sorry, it doesn't have curvature. It's not a globe. But let's use that logic vice versa. Let's say, okay, let's assume that if the Earth could have been globe, how much some distances could be shorter or longer? Would there be better traveling paths between some spots or something? So I think this logic can be used for both of the sides. See what I mean? I hope I'm not going off track or something.
Well, all of these are based off a particular coordinate system which originated from the sky, right? Using the stars to navigate. Okay, and then that was eventually turned into these different projections that you're thinking of in your head. That's how the globe came to be a thing in the first place, not because someone actually went out and measured a globe, right? It was the sky coordinate system that was turned into a Earth coordinate system.
Yeah, it's considered fallacious logic. So the logical fallacy that it is, it's called a reification fallacy. You're reifying the particular idea that you live on a globe based on the way it's projected onto a map or a model. So that has given you the idea that you live on a globe. but it's a big giant circle jerk. It's just reifying itself. So how do you know that the Earth is a globe? Well, the coordinate map system, or however, whatever model you're looking at. And then that just feeds back into itself. And you say, well, we travel from point A to point B, and we're using the system, therefore the system must be correct, therefore my premise is correct.
Okay. I came up with something.
No, wait, but did you? Yeah, I know, but did you listen to what I just said? It's logically fallacious to say that you're using a coordinate map system and then say that the Earth is. You're making a declaration that the Earth is something because of that. That's a problem for logic.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. Now I want to use another logic. All of us can agree that in a surface and non-curved, surface, to reach 2 points to each other, you need one and only one path to straightly point these points to each other. See what I mean? That's all we can agree on. But in a globe model, for 2 spots, there are lots of paths to reach those points if we want to just head straight. See what I mean? Can you understand my perspective?
You said there's many paths to get to the globe? Is that what you said?
No, let's just keep it simple. In a non.
Yeah, you're getting. Right, so here's the. If you want to make it clear, right? All you got to do is lay out the premise. So the premise would be, what are you trying to say? What's your premise? What are you starting with?
I'm just trying to say, for example, if I want to head to another city, even though it would be so expensive. So
all right, hold on. Wait. Let's just do it one at a time. You're going to head to one city. So point A to point B, right? Point A to point B. I want to make it very clear what you're trying to do so that you don't add on, and if you wake up in the morning on Tuesday, you don't have to add meta. Just tell us the concise, what are you asking? What are you saying?
What I'm trying to say is that if I want to, for example, head into Sydney, and I just try, choose to go straight and not in a curved path or stuff like that.
Okay, stop. There, straight line travel is a myth. I have to stop you there because I have to correct. You might think that straight line travel is an actual thing that you can do. Straight line travel is a myth. Did you know this? Hello?
Hello, I'm here.
But yeah, straight line travel is a myth.
Is a myth? You mean it's made up?
Yeah, it's not real. Yes, it's fake. It's not real. So if you say straight line travel, the moment you say that, that's incorrect. There's no such thing as that. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's impossible to do on spherical coordinates and impractical in reality.
That's correct.
You have to follow a compass.
I think that's where most of your confusion came from, Mohammed, to be honest. You have like this ideal way that people travel, and you're applying it to your reasoning, your logic. And that's why it's failing you. Because you think straight line travel is a reality. Am I correct?
I'm sorry. I don't know much about map, but
no, yeah,
city, for example, there are two streets, two actually circles that kind of are straight to each other, so I can just
yeah. No. I get what you're saying. It's not lost on me that what you're saying, right? But if you're going to travel great distances, straight lines are not possible. So, okay. Do you understand that or no? I need to know if you're listening to what I'm saying or you're not. You don't understand. And give me some feedback.
No. I don't understand what you say at all.
Okay. You know how like you get a map and you say, I want to go from point A. I'm going to start in whatever city. And then I'm going to arrive at this other point on the map. Okay, you know what I mean? Like on a map, you're gonna show from point A to point B a straight line on a map. You get me now?
Yes.
Okay. The straight line travel is a myth. You think you're going in a straight line because of the chart of how you're plotting on a world map. Okay, so the world map, and you say, I'm going from this point, and I'm going to end up in that point, and I'm going to travel in a straight line. Look, it's a straight line on this map. I understand what you're saying, but to do that in physical reality, when you go outside and you travel a great distance, it's not going to be a straight line. Do you understand this?
Yeah, but what if I use a compass or something?
Yeah, I understand, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. So because you make like using a world map and you draw a straight line, it doesn't mean in reality you're going to travel in a straight line. So now you said compass, right? So if you travel with a compass, what does the compass reference? How do you get your bearing? How do you know you're going in a direction using a compass? What is a compass reference?
To the north or east
Okay.
or so. Or
magnetic north. What is magnetic north relying on? The magnetic field lines, right, of the Earth.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So are magnetic field lines straight? No, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that they're straight, like the magnetic field lines?
I mean, due to what you said, it must not be, right?
Well, yeah, I'm proposing that it's not, but I'm asking for your, like, how are you trying to reason with yourself? Because I think this is where the part of your logic where it's going sideways. If you're trying to reason that, whatever the compass is using, we're using it to go in a straight line. Am I right or wrong?
I mean, so you are just saying that, for example, if I point straight to north and reach a city or a spot, and I use, for example, the compass to head to east, directly east, no left or right.
Yes.
And there is no possibility that I would reach the same point because that's how.
No. I didn't say reach a point. I said go in a straight line. I didn't say reach a point. I said go in a straight line. Straight line travel is a myth. So I think this is the part where you're hung up on. You don't realize that when you plot a course, like if you're going to put it on a chart, that looks different than when you actually travel, because you have to rely on other things to travel, like a compass, right? Like maybe the celestial sphere, the spherical coordinate system, whatever it is. You're relying on other things to travel from point A to point B. So your idea is you're going in a straight line, right?
Yeah, I understand. I can follow you because actually Professor Triangle actually showed some picture that explains your meaning.
Okay. So now that you, okay, so I'm going to ask you, is this where you're hung up on? You think you're going in a straight line? Like, for example, right? The Great Circle route on the globe, right? I'm going to give you an example. Is that what you're talking about? The Great Circle routes?
I'm sorry.
Are you
what?
The Great Circle route. I don't know. Do you know what this means or not? I'm not even sure if you know that.
I'm sorry. No, I don't.
Okay. So I mean, maybe we should go a step back. How do you think we travel? Like, can you tell me how, in your mind, how do you think we travel? Like in a straight line. Can you tell me, please?
Due to what I think, or due to what you explain to me.
Someone's in his DMs.
Yeah, based on how Muhammad, based on how you know how to travel on the earth, how do we travel? What do we use, and how is it done? Can you tell us, please? I want to know where you're at with this because I'm saying things that I think it's maybe surpassing your knowledge about traveling. So, can you just tell me what do you think? How do you think we travel on the earth?
By using compass and map and stuff like that, right?
Hello there.
Hello.
Yeah, he's at work. He probably had to talk to somebody. Yeah, you can use the compass, but it's only good for so far because what he was trying to explain to you is the compass lines up with magnetic field lines and they don't point north-south. I posted a Mercator map in the chat that shows the field lines of the magnetic field. So as you can see, some of those lines go east and west. They don't even go north and south. So if you were in that area, your compass would read, like if you lined up with your compass facing north, you'd actually be facing west. If you look at any land navigation map, like for the military, this magnetic declination is accounted for. In the fact, east and west in the first place, they're circles. Right? They circle around like the North Pole in the globe model, right? It's just circling going around a single spot. Going straight is not actually possible for lots of reasons. A, you don't have the external spatial reference. The compass doesn't work because that changes which direction's pointed. It doesn't point at poles. Thirdly, you have like a wind. So what'll happen is you have the direction you're pointed, right? Which would be your heading, but that's not your course. Your course is the direction the plane is actually going. So to even know you're going in a straight line is nigh impossible. You can believe you are, and you could say, yes, I'm going in a straight line according to the compass, but then that wouldn't line up with like the latitude and longitude. And if you did it with latitude and longitude, that wouldn't line up with the compass.
So, is there any way, not considering the compass or the map, to just straight, take my head and go straight, literally straight to the spot?
No.
Is there a tool or something for that?
No, what ends up happening is you'll end up going in a circle because that's what people do. So if you like go on Google and type in, why do human beings walk in circles? So when people are just left to their own devices, actually Matrix is talking about this, about a guy, Matrix he's one of the members here, and he was talking about how he worked in a prison and someone escaped the prison and stole an airplane. And that guy was flying for 45 minutes, and because he didn't know how to navigate, he flew in a circle for 45 minutes without realizing it. He thought he was going straight the whole time. So that's what happens when people are lost, like in the woods or in the desert or like in the wilderness. They end up walking in giant circles, though they think they're walking straight. It's not like you can walk straight across your room. You can walk straight across a soccer pitch, but going straight for 100 or 200 or 300 miles, it's nearly impossible, if not impossible.
I literally never actually thought about that, That was interesting, to be honest. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, it's easy to draw a straight line on a map, but good luck actually. Now think about this. Think about if you're on a spinning globe, right? And you wanted to fly north to south and stay on a single line of longitude. Would you go in a straight line, or would your plane, because the Earth is spinning, have to take a curved path to stay over that line because the Earth is spinning, right? Longitude's the vertical ones that track the sun, right? Go from North Pole to South Pole. Those are the coordinates. So to stay over that line over a spinning Earth, so you got the plane, it's in the air, and then the Earth is spinning. How do you stay over that line? If that line is moving, right, you'd have to take a curved path to stay over the line.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah.
I actually have a graphic. I'll post in the chat.
So I'm sorry, I just want to jump into the conclusion because I know other people want to participate in this discussion too.
Yeah.
But the conclusion would be that there is no way that we could prove any shape of the Earth by traveling between two spots by using different paths, different straight paths, because such a thing would not be even possible at the first place, right?
Well, not for long distances. So how do we navigate now, right? We use the stars. That's how you navigate long distances. And the stars themselves are in motion. Right? You might be able to pretty close to going straight if you just aimed at the North Polaris, right? The North Star, and just went directly towards that because it doesn't move really, or not that much. You could probably use that to go straight for a while. But you wouldn't be using the Earth, right? You'd be using the stars. That's the thing. How do you use the Earth to figure out? How do you figure out what the Earth is by using not the Earth, without jumping to conclusions?
I mean, I thought that at the first place, before this discussion about the circling, people actually going in circles before that discussion, I thought that I could make a conclusion of, for example, if I head north and reach a spot and head west and reach the same spot with actually more distance, of course, that could be, a considerable proof of something. But
but west is a circle.
Yeah, I understand.
You'd go in a circle around the North Pole, right? If you go west, it's just a circle around the North Pole. If I'm on the equator, right, and I go west, I'm circling the North Pole. Now that can happen on a flat surface or on a globe. You're just circling a single point.
Andy, a quick question.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, just let's assume that we have a method to make that circumnavigation around the globe on a straight line. Wouldn't that be possible only on the equator, or you will have to cut the globe on a half? It wouldn't be possible in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, because in the northern hemisphere you will have, and if you want to circumnavigate from that region, you will have to deviate a little bit to the right. The more you are in the north, closer to the North Pole, you will have to deviate more and more to the right. And that's
the size of the circles.
Yeah, and that straight line would be possible only on the equator.
And I mean, technically, it's not a straight line. You're flipping over, right?
I understand, but I am using the their words, just
Yeah.
if there is some Glober understand what I'm saying.
Okay, do you believe in the other land? What?
No.
You didn't let me
Belief
finish.
requires right, but you said a key word right there, right at the very beginning. Do you believe? No, there is really no reason to believe anything unless
You
you
don't believe
know
in
it.
anything?
No, I believe in I believe in like I told you, I have a theology that I kind of follow.
Okay,
But as
so I'm
far
asking
as
if you believe.
okay, very good. Sorry about that. I very much cut you off, and that was rude of me.
Okay. Do you believe do you believe in the possibility that on those land masses that wouldn't be documented, that there would be people living on them?
Man, it's a big old question, and the answer to that question would be honestly, I'm not trying to be a douche or nothing. Yes, there could be, but I cannot prove it, so I would think that it'd be a Hollywood production if they showed it to me. You know, it'd be like Jurassic Park or something. I'd be like, whoa, that made a lot of sense. Maybe I should believe that. There's no proof
Do you
for
believe
it, though.
do you believe that Australia exists?
Oh, of course. I know
Wow,
people
here we
in
go.
Australia.
Here we go. It's
I know
almost
people
time,
in Australia.
time for you to take a triangle test if you don't think Australia believes, Glober.
Is Timbo down there? I think I see him. Timbo, are you from Australia? No, I know people from Australia. I know it
Why do
exists.
Globers all
Timbo
of a
is from
sudden think
Australia.
Australia doesn't
Oh,
exist?
hold
What
up,
happened to
hold
these
the fuck
Globers?
up. Hold up,
Yesterday,
Timbo technically
yesterday
isn't
the
from Australia.
Globers
Sorry.
understood Australia was real. When they come in here, they think it's fake now.
I'm asking what you believe. I'm having a conversation. I don't know what you're implying, buddy, but can you relax?
Do you believe
Jeez.
Finland exists?
Australia isn't
Well,
a
I mean,
belief
yeah, no,
system, goofy. Australia is not a belief system. You don't go to church.
right. It's not about believing if Australia is
It's
there. I
not.
know people from Australia.
Why are you arguing about belief? I'm asking if you believe Australia exists as a flat earther, right? Like, what is your
Because
little
one
doctrine say
definition of the
about
word
it?
belief is acceptance
Oh,
without evidence.
No, you keep
That's
on
not
saying
what
believe,
that's not
believe,
what flat
believe.
Earth is
Believe
about.
requires. Yeah, no, believe
Right.
is not
So,
what
do
we
you
do.
believe the Earth is flat?
No.
No,
No, it's measured that
no.
way.
There's no requirement for
Why are
belief.
you so defensive? My goodness.
Just understand the
that's what
words,
we're
Steve.
saying.
I'm asking you polite questions, and I'm getting yelled at
Just
and called
understand the
slurs.
words.
No,
There's
that's what we're saying.
no.
We don't believe
What is he
it. We don't
talking?
believe that the Earth is flat. We don't believe the Earth is flat. I mean, that
No one's
requires
yelling, by the way.
religion.
No,
That
There's no
requires.
people did come in and
for
raise their voice, and they
belief.
did yell. That's not. I don't have to
There's-
I
believe that
mean,
because
that's
that
what we're trying to
happened.
tell you. That's what we're trying to tell you. We don't believe it. We know that the Earth is flat. We know it is. We've done the measurements. We've done all the stuff that you guys, most of the globe earthers, haven't done.
So okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay, you just have an aversion to the word belief. I see that, right? You know that the Earth is flat. You don't believe it.
No, we can
It's not
prove
an
it.
aversion.
No,
It's just using it correctly.
There's actual evidence that shows that the Earth is flat and that your globe has died.
I'm sure there is.
Maybe he
Right.
only believes he has parents. Maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe it's just a belief system for him. He goes in the closet and prays for parents.
See, that's the guy I'm talking about. That's being defensive.
No, it's
No,
pointing
that's
out
the
the
same thing,
difference
like-
between
Consulting.
knowledge and belief. So
No,
I
no,
pointed out
see, the
earlier,
way he's
some
wording it, he's
definitions of the
talking down
word
to me,
belief.
right?
My God. Some definitions of the word belief is acceptance without evidence. We're talking about things that you can know, which requires no belief. Like was pointed out the analogy of your parents.
Right, or
Okay.
your birthday. Or your birthday.
Right. So you're throwing the word belief, like, because requirement. Like you have a problem with the word belief, so you know the world, the Earth is flat, right? I'm sure not all flat Earthers agree on every single thing, right? Because there are flat Earthers that are out there that believe
I mean, you'll
Australia
get
doesn't
people
exist, right?
speculating. Yeah, you'll get
Right.
flat earthers
Yeah,
who
but you
know
get
that
people
the Earth is
speculating that,
measured
right?
flat, and you get them speculating about ice walls and other lands.
Right. Right. So that's what I'm asking about.
Right,
So when I ask if
things
you
which
believe,
things
if
which
you believe
determination of the Earth's. Hey, one sec, bro. Things that such as that are not related to us determining whether the Earth is flat or not.
Right.
Right. I just want to make that clear.
Right, which we believe that we've proven. No, we don't believe stuff. We see it, we measure it, we tell you that, man, that didn't make sense. We come back and say, hey, we measured the Earth and it didn't equate. That's not a belief. We actually did that. So we aren't believing nothing. But the thing about it is do you believe that there's an ice wall? Do you believe that there's a firmament or a dome over us? Or do you believe that there's containment here? Of course, yes.
Outer
we
lands.
do believe that if I'm going to ask a question and inquire about, if I'm going to ask you a question and inquire about what you think or know, right?
It's not as a flat earther, bro. Listen, some of the things that flat earthers might speculate about are not exclusive to the Earth being a sphere or flat, right? So they're they're just ideas, right? So, because I could easily just as easily say all globers don't believe in the moon landing because some globers don't believe in it. So
Right,
don't
but that doesn't make
stereotype,
them flat
please.
earthers.
It's not
I'm not
like
stereotyping.
you're not asking flat earthers what they believe about this and that. You're asking them how they know that the Earth is flat. That's what you should be asking flat earthers, because it's nothing else to do with anything.
Right. T-Dub, you nailed it there because there are.
That doesn't make sense to me. So, it doesn't make sense to me to word it when I'm asking you a question about something that I don't know, to ask whether or not you know that it is this or this.
I'm just letting you know. Okay, go ahead and ask another question, and I'll tell you whether that is related to our reasoning for the Earth being flat or not. And then we can just move away from that if it's not.
Well, okay, I understand. I understand.
He described it perfectly. So a lot of globe earthers that think that we're living on a spinning ball shooting through outer space or a globe, they don't believe that we landed on the moon. That doesn't make them a flat earther. That just thinks that we didn't land on the moon, right? Because of all.
And I'm asking what you specifically, as a flat earther, believe, because some flat earthers would believe that, right? But you're saying it has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well, I mean, I have my
what we had
beliefs.
for dinner as well.
Right. I have my beliefs. I mean, everybody has different beliefs. Like if I asked somebody in India what they believed and is it different from what I believe, I'm sure I'll get a different answer. I mean, I have my beliefs. However, I have some knowledge too, some wisdom, some actual evidence that the earth is not a spinning ball shooting through outer space. I have evidence that says that. So that's what I know. If you want to know what I know, I can tell you what I know. But if you want to know my beliefs, we can go into a different channel and I can tell you.
What
I
would
can
you
tell
say?
all of my beliefs.
What would you say about the flat earthers that say that they know that Australia doesn't?
We don't give a shit about flat earthers.
There aren't anyone. There aren't any. There aren't any.
Yelling.
There aren't any, bro. I'm letting you know there aren't any.
He's trying to make a point by raising his voice, but yeah, there aren't any. That's true.
Okay, first of all, the guy that's raising his voice, why are you raising your voice? Why are you so defensive?
Because you don't understand English.
Yeah,
I do understand English.
Oh my god, bro! What if you got conscripted? Jeez.
What if I got conscripted? I've come here to ask. I asked a simple question, and you're all yelling at me.
So
we just go
so
for
do you-
quick
do you-
fire.
No, what we want
Why
to
are
know.
you tone policing?
The thing that
You don't
we
need
want
to
to know
tone
is there is
because I'm not going to engage with people that are going to yell when I ask a simple, respectful question. if I'm going to ask you a respectful question, treat
I
me
already
with
told you
mutual
about
respect.
Australia 5 minutes ago. I told you about Australia
I'm not
already, and then you
trolling.
brought
I'm
it
not
up
trolling.
again.
I wasn't in the call then. I joined now. This is my first interaction with flat earthers ever, by the way. So thank you for your rude introduction.
No,
Right, I don't know
really.
why you're defensive and yelling.
This is the first time you've ever encountered any true flat earthers?
Yes,
I mean,
yes, ever, actually. So me coming and
Where'd you
asking
get all
stupid
the
questions
stories from?
and being berated for it is rude because I showed you mutual respect. Do you know what mutual respect is?
It won't work in here.
We want to know. We want to know.
Gaslighting's not going to work here.
I'm not gaslighting anybody.
The only
So
thing that
you've
we
come
want
across,
to know
okay, friends. So you've come across a lot of information on the internet about flat earthers, but this is your first time actually speaking to flat earthers, right?
Yes, 100%.
So you're coming in with a lot of misconceptions, and the guys are jumping up and down because they want to solve these misconceptions for you. But ultimately, mate, welcome to the channel. It's good to have you. Please do feel free to ask your questions. We'll try to ask them as best as we can.
Right.
However,
that's all I've come to do is ask questions to find out what you know. Then, if you don't like the word,
what's your question, mate?
So for the most part,
the question, the first one, the Australia one, right? Like that was my first question.
Kay, please, for a moment, let the guy speak. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
So, the Australia one. Right. So as far as I know, this was some weird claim that started coming along in around 2015 and 16, kind of attached to the flat earth, saying that Australia was some kind of psyop or something. I don't know, sounded bloody ridiculous. But yeah, no real flat earther says that Australia doesn't exist. There are flat earthers in this call at the moment that are actually from Australia, and they'll definitely tell you in the background of didgeridoos and fucking kangaroos fighting that Australia definitely does exist. So there's a lot of shit on the internet, dude. You might have come to the right place.
Yeah, okay, perfect. That's fine, that's fine. I just wanted to understand what yous as this group of flat earthers believe. Oh, no, right? Okay. That's a simple question. I don't know why everyone had to call me a glober and like call me a troll.
You're a globe earther.
And yell. Well, I'd say I am, yeah, 100%. But like you're using it in
I was trying to help you out. I was trying to let you know, what we're about. That it's not what you've seen on TikTok or anywhere else. Like, it's not all about ice walls and outer lands and domes and stuff like that. Right? Like,
we all started. We all started.
And Special K was trying to point that out to you as well. Like that, we're just here to talk about what we can actually go out into reality and verify for ourselves regarding what is claimed and presented to us from birth about our reality, that we live on a big spinning ball inside a solar system, inside an ever-expanding void, right, of a vacuum of space, right? While we don't experience any of that. We don't. We just don't. You go outside, you don't experience that. It's quite contrary to your natural experience of everyday reality. Right. So then we go out and we look at the surface of water, large bodies of water, and we realize that it's not curving at any particular rate, which means it's just flat, which means it can't be what they're trying to tell us. They, as in academia, media, right? Just all this idea that you're on a big spinning ball in outer space, it can't be true. And that's what we're all about. We're not about presenting you an alternative cosmology where we explain how the sun and the moon work and why the stars doing what they do, or seasons necessarily, or any of the other things that the globe claims to have knowledge of, right? And is reliant upon the Earth being a big spinning ball in outer space. We're not here to replace you. We're just here to share the information that we have that tells us that empirically and objectively that it's not a spinning ball.
Okay, understandable. I respect that answer.
Right.
So I'd say I have a lot of misconceptions, and like I'm coming into talking. I want to talk to people that believe these things, right? Oh, know these things. The word like I'm going to struggle with that. Sorry, but
that's all right.
Obviously, I have a lot of misconceptions, and I want to talk to the people that know these things, right? So. And like understand why it's like that, and like what you think and what you attribute as scientific evidence and so on, right? So like why? So is the basis of like flat Earth being the fact that you can't see curvature and like how it's measured, right?
Kind of,
So
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're on the right track. But yeah, no, we've all been there before. And here's the deal. Like you want to say that you want to understand it or whatever.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard. You have a globe, and they tell you how big it is and how wide it should be, and we went out there and tested it, and it's not that. So then everything else, whether it's the size of the sun or how far away the sun is or the moon and the landing on the moon or anything else, any of the pictures they show you from NASA or anything else, we went out and measured your claim and said that it wasn't real. Your claim sucked. I mean,
It's not
by
his
a little
claim,
bit. Not by a little bit. The claim of the globe sucked. And so here we are. We have no claims about anything else. We have claims that your globe sucked.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions, mate?
Do you what's your thoughts when it comes to well, he was talking about like photos from space and so on, right? That kind of show like the globe as like a round object. Like, do you think that is all like faked or something? Like, do you think it's like doctored or what? Like,
Okay. So we can go into the individual pieces of evidence that show the Earth to be a sphere in some kind of image, and we can look how the image was constructed. It's never really a photograph. Someone's taken a click image. But ultimately, it comes down to this. We've got to verify that image to be true, right? They showed that the surface of the Earth is curved. That means that we should measure that curvature over distance, especially over a distance of water, right? Where, according to the story, gravity pulls everything in towards the center of mass, so the water will be curved upon its surface. When we go to measure that, we don't measure that claim in the picture that, say, NASA give us. So to verify that image, we should have to measure the Earth to test the claim to see if it is curving or not. Being as we don't measure any curvature, that picture that we've got from whoever can't be true.
I get what you're saying. Okay. Right. I understand that. I understand the logic. Okay.
The logic's pretty simple, dude. If we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and water is observed, measured, and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth is horizontal. Horizontal is contradictory to curved. So the Earth can't be a curved surface like a sphere.
Okay.
Right. So if you can grasp that or accept that without any religious or anything else, you can say they've proved it to me that that's true, then everything else falls apart. Like the solar system, everything, because the globe has to be this certain size in order for everything to work that they've ever taught you about the globe. So if we've proven that your globe has flaws to a 999 percentile, you have no proof of a spinning ball Earth, then everything else falls apart as well. So talking about anything else other than these measurements that can be made by you and me together, we could go out and do it. Measure this stuff and say, oh, where's the curve? And so I would straight up welcome anybody after they've done that to the flat Earth. I mean, it's flat. It's measured flat. and everything else. So every other question that you have after this one, after we've figured out that it's not spinning, that it's not curving, that anything else is irrelevant. You could say, well, what about space or the sun or the moon or the stars? No, we want to come back to this measurement. We've measured it and it's flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Are the sun flat as well? Is the moon flat as well?
Is the sun and the moon flat? Now, we can't tell you that because we can't go to the moon and measure it. We can stand on the Earth and we can measure between point A and point B. Now you want to talk for me, that's fine.
Crying? Who's crying in here?
We did go to the moon.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Believe.
The leaf's broken again.
All right, I got him. Never mind.
Thank you.
Wait,
yes, mate.
Does Flat Earth, like, what are your thoughts on the moon landing?
Quite a lot of us would suggest that the moon landings didn't take place in the way that we're told, right? Because the moon is supposed to be in orbit around the Earth, being a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere, so already that story starts falling apart. We'd say that the moon landings kind of took place as to say, maybe add credence to the story of, look how far away we can go from the Earth, and when we turn around and look at it, it looks like a sphere. Back to that claim again of an image being a sphere, and we should be able to measure curvature, which we don't. So it looks like some kind of, on one hand, propaganda piece to add credence to the whole heliocentric solar system model, and two, some kind of technological flex by America, to scare the rest of the world, because all look at the Americans that are going to the moon now.
Right, yeah, understandable.
Hey, man.
This might be a
You
weird
nailed
one.
it right there.
This might be a weird question. I personally believe, do you remember that Katy Perry thing where when they went into space? I think that's fake. I think that's fake as fuck.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if that has. Do you think people going into space like that is like fake, or do you think it's like let's say like the space station? Or
all right. Okay. So I don't think Katy Perry and was it Blue Origin or whatever it is went high enough to mathematically see the curvature of the Earth. And you got to be at least or beyond the International Space Station, and it didn't go that high. We just seem to think. I say we. The public just seem to think that because the Earth's a sphere, you go high up, you're going to start to see the curvature of the Earth at 100,000 feet just in the stratosphere. That's not mathematically true. It's just I don't know, mate. I don't think this happened in the way that we're told, right? It's not a curved surface that we're going above.
Right.
Well, could the Earth be could it be round, but it be way too big to be able to measure it being...
No.
We're too small?
No, because that's a contradiction. He would measure over distance a rate of change of slope, no matter how big the slope is, right?
Right.
Now, it's fortunate, right, because we're told the radius value of the Earth, 3,959 miles, diameter twice that, and circumference 24,000 miles. This also gives us a rate of change of slope, right, of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. It also gives us a geometric horizon for an observer at altitude at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Just to keep that relative to you, that's when you go to the beach and you see the horizon and you're 6 foot. The distance to the horizon, if you're on a sphere, is just under 3 miles away. So the consequences of the claim of the radius give us an Earth we should definitely observe curvature on, and we should definitely measure a rate of change of slope. Because over 10 miles at 66 foot of descent from horizontal, that's crazy.
Okay.
And that's what you should always come back to. That right there. Whether you think Katy Perry went into space or nothing, you should always come back to what Jedi just said. The Earth is not a spinning ball according to what they told us it was, based on the measurements that we've taken. So go on with whatever else you want to think.
Okay. Well, I've never questioned it, to be honest. It's not really.
Neither did we, dude.
Yeah.
That's like me 10, 11 years ago, back in 2015. I'm nearly 50 years old, dude, and I'd never questioned up until it got shown to me on the internet or somebody was talking about it. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that you didn't even need to question, right? So yeah, welcome
Yeah,
to that
same,
club.
yeah. Right. Okay. So, what about people like sailing, like circumnavigating the globe? Oh,
What about it?
what how can you sail from one place, right, and like make it all the way around?
How do you end up where you started from?
Right. Yeah.
Go in a circle. It's built into
Just
the
go in a
word
circle?
circumnavigation. If you're going to navigate east or west, you're going to do that around a pole. East and west are circles of direction around a center point. So for you to circumnavigate the Earth, you just went round in a circle around a pole. Call that pole north.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like walking to the mailbox. Walk down to the mail about less than a mile away. I walk down there and then come
Hold on.
back around.
Someone's got some
Go
crazy
down.
feedback going on. So somebody got that microphone open.
I think it might be like. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now, buddy. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I know. If I walked to my mailbox and then I took the long way home, take the long way home, whatever. I just walked in a circle back to my house. I went down to the mailbox, walked in a circle. Kind of a small scale example, but that's what they do. You start off and you go around and you come back to where you're from. Doesn't mean it's a globe. Doesn't mean it's a globe.
Or you could take your dog for a walk around the block in so many
Yeah,
words. Yeah, something short like that.
Right?
Okay.
So yeah, it's not about going to the mailbox. It's about just walking in a circle. Walk in a circle. You can do it. I can do it in my living room. Start at the ceiling fan, walk around until you get back to the other side of the ceiling fan. Pretty easy.
Yeah. I see what
all.
you're saying.
That's
Well,
how
a lot of this stuff is pretty easy when you think about it. You just don't really think about it, like you said.
No, you
But
don't.
when you
Yeah,
do,
you don't.
it's quite simple.
Well, it's just like, why would they say it's a globe? Like, why would we have that conclusion be
Right.
told to
First,
us if
we're
it's
going to have
not,
to
right?
figure out who they are, and then we're going to have to go ask them, and then we're going to have the problem of asking a liar why they've lied, if indeed that's what they've done. The best we can offer you, mate, is some kind of reasonable speculation. The word that gets brought up an awful lot is control. Now, it might seem weird, right? But if you control someone's perception of reality, what reality is, how it got here, how you got here, your purpose within that, then you've got a lot of control over people's perceptions, right? So that is one of the reasons I would suggest that they'd lied to you. It's control of your perception of reality. It might even go as far deep as your perception of God, even. I don't know, dude. It gets well deep after a while.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I genuinely just want to understand, like, why he's, like, how all this stuff works. All right. I don't want to like take up all the time in the chat too if other people want to ask stuff.
No, you're teaching others as well. They're listening. They're listening and they're hearing what the questions that you have are the same questions that they have. They're listening. If they want to pipe in, they can, but usually they come in and say, "Earth's a ball. Earth's the globe," or "Flat earthers are stupid." But no, with your questions, you're doing a very good job. I think that it's a good conversation. I don't think that you're off track in any way. You're very respectable. And Jedi, by the way, you're a freaking champion. You should change your name to Jedi Champion.
Armor as it is, mate. You're fine. Any other questions,
Right.
Steve?
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, right? Where's like what about like the edge? Like how? Like what's the explanation?
Don't know.
Like have we never been? Don't know.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, mate. No, I definitely don't know. Right?
Yeah.
No flat earther that I've known has experienced what is commonly called the edge, the limit to our environment, whatever that is. This is one of the reasons why no flat earther can actually make a claim to a shape of the earth, because to figure out the limit, to figure out the shape, you're going to have to go to the edge, right, and then map that edge. Yeah, we can't do that. If someone has, they haven't turned around to us and told us, being as these people are possibly trying to tell us the Earth's a sphere, and this would be counteractive to that claim. So I don't know, dude, but I haven't experienced it, whatever that would be.
Okay. All right. I'm going to talk in like a hypothetical, right? Like hypothetically, Earth is flat, right? And there is an edge, right? Do you think that there would be, like, do you think it would, like, it obviously, do you think it would have been found by like governments? And like that's would be like, for example, like why you can't freely go somewhere like that, or like
maybe not.
Maybe
I mean,
not.
potentially. There's a lot of areas on the world that you can't freely traverse anyway. Right, you need special permissions to go. Even things like passport, but harbour masters, plan of route. Even if you're going to dangerous locations, you're going to need people to rescue you. Right, these places include north of the 60th parallel, north, and below the southern 60th parallel, the Arctic regions. Right, so again, areas to question, but it's kind of hard to freely traverse across the Earth. And for me to do it, I'm going to need an awful lot of finances and resources to do so. Even if I did have the plane, I'm going to need food and fuel to go on, which could be in potential of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. So like
it may be right. It may be right. It may be that certain individuals have been assigned to explore as far as they can, and reported back that if they were to attempt to go any further, they'd die. And like there could be ongoing investigation into exploring that, right? Rather than those extents, rather than to find an end, right? Like who knows, bro? I'm speculating here. Like just to be courteous with you for a moment, right? But in your hypothetical, right, I could envision like authorities that don't necessarily want the majority of the population to know their secrets, right? To know what they've discovered, conducting an ongoing investigation into, exploring just how far it does go, right? And that Antarctica, whatever that is, could be a hub, right? A base from which to continue to do that, right? Because even Globers will tell you and ask questions. Why is Antarctica so secretive? What is out there? And they describe its environment as being very deadly and harsh and inhospitable, right? But look. I don't know. Like if I was younger and I'd come across this and I was I would be so curious. I would be out there. I would be attempting to explore all I possibly could, but I'm not. So it's it's going to be left to other generations if they intend to try it.
It's kind of hard to go to your tourist agency and get a flight to somewhere that we haven't been before, please. That's really hard to do. Always go to some known airport or something.
Understandable. Okay.
All exploration now is really highly regulated. I mean, there's regions, like whether it be on the ocean or on land, that are just so difficult. Like your access to it is none to very limited. And even some countries, in their areas that you go to, you have to be supervised. I mean, it's crazy, but that's true. So, who knows, bro? You said earlier, about is it possible that there's other lands that are unknown, upon which are populations which are to us unknown. And I'll tell you right now, even with our known land, there's people that nobody knows exist and isn't really held accountable for anything.
Yeah. I just think it's a cool thought. That's a thought experiment that I thought was interesting. That's why I asked the question, right? Because if there is, and let's say the world is flat, and let's say it's super like real big, right? And there's more stuff around the outside. There could be civilizations similar to ours, right? They could be asking the same thing, right? You know what I mean? It's interesting to think about. What's the thoughts then on global climate change, right? Because isn't that whole thing doesn't that hinge entirely on the world being a globe? Or no?
Is it?
I'd say so, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
Climate change, right? CO2 in the atmosphere getting trapped around the Earth, right? And melting the polar ice caps and so on. Wouldn't global warming hinge on the fact that the world is a globe, or no? Am I wrong?
No, not necessarily, because this is just a system that we're living in, right? So, in terms of physics, a closed system, and we know it has to be a closed system because there's a certain amount of volume of gas that we can experience, right? And by laws of thermodynamics, is dictated that must be a closed area, right? Like a volume, a defined volume, right, within which such a system could exist, right? Dynamic as it may be, so the only way that you could even have problems with a climate would be by having that closed system, which is perfectly fine and in line with what we're talking about.
Okay.
All you need for a climate change problem, right, is the energy and the system, energy into the system, or that energy being increased or decreased would cause climate problems, and does, as we experience seasons, right? That's climate change. Right there. It's funny how they take these terms that we should just be naturally accepting as being true because we experience them every day, right, and every year, and turning it into something that we should be fearful of. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Right. So could there be another explanation instead of the one that they told you? Always.
Well, understandable. Well, you brought up seasons,
the sun.
I mean, I'm not the sun. It would just be the sun.
Yeah, the sun does that. You noticed in the
but
summer it's higher in the sky and you see it for longer. In the winter it's lower in the sky and when it's summer for us in the north, it's winter for them in the south. That's for when it's high in the sky for us and we see it longer. It's lower in the sky for them and they see it. So really, it's the sun. We know the sun rises and sets on different locations on the horizon every day throughout the year. It's the sun that does that.
Okay.
It's observable.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, right? Because we didn't say that the Earth was a shape, just because you've come in with some misconceptions and stuff. We definitely don't say that the Earth is a disk. We don't say that the disk is rising upwards at 9.87 meters per second squared to cause the vector of downwards for gravity. We don't say that shit. We're also not the third disk from the sun, as in all of the planets. They are now disks because the Earth is a disk. Everything's flat. No, we don't make that claim. It might be easier to understand that our claim is as simple as this. The Earth is flat and stationary under the sun, moon, and stars. That's pretty much what we observe. So the sun, moon, and stars, those are the things that are in motion. The Earth is flat and stationary underneath those things that are in motion. The size of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, we haven't got a clue.
Okay. Well, I was always under the assumption that flat Earth meant the world, the Earth would be a disk then. All right, okay, interesting.
No, we're not saying it's a disk. We're saying that it's measured flat. That's it.
The internet says it's a disc.
Well, yeah,
TV
okay.
says it's a disc. Memes say it's a disc. That's because they're all made by
If
globalists.
I think of any more questions, I'll come and ask them. Thank you for your time.
More than welcome, buddy. Join us anytime. Like I says, 24/7.
Thanks for coming. Very respectable. Loved it.
I just want to get a read from the room. Like, 10 of us believe it's flat, 5 of us don't.
Why does that matter?
Going for a consensus.
I don't know.
So let's go down the list. The YouTube bots, I don't know what they believe because they don't have minds. 20 Cups is a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Jesus Christ, obviously he's a flat earther. Kingsley, yes, flat earther. Marcus, unknown. Matrix, positive. Matthew, definitely not. Well, he's a hidden flat earther. He knows it's flat. Just won't admit it to himself. We got the Muses bot. We got currently a flat earther unless we play Globe Earther stuff. Relay Criterion, flat earther. Sham. I don't know what your status is, Sham. SpaceX.
I believe it's flat. I can't prove it, but I believe it's flat.
You can't prove it? Why can't you prove it?
Maybe you're a much kinder audience that I used to have, but I don't know. I've been in Hangouts and people don't agree with you and your brand.
Yeah, but hold on. Those are two different things. Whether they don't agree with you, that's one thing. Whether you can prove it, that's another thing. Proof doesn't matter if they agree or not.
I worked with satellites a bit, and I know we got images that are basically black with different depths, and we got to color them.
We got images that are flat? What does that mean?
No. They were much smaller. There were images of the Middle East, and basically we were doing studies on the River Nile, and the images came fully black, and we had to, they say, what did they call it? Like, adjust the data, which is literally we color them. So I know there's a lot of fake data given because we only have a black image with different depths, and the deepest black is the river. You get how editable that is. So I know that there's a lot of room for people to play with data.
Yeah. I mean, but pictures wouldn't prove anything unless those pictures are somehow like verifiable. Like I could show you a picture of like Santa Claus, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But how do we verify there's actually a Santa Claus?
I don't know, but I remember.
And that's not just a guy in a Santa costume or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Are you from China?
No, I'm not from China.
Oh, you think that's the Avatar?
That's from the movie Kill Bill. Ever seen it? I don't think you're old enough to watch it. I don't think Lime was old enough to watch Kill Bill without parental supervision. But anyway, the only way you can prove what the Earth is measurement. You got to measure it. You can't just fucking look at it. Looking at it isn't good enough. Like you wouldn't like take a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Build it and take a photograph of it and go, look, man, this house is a square or a cube or something. That wouldn't prove the house is a cube. You'd have to go like take a tape measure and measure it, right? The house.
That'd be hard to do.
Well, that's the only way to prove what it is to measure it, right?
Yeah.
The photograph wouldn't do it.
Yes, you got that right. Perspectives.
Okay, so that's what we're concerned with. We're not concerned of people claiming the Earth looks like that or looks like this, because we could just say the same thing. Hey, I took a picture from, the Bolivian salt flats and the Earth looks flat. I mean, so what? I mean, it doesn't matter. So what you can do is you can measure the Earth is supposed to curve, basically, right? So it's a curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So if the Earth isn't doing that, then it's not a ball. At least not a ball the size they say it is.
I mean, the model of the ball doesn't work with 7 heavens and 7 earths. It just doesn't work.
The model of the ball don't work at all anyway. works in people's minds, because that's the only place where it exists. It exists in the mind only. Doesn't exist out there in nature. That's really what we try to tell people is that, you can think that Earth's a ball, you can think it's whatever you want, but eventually you have to go out into nature, into the natural world, right? And demonstrate that, whatever that ball or shape is supposed to be, that's what it actually is out there, not on a piece of paper.
But if you think about it, that means Galileo was wrong, and he was the only one who was wrong. Like there existed a time where the majority believed it was flat.
Galileo thought comets were optical illusions.
Can you say that again?
Galileo thought that comets were optical illusions.
Okay, so he was
obviously wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things.
Interesting. I remember the beginning of a scientific thinking course.
Well, they tested a lot of some stuff he did, right? They tested like the rotation of the Earth, like at Galileo's time. The way we hear it now is like everybody just believed it, and they're like, "Oh my God, Galileo, you're so smart." But people at the time of his time didn't buy it, and they did things to prove him wrong. And they didn't prove him wrong. Like, you know what they did? They took like a cannon and they stuck it like in the back of a wagon, and they would shoot it straight up in the air. And a cannonball would land back into the freaking cannon. Now, if the Earth is spinning, how's that possible?
Good point.
So they like all sorts of these tests were done. This is back during Galileo's time. So the thing about the globe Earth thing is that like the only thing you'll hear about are the things that work. But there's lots of things that don't work, but you'll never hear about them. The only way you're going to hear about them is if you're in here, because you're going to hear them from us, right? The globe is like a used car. Oh, I want to buy a car. Well, here's a car. The engine's good. The tires are awesome, brand new tires. And the stereo's mint. What they don't tell you is the brakes are failing. The clutch is gone. There's a hole in the gas tank, right? They don't tell you all that stuff. They only tell you stuff that works. That's what the globe is like. They tell you the stuff that works, and the stuff that don't work, you don't even know it exists.
Yeah, at some point. But why do you think governments and like scientific institutions wouldn't admit that? Or do you think they don't?
They don't know any. Because they don't know. They don't know any better.
Wow.
Think of any scientist. Which one do you think, out of any scientist that you can think of, actually tested whether the Earth is a globe or not? Actually went out and did an experiment.
It's such a primitive idea. You wouldn't actually think of that every day, but I would point.
Okay, yes, you answered your own question. Why do they think this? Is because they think it's already been figured out and they don't need to test it.
Yeah. If you get your point.
Yeah, I don't need to test that. Somebody else figured it out. They'll say ships over the horizon, air dots, and all the stuff from 2,000 years ago. But if you actually analyze what they're saying carefully, right? So ships over the horizon. Okay. What does that mean? Ship sails away. It disappears hull first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears because it went over the curve of the Earth. Mm-hmm. Well, if you actually analyze that a little closer, you'll find out that the horizon moves around. So one day you'll go out and it'll be 5 miles away. Another day you'll go out and it'll be 3 miles away. Another day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. So when you see the ship disappear and the horizon is not actually a fixed location, what's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? An Earth that's changing in size? Because how can it be the curvature of the Earth if it's changing? Is the curve changing?
No. Someone told me that that's the projectile of your eye, and that light can bend, and that's why it happens. Like you see the curvature because of gravity, not because it exists.
No, I'm talking about the horizon. You know what horizon is?
Yeah, it's like the end of your sight.
Yeah, it's the end of your sight, but people think that's where the curve starts, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and that person was trying to explain that the curvature exists because you see...
That's not curvature of the Earth, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be. And I told you why. Because it moves around.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the curve of the Earth and it moves around, does the curve move around?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, because the Earth would have to change size, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we know that's not possible. So that can't be it. It can't be the curve of the Earth. Because we can observe the horizon being 10 times too far. We can observe it being 10 times too close. Because the globe Earth model makes prediction of where the horizon should be. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So however many feet high you are, you take the square root of that, you multiply it times 1.22 in miles, and then you'll have the horizon distance, what it's supposed to be. But you'll never actually see it there. You'll see it everywhere but there. You'll see it 10 times farther away.
That's interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you right now. I'll show you these oil rigs, right? So these oil rigs, they're 10 miles away from the camera. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I had a friend though. He made a statement that I don't find too extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point, but he told me.
So just hold that up for 1 second. We'll get in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this camera is 8 feet above the ocean water. Now the globe Earth says that the horizon from 8 feet should be like 6 kilometers away, something like that. 8 feet is like 1.6 meters. Okay,
that's not 6 kilometers. I think that's a bit.
The furthest oil rig is like 16 kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
The horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Now, if you look closely at this video, you can actually see land beyond the oil rigs. Okay, where the horizon is. That land is 30 miles away, which is about, 48 kilometers or something. So the horizon is like nearly 48 kilometers away, but it's only supposed to be, not even 4 kilometers away. So why is the horizon so far away? That's where the curve of the Earth is supposed to start, like you were saying, right? This is what people think. But the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Horizon is created visually by a small angle of view and the meteorological condition, whatever that is, depending how dusty, how much water vapor, how clear the air is, the humidity, the temperature, all these things they create the horizon, the combination of all these things.
Yeah, I see your point.
So I'm just saying is if you take an average scientist, right, and they think, oh, is the Earth the globe? They go, okay, ships over the horizon. They might see a video and they go, oh shit, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth. And they're just taking it at first glance, just saying, hey, it's curve of the Earth. I don't have to investigate any farther. I saw that video. I know the Earth's a globe. I saw that. But they never investigated whether the claim that the horizon is the curve in the first place, whether that's true. And it's not true. That's the thing. So that's just one example of why they don't investigate. You know, I've talked to PhDs, and Matthew Lawrence, who's in here, he ain't a PhD, but he teaches at university. He's a professor. Yeah. So, like, we talk to academics, you know, scientists, you name it. We talk to people, and typically, invariably, and Matthew can confirm this, they don't actually know anything about. They don't know anything about this subject. They don't know anything.
No, I agree.
Yeah, go ahead. What was that, Matt?
That's true. I agree. They don't know much about the flat Earth or the globe Earth ideas. I did my own research, but most people don't.
Yeah, Matt is yeah, I'll give Matt credit. He's actually put some work in. He didn't just like ChatGPT his way through this shit. So, credit for that.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. You said you talked to scientists and
yeah. Matthew Lawrence, he teaches at mathematics course at university.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And
he's just confirming that most.
I teach. Yeah, I teach mathematics part time at a local university. And I'm a glober.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought like physics and math people would figure it out first.
They could.
Yeah.
But like you said, most people just think, oh, it's an old idea. I don't need to investigate it.
Probably.
They just automatically believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think, well, if everybody believes it, then there must be a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to just believe it too. They never really thought about it at all.
I don't think this is up to democracy. Like, you should prove that shit.
I agree.
But I had a friend that he told me you would disrupt a lot in the system. And I asked him how so. And he said to agree that it's a flat earth, that means that, which I didn't know, like I didn't understand why he made that connections. But he said that means that we're not revolving around the sun, and like the planets will be revolving around the earth, and also discredits the moon landing. And he kept, like, he jumped from one point to another, and I did not understand why is that related. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's consequences to saying that the Earth is flat, because now it's not a sphere and it doesn't spin on its axis, and it's going around the sun, and the moon is in orbit around the sun. It changes the whole cosmology.
Yes, he referenced that before Galileo, it was not a heliocentric design. Actually, the Earth was the center of the design. And you have the sun on, like...
Well, to be fair, so hold on, to be fair, okay, you're talking about the West, okay? But you're not talking about the world. So the world did not think the Earth was a globe. So it started in Greece. So some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. Okay? And then as time progressed, some Persians and some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. And then that kind of permeated through Europe. But the rest of the world thought the Earth was flat until the West, people from the West, went to their countries and, you know, I'll be nice and say they introduced it. Though they introduced it with cannonballs and fucking gunpowder.
Yeah. Shared it.
It's one way of progress. Like, yeah.
They painted the cannonballs with globes and then shot it through their teepees or whatever.
It's interesting. I wish I understood more about that kind of science. But I know this. I'm a developer. I do a lot of coding, and I know that Google used to, much like airplane systems, they used to have a 2D system, So they didn't use any kind of I don't know, like you can see a linear Earth, and they used to like map their systems based on that. And I think
still do.
Matthew can correct me here, but this is just the difference between the Cartesian and the polar methods. Like there's equation to convert that globe kind of map into a flat map. There's no problem with that. Like it's another perspective as far as math concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, we know all that. We know that the map is just an arbitrary coordinate reference system. Doesn't mean anything. We choose Cartesian coordinates. Now the Google Earth uses the web. What's called the Web Mercator. So it's a Mercator map, which makes the Earth like a cylinder. So Google Earth's a cylinder that's wrapped on a ball. Got it?
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, right? So you know this from video games, right? You could take any like little 2D fucking image and wrap it on any wireframe 3D model that you want, right? You just project it and wrap it around there.
Exactly.
So it doesn't. Yeah, none of that crap. Like, but people, we get a lot of is like, hey, dude, if I look at Flight Aware 24 and it shows a plane flight, the plane's path is curved, so the Earth has to be a ball. Like, no, you're looking at a Mercator map, and if you put a straight line on that, it's going to appear curved. If it's traversing the coordinate system that they chose, this dual pole coordinate system, right? When you do that transformation, that geometric transformation, that's the way the line's going to look. And then I have to show them, right, a polar coordinate system, literally from pilots in the cockpit of an airplane, that shows that they're taking a straight line, right? So in that projection, it's a straight line. You switch it to Mercator projection, it looks curved. But they think the plane is actually flying a curved line. They take that idea, right, that mathematical construct, and they reify it and think that that's what's happening in the real world, right? As opposed to just having like arbitrary coordinates assigned to places. Well, they're not arbitrary; they're based upon the celestial sphere. But you know what I mean. That like that shit is not real. There is no objectively true map. There's only choices of coordinates. That's it. And you can place things relative to some other thing following some rule, and that's all you can really do.
But I'm sorry, can I like highlight a phrase you just said? There is objectively no true map?
No. This is called the map territory problem. You ever hear this?
No.
The map is not the territory. To make 100% accurate map, that map would be as big as the territory you're making the map of. Right?
Oh, you don't need a carbon copy.
Well, I'm just saying, it's got, like, no map can be absolutely true, because you're going to pick and choose the things that are important to include in the map, and things which need to be, you choose things that you have to throw away that can't be displayed on the map. So we'll take a map, right, and then like, now, how you want to take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map, and we have topography like a mountain.
Yeah.
Now, how far away are those 2 points? Well, I could drive over the surface and drive up one side of the mountain and down the other. And if I was going to put that on a flat map, how am I going to show that distance? But then there's the crow's fly distance of how far away those points are, as to how far the crow would fly. And then there's the distance to what it would look like if I was like taking a photograph of it. Okay, projecting to a point. So you would have a central projection with parallel lines, or you could have a single a 1 point observer perspective, like taking a photograph. And then how I make that map, like how I display those distances, is going to be different for each one, right? So you're arbitrarily choosing how you want to display the map based upon what you want to show. But none of those maps are wrong, and none of those maps are true. They're correct for their purpose, but they're not correct for all purposes. You understand?
Yeah, like you can have a right map, but it's not as accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to throw out, like, if you don't want to display the topography, like the actual ground distance, the surface area, right? If the ground is lumpy, you're going to have more surface area than if the ground is smooth. But my map, my piece of paper is smooth.
Mm-hmm.
So how am I going to show the ground distance, the actual surface area of the terrain, and how far you would actually have to travel if you walked or drove a car? Because you're going to walk according to the, say you have to go up and down hills. It'd be different if I was walking, like, say there's like I said, a mile between points and it's flat. That's just a mile. But if there's up and down hills, I might have to walk freaking 2 miles to move along that 1 mile, right? So we're choosing what we want to display. That's the point.
I see. And does it have to do anything with the moon landing?
Well, the moon landing is just bullshit. I don't even know what to say about that. Hold on, Ray, should I bring it up? Should I bring up the fucking Greenpeace?
Yeah, I mean, get the lights out in the shadows. I mean, the only real relevance I
No, did you hear that earlier, Jedi?
No,
why they couldn't do the tapes anymore? The moon tapes. Why they had to tape over them and they lost all the moon tape? Oh, because they couldn't. Because to make the tapes, they had to hunt whales.
What the fuck?
Because the material, like some substance, came from whales to make the tapes. So they banned whaling.
Oh God!
So
okay.
So Greenpeace is the reason we don't have the evidence of the moon.
That's fucking brilliant. Oh wow!
And the thing is, I'm not joking. I'm actually being serious.
I know you know.
I can't wait to drop this on a normie, dude. I'm like, man, the moon landing's fucked up, man.
Hey,
they lost all those tapes and evidence. It's fucking Greenpeace's fault, and they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Greenpeace? What's Greenpeace got to do with the moon landing? Well, let me tell you something. Yeah. So they lost all the moon landing tapes. You know that, right?
The one that was
all the tapes.
I know there was a case that was advertised on TV where
3,600 boxes of tapes gone.
Oh, tapes. Okay.
Tapes. So like all the recordings, the evidence, the proof they went to the moon, the dog ate it.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You can go read the NASA report on like what happened to the tapes. Oh, we just lost them. We taped over them. We did this. We did that. We threw them away. We lost them in the couch. The dog ate it.
It's all the stuff with all the computer readouts that are recorded, all of the telemetry data, right? All of this stuff that was recorded on tape. It's gone.
Magnetic tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to IBM, they're still considered the most lifelong or like long-lasting form of storage so far, and I don't.
Not if you can't find them.
Or tape over them.
Yeah, but I was done when I heard about the case, like the court case from I think it was the guy was from Texas and he was the congressman and he was killed and his wife and a lot of people in the case, and I was like, okay, this is enough evidence for me.
Oh, the NASA guy. I know what you're talking about. The one that was investigating Gus Grissom's murder.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember the names.
Yeah,
but I know
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He was murdered for investigating a murder.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the proof that they went to the moon, which would be the telemetry data, which shows you where the rocket actually went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would prove the moon landings happened. They lost it. That's what they say. They lost it. They taped over it. They lost it. It's gone.
I remember we were invited to a conference once and we were watching drones. race or like having a challenge on of who can. They were not drones. They were like RC cars, yeah, and they were challenged to run for 1 kilometer on the surface of the moon. And I was like, how come? Like, how can you get the RC cars there? And if you check the project with the font of a size 4, I guess, because you have to squint to see such font, it says that the space conditions and moon conditions are recreated on Antarctica. So this is all on Earth, but with the smallest font, with the biggest headline, 1 kilometer race on the moon. You see how deceiving that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all propaganda and bullshit to keep the narrative alive and in people's minds.
But I get it. Like I get why they had to fake a moon landing. It was a space race between the Russian, Soviet Russia. You don't want to appear as like less. You want to be the more advanced country. I get that, and we did reap the benefits a lot. Like a lot of internet technologies came from that space project. I have to admit that because like
the internet came from DARPA. Didn't have nothing to do with space. Had to do with the Cold War and not wanting communications to have a single point of failure. But what you said about the United States, we got the documents, bro. So when NASA was formed, they said the classified documents on what their motivation for forming NASA are public information now. They said that they just wanted the rest of the world to think that we were technologically superior so that no one would attack us.
Mm-hmm.
So Yoder, he's a flat earther. He's one of us. I don't know. It might be in my DMs. He might have sent them to me. But he's got the actual documents that show it. What they said at the time. They used to be classified. They're not anymore. They said that it's basically a psychological operation to project power and the idea of technological superiority so that no one will rise up against us as a competitor. Basically,
Hasn't President Trump moved that agenda along recently? Saying that NASA's like a spy and surveillance agency and a few other things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, they have like I understand why this is happening. Like this, I consider this some kind of political scheme, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, like what do you benefit from it?
I'll tell you.
The lie. Like what do you benefit here? Fam?
Oh, what do you benefit about the lie? I don't know. There's lots of things, dude. Right.
Do you think if we knew, we would tell you? We'd be freaking in on the grift, dude. What are you talking about? Getting my money.
I don't know, man. I had a friend, and he was like the very same friend that was making the link with the moon landing and the Earth being in the center and stuff like that. He said the same bullshit is happening with genetics, and I told him how come, and he was like, the idea of us evolving from the apes and stuff like that. And I said, there's a lot of scientific papers written based on that. And he was like, yeah, I can write a paper opposing that, and I can find people to endorse it. That's no problem. But he told me, as a religious, or like he follows the Abrahamic faith. So he tells me the Abrahamic faith has a start. There is Adam, there's Eve, and this is how humanity started. So you have kind of an alternative story, a fake one. And still I asked him why, like who would benefit from that? And I'm not sure at this point. I believe him. I don't believe it started from the
Okay, I'll tell you, dude.
The idea of God.
Yeah, so your friend, assuming it was a friend,
no, he is.
Well, listen, he has a point, right? So the current cosmology, they have a creation story, right? How reality was created. Does the Bible? Yes.
Right? Is still there?
They say the Big Bang created everything. They have a story how man was created. The Bible says God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, and their creation story is man arose by evolution from a black fucking goo slime pond that got struck by lightning or some shit.
I'm sorry. I was cut off. You said your friend, and I said he means well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, what I said
missed
was
the majority of what you said, though.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. They have a creation story in the modern so-called science. The Big Bang.
Yeah.
That created the universe. Just like in the Bible, God created the universe. In the beginning, the Lord God said, "Let there be light." Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Right? So,
yeah.
They have a creation story. The science have a creation of man story. How man was created. Yeah, we evolved from apes. Right? And in the Bible creation story, God created man out of the dust of the earth. Right? So they both got that.
Okay.
Okay, so the claims of the Bible, can you figure them out yourself, or do you have to rely on priests and prophets? Yeah, right. You get like in the Bible is the prophets that tell you the word of God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who tells you the Earth is a globe? Can you do that yourself, or do you got to rely on other people?
Mostly.
You got to rely on astronauts.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, right? Everybody else is just believing on them. So it's the same thing, right? There's these special people. They have the special knowledge you don't, and you can't get it. It's the same thing. It's all the same, right? And as far as like why would people want you to believe that nonsense? Is you got to think of where it leads to. It leads to freaking nihilism and solipsism, that life has no meaning, and that you're a small speck of dust on an infinite, uncaring universe, right? And on top of that, you have to believe this other thing, which is particularly insidious. And I harp on this a lot because I think it's very fucking important. That you have to believe your entire experience of reality is an illusion. So when you go to the ocean and you observe the Earth to be flat, that's an illusion. It's actually a giant fucking ball. And you can't see the giant ball. You only see something flat. But that's not the way reality really is. It's some other way. So you can't rely on your eyes to determine where you are. And then they say the Earth is spinning. The sun's not moving. You're moving. The stars aren't moving. You're moving. The moon's not moving. You're moving. So now reality is exactly the opposite of what you see.
Exactly.
You can't trust that either. So what do you trust? That you can't trust yourself and trust your senses. So you get the drift. So let me tell you something that happened for real 2 days ago. Kid came in here. He said, "Give me a credible source that the Earth is flat." I said, "You." He said, No. What do you mean me? I said, "Oh, well, if you go to the ocean looks flat, right?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, yeah, you're your credible source." He was like, "No, I'm not a credible source." He literally just started throwing his own self under the bus so that I could give him some other person to tell him what reality was. That he couldn't rely on himself to figure out what it was. That he needed to go, "Hey, I don't know anything. I need some fucking someone smarter than me to tell me what everything's about."
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the purpose, is to freaking basically turn you into a mental fucking slave.
Interesting. I mean, my friend got there in a different route, but he got to the kind of the same conclusion. He was like, they're creating, and I'm not sure who are they, but he said they're creating systems that are fully fake, and you get lost in them, and you're very far from reality.
They're telling you reality's fake. I mean, people say to us, "Well, you gonna think gravity's fake?" They're literally saying the reality's fake. I go to the ocean. I go to any ocean or large body of water go to. It's flat on its surface. It looks flat. It's measured as flat. It's used as flat. But all that is fake. That it's actually a big ball. Why? Because some fucking special astronaut said they saw the Earth as a ball when they got on a giant fucking Roman candle and flew really high in the air. And then, trust me, bro, I saw a big ball. Or I can just rely on myself and go, well, I didn't see a big ball. I have no reason to fucking trust your bullshit. You're a fucking government agent. You're in the military, sworn to whatever they want to swear you to. And no, I don't have to believe that bullshit story.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So that's what people get confused, as if they're being forced to believe that the Earth is a globe, and people say, "Oh, who's hiding the flat Earth?" It's not being hidden. It's right out there in front of your face. You choose individually to go, I don't believe, I want to believe something else. Someone said the Earth is a globe. I see it flat. I don't care about that. I want to believe what this person said. Instead, they choose that. Maybe they chose it when they were a little kid, when they were 5 years old in kindergarten. They chose it then and they never revisited the idea. But at some point in time, they chose it. They chose to believe that because they sure as hell weren't shown any evidence that it's true. No one showed you evidence in kindergarten the Earth is a globe. No one showed you in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade. Nobody showed you anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that perspective, they feed the other like the global idea is fed through movies, through schools, through everything.
It's everywhere. It is everywhere.
That's the default, yeah.
So let me tell you this: when I first realized the Earth was flat, that was literally the first thing I noticed. Is to how much globe, astronaut, space, imagery, propaganda, stories, how much it was surrounding me. It's everywhere. It's like you can't get away from it no matter where you go. You turn the TV channel, go on the internet, read a book, go in the bookstore. It's everywhere. You're completely surrounded by it. And I never realized it before. It's like think about it like this. Say you're in a secular country and then you go to a foreign country that's like really hardcore into some religion. And like they have like, say they're like Buddhist or something, and everywhere you go, there's fucking little Buddhas everywhere, and mandalas, and fucking prayer bowls, and all the stuff that goes with that religion, and it's everywhere, surrounding you everywhere. Of course, you're gonna notice because you're from another country. You're not used to seeing that. So yeah. I'm from America. I'm used to seeing like globe stuff and all that all around me, and I never noticed until I realized all that was nonsense. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm underwater in this stuff.
It's like in that movie. I walk by
a van.
Puts the glasses on.
Yeah, exactly, Matrix. Exactly. It's like freaking They Live, man. And like, I go by like a place, it's a plumbing store, and it's like Global Plumbing. What the fuck does plumbing have to do with a globe?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people use it in advertising because they think, oh my God, people, well, I know what we can do. I want people to think that we're modern and high tech. So we'll throw a globe on the side of the van. We'll call ourselves Global Plumbing, and people will fucking call off the hook, dude. It's like advertising.
But it's synonymous. Like they can call themselves international and will give the same idea. They don't have to use the globe.
They can call themselves quantum too. They can call quantum plumbing, right?
You'd be surprised people do that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I brought it up. So they could call it scientific plumbing, right? They could call it any number of stupid shit that's like that's in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary plumbing. That would be cool. How about dino plumbing? Plumbing dinosaurs. Freaking.
Everything has an AI tag these days.
It's never referred to as Earth either. It's always referred to as a globe.
Yeah. Not Earth warming, global warming. Around the globe.
Yeah.
The global community.
Global warming, yes. I did not realize that.
It's the global village about 10, 15 years ago.
Dang.
Everything's branding these days, right? They want to sell it to you. It will sound cool. It might even sound in these instances with scientific, like it's comes from some type of authority, because they can slap words around it. Even with like the letter I, these days we get sold a lot of things, right? We get sold this dream, but yeah, the propaganda tools everywhere.
True. I used to believe in scientific papers, but I know that they're not all accurate. Like
they contradict each other and have different ideas.
Exactly. You can easily find papers that are canceling each other.
I mean, modern science is in crisis. I think everybody knows that. It's falling apart. The wheels are coming off that wagon.
I think people who got to like go through further studies realize that, but mostly, like the most people would believe modern science still. Like they don't know how much, like how credible the papers are or not. They think this is a product.
Well, hey, let me tell you, what was the last great actual scientific achievement? An actual one. The last great scientific discovery. When was that?
It's very specific though, because I used to check the history of Nobel Prize for Science specifically, and there's stuff like
I mean, like fundamental shit, dude, like fundamental physics.
No, nothing that big. I think you go back to Einstein being like discovering the photons and proving radiation.
Well, think about this: is that science kind of got solidified, like frozen, in between like 1908 and 1928. Like all the ideas, quantum physics, relativity, special relativity, all these ideas, they come from that, like a time period. That time period. And since that time period, and they came up with those ideas, there's been almost no actual progress in fundamental physics. Now they've added freaking bells and whistles to the Standard Model, and bullshit that no one cares about. But they don't know, which is the Standard Model is probably fucking wrong, and I could go into why it's wrong. The Standard Model of particle physics is because there's a value that from which all that is calculated, and that value is unknown and not actually correct. And they actually cheated to even have a value. It's called the G. It's called the G factor, and it's based upon what's called Larimar precession. Larimar is a guy, so the guy detected that. Just like the precession, they say of the Earth, right? That the Earth wobbles. They say that electrons wobble, and this is kind of how nuclear magnetic resonance imaging works. So, based upon this wobble, it has a certain energy, and if that energy has one value, then that for the Standard Model to be correct, this has to have a certain value within some range. And the thing is, they know this, and they've been fudging that value for fucking 60, 70 years. It's a very hard value to calculate. So what's happened is they did the test to find the value. And then that test revealed that their calculation and that value did not match. So because it's like a 12-order polynomial equation, and this is pre-computers, then they have to calculate. So they calculate another polynomial, and then they have another value. Then they do an experiment, and that's wrong. Well, first it's right, and then it's wrong. It's very funny. But the thing is, there's a guy named Freeman Dyson. He was a famous physicist at Princeton. He He was so aggravated by what they were doing in physics is that he quit. He quit physics and went to be an astronomer. Okay. So it was highly controversial at the time, but it's something that's forgotten about now. It's things like neutrinos, like just all sorts of shit that are wrong. But the point is that the fundamental physics, it hasn't progressed any. We're still stuck in ideas from the 20s. 100 years ago, we're stuck in those. And are we going to sit here and say, oh yeah, because they're right? Do you think they're going to still say they're right in 500 years? Like 500 years from now, they're like, oh yeah, 20th century, they fucking figured it all out, man. What a good century.
No,
they're not going to say that. They're going to say those dudes were fucking retards. Just like we say people are retards from 500 years before us, right?
I mean,
you got to think, dude, that everything you think you know is true right now is probably wrong.
But I believe that like some of the Middle Ages were they had some decent discoveries. If you go back to Plato, Aristotle, they had a functioning model.
What? Functioning model of what? What did Plato and Aristotle have a model of? They were philosophers. If you're talking about a globe model, that was Eratosthenes, and they used something called epicycles. Or not Eratosthenes, Ptolemy. But that's not important. Just because you have a working model, we just talked about this, reifying the mathematics and saying the mathematics is real. That's a reification fallacy. And yeah, that's no-go.
Yeah. I actually heard the same argument about the theory of relativity, because it works at some point and other points it doesn't. And that doesn't work mostly in like science. That's not how it should go. But you seem to be like you know more about the topic, and I have a final question. I watched the documentary on Netflix that tried to prove it was flat. You remember that? Okay.
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Why didn't it work? That magnet they got at the end, or I can't remember what kind of device.
The fiber optic gyro.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? There was two things. There was Jeranism, and he did. There's supposed to be a laser test. The laser melted, so they used a flashlight because they had like 100 people there. They didn't want to just fucking do it for no reason. They didn't want the people to just completely waste their time. They're like, fuck it, we'll try it with a flashlight. And obviously it didn't work with a flashlight. It couldn't have worked, and probably wouldn't even have worked with a laser, because it's too hard to actually accurately line up the holes. Think of how hard that is to line up holes that are like 1.6 kilometers apart, that are 8 inches around.
As long as the divergence rate of the light beam wasn't too big, they should have been able to do it with a laser, as long as it was strong enough to go that far.
Yeah.
Like if it was only a pissy little laser, then you just go, yeah, nah. But if it was one of those high-powered bastards that they're using to go across lakes and shit like that...
Maybe. I mean, maybe, but, you know...
And the gyro didn't work because...
well, first of all, Bob, the person in that place, he never did the test. He never actually owned a gyro. It was other people. And the results he said they got are not what they got. He was misinformed. So that gyro was owned by a person named Rick Zimmerman. His name on YouTube was Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They nuked his channel during COVID because he spoke up against that shit. So they nuked his channel. So he's the person that actually owned it. It was a fiber optic gyro, cost about $7,000. And they never measured 15 degrees per hour, and they couldn't have done that because you would have to be at a pole to actually measure that. And I don't think he was at the North or South Pole. So the Netflix people that made that admitted that because there was flat earthers on there teaching their kids to be flat earthers, they felt a moral duty to basically turn it into a fucking hit piece.
Interesting. But Doesn't the flat Earth model assume there's only one pole? Like if you have the North Pole, you don't have the South Pole.
There's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth, and the pole thing is just a reification, dude. You can freaking take New York City and say this is the North Pole and create a whole coordinate system based upon that.
Okay.
The pole is not the Earth. The pole is the stars. Understand?
Not really, but let me ask you this:
Okay, well, what's it? How would you know you're at the North Pole?
With a compass.
Let's say you're lost. You don't know where you are, and you want to go to the North Pole. How do you know when you got there?
Wouldn't you test that with a compass?
No. It's not the same
come
thing.
on, there's a red and white candy cane in the middle of it. You know exactly when you're there.
Yeah, when you find Santa's workshop.
The altitude of the sun doesn't change.
We're looking to get to the North Pole. There's a star called the Pole Star. Do you think that when we get to the North Pole, we'll know that we're there when we look up and Polaris is above our head?
Okay, so the South Pole doesn't mean that we are on the a line on the other side. It just means that we're on a star.
Under some different stars. Yeah, we're just under some different stars, dude.
Interesting. I did not see it that way.
Here, I got something for Santa's Widow Workshop.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, Matrix,
Thanks
look
for
at the chat.
saying all of that. I mean, it's a lot clearer now.
Very nice.
I had AI make this.
Santa must have delivered that to the wrong house.
New gun manufacturer, Santa's Workshop.
You'd have to name the gun Santa's Little Helper.
You got it.
All right. I think I should bounce. But
Okay, so listen, hey, just to tell you, this isn't our main server. This is kind of like a road trip thing we do. So our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The invite is discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have information channels there in alphabetical order A through Z. Everything you could possibly imagine to think of has been covered there, right? So in the information channels, they're not chat channels. They're just information channels. So you can basically, they have videos to peer-reviewed sources. They have videos to academics. They have all sorts of shit, dude. Like, you have to see it. They cover every possible aspect of this topic and then some.
That'd be really cool. Flat Earth is just written Flat Earth? Is it?
Yeah, one word. Yeah, one word. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
No capitals.
No capitals, no.
Okay.
Also, if you go into Discover, like server discovery, and type in Flat Earth, you'll get it. It's the one with the most people on it.
I found it.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perfect. I'm gonna check that out later.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks a lot, man. Jedi too. Right.
See you around, buddy.
See you around.
We need more people like him.
Yeah, he was a good lad. Good questions. He's obviously been across the subject before and been speaking to his mate about it and whatnot, so I've obviously come in a little bit far into the conversation. But yeah, it seemed like a good
Yeah,
lad.
it's pretty much the same. Going over the same type of stuff. The someone I met thing. Someone I know.
Yeah.
when he first said that, Indio, that it was one of his friends, I just got this image of you lowering your head down so you could see over the top of your glasses, as if to say, yeah, right. And the reason I say that is I did the exact same thing myself. I was looking at one screen, like looking through my glasses, reading the text, and then I heard that and I just looked at the other screen, tilted my head down. It's like, yeah, nah, this is for you. Oh, shit. He might be legit. He didn't lose his shit, so that's a good start.
I think about what's next. What's he going to say next? You know, which way is this going to go?
But you can tell the difference between the ones that are honest about it and that are sensible about it. Like, look at him. He was asking all sorts of random weird shit. It's not like he wasn't asking stuff that we've never heard before. He was asking all the usual weird stuff, and he was cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. Whereas others will ask weird stuff, and you can hear them giggling in the background and carrying on like idiots, and when they don't get the answer that they like, they have a flip out. He was pretty chill.
Yeah, I think he's listened to us before or something. I highly doubt it if he just came up with that out of nowhere. That it was organic. I don't really think so. Yeah, I don't know why people are all enamored by MIT people. Hold on, let me find the video. Dude's like, I got a 5-point frickin', I graduated with a 4.0 average from MIT and I'm stupid. It's fucking funny, dude. Because the way MIT is structured is that if you're like failing the class or if you're not doing good, right, where you're going to get a C or a D, you can switch it to pass fail. You could switch your grade
in the middle, like while you're taking it. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And you can switch it to pass fail. And then if it's pass, that counts as like a 5.0 or 4.0 rather. Yeah, dude.
Oh,
is this why we're ending up with doctors that use ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Probably.
Rusty P thinks we're trolling about the gas pressure gradient. Is that true, Rusty P? Is that what you think?
Depending on the picture that it was about, yes. There's no other way you can explain it without
you
trolling.
Think they have a hard boundary? Is that your problem? Is that there's a hard boundary in their little atmosphere?
Yeah, I was just responding to a picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I look at the picture, the one that says how.
Yeah, how like gas pressure exists to a vacuum.
Yeah,
there's no.
It's not meant to be a freaking graphical simulation of a gas pressure gradient in space. It's just meant
even then
to get people to ask the question: how does it happen? To investigate.
Even then, it's still. It feels like a troll question because. At this point, everyone should.
How is it a troll question?
Because I think everyone should understand that there is no vacuum next to gas pressure. This the question itself is kind of a
there's no
question.
Vacuum of outer space. Yes, I agree. There has to be a vacuum next to gas pressure. Has to exist.
Like it's
in the globe
like
model,
vacuum. Yeah. Like a vacuum is kind of arbitrary. Like, you know, what we call a.
And why do we use? What is we using the word for?
It's kind of if you have a vacuum at home, is it like space?
This is like you're doing like a word context fallacy. We're not using it in that context.
Yeah, I understand that, but Do you understand that if you go, like, if you increase in elevation, if you
Mhm.
go up a mountain or something like that, like the gas pressure reduces?
Yeah, we know that. Why is
Yeah,
that?
and if you go higher and higher and higher and higher and stuff, like you just have like a
Does it reduce?
gradient.
Okay, cool. Does it reduce to zero?
Not to like 0 point something.
It does well, when does it get to zero? Because if your argument is like there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers off, like when does it get to zero?
It doesn't have to go to 0. It doesn't ever get
Oh,
to
so
0.
it stops at some point, right?
No, it doesn't stop at some
No, the
point.
gradient
It's just a
stops. It stops
gradient.
being a gradient at some point.
No, it doesn't.
So it goes to zero.
No, it does not.
Doesn't converge to zero at some point.
Not really, no. I don't think.
But you know how
ever-
gradients work, right? You start with some number and then you have some other number and it slowly tapers off to that lower number. What's the lower bound?
I mean, it's just completely different when we talk about.
See, this is the problem with making that silly argument that if it goes down, why doesn't it just keep going down? Because eventually you have to get to zero or some arbitrarily low number that you have no evidence for. And then I go, okay, where's the container there? Well, you can place that
that's the
container
thing.
boundary wherever you want, but because the gas pressure has to go down and stop at some point.
It doesn't have to stop. It can fizzle out. That's the
Into
thing.
what?
Into nothing. There's just a
Yeah,
different
exactly.
method.
Nothing into absolute vacuum. Where's that?
There doesn't have to be nothing at all, and there can still be some molecules that float around and shit. I just think.
But then it
I'm
wouldn't be a
responding-
vacuum. Even one molecule, if there was one molecule in a
It's
fucking
still-
light year of space, that's still a that's still a not a perfect vacuum.
Okay, but like who like you think that like a vacuum means only that there's completely nothing there. What scientist is actually like, or like who, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, is saying that there is absolutely nothing in space, like completely nothing.
Well, who cares what he says, because they make illogical, inconsistent, and contradictory arguments. Okay, they say there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers down to some low value.
Yes,
but
exactly.
Yeah, great, and that proves that space exists because
no, it doesn't prove it doesn't prove that it exists. It only explains something that happens when you think about going, for example, up a mountain, for example, and you can use your mind to think about, okay, so
use your mind.
If I
don't want to use my mind, dude. I want to use empirical evidence. That's what I want to use. So I don't have to imagine shit.
Yeah, but if you stand on like sea level and then you climb up a mountain and the air gets thinner and
Great,
thinner and
that's
thinner.
descriptive.
the
That's
further you go-
great. When does it stop getting thinner?
It never really it never really stops. Like at some point it's so thin that it doesn't.
Is that speculation or do you know that?
Well, it's I guess you can say a speculation from my own experience. Yes.
So the difference is you're speculating on when it should stop and when I think it should stop, right? You think it should never stop, even 100 trillion freaking light years away from Earth. There's still a continuing gradient.
No, because there are additional like points of information that you have. Like it's not just only this one thing that you have like that. Yes, it gets thinner and thinner, but it's like you're a fucking idiot.
The major problem that really exists is the fact that we can talk about it, but nobody can demonstrate it. Can't do this experiment, okay, and insert gas into a vacuum chamber and the gravity of the earth hold the gas away from the vacuum at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Okay, that doesn't happen. But that's what they say is happening on Earth. And I could take my little vacuum chamber and stick it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest. And it's not going to hold the gas from the top, away from the top of the chamber where the vacuum is, to the surface of the Earth. I'm not going to measure more gas molecules at the bottom because of gravity. There's no, like, it's easy to talk about, right? That, hey, we have some gas pressure gradient and it tapers off into whatever value you want to think, 10 to the negative 22 or for deep interstellar space. Great. That's fine. But experimentally, you can't demonstrate any of this shit. That's the problem. Because science, when you guys just keep... Like, you guys really need to get this. And this is why you guys constantly get smashed by us. Dude, I'm just being honest. Is because science is empirical. And you can come up with all these hypotheses. You did say something empirical. When you go up from the sea level to the top of the mountain, the gas pressure gets lower. So what? What is your evidence that it just goes down to some level that you can fly spacecraft in? Or that there's fucking planets in fucking whipping around in a vacuum? Right? You see what I'm saying? Is this gas pressure going down? Either it goes down forever or it stops at some point, right? So it has to, but your position is it never stops, it just goes down forever. Where does it stop?
Yeah, basically.
It goes down forever.
Kind of levels out at some point.
So we could just, so at some point, if we get far enough away, there'll be like 1 atom per cubic fucking light year. And then if we go fucking further away from that, there'd be 1 atom per 10 cubic light years. Right? Continually going down and down. Then 1 atom per 100 fucking cubic light years. That's all speculative. That's speculative nonsense. There's no evidence that it goes down forever.
There's evidence that it does go down.
Forever?
Doesn't have to be forever. Doesn't really matter to
It does matter because then you're quibbling about where it fucking stops or not.
No, it doesn't have to stop. Like, what are you saying? Like, there's like additional information that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking into consideration. We're trying to figure out: is there a barrier? Is there a barrier that stops the gas from fucking off into some lesser thing region?
No, there is no barrier.
Why not?
There does not have to be a barrier.
Okay, can you demonstrate that in an experiment? That's your hypothesis. Rusty P's hypothesis, we don't need a barrier. Okay.
No, there does not have to be a barrier.
What's the evidence for what's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis?
Okay, so wind, for example.
What's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis? What's the evidence the hypothesis is true?
1 gas pressure amount, higher pressure.
Yeah.
Another, a lower pressure being right next to it.
Yeah, what happens?
What happens? Yeah.
Yeah, the high goes to the low.
Yeah, wind happens.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thermodynamic systems try to reach equilibrium.
Yes.
Okay, really simple.
Well done.
Okay, so why isn't the gas pressure on Earth trying to reach equilibrium with outer space?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate that hypothesis in an experiment?
Yeah, it can all depend,
no, the hypothesis that gas pressure can be created by gravity.
Yeah, real life.
So you're going to affirm the consequent.
Like, what do you think? Is like, do you think that people figured out gravity based on gas pressure? That was the first thing that they thought. Oh, we can't figure this shit out. But
they didn't figure out gravity. Okay. There's 2 values. There's little g and big G, right? Little g we know empirically from just fucking dropping shit. But there's no evidence that gas takes little parabolic fucking arcs and falls back to Earth. And in fact, if you look in any textbook on the kinetic theory of gases, there's no little g in there predicting fucking gas molecules are taking parabolic arcs, falling back to Earth.
It doesn't have to. Like,
How do you create gas
would it have to?
pressure? You just appeal to gravity.
Yeah. So what?
So say we got a gas molecule heading straight up.
Mm-hmm.
What makes it come back down? What if it's at a 45-degree angle? Does it take a parabolic arc and fall back to Earth?
Can have depends on the energy that it has.
Okay, but at some point, right, it'll
we
fall
don't
back
have
to
to talk
Earth,
about
right?
air
It doesn't
molecules.
have, but at some point though, it'll fall back to Earth, right? If gravity's affecting it,
Correct.
and it's not going to fuck off into the vacuum. The gravity is going to do thermodynamics. Now, this isn't in any theory of gas. This can't be demonstrated in a lab or any experiment. Like I said, Rusty, you can say stuff. You can say, yeah, gravity is what causes the gas pressure. But science is empirical. That is a hypothesis. Gravity creates gas pressure. Demonstrate your hypothesis is true in some fucking experiment. This is why you guys fail, because it always comes down to science is empirical. It's based upon tests in the natural world, and when we go do this test, what do you want to know what's going to happen? Your hypothesis will be falsified.
That's so, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like wouldn't the
Get a
same
vacuum
thing apply
chamber,
to
put
you?
gas inside of it, measure gas pressure at the bottom and not at the top.
Okay.
You know that's stupid. You know that would never happen.
No, you don't. No, because you don't have to do that.
How are you
This
going
is
to
like some-
demonstrate? How are you going to demonstrate gravity creates gas pressure?
You take a sample, you measure gas pressure at the ground, at sea level, for example.
That doesn't give you the cause.
No, you don't have. You don't have to measure the cause. Like, no people other than fucking flat
Then
earthers.
how do we know it's
fucking can do
causing the
that.
gas pressure then?
You can derive information based on evidence.
Yeah,
No,
our
like, you
evidence is gas pressure, 15 pounds per square inch at sea level, some other value at the top of a mountain. How do we know what caused the difference?
Again, you can derive information from things you observe or measure. Like it's if you like what?
Yeah,
what okay,
right. We
like,
have
okay, wait.
information. We have a bunch of data. We're taking the data and we're trying to interpret it and see what the data says and what it means.
Yes,
Okay.
okay,
We
let's-
know we've measured a pressure difference. We want to know why is there a pressure difference? Okay. What causes there to be a pressure difference?
Okay,
What
so-
experiment can we do to see if things falling is the same cause as the gas pressure?
Yeah. Okay. So let's put it to the flat Earth side, maybe.
Oh no
and
no
say-
no 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 no
No?
no 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 no
There's
no
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 put-
no no
can't
Rusty,
do it?
no.
Can't do it?
Stop.
Okay.
No, I'm being nice, dude. I freaking lucky I'm not screaming at you. Bro, you said gravity creates things falling. That was your demonstration. Your analogy.
I'm gonna
Hey, if I
claim.
drop something that
Claim.
falls, that's what's creating gas pressure. The same thing that I dropped the freaking bowling ball, the same thing that made that happen creates the gas pressure. How do you know that?
That is a claim that I make, that when we see things falling and that we have a great pressure gradient in the atmosphere, that's a claim that I make. Okay, there's
You
gravity.
don't even know what causes the first one. How are you going to know that whatever causes that is the same thing that causes the second one?
Yeah, no, that is my claim, right? That's what I'm claiming. Now, if we have like a debate about whether the Earth is flat with the flat Earth model and stuff like that,
What
and
flat
I'm
Earth
making
model?
the claim, it doesn't matter the flat. I'm making the claim that gravity is what's causing that. Now, if we are putting the two models side by side, like in a fucking Tekken universe versus shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, what causes this thing to happen, what we see in real life, whether the Earth is flat or not. What's causing things to fall down on the flat Earth? Or
Nobody
to
knows why
produce-
things fall, Rusty. Do you understand? You can say why all you want. Nobody knows why.
Okay, so
Do you think you know
can't,
why?
You can't make any
Neither
claims.
can you. You can claim you know why, but you don't. Because I can ask you one simple question. What was the experiment that determined the causal mechanism of a falling object? And you can't tell me one. Nobody can tell me one.
Yeah, I can tell you one.
Oh, okay. Tell me the causal mechanism of a falling object. Go for it.
You take an object, you let go of it, drops it down to the ground.
Okay.
That's an experiment that you can make.
That's the effect. We want to know why.
Okay.
You just gave us the observed natural phenomenon. We want the cause of it.
Yeah.
You gave us a dependent variable. We want the independent variable, Rusty. The cause.
Things of like things that have mass, right? Objects that have mass attract each other. Is that enough? Probably not. Next thing would be
because
you have a
what that I want because you're sitting here saying we like X causes Y. You don't have evidence for X causes Y. Okay. You're just saying I could just say the same thing you'd have, and same thing I could say. Well, it's magic freaking fairies with rubber bands that cause things to fall. I'd have the same evidence you do. Nothing.
Okay, so the entire world is just
who cares what the entire world thinks? I'm talking about evidence. I don't care what the entire world thinks.
Yeah.
If everybody agreed there was magic fucking elf rubber bands, would you be in here fighting for that?
Oh.
And I'd be, the whole world thinks it's magic elves with rubber bands. It's got to be true. The whole world thinks it. The whole world thinks a lot of stupid things. I wouldn't want to fucking place bets on what the mob thinks.
I understand that, but it's like the level of evidence that you require is impossible.
It's not. No. It's a simple experiment.
It's not, apparently.
Yeah, because it's a shit theory. It's not even a theory.
What experiment would
look?
You?
It is so in science. The scientific method determines cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Okay, you have independent and dependent variables. You manipulate the independent variable and see the effect on the dependent variable. Your dependent variable is your observed natural phenomenon. Now, we've known for fucking 200 years how to do the scientific method and figure out when we see a natural phenomenon, if we can isolate the independent variable to figure it, we can even quantify it and come up with a law of nature, right? You don't have that for gravity. It's a shit idea. That's why they're still fighting about it. Is Einstein right? Is Newton right? What about quantum fucking quantum emergent gravity? And this is why there's 70 freaking theories of gravity, right? Because
again,
it's fundamentally a shit idea.
What experiment would you consider to prove it to your specifications?
Look, what do you mean prove what?
Gravity.
The cause?
Yeah, the cause.
The same thing that follows the scientific method. You isolate an independent variable and manipulate it, and that would manipulate the effect.
So what would you propose to prove that?
A scientific method experiment, dude?
Yeah, but how would you do it?
Okay, let's say, okay, I'll tell you. So say your independent variable is mass. Mass causes gravity, wherever the fuck mass is. Another poorly defined fucking thing. So let's say it's mass. Mass causes things to fall. Okay, so we can manipulate. That's our independent variable. So we'll take two different masses. Take a mass that's fucking 100 kilograms. We'll take one that's 1,000,000 kilograms. We drop them both. We see which one falls faster. Right? We manipulate it. We want to change the effect. We want to manipulate the independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. That's how we figure out what the cause is. As long as we've eliminated all the other possible confounding variables, we can definitely say, hey, this causes that, right?
But no,
so this test, if you do this test, what you'll find is, irregardless of the mass, they all fall at the same rate.
Not what the cause is, though.
So your cause, mass, can't be the cause. Because it had no effect on it had no manipulation of the independent variable, had no effect on the dependent variable.
It can still be the cause, but
How can it be the cause if manipulating it doesn't change it?
You know, it can still be an indicator of like different masses, for example, like fall at a different rate or something.
Rusty, let me use an
And so-
analogy. You want to go on the date, there's a whole bunch of girls, and they're all saying no. And they say, if you change one thing, I'll go on a date with you. So you change your hairstyle, and they all say no. Now you know that's not the cause of them not going on a date. You change your shoes, they say no. Well, that's not the cause. Then you change your cologne, and then they all go on dates with you. Now you know what causes them not to go on a date with you. You smelled. Okay, it wasn't your shoes, it wasn't your hair, it was your frickin' cologne. Okay, you understand? So if I manipulate mass and it doesn't change the effect, and I still get something falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, then that's not the cause.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the point.
Yeah. So mass can't be the cause. So you asked me to tell you how to do it. We're going to drop two different masses. We'll drop two different weights. So we use, okay, weight, mass. We'll drop fucking two different densities. Oh shit, dude. Now we're getting somewhere. Different densities fall at different rates. Shit. But we got a confounding variable. We got the fucking air that surrounds it. Okay. Let's fucking old dude. Fucking beat me to it. How'd you know where I was going, old dude? So this experiment in here is in a vacuum chamber, and they use different elements. So this is called Bremen Drop Tower. It's 5 stories. Okay, they have a vacuum chamber. They put this shit in a capsule and drop it in the vacuum chamber. Now they have, and this dude did an experiment and then got kicked out. He's German. He put all these different elements. They're all the same mass, as in, you know, whatever, and whatever that means. And he dropped them, but they didn't all fall at the same rate in the vacuum chamber. So what this tells you is that mass, even though it's the same, if you do a carefully controlled experiment, there's some other variable that manipulates the rate of fall, that manipulates G.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is gravity is fucking unknown, dude. It's just an unknown.
I don't know. Like what you just said is like that's what we understand as gravity. Yes.
Yeah, but
like it's like
the understanding is
unknown shit.
it's more like, yeah, it's an understanding that's more like a kid's story. Like they tell people, like, we understand this, but they really don't.
Yeah, well, like like generally people understand that when we come to
In a descriptive way, we understand it. Like we know, like we can make formulas and predict what happens. Like we shoot a cannon, right? Based upon, you know, a formulas, we know where the cannonball is going to land, right? Using little g. But like I said earlier, that's known empirically. We don't need a theory of gravity to make those predictions. We don't need to know why any of that happens.
Of course. You can figure it out. Like cavemen can figure shit out.
Yeah, you could actually just feed the data into an AI, and the AI could figure out where the fucking cannonball is going to land without knowing anything about Newton's laws, right? So,
I mean, yeah, you got to put the numbers in, but it's not about like the fact that.
Well, yeah, you could shoot like a trillion cannonballs, right, and just punch in the numbers of different the different configurations of the cannon and the cannonball and the distances and where it lands and all that shit, right? You feed it into the AI and fucking you like once it's done being trained, you go, okay, I shot a cannon, it was tilted at 45 degrees, and the cannonball is gonna, you know, it's got this much gunpowder, the cannonball fucking has this much mass. Where's it gonna land? And it would spit out fucking the right answer. But it wouldn't need to use Newton's laws to figure any of that shit out, right?
So no, because a trebuchet can launch a stone 90 kilos for 300 fucking meters, bro.
Yeah.
He's gonna bust that fucking wall, that castle.
I want to see a human trebuchet, dude. I want to see a fucking launch a human being. But
Bro, we had one right next to my next village or whatever. They had a fucking trebuchet. They shot shit from it. Damn, that shit goes far. But again, you don't have to you don't have to know anything about like gravity or what like we have today. Of course, you can like look at a stone flying a certain distance based on your trebuchet or your catapult.
Yeah,
but it's like if there is like things that you can derive from that information about like how far things fly.
My only point is that you don't need to know the causal mechanism. Like saying,
Yeah,
"Hey,
you
yeah, we
don't have to
understand
know that.
gravity," but that's two different. Like it's a very poor idea. That's all I'm saying. This is why Newton freaking didn't believe it, because it's a poor. The idea itself is poor. It's conflated. Like I said, big G and little g. There's the so-called universal law of gravitation, where two masses pull each other. But then there's little g. In the real world, we do everything with little g. We're not doing fucking GM1 M2 divided by R fucking squared calculations. We're just calculating little g. So, which is, like I said, is known empirically. So when we jump from that and start saying causes, this causes why? Hey, air pressure, that's caused by gravity. Okay. Well, what do you mean by gravity? Do you mean the fucking big G or the little g gravity? Oh, the little g gravity. Okay. Where's the evidence that fucking little g makes shit like gases fall to the fucking ground at 9.8 meters per second squared? There's no evidence of any of that shit. Or that gas can do thermodynamic work. Or that gravity can do thermodynamic work. Or that gravity can change. Think of how crazy it is to say that shit. That gravity would have to be, or little g would have to be able to do things like heat up matter and change the phases of matter and turn things from solid to liquid and liquid to fucking gas and like all sorts of shit.
Yeah, man,
If you had a gravity dial, right, and started manipulating your gravity dial, that fucking things would matter would change phase. Because it has to be able to do because the gas, it's a thermodynamic state. You understand? It's a state of matter. So that thermodynamic state has a certain behavior. And saying gravity can overcome its intrinsic fucking behavior of a gas, of what it does, saying, hey, gravity just stops it from doing what it normally does. There's no evidence of that. And that's a freaking tall claim, man.
Yeah, okay, like you don't have to go to this like specific level of shit, right? Like
I think we do for this, yeah. It's saying they're fucking got machines fucking floating around fucking a million miles away.
Yeah, but it's like you don't have like pretty much with all science, you don't go to the absolute base level of why things happen, right? Like, well, that's actually like what physics does, but at some point it's like you like as a normal person, you basically can't understand what is happening, right?
Yeah, I understand, but like what we have here, Rusty, is on one hand we have the laws of thermodynamics, which have no known violations, and in fact, if you look at what's been written by scientists in the literature, Einstein said out of the 3 freaking legs of a stool of physics, thermodynamics is one of the legs, and if you took it out, the whole thing would collapse. Fucking Eddington, who was Einstein's buddy that supposedly confirmed his theory, his eclipse theory of fucking bending light. He said anyone that theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics is condemned to the greatest humiliation. So like it's like things like that on one hand. So that's what they say on one hand. And then they say gravity violates the laws of thermodynamics because there is no thermodynamic theory that actually incorporates gravity into it. You can look all through the textbooks, you can ask ChatGPT, you can look wherever you want, but there's no actual testable thermodynamic theory that has ever survived any laboratory experiment. So like we have a bunch of hypotheticals. The whole idea that gravity can create gas pressure and alter the thermodynamic behavior of gas is a hypothesis. That hypothesis has no evidence. They'll say things like, well, it happens on Earth, obviously, because it's obvious. There's this outer space thing, and we have gas pressure gradient, so blah, blah, blah. Right? No, it's not obvious. You have to be able to demonstrate in science your central claims through experiment. You just don't get a freebie of like, we can't test it, so we get to assume it's true.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use the word gravity or whatever. Like you can use whatever word you want. But
I agree.
What like if we go from like a base perspective, like let's say we are back in a fucking cave era or whatever, we don't have any like tools to measure it appropriately. Let's say we go up a mountain and we kind of we can feel it's getting harder and harder to breathe the further up the mountain you go.
You're right, just back to the natural phenomenon, dude. I agree with you. We observed that.
Yeah, of course, but you
why does it matter?
It doesn't. Well,
how is that evidence? There's this thing called outer space vacuum.
Because you can observe.
Because we're going to go right back to where we started. Because it goes down forever. Or does it stop?
That's the thing. Yes.
Then if it stops, why does it stop?
It doesn't
and you
stop.
go right back to the same thing. Is what causes the gas to stop? Right. What causes the gas pressure in the first place?
No,
you're right back at the starting point.
No, that's the thing. When you say it stops, that's not like a real thing. Like it doesn't stop, or whatever. Like it doesn't stop. No, it's that's the word "stop" has no meaning in this discussion.
It means that the vacuum state can't get any lower. That's what it means to stop.
Yeah, but it's meaningless in this discussion because that's not what the vacuum of space is.
I'm trying to explain why it means something. Because then we're just quibbling about where the fucking boundary is.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you actually do you believe that the vacuum of space actually exists?
No.
Okay, then what's the point?
I'm trying to tell you it's impossible.
Well, okay. So what's the point? What are we even arguing about? Like,
do you think it exists?
Yes, I do.
Why?
That then.
Because you climbed to the top of the mountain and couldn't breathe, so you thought if you go a little bit higher, you're gonna fucking whiz around the ball?
No, it's one point of an information that I experienced.
Yeah,
and that I can think about also because I have a brain that I can think about and say, okay, if I go higher.
So it's hard to breathe up a mountain. Where does your brain take you from here?
Obviously, hypoxia.
Mm-hmm. No,
I'm trying to figure out what your logic is. It's hard to breathe up a mountain.
Okay, from this specific point of argument, if you go higher up again, right? If you go increase your elevation, the air gets thinner and thinner, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, what would that tell you?
When does it stop getting thinner?
Hey, this is your logic.
That's never, ever.
It never stops getting thinner.
And ask us what it tells us. I asked you. You go up a mountain, it's harder to breathe. It gets less and less dense. And the question's for you to finish. It's your logic, dude. You're taking us somewhere. Don't ask us the question.
Okay. I mean, this alone, I'm not taking any point of evidence by itself and not.
This was your evidence.
Included. No, I haven't made. Did I make any claim?
Yeah, we go up a mountain. It gets less and less dense. I'm waiting for the therefore.
Therefore, I didn't say anything after that. But you know.
Okay, so let me ask it like this: what was the point of the analogy being a caveman going up a mountain and he finding it hard to breathe? what was the point?
The
What,
point
what
of
does that
the
tell us?
discussion that we had before about the
What
atmosphere,
Jedi's
and
asking
then
you is, what does that tell us about space by him going up and it's hard to breathe?
I know you want
See,
to say
this is
want to
see.
say
Look,
gravity,
okay,
but
hold on. I think I know where the problem is. So what you're doing is extrapolating. You're going from one pressure area to another one by raising an elevation, and you're extrapolating a continuation of that state, of that change, right? That there's a gradient that continues changing. We're asking you, you're extrapolating to what, to where? Does it end lowering pressure? Does it continue forever? Because if it ends, then there has to be a boundary somewhere. Okay, and even if it goes down forever,
no, they don't.
Right.
Go on.
Well, even if it goes down forever, then like you're gonna have to have some sort of fucking infinite universe, which contradicts the Big Bang. So like,
no,
I'm trying really hard to avoid like some infinite regression fallacy, right? But the point is that are we quibbling about where the air pressure, this extrapolation? Because like I said, like you admitted, is that like, is this hypothetical? And you said, yeah, probably, right? So like where it stops, how does it continue to go down? What rate is it linear? Is it inverse square? Is it adiabatic? Like how does it go down? At what rate? Like how do we know where it stops? Does it go down enough to allow space travel? Does it go down enough so that there's a vacuum sufficient to fly rockets from here to frickin' Mars in? Right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about outer space that they claim exists.
We
Is what
don't
we're
really
talking
do
about.
that. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm looking at the fact that if we go from sea level higher, like you elevate from that point, gas pressure decreases.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why are you okay, great. So we have two actually known values. How are we extrapolating it into unknown values?
So there's temperature.
What does that even mean? Like it's
we're
if you go-
extrapolating, dude.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so can you extract some information from that fact? Like
Yeah, we've got gas pressure that changes.
Yeah, we got 15 pounds per
per
square inch of sea level. We got
And it
freaking
gets-
10 pounds per square inch on top of Mount Everest. Okay, now what?
Okay, like it gets lower and lower the higher you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Continuously, forever?
I mean, is our next question
Yes.
what caused that?
The cause is the point, probably.
Yeah.
So on the
So what causes gas pressure?
I'm gonna ask you that.
A container. It's defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. It's also
Well,
the
what-
thing that keeps the gas here and stops it expanding into an available volume of vacuum if there was one.
But wouldn't the gas pressure be equal everywhere if it
Is the
was in a
temperature
container?
equal? Is the gas produced in the same place the whole time? What? There's multiple variables now. Temperature. of
It's
the
called
gas.
thermodynamics. We're not doing
Yeah.
thermostatics.
Okay, so if you had, like, if there was a container that was like a fucking iron or like a glass thing, like a
Is this container
what
static?
do you call it? What do you call it? Like the firmament.
Don't worry about that. This container, is the environment static? Does it have variance of temperature, for example? Does the temperature come and go, for example? Is the gas produced
Yes.
inside the container, or have you just added it to the container? Is the gas dispersing into the environment? Is the water in the environment?
Yeah, that's
In your imaginary
all fine.
container?
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Okay,
Of course.
so it'd be like the Earth then, right? A very, very, very dynamic thermodynamic system. Right? That's what the Earth is. It's a thermodynamic system. Now,
That's
within
everything
the
else.
laws and definitions of thermodynamics, to have this environment, the thermodynamic
nhìn âm thanh và
system
tương tác để con hiểu khi
must
là những góc nào
be
bằng nhau, những cạnh nào bằng nhau,
closed.
mà từ thông tin đấy để suy ra được tam giác nào bằng tam giác nào. Đấy, cứ so sánh
Someone
thử
hot
dần dần thì
micing?
sẽ
Or
là
am
mò
I
ra được
going
cái tam giác
crazy right
xích
now?
từ tam giác đích
No,
đấy
that,
suy ra hai góc bằng nhau.
What the hell's going on?
Tam giác mục tiêu, tam giác mục tiêu.
Why would you enter the chat with an open mic having a conversation with somebody?
I'm talking about a thermodynamic system. For it to exist the way that it does, it must be closed.
yeah, he was muted. Yeah, go on.
No, that's it. It must be closed.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be closed, though.
Yeah, it does. Or the
I don't
gas
understand.
would expand into another available volume if that available volume was vacuous and available space. If the gas is not contained, entropy will increase and the gas will continue to expand because of the energy that's held within the gas is given to it by temperature. So because of the temperature, the gas is always going to move and collide. Because of these random collisions, it's expanding. You need a closed system to keep the gas in.
But if it was expanding, like how would you be able to like live in a in an enclosed environment? Like if you if you like right now, of course, like the sun is putting
The sun,
energy.
no, we're talking about gas behavior, right?
Yes,
We're
I
talking
understand
about
that.
how
Yeah.
it expands into volumes and how we have pressure. We got to the question after discovering that there's a gas pressure gradient. The question was, what causes that? Well, within thermodynamic law, we're going to require a container to stop the expansion. The consequence of the containment is pressure.
No, but you have
no.
You don't even have to like refer to
So you
gravity
said
because
no.
you
No, we're
have,
not talking about gravity. We're talking about what caused gas pressure. And at the moment, I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, containers cause gas pressure.
it does what?
I'm
What
waiting for
causes
you
what?
to concede that yes, a container, a limitation of volume that holds gas, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It's the consequence of containment. PV equals nRT, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yeah, but it's not the cause, though.
Sorry, it is not the cause.
It's not.
So it's not the cause. The gas
container.
exerting its pressure upon the walls of its fixed environment, a closed system. Like, for example, when you put gas inside a tire, by consequence of you putting that gas inside that fixed volume, because of the movement of gas and the density of that gas, it will be under pressure because it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, but what's the cause is the pressure itself. It's not the container. In that case, like it's the same.
Again, listen. Force over area. Gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas pressing against the walls of its container. If you don't have a container to press against, you don't have pressure.
Yeah, and then we go back to gravity, and then all of a sudden it's completely different.
You go back to gravity. I'm still waiting for you to concede.
About a, I mean, I
Gas is caused by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container.
Well, the cause thing is the problem that I have right now.
Okay.
Because I was told that you can't really. You can go deeper and deeper and deeper at some point.
No, I can put gas inside a container, and by consequence of that action, the gas is under pressure. Because the way that gas behaves is it wants to expand. It can't. The container's in the fucking way.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, good. So that's what happened then. In my
Yeah,
little
but
experiment,
if I say that gravity creates a gradient and someone
then
tells
you
me
can say that, but you would have to demonstrate that
yeah,
in an
exactly.
experiment.
See, like that's the difference. Like
Yeah, you can't
I
do an
can.
experiment. I've just given you one, and you keep going, nuh-uh.
No, the demonstration would be pretty fucking obvious if you go up a mountain. Shit,
No,
right?
that's you begging the question and affirming the consequent.
No, it's a
Yes, it is.
experiment towards something.
No, it's not an experiment. It's
If
the
we- if we-
observation of a phenomena.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
okay, what we can use a different word than
No,
gravity.
it's not an experiment yet. It's not even a
Yeah,
hypothesis until you make a supposition of cause of the phenomena that you witness. At the moment, it's the caveman changing his altitude and finding it hard to breathe or not.
Yeah, which has been done.
Yeah, so that's the
before,
phenomena.
and
we agree. And what causes that?
yeah, that's the same thing. Like it's the cause.
Yes, what I
if you
asked you
go
15 minutes
further and
ago,
further
yeah.
down. Yeah, so like you can't put it down to a cause at some point.
But no, we're asking what causes it, and now you're saying no, we can't put it down to
that's
cause,
the
even though
thing.
you want to assert the cause is gravity. Like, can you stumble over any more words?
No, at
No.
some point, of course, it would be gravity, but of course, like if you don't accept that, then what
It's
am I
not
gonna
whether
do?
we accept it; it's whether there's evidence or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
You don't have the evidence. So yeah, that's the thing. The real question is, how come you accepted it without evidence? That's the real question. They showed you a diagram in freaking kindergarten. Oh, look, this is how it works. And they drew a circle and they drew a bunch of arrows to the middle of the circle. And they're like, this is what holds the gas down, these arrows. You're like, okay, teacher, I believe you.
I'm just using a word.
It doesn't matter
to
what you
explain
call it.
A concept.
All
right, like everyone else does.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is there's no evidence that concept is actual existent in reality.
It depends what evidence you accept.
Experiment.
What's your evidence? What's your
What
your
evidence do you
evidence?
accept?
But as a like you can first off you can drop an object, of course, it goes down to the ground.
God.
You can have a satellite.
Are you like in some
that
weird loop,
orbits.
dude?
What are we talking about?
Yes,
The behaviour of
circular
rocks?
reasoning loop.
Sorry, we're not talking about the behaviour of rocks. We're talking about the behaviour of gases. So in your analogy or your demonstration, can you use a gas?
It's a completely different thing, which we just talked about.
Rusty P, the airbender. I want to see you throw gas.
Here's your reasoning. I really want to. I really want to pass out his reasoning, bro. Like, okay, so he goes, we have a 14.7 at sea level. I climb the mountain and it's like 11, right? PSI. And you say, what causes that? And he goes, gravity. And he goes, and then we say, oh, what's your evidence of that? And he says, well, there's 14.7 PSI at sea level and 11 on top of the mountain. That's my evidence.
No.
It's circular reasoning. Yes, that's what you literally did. I've been listening to you.
Yeah, but we are talking about one specific thing, about the gas pressure. And I'm not saying like, of course, like there's gravity underlying the whole concept of it. But I'm not saying like it's like if we just look at the gas pressure decreasing the higher you go, you don't have to invoke gravity or whatever. It's just like an observation. Like you don't have to make any you don't have to like what do you say it?
Come to a conclusion?
Yeah, you don't have to draw any conclusions to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it was a waste of time for the caveman to go up the fucking mountain in the first place then.
No,
Being as we're
you
not
don't
coming
have
to any
to-
conclusions, otherwise we just observe a change in gas pressure and it's harder to breathe up the mountain. According to you, you don't need to reach any more conclusions.
No, the thing is, if you go again, like if you can observe that you can go up a mountain, right? And you can just increase your elevation, and you feel that the gas pressure is decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would that, like, for like I mean,
Getting
if you're talking about
further
the Earth,
away
right?
from where the
This
gas is produced.
No, it doesn't have to be
Hold on, you're
where it's
gaining
produced.
altitude within your example, going up the top of a mountain. Gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth. I mean, let's take an observation of our whole environment. It's also cold up a mountain. We should probably take into effect the changes in temperature.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, fucking dynamics. Let's include the temperature as shit. Let's also include where and how the gas is produced and cycled and reabsorbed into the environment.
Yeah, and what, like, could you like draw some information from that?
Yeah, the further I get away from where the gas is produced, it appears to get less dense. The temperature also appears to decrease. It's cold up a mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So we seem to be talking about thermodynamics, temperature held with gas, its behavior relative to where it's produced and its environment, the changes in the environment over time. Sometimes it's warmer up a mountain.
Yeah, but compared
Seasons.
to the base of the mountain, at the same
Yeah,
time, probably
yeah.
like colder, right?
Yeah, sometimes, and I say sometimes, like throughout the year, shit changes.
All the fucking time, basically.
Yeah, shit changes. Weather changes. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah. The amount of water held within the gas in the atmosphere changes. Yeah, all of these things, dude.
I understand that, but
good. I'm glad
again,
why did we start talking about gravity? You haven't even mentioned any of the other observable things. Got cold up that mountain, didn't it?
No, the thing is that you can derive information.
Sorry, we're talking about gas behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Again
going to include the temperature of the gas, isn't it? We understand how
Not
different
really.
temperatures of gases are going to act differently because of the amount of energy that's held within the gas. Hot air rises, for example, cold air sinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh damn! I got a fucking.
I feel like I'm educating you, your caveman. You're asking what conclusions we reached, dude, and you just want to jump to gravity. Haven't mentioned anything else.
I don't have to. I don't
gravity.
have to do it. It's just that gravity is a name of a thing that people understand, right?
That has nothing to do with gas pressure.
Yes.
You can look through all the books on the kinetic theory of gas, and you're not going to see any gravity mentioned in any of it.
Yeah, here we do, though.
Not even within the kinetic theory of gases, it tells you there is no force of attraction between the container walls and the gases. The container wall isn't acting upon the gas and, over space and time or whatever, pulling the gas towards it. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, dude, colliding with itself and the walls of its container. We don't have to talk about gravity because it's not included. It's not observed.
Okay. Well, you claim that. That's fine.
Just cited the kinetic theory of gases. Would you like me to put it in the side chat? There's no mention of the word gravity here. There's also not a G in PV equals nRT.
There doesn't have to be. And I haven't even said anything about it.
It have to be gravity in gas behavior, even though you're trying to shoehorn it in, saying it does actually act on gas.
No, I'm saying that we can observe certain things and you don't have to refer to gravity at some point. Like I did it, but
yeah, we understand that. You're making the same arguments over and over again. They're addressed. We don't care what you call it. We don't care about any of that shit. We're talking about its possibility. Is it possible to
Yeah,
restrict the behavior of a gas based upon some force? Call it gravity, call it whatever you want. The observation we have is low pressure on the mountain, high pressure on the at a lower elevation. So what? Doesn't logically follow that that continues forever or stops at any particular point. We have a surface on the surface of the Earth. That's fine. Where's the other surface?
The other surface?
Yeah, you need another surface, dude. Gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. If you don't have a surface at the other side of the fucking boundary, the gas just fucks up to forever.
Okay, if you think that, like, there's...
It's what's demonstrated in nature. It's not what I think, dude. I can demonstrate this in nature.
Okay, demonstrate it, please. You can just explain it to me. Please explain it.
Right now.
Explain it to me how gas pressure only is able to exist in a container, please.
Can you demonstrate it in any other way?
You said demonstrate it, right?
No, you demonstrate it.
Yeah, okay. Got a bike?
The claim that you have.
You got a bike?
I have a bike, yes.
Okay, try to pump up the rim.
The what?
The rim. Pump up the rim. Create gas pressure next to the fucking rim without the tire, dude. The rim is one surface, right? There's no opposite surface. Use your pump to pump up the rim.
Okay.
Okay, you can't do that, right? But if I take a tire, I take an opposite boundary, now I can create pressure. Wow. Now you have gas pressure because you have a container. No container, no gas pressure. Container, gas pressure.
What's around you right now?
I don't know, but it's not fucking nothing.
Yeah, but isn't there like a gas pressure thing going on around you right now?
Yeah. The gas that I'm surrounded by is pressing inwards in all directions into the space that I occupy. Yep.
Yeah. And Indio says that if you put pressure into a tire, or whatever he said, that's only the gas pressure. So there's gas pressure existing in a container, of course, which would be the tire. But right now, around us, also there is gas pressure.
Yeah, what causes
existing around it?
Yeah, what causes that?
Well, again, we would go to gravity again, but
no, again we would go to a container. Fuck.
But why? But why? Like you're saying. You're saying
so brainwashed you can't even admit this clear and obvious truth. You require a container. As soon as I asked you what causes the gas pressure that surrounds us, you jump to gravity and completely disavow any mention of the word container. We have
just talked. We have just talked about gas pressure in a container when I guess Indio was it about pumping up his fucking bike tire.
Yeah,
right?
We're looking for another causal mechanism that causes gas pressure that we can demonstrate, or the claim that you say that we can't demonstrate this. It's called entropy. Every single time we open a container of gas to a lower pressure environment, the entropy increases and the gas fills the space and might equalize in a low volume.
Yes.
You don't have an experiment for your claim, though. That's why Injo put the gas inside a tire. He did that. You can do that. Now, what can we do for gravity apart from go up a mountain and make big ass jumps of logic?
To go to gravity, it's just a thing where when you claim gas pressure cannot exist without a container,
then show another way that can.
But it's like fucking obvious. Like
No, it's not obvious until you demonstrate it. Apparently, it
have to-
wouldn't be obvious
you
to
don't
you
have
that
to-
there was a container unless we demonstrated to you 5 times. So we're going to
Guess
need
what?
demonstration,
My God.
actual physical reality taking place.
Yes, physical reality is taking place all the fucking time, and you just
Oh my
won't fucking
God,
see
you're
it.
broken. Just give an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause the phenomena of pressure.
We're not talking about gravity.
You keep fucking bringing it up. You wanted to 2 minutes ago, then
No,
you got
it's-
upset. Are you really this broken?
I said before that I didn't want to bring up gravity.
And stop bringing it up.
I didn't bring it up. You
Okay,
brought
so
it up.
the gas around us that we're surrounded by, what was
Yeah.
your point?
There's no point.
Oh, so again, he brings up a subject that has no fucking point. I swear it was gravity. Please follow your own fucking words. I am. You're not
2 hours
making any
ago.
sense, and you keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't. If we are agreeing that
Stop
we
him.
don't.
Someone.
What are you saying, bro? Like, if we agree that we don't bring up.
You said you didn't want to bring up
shit-
gravity.
Yes.
So
and I
what was
did.
the point
I
of us
didn't.
being surrounded by gas? According to you, no point.
The question is on
gravity.
you.
You're just lying.
The question is on you, man. The question is on fucking you.
What? To
Why are you
demonstrate
asking
there
me?
isn't no other way to cause pressure?
Yeah, you said that like gas pressure can't
You're
exist
making a
without a
claim it's
barrier.
caused by gravity. That's your claim.
No,
Your claim
again,
is in
you are
violation of the
cycling.
second law of thermodynamics. We've been over and over and over it with you.
No, you are cycling back about the gravity shit. Again, I
Yeah,
said
someone else talked to me.
no, you you did it. Again, like I said we go away from the whole like gravity shit from the like
You brought
overall.
up 2 examples, one a caveman going up a mountain and experiencing it hard to
Yes.
breathe, and then you brought up there's gas
That was-
surrounding us.
Mhm.
At no
I
point
did.
in these conversations did you want to bring up gravity.
Yes, I especially
Oh, you do
said
now.
because you bring it all you bring it up all the
Stop
way like
tripping
all the
over your
time.
fucking self, dude. Have some fucking humility. Like,
Yeah,
please, I'm
alright.
begging to your better nature.
Yeah, I understand. Like, come on, like
I'm gonna go walk my invisible dog. Someone else can talk to you.
yeah, go on. Is there any flat earther still here that wants to debate?
What are we debating exactly? Ideas versus evidence.
Yeah, again, the same thing that who was it? Person before me that left. So I guess he misunderstood the whole fucking debate, or he deflected. I don't understand.
Who, Jedi? Who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Jedi. Yep, yeah. Like Jedi, yeah, probably. Which is the person that I was debating about against. I mean, it seemed
Well, I
like he
mean,
was
like
just
I told you,
deflecting.
this is a common thing that happens. You have ideas. We have evidence. You won't let go of your ideas. When you first heard the idea of outer space and that gravity creates gas pressure, how did you evaluate whether that claim was true or not? Like, what did you do?
That was the thing where we ended up at the end of our debate. Like I was trying to say that okay, we don't use that word. We don't use the word gravity. We
Why
don't
aren't you
use
addressing what
that.
I said? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking how you evaluated it in the first place.
Well, we had that debate topic at the beginning of our discussion that I had with him, but
Talk about you. When you first heard it, when you were a little kid, what did you do to evaluate its truth?
I just look around at reality. It's not specifically gravity, but
You looked around
kind
at
of
reality and you concluded that there's no container for the Earth.
That's not the conclusion that I made when I was a kid.
I just want to know where you get the idea that somehow gas pressure is the way you think it is for the reason you think it is.
Could you form a conclusive question, please?
And I just want to know why you think that gas pressure is the way it is for the reason you think it is. And you can't tell me the reason. You're actually trying to reject your own reasoning. You're trying to throw gravity under the bus and say, hey, let's not use that word.
Okay,
But
so
there's no other mechanism you can point to say, hey, we have gas pressure without a container.
Well, that's actually kind of what it is. It's the best explanation that I have for how if you want to say gas pressure, of course, but everything around the Earth, like how the physics work, kind of. Yeah, gravity is
We're
kind
giving
of
you the physics. They don't work.
Well, they kind of give the best explanation.
But the best explanation has no evidence. So if that's the best explanation, it's like I don't know what to tell you. If your best explanation has no supporting evidence, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Well, there hasn't been any other big explanation or big evidence thing that has been coming out that explains the word any differently. So
That
what am I going to
explains the
believe
gas
in?
pressure gradient.
Yeah, gas pressure gradient.
Here's one.
Pretty conclusive.
That gases
Pretty
are
conclusive.
created on the surface of the Earth. And what you have is diffusion, the diffusing of gases from the surface, and that's why there's a gas pressure gradient.
Okay, I haven't really experienced that. That things.
What are you talking about? It would be exactly like what you experience now.
If gases are being expulsed from the Earth.
Not only that, but they're being created on the surface of the Earth, as in because of thermodynamic processes, chemical reactions, things like that. Gases are created on the surface of the Earth. Right? So when you have so what happens when you have a chemical reaction that turns some group of molecules into some other group of molecules, and then it emits a gas? That gas pressure in that region goes up, right? But then the gas diffuses into the surrounding area, and you will have a gas pressure gradient from the point of the chemical reaction going out radially from there.
Yeah, so?
Yeah, there's your explanation.
All right, I mean,
it's funny.
I wasn't asking
This is what the
how
Chinese.
gases
This is what the Chinese thought way back in the day. They had a name for it. It was called the air wind or something like that.
Yeah, but like do you think that we live in an enclosed space?
Yeah.
So
you have to. And that's what we've been trying to tell you for 2 hours now, is that we have to. It's not opinion.
Yeah, but
like opinion. The second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. It's a law of nature. It's not an opinion. It's not what I think. I go, hey, what does the second law predict? It predicts this. Okay, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not a law that applies to your worldview.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the second law right now. You're not. You're making up your own bullshit.
No, if you would be in an enclosed space, at some point the energy would increase more and more and more, and you would just fucking die because it's getting
No,
hotter and hotter.
because temperature radiates infrared radiation, so the energy would. So, for instance, if you take a blowtorch and you heat up poker, it doesn't heat up forever. It'll reach a certain level of equilibrium where it stops heating up. Right, 500 degrees Celsius, whatever it is. It'll reach an equilibrium.
Yeah,
But the
because
Earth is a system that is in constant flux. It is dynamic. It's never going to reach equilibrium, probably not in your lifetime at least. And it radiates heat through electromagnetic radiation. So it's never going to keep, the temperature's not going to go up and up and up forever.
Well, if it's, yeah, I mean, in real life, as like if you are a glober, of course, yeah, that makes sense. But if you are if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a, I don't know, like a dome or something like that, then that whole system doesn't make fucking sense.
Is that like your argument? So your
Like,
counter argument to what I said was, if
where-
you're a flat earther, that whole argument doesn't make sense. That's your counter argument.
Yeah, if you think that the Earth is enclosed in a dome or whatever,
Yeah, it don't make fucking
the
sense. That's your
energy,
argument. Great argument.
Yeah,
It don't make
yeah.
sense. Great argument.
it doesn't make, like, scientifically, it doesn't make sense. Yes.
I just told you why it doesn't make sense. I gave you the reason.
Okay, so where is the energy going again?
It's being radiated. Radiated. What is
Like-
radiation? Electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah. So go on.
And it's being radiated away from the Earth.
From the Earth, away from the Earth. Okay.
Away from the Earth. Like the electromagnetic radiation. So
yeah, I understand
you have
that.
you have
don't
a
have to-
closed
you don't have to
system,
argue.
bro. Okay, you have closed systems and open systems. Okay.
What is the Earth?
In a closed system, energy can pass, but matter can't. In an open system, matter and energy passes. Okay? So we're in a closed system, as in the energy can pass, but the matter can't.
All right.
Now do you understand? So we can emit radiation. We can take in radiation. We take in radiation from the sun. We emit radiation. It's called radiative cooling, in fact.
Yeah, but again, like, if you would be able
This is
to,
okay. You're going to tell me that we're not using physics now?
no, but if you have like a,
Is that physics, dude? Yes or no? Is that the common modern version of physics, of thermodynamics?
I'm saying about physics, though. Like, yeah, there's no fucking point.
Thermodynamics.
Yes, I understand that.
How can heat transfer? There's 3 ways. Can you tell me the ways?
What?
There's 3 ways for heat to transfer. Can you tell me the ways?
I know radiation probably is one of them.
Radiation, convection, and conduction. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Anything with a temperature
else?
emits radiation.
I gotta go.
All right.
We're gonna wait
I'll see you later.
5 minutes.
It was very convenient.
So you think it's a globe? What would be the best way for me to understand a method that I can know that the Earth is a globe? Just give me like a method I could test.
I'm not here to prove nothing. I'm just listening.
Oh man, come on, bro.
It's all
Hey,
right.
I'm just listening,
We don't
man.
bite.
Gilcat, honestly, don't even try. These are just mental retards. Don't even.
Oh, come on. No. We're here actually demonstrating that nobody can prove it and nobody ever has.
I mean,
Shut
this
up.
So it's all fun and
this is
games,
like
right? You think we're
like
joking?
my
It's all fun and
let me
games
speak.
until like you hear us talk to satellite engineers and surveyors, and they can't prove it
This
either.
is my point of view. Is even if flat earthers are correct, that it doesn't really matter because it's like, well, everybody agrees otherwise, and so if I start saying flat Earth stuff, then people are gonna think I'm a fucking quacko.
Yeah. Okay. So guess what?
I'd
That's
rather
what makes
not
this
be a
so much
quacko.
fun.
So, yeah, I don't like being a quacko. I like being like part of
Well,
society.
no, I mean you're not quack. You're correct, right? I mean there's a difference.
Plus, I love NASA as a kid, so fuck that. You know,
I still love NASA. Okay, I love NASA as a flat earther.
Believe in Santa?
I can name the solar system from heart. You know, I love NASA.
You still believe in Santa too?
The fact we're flat earthers because we study the globe more than you do.
I'm sure.
Right.
All right, so like me just telling you that, and you just deferred to like, well, there's no way that you can prove it. So doesn't that show you that most people are like you? They just believe that it's a globe. And well, like you're saying,
What it tells me is that this is like a topic that you like obviously talk about over and over. So you have like some prepared arguments and stuff. And for me, it's something where if I put an equal amount of preparation into, I absolutely could prove my position. I guarantee it to you.
Well,
So
I like that.
It's just me going from voice chat to voice chat, casually listening. You know, so it's like
But no, but check this out, man. I like that you're actually saying that. So it's like you say, we have something prepared. Well, we do. But the other side of it too is like we're telling you, and I am, is that people don't know that the Earth is a globe. We've spoken to the people whom you might think know, and even those guys defer to other people. So nobody actually knows. We just get
for
like
example, imagine we had like an like a 24/7 no oxygen channel, right? Where they're saying that when you breathe, like hear me out on this. When you breathe, there's no such thing as oxygen. You're just breathing like something else. I don't know. Let's say there is pretend that's a thing. And I join the channel and I'm like a person who thinks, okay, when we breathe, one of the things we breathe in is oxygen along with the nitrogen and other things. But you know, so I'm a person who thinks that and I join the channel, I'm just listening. I don't have like a scientific dissertation prepared in my head to explain that, oh, we breathe oxygen. That's what I've been taught.
Bro, we just need a measurement.
Shit. You know.
Yeah, but the surface of the Earth is something that you encounter every day of your life. And not only that, you have the same experience that we do when we talk about the Earth. So it's not unlike you to say, well, I'm not an academic, so I can't speak of the matter, because you experience the same Earth that we do. So we're not. Let's put it this way, Billcat. Billcat, hold on. What I'm saying is, yeah, I get your point, right? You can't deep dive into it, like the quantification of the like math or whatever. I get it, but what I am saying is that you can like what we say, what we see, our experience, and what we observe is the same thing that you would. It's not any different. So it's not like we're talking about two different kinds of Earths, if that makes any sense. We're not doing that. We're just saying what we see.
What I'm trying to tell you is if we're going off of just purely our firsthand observations, right? I have flown several times.
No, we're not.
And in the course of flying, well, he just said experiences. So he's telling me what we
that's the foundation, dude.
So can I get a sense out? Like you're asking me questions, you want a response, you have to allow the other person to respond like a mature adult.
But you're mischaracterizing what we're claiming.
You have to let the other person respond if you want to have a mature conversation.
I'm going to stop you from mischaracterizing what we're saying, though.
Yeah.
What is being mischaracterized? Please.
Yeah, our experience is the foundation only. What we've come to the conclusion of flat Earth based off of measurements. Okay, this goes beyond just looking at it. This goes beyond just what's in your visual space.
So what I'm responding to is the person who was previously talking, not you, but the one before them. I didn't say I phoned many times. I phoned a couple times. So I'm specifically.
Okay, so
you said, okay.
Hey, previous person, do you agree with what I said or no?
What is the point of having a conversation here if you're just going to talk over me every time?
Well, if you're just going to mischaracterize what our position is, right?
What are you like?
What's the point of a conversation?
What are you, a collective consciousness? Our position. I'm responding to one person's statement, not yours, and I don't even remember.
Well, you're mischaracterizing what that person said. Now, maybe the previous person would like to weigh in.
What did that person say? And
yeah. Well, I couldn't finish because you jumped right in after I finished saying that we observed the Earth.
You for 5 minutes talking.
You're doing now, like you just did.
Go ahead.
All right, so when we make our observation, the common human experience is that we see a flat Earth. So that's what we're all seeing, a horizontal plane. But then when we start to actually take it to the next step, which is the point of measurement, we're going to do tests to actually verify that it's not just that what we see, but we can also measure across the surface of it, like in the case of measuring over large bodies of water, which is going to give us the information needed to make the statement that the Earth is not just observably flat, but it's also measurably flat. And we're going to take distances that are going to equal to above and beyond the expected amount of Earth curvature that should obstruct the line of sight distance or a targeting distance, which would be like laser targeting or mirror flash targeting. Anything that we use from point of observation to a target distance, and we can say over a safe distance, right, 15, maybe 20 miles, we're going to be able to tell you that it's not just observed as that, but it's also measured as such. So it's and it's far beyond that too. We navigate across the surface of the Earth as if we're traveling over a horizontal plane. So there's a lot to it, man. Like, and for us to get into it, you're going to have to allow it for the conversation to unfold and not mischaracterize us, like the gentleman was saying.
I don't even know what point you're arguing at this point because, truthfully, you just, I don't know, it's gone on so long and long. I understand, you believe I've mischaracterized you. I'm not trying to mischaracterize you. Yes, you believe you have measurements. That's very interesting. The only point I was making is you had mentioned that, you're not an academic and I'm not an academic and I don't have to have some academic thing prepared and you're happy that I'm honest about that and you were honest about that, etc. And my point was that, okay, well, if you want to talk about like a first-hand experience, I've flown like 3 times in my life, right? I don't know why this guy's like yapping inside chat and lying and saying I've flown many times. Never said that. Said I've flown a few times. I've flown 3 times in my life. And of those times I flew, 2 times I had a window seat and you could see curvature of the Earth, right? That pretty much cemented it in my brain. You could see the curved outline of the Earth. So.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. Did anybody else want to jump in before I start? Okay.
No, take it away. Thanks.
So basically, you made an observation, is what you're saying, right? What you were telling me, you were actually mischaracterizing, or you were starting to, but then Yoder jumped in, and now I made my point clear. So the very thing that you said, you didn't want to, or you were saying that you were going to mischaracterize my position for just making an observation, is exactly what you've done. And so you're saying you saw the Earth looking curved, so therefore it is curved. Is that what you're saying, just based on an observation?
Saying I, from a first-hand observation, have seen the curvature of the Earth.
Right, that's fine. Would you make the declaration that would solidify that the Earth is a globe based on that observation?
I would say that I have made the observation the Earth is curved, and from that I can conclude that if it continues to curve and curve, it would be circular and then globular because we're in a 3D reality. So.
Okay, so based on your observation, though, right?
Yeah, based off just seeing the curvature.
Okay, see. The thing that you were trying to tell me, because I see a flat Earth, then I'm declaring that it's flat. You were saying that's just incorrect. You can't do that. So now you're doing it. You're basically a hypocrite. You're now doing the thing that you said that I was doing.
Dude, you got to be like a little more cohesive on what you're actually trying to say, because I'm not tracking. I'm listening very. So
you're looking outside of your airplane window, and you see the Earth looking like a globe, right? It's curvature.
I see the curvature of it, yeah.
Right. So now you're making the declaration that I see this curvature, and I've been told all my life that it is a globe. Therefore, now I know it's a globe because I've seen it with my own eyes. Right?
Yeah, I can conclude that, yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty
all right.
sound.
Well, it's not. So we're going to have to actually figure out, okay, so you saw the curve of the Earth from an airplane window. But I'm here on the ground, and I'm saying it looks flat to me, man. I'm making my observation, and it looks flat. So we're going to now compare. How do we know who's right? You saw curvature up there. I'm seeing a flat Earth down here. And even some people, listen to this. Listen to this. Even some people next to you on their plane could say they see a flat Earth. There, I don't see a curve. I see a flat Earth out there. And you're like, no, I see a curve. Look, it's right there. And they're like, I don't see a curve. I see flat Earth. So how would we find the deciding factor?
Pudding. You've just kind of created this hypothetical.
Yeah, we just wait until I'm done, and then you'll realize. Just wait till I'm done. You're very rude by interrupting me. Wait till I'm done.
You've done several times.
Wait till I'm done.
You had Master Yoda cut me off when he was mischaracterized.
Yeah, but wait till I'm done.
In your position according to you, and you cut me off during that.
Oh, because I wasn't done yet.
I'm going to cut you off right now and say you're mischaracterizing. I don't know what this is right now.
No, I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not mischaracterizing you.
Well,
No,
what
there's
if
people.
your fellow
Hold on a minute.
passenger said the Earth was flat? It never happened though. So what do you?
Yeah,
even
it does because there's people in this room that have flown in a plane.
It didn't happen on the flight that I was on. So what are you talking about? You're
It doesn't matter. People have flown in planes and said that the Earth looks flat. All right, so people have done that. There's people that exist, and they're in this room right now that have flown in a plane and said that the Earth is flat. That has happened. So okay, let me just tell you this. I want to get to my point. So if you're saying the Earth looks curved from an airplane window and somebody says it looks flat, what would be the deciding factor that gets us to understand whether it's one way or the other? How would we know?
I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical, which hasn't happened.
No, this isn't a hypothetical. People actually fly every single
Nobody
day.
on. I was in an
and say
airplane.
that the Earth is
Nobody
flat.
on the flight said it. You said, what if your
It
fellow
doesn't matter, dude. Listen,
passenger said it?
you're not the
What are you
only person. Listen, brother, you're not the only person who's ever flown in a plane. So you can't just make it like only you and the passengers in your plane, because anybody who's flown in a plane at the altitude that you've been at, they could see the Earth for themselves, and they can make the declaration like you did, whether it's a globe or flat, based on what they see. And there's a lot of people that say that the Earth is flat from an airplane window. I know that because I've heard of it.
Did I say they
People
couldn't do that?
always say it.
When have I ever said
Yes.
they can't do that?
Well, right now you said, well, not in my plane. Well, it doesn't. I'm not talking about just your plane.
You
I'm
said
talking.
your quote, exact quote, my fellow passengers. Exact
Yeah.
words.
So if your fellow pastor, one person would be arguing with you, would be like, dude, how
But they
would you
didn't.
find? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying.
They're not my fellow. Just say other people. Why are
Listen,
you?
listen to this.
You're not
Yeah,
getting
listen to this. Listen to this.
It's very
Yeah, it's a hypothetical and it's practical because you didn't ask every passenger either. You didn't do that either, so you don't know. So what I'm saying is, though, if somebody was to say that to you, how would you find out what the real meaning of what you see is? How would you be able to know whether or not it's curved? So you'd have to be able to measure it, wouldn't you? Go back down to the ground and see if you can measure the curve. Because if you've seen it, it's there. Therefore, when you go back down to the ground, it would still be there. It wouldn't go away. It would still be there. And so the guy who thinks the guy who thinks he saw the Earth as flat in the airplane window would be proven or disproven based upon a measurement on the surface. Then at the surface level, you could say, okay, let's do this. Let's test to see if we have this drop over distance because we have a curving surface. The surface of the Earth being a geometric shape like a globe, it would have the property of the surface having that curved path, along the line of sight. So if you have a line of sight and you say, okay, at a far distance away, we can't see anymore, and that's because the Earth is cutting it off because it's dropping away. We can't see further past the curve. That's fine. If you're able to prove that, then the guy who was sitting next to you, hypothetically, like I said, would be able to say, okay, you've proved your case. The Earth is curved because you measured it. There's at a certain distance away, it's predictable to say that we can't see anything farther past that because the Earth's curve would be in the way. So therefore, you would be able to prove to him that not only did you see it up there when you were in a high altitude, but you proved it because it was measured as such on the surface.
Such as this, for example, right here. Here you go.
Such as what?
You said you wanted measurements
You
on
gotta
the
be
ground.
kidding me. The Netflix special.
All right, yeah, but dude, they didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving. Okay, so if that's your evidence that
you're disagreeing with their methodology,
no, I'm disagreeing that the fact that you use somebody from the internet, like a YouTube video, instead of pulling from academia. I'm disappointed that you didn't pull from academia and you actually pulled from YouTube video of some guy. You think
funny because earlier you said you were giving me you're mischaracterizing me again. I'm going to talk over you for a moment.
I'm gonna have to hold you to this, dude. You're using a guy who's a no. Who said he was a flat earther? Yeah, dude, no one's going to be able to hear us because you're just over talking me.
I think we need a different tact with this, guys. I think our friend
talking down to me.
I think our friend should. Bill Cat, why don't you walk us through the details of what they did?
What do you mean?
Please walk us through the details of what they did in the link you provided. Okay, the audience wants to hear you explain it, especially for those listening.
So what they did, right, is they had two different people at like two different positions, and they had them like talking on radios and shit, right? And they had one person like really fucking far this direction, and then one person really fucking far the other direction, right? Far enough where if there was no curvature of the Earth, they would be able to point a laser through a hole, and it would be able to go straight and then reach the other people, right? It would be able to reach the other piece of, like, I guess they're using like a piece of wood or something like that, and you'd be able to see the laser, right? But because of the way they do it, and when they do the curvature of the Earth, and they try to adjust for it, you can still see the laser, even though you shouldn't be able to see it.
Just quickly, just a question, because you keep saying laser. Would a flashlight count as a laser, do you think?
I don't think that's concentrated enough, is it?
Like a regular flashlight, would you call that a laser? Like, would that be comparable to a laser, do you think?
Close enough, yeah. Like, for the purpose of the experiment.
You did a lot of things incorrect. Like, you didn't state for the audience what the distance was away. You were very ambiguous. It's too far. It was far away, far enough. That's not an actual numeric value. You have to give a known distance to actually get an
explanation. You just asked for like a general what's going on in the video.
Yeah.
Well, they have this.
Yeah, how they determine how high up they were?
I gave you
from what?
I gave you like a layman's explanation of it.
Yeah, okay, so how'd they determine how high up they were?
Hey,
And how
well,
high up from what?
I don't remember. I just had a layman's explanation of it. They just had like
Oh,
one.
so you don't know how they measured their own heights?
Dude, you got to calm down. I'm just having a
No, I'm just pointing out that you have no idea what you're fucking talking about because I know you didn't watch it. Want to know how I know you know? I know that you didn't watch it. It's because they didn't use a fucking laser. That's how I know you don't. You never watched it.
English not my first language.
Obviously not. So why are you presenting something beyond your ability to?
Because
why are you presenting something beyond your ability
because I say
to
laser
detail for
instead
the
of
audience?
flashlight. You're criticizing me now because it's not my first language. Like what are you, dude?
Well,
Is it really
hold on. The other guy, DJ, just asked if you knew the difference between a laser and a flashlight. You clearly did.
Beyond my comprehension.
So now you're lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, you're fucking lying.
Now you're just making shit up.
No, it's because the previous guy, DJ, basically had you clarify the difference between a flashlight and a laser, and now you're telling us that you didn't really know the difference between a flashlight and a laser.
What is the difference?
So you don't even know the difference between a flashlight and a laser? It sounded like I thought from DJ you told him you knew the
I don't know
difference.
this language. Well, clarify for me.
Sorry, I mean I'm not going to teach you the difference.
I'm not either.
They know it all. Can't explain a very basic thing to me.
Collimated light. All right, now go Google that shit.
Collimate of light. Can you be more specific?
Collimated. Yeah, there's a collimator. Do you know what a collimator is?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you don't know anything about the claim that you presented to us as proof of a globe.
Huh?
So you're going to have to go back to the fishing hole and find something else because we threw this fish back in the water. It was fucking lame.
What are you talking about, man? I just posted some YouTube video and I was like, hey, here's like a layman's explanation if they try.
You didn't know. You don't know anything about it, dude. It's not a layman's explanation. It's you don't. A layman would be able to tell it in some kind of way, make sense of it. You couldn't even do that.
Yeah, that's what layman's are good
You
for.
asked for like a layman's explanation. I just gave you like
Yeah,
a
layman should be able to break it down in clear terms for the average man.
Yeah, they have
It
like
wasn't. You're not doing a layman's explanation, dude. I'm sorry, but you're not doing a layman's explanation. You're not doing that.
Yeah, you were called. You're bullshitting, dude. That's what you were doing.
You're bullshitting. That's
a
what
layman's
you're doing.
explanation, man. I don't know what.
No, you're not.
What
It's
am I
not
bullshitting
layman's.
about? What am I bullshitting about?
You
We
don't know
should
anything
rename
about
him-
this.
We should rename Bill Cat Bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't know
dude.
anything about this.
Why
You
are you
presented
being
something. You presented something confidently, like you knew what you were going to do, and then at the end, you had know
I
nothing
didn't
about
present
it.
anything confidently. I just presented a clip, and you said we need measurements on the ground. I'm like, well, here's a measurement on the ground.
What's your native
you don't-
language, Bill
I'm
Cat?
very unhappy, bro. I understand why. I just posted a
What's
video.
your native language?
And that was it.
Yeah.
I
What's your
thought- I
native
thought-
language, Bill Cat?
Hey, I'm not doxing myself. Fuck that.
Doxing yourself? What? You speak a language of what? Like, I'm the only one who speaks Klingon.
Only 55,000 speak this language. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Or whatever. All right. So we found out that you don't even know anything about what you just presented. Not even a layman's explanation, as you said. You didn't even do it
I
as
just
a
gave
layman.
I just gave like a layman's.
No, you didn't. Absolutely not. No, you didn't. That's an absolute lie. You're bullshitting your way through something you thought was evidence
I
of
just
the
gave
Earth
like a
being a globe.
layman's explanation of it, man. That's all I did.
It's bullshit, dude. Admit it. You're just bullshitting your way through. You're not giving a layman's explanation. That's a bunch of shit.
You just asked for some measurements on the ground, so I'm like,
And
oh,
you
hey,
didn't prove it. You did not prove it.
Did I make any claim to prove? I just said, hey,
Yeah, you said I got here are the measurements right here. Here's a video. There's a video. There's a
I think
measurement.
you're assigning a lot of like emotional like ego language to this that didn't really happen. You know, I just like
Emotional
make
ego
a video in
language.
the side chat. You know?
Yeah, which you didn't know anything about. That was clear.
I gave a pretty good layman's explanation.
No, you didn't. You bullshitted your way through. Thought you were going to get away with it, but then now we're pointing the fact that you didn't know anything about it is showing you're just bullshitting your way through
I
it.
think I gave a pretty good layman's explanation of it.
No, yeah, in your own head. But what we listened to was somebody bullshitting their way through something.
Please calm down. Take a breather. Whatever
Shut up, dude.
Whatever
Shut
disagreement
up.
we're having here, we can talk about civilly. Okay. We can
Yeah,
talk about
with civilly. What we're talking about civilly is your inability to be able to articulate any point that you have to offer.
In the side chat for you. Okay, I think this is going to help you out here. Let me take a look at that. What do you think of that, man? Can you give me like your explanation on that generation lead right there? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so you're not going to talk about the subject matter at hand. You're going to talk about something else.
Well, for a while,
you
we've
eat
kind of
paint
been
chips.
ranting about
Why
my
don't you? Tell us how many
language and
paint
where
chips
I'm
you like to
from
eat.
and things like that. I mean, Yoder was going off.
We really don't. He was trying to ask you to be honest, but we really don't give a shit what language you speak, dude. Honestly, I don't give a fuck.
Why would you? I'm just some guy on the internet.
Yeah, who's randomly coming in here thinking he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't. Just like every other Glober that comes in.
Dude, I literally came in here to be quiet. What are you talking about? You engaged me over and over and over. I just sat here and I was like listening quietly for like a good 30 minutes, just quietly.
Your accent's so unique, I can hardly place it.
But it's very clear you don't know.
Like every time you try
It's
to
very
like
clear.
add some emotional language, I just kind of push it back. I
Yeah,
don't think you're
whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. Like right now,
Whatever.
all we need to
Doesn't
know is if you're able to tell us how you know the Earth is a globe or not, and just admit, hey, I don't know. I'm just a belief.
I just
And
went up in the plane and I saw it. I fucking saw the curvature of the Earth. That's like my solid.
Yeah,
cement.
you
beyond that is
somebody
like,
listen, brother.
You asked me how I knew it from personally me, right? I don't know the scientific explanation for it. I just looked out the window and I saw it, and I was like, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, what's
shit.
funny?
Yeah.
What's funny is you were ragging on me when I was telling you I observed the Earth is flat. Oh, you observed the Earth is flat. How do you know it's flat? You seeing it's flat?
Well, I said,
you
why
were
don't
telling
you
me a lot of shit, dude, and
Why
then
don't you
you go and do an observation, and it's just fucking
why
hunky
don't you-
dory.
If you don't like airplanes, you can go up in a hot air balloon.
No. We're talking about an observation. You make an observation, and it's the bee's knees. But when I make my observation of flat Earth, you're like, oh, well, it can't be. It's no flat Earth. Like,
Please calm down again. Calm down. I'm trying to extend the olive branch.
Dude.
I've tried to extend the olive branch to you several times and said maybe we just have different perspectives, literally in physical reality, based off.
So how can we determine that the Earth is one way or the other? Is what I was getting you to realize. What's the determining factor?
You started talking about measurements on the ground. I said, "Well,
that's how you determine.
You just
That's
shoot
exactly
a satellite straight up into the air. Well, we'd be able to get like a perfect perspective of everything, right?
No. Listen, brother. Listen to me when I say this. You don't leave the Earth to measure the Earth. You don't leave it. You stay on it. You're on the Earth. The Earth's surface. Listen to me when I say this to you, man. The Earth's surface should follow a curvilinear path because it's curving. It's a globe.
A lot of scientific mumbo jumbo, but let me tell you,
no, it's not, dude. You're being a dumbass right now. No, it's not.
Did you ever go hunting before? Let me answer that. You ever go hunting?
No. You're not answering my question, brother.
Ever in your life, have you?
I'm not going to answer your bullshit question right now.
If you can't engage with a simple hypothetical, then you
dude, listen to me. Listen to me.
Take a breather and look at yourself.
Shut up, dude. Shut up.
I'm just trying to engage you calmly.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're being a weasel. You're being a weasel. Nope.
Anyone here gone hunting before? Anyone at all?
I'm going to count to 3, dude. You better let me finish what I'm saying.
You're going to count.
What you need to do. Shut up, dude. Shut up. What you need to do is measure the surface of the Earth to determine whether or not what it is. You're not going to be able to do it, but you're not going to be able to do it going further away from the surface like you want to with your satellite. You can't do it with that. You have to do it on the surface.
Baseless assertion that you have to measure in the particular way you demand.
It's the way that the surface would be conforming to if you're on it.
I'm trying to engage with you, right, in a conversation, but you just continue to insist that
Did you just say a satellite measures the Earth?
Yeah, he's trying to get away from the surface. I'm like,
Brett, can you provide the deets?
This is a lot of emotional and angry conversation. I'm just trying to engage with you all, honestly. This is like
shut your dumb ass up, dude, with your bullshit ass. I'm just calm. Yeah, you're not calm. Shut up.
This is the lead brain aggression is what happens with these older Gen Xers, probably about 40 years old, is the amount of
Skip the meta and get to the
lead aggression. The lead aggression is very bad.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
So basically, Bowcat, you're accusing people in here of eating lead chips. And meanwhile, you're the one that is presenting evidence for a globe and basically stepping on garden rakes and smacking yourself in the face every which way you go.
were alive during that time period. You were Gen X and you were in a car.
Yeah. So okay. So can you generalize and paint with a broad brush your prejudices anymore?
Prejudices towards Gen Xers.
Yeah.
The lead brain.
Yeah, you seem to have an axe to grind against Gen Xers. Not that I'm one, but maybe I am. Maybe some of the others are. Who knows? But you have no idea who we are.
I don't mind millennials when they're not so lead brained. Some of them are like, we're living.
Yeah.
in the
Well, okay. So you just believe that you can see curvature of the Earth from an airplane.
Yeah.
Which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's how I also know you're a liar.
I personally saw it on 2 flights that I was on.
Okay. Okay. So how much curvature should you see if Earth is a globe from an airplane?
I don't fucking know, dude. A couple.
Yeah. So what makes you think you're seeing curvature then? Fucking retard.
I fucking saw it with my eyeballs. Like what?
Idiot. You're an idiot, bro.
Like
I know how much you should see. Honestly, I did the math to test it.
Let me give you an example. You could very honestly engage and say, well, hey, actually, no, that's not what you saw. You saw this, or there's an explanation, or it's an optical illusion, or this. But instead, you're
How about this? Check the side chat.
Instead of
the construction of airplane windows are curved.
That is one argument. That's one argument. But instead of just saying that to me, you're both.
Dude, shut your yapper, man. He's telling you something. Shut up.
The structure of airplane windows are curved. Number one. Number two, let's do a geometric test. I'll pop open the details.
Let me cite what I said to you. I said if the window is making it curved, then why in the original photo of the outside of plane that you sent, and other people have sent several others, is it flat? If it's the windows, then why is that? Like you can't, if it's always the window.
Well, I'll tell you why you can't see curve. It's because from even like 31,000 feet, you should be seeing 0.07% of the Earth's surface. And you think you're seeing curvature. Yeah, bullshit. It looks flat. Even if it's a globe, it looks flat from up there.
You can just look out. You can see it. Like I don't understand why. Like you're just telling me my eyes are wrong, but you're basically just lying.
This guy.
Yeah. So I'll go further. Want to see an infrared hyper zoom of the horizon?
I can just look at a satellite picture.
I can give you a method that you can actually test for yourself.
I can just go to the ISS live feed right now if I want.
Oh yeah, I can go to CloudSat and I can show you a flat horizon from CloudSat. Why is that?
Just go to the ISS feed. I don't know.
Yeah, did you know that CloudSat actually has a camera that faces sideways and looks at the horizon of Earth? It's fucking flat.
But all I have to do
is that. I want to see that, Master.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me go dig that up.
Let me get you a link. Sure.
No, you don't need to show me the ISS footage, okay? Because from the ISS, it shouldn't look curved either. Geometrically.
I don't think you really have any idea what you're talking about.
Oh no, I've done the math, okay, and I've tested it. You haven't. You just accept that what you're seeing is globe curvature. When if that's the case, then you must think Earth is a very tiny ball.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, and you got to rewind. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't hold up to the geometric constraints of what the globe ought to be.
You just said I went to go to the live feed and it's been down for an hour. It's got to go back up. But I guess they do that every day for me.
All right, let me post CloudSat.
I just don't understand why you're so upset about me saying I went in the plane, I saw a couple degrees of curvature. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because you wouldn't see a couple degrees of curvature. Nobody has, and nobody can.
And in commercial flights, you can Google right now, can you see the curvature of the Earth on commercial flights? Yes, you can. You literally
it violates physics.
Right, you can Google it.
Even from your own side, right? Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, by the way. Okay, even he said from 10 times the height of a plane, which would be the height of the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic flight, he said that he did the calculations and you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
That's an argument of authority. That's all that is. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, that's someone from your own side who's an astrophysicist.
I have no side. I don't know what side
The globe side. You're on the globe Earth
That's
side.
just reality, bro. I don't have a side.
No. The reality is that you wouldn't see a couple of degrees of curvature from the height of a plane. You would only see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. Even if it was a globe, you wouldn't see it.
From the perspective of an airplane, you can literally Google it right now, look it up, see the curvature. Like, it's not that hard.
All right, I'm about to post some electro-optical infrared and LiDAR scans of the horizon from CloudSat.
This again for you. Here we are in the plane, looking over.
Oh, okay, well, I'll post
1,120 kilometers. Here's 1,120 kilometers of a swath of the horizon taken from CloudSat using LiDAR.
We can settle this debate very interestingly by just getting the highest
Jeez
perspective,
Louise.
the most we can of the Earth. So that's the simplest explanation we should do.
I'm posting
the highest perspective we possibly.
satellite images of a flat horizon, Billcat.
Why would we? What possible loss could we have then, if that's the case? Why don't we just send a satellite up and see?
He's muted everybody. He's on a platform on his own.
I haven't muted anybody at all. I'm sitting right here.
All right. Then listen to what he's saying when he's talking. You over talk him.
What I'm telling him is I'm telling him.
You're over talking me now.
Satellite up. Okay. I can't even say a word edgewise. It's sad.
Yeah. Well, why are you getting upset, bro? Relax. Calm down.
No one's upset, man.
You are. You are. Just relax, dude. Just calm down.
Hear you with your bag of chips, man.
Yeah. Just calm down, bro. Just relax. Just calm down. Relax.
It's okay.
It's gonna be all right.
So the active infrared of CloudSat's really cool because you can actually see condensation and evaporation lines from the surface to form clouds, and from the clouds when they condense and start to rain. So in some of these images that you see in the hyperspectral colors, you can see that the evaporation and condensation lines are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the flat ground. Again, this viewing angle presents about a 1,100 kilometer swath.
So why don't
There's
we
no
just
curvature.
send something up into the sky to look down to see the curvature of the Earth if it is there or not, like a satellite, for example?
Well, that's what I'm presenting. I'm presenting what's called a limb view. It's a sideways view, looking out at the horizon, not straight down like you might be accustomed to.
Why aren't you just directly answering my question?
I am, actually. I am presenting you exactly what you claim to have evidence of, and it contradicts your claim.
Posit the Earth is flat. Okay. So why don't we just send a satellite straight up? And see
This is a satellite.
No, like why don't you send a satellite? No, what? Send me what you're looking at. I actually.
This is called CloudSat, okay? And this is from the Calypso
I'm actually curious
platform using what's called the Calliope sensor. And I've got all the documentation you could ever dig into if you want to verify this claim.
I mean, give me a link to what you're looking at, please. I just like charts.
Okay, hold on. I'll give you a link to the whole library of images from the website run by the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration.
Curious to new information. This is something I'm interested in. You see.
Yoda out here doing God's work.
All right, here are multiple daily scans of the horizon flat going back for years.
So standard part of a training satellite. Well, let's take a look here. This is very interesting stuff. You see. Let's look at the 30th.
Oh, it gets even more interesting because CloudSat is actually claimed to be a self-orbiting satellite. You can read about the launch using a Delta Heavy rocket to lift everything into orbit. But here's the funny thing. Let me post you an image I found from the slide deck.
Let me take a look here. I'm looking at the Calypso satellite. It's interesting. You see.
All right, here's where it gets interesting. Next image. All right, so this next image shows in red is the track of the satellite as it goes back and forth between. It looks like Palestine, Texas, and parts of North Africa and Europe. You know what's in Palestine, Texas? It's called the Columbia Scientific Ballooning Facility.
So the Calypso mission, Cloud Aerosol LiDAR, and Infrared Pathfinder satellite observations represents a collaboration between NASA and the French space agency CNES. Launched on April 28, 2006, the satellite was conceived to enhance the understanding of the role clouds and aerosols play in Earth's climate system and air quality. Aerosols, tiny particles. Like here, I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud, but I am going to read it. I don't want to, unless you want me to, but I'm just going to.
No, it's okay. I know what it is already. But what I'm presenting to you now in chat is from their own slide deck showing in red. Those are balloon tracks. Why is this a balloon track when this is also supposed to be a satellite orbit?
So please, hear me. So before I can respond to specific things, I'm trying to get some context here, right? Just like some basic information on what the satellite is, what it does, how it scans things. So that's what I I have to figure that stuff out before I can answer why is it doing this or that. Well, I don't know. I have to figure out like how this works. So please give me a moment.
Okay. Well, happy reading. Also interesting that they're using a projection of Earth that puts the latitude and longitude at equidistant of each other. So that's equidistant meridians. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So how fast is this thing moving?
Well, I mean, if it's in orbit where they say it is, it's supposed to be going like 18,000 miles per hour.
So that's apparently how it works right there. So it measures a vertical line of clouds and aerosolized particles completing a near polar sun synchronous orbit.
That's not true. That depiction isn't true.
Completing approximately 14.
I've got the schematics. It's sideways.
Orbit ensures consistent daylight conditions for measurements, enabling global data collection. This is just that's what you're looking at.
Your artistic rendition, whoever was the artist that drew that, is wrong. That's not the satellite's looking sideways.
I'm just looking at what like NASA.
Yeah, and I've also presented you
is NASA like
countervailing data.
How their satellite works, or I'm just trying to get like a basic understanding of this here. It seems to me very confusing to use data from a satellite that you're claiming that they're lying about. Like I don't understand. I'm just looking at the basic explanation.
Well, there's a point. It's called invoking a hostile witness. If this is a courtroom. It's because basically the other side, your side, actually provides information that contradicts your own side. And we're just calling that out. So this is basically a blow to your credibility.
It says Calypso uses, let me read the full paragraph. The combination of these advanced instruments allows Calypso to provide detailed vertical profiles, capturing not just the horizontal spread, but also the height and aerosols of aerosols and clouds. So the point of it isn't to measure what you're claiming. It's not measuring that axis that you're claiming it is. It's measuring this line because it's trying to measure, like if you're looking at
showing
side slice, think
horizontal.
It's not true. It's
showing the horizon, and it's showing evaporation lines that are parallel to each other. That's a geometric Euclidean reality that you can't escape.
This just simply does not do what you're claiming it does. Like,
what did I claim that you said it's not doing?
It doesn't measure the horizon.
I'm showing you that it shows you the horizon.
No, you've taken charts here, right? And you're just simply misunderstanding what it's showing you.
Oh, where's the curvature of the Earth then?
It's in the fucking graph. Do you not understand what it's measuring?
I do understand what it's measuring.
So think of like a human body, right? When it's like
it's measuring condensation and evaporation.
Okay, what does that mean?
Rain and evaporation. So like when the oceans get warm and all the little water molecules start to jump around and get excited and they go wee and they go straight up into the air.
What do you call those?
It's showing that. And when the clouds get really cold and start to shiver and they shake all the water and the water condenses and falls back down to Earth as rain, that's what it's also showing. And it's got such a wide view, it can actually show you polar stratospheric clouds. What is a polar stratospheric cloud? Like, holy shit, what's the altitude of that thing?
That was a layman's explanation right there. You got to learn what a layman's explanation is. Okay, that was one.
See,
right, so what it shows is these evaporation and condensation lines, like I said, for the 50th time, are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the surface.
Right, so what you're not understanding, once again, I'm trying to explain this to you, is it is not measuring the horizon of the Earth.
On a globe, those are going to be radial with a common center of mass. Because you think gravity is pulling everything inward like spokes on a bicycle wheel. Which means the spokes can't be parallel to each other on a bicycle wheel. Right? Just like the condensation evaporation lines can't be parallel to each other on a globe.
A simple question: is a spoke on a bicycle wheel curved or straight?
They're straight and they're not parallel to each other.
They're straight.
Just jumping around now.
No fucking shit, they're straight.
So then why would this fucking satellite...
Actually, hold on a second. If we want to take this to a higher technical level, you don't have straight plums. It's called deflection of the vertical in surveying.
Point. The reason this fucking satellite's not going to show you the curvature of the Earth is the same reason that if you have the bicycle spoke is straight from one spot to the other, even though a bicycle wheel is circular. The fucking spoke is straight because from the perspective of it, from where it's going, it's straight down. That's why.
It's a sideways camera view of the horizon. Okay, why is there no curve?
It's literally a vertical camera.
No, it's not.
It fucking.
I told you that your artist depiction is wrong, and I can present to you. Let me just show you. Okay, I'm going to go dig through the schematic.
So NASA is lying. Then it's fucking a vertical camera.
No, they're not. You're just. I don't know what fucking source you're reading from. When I pulled the actual like design documents of this thing that are public. Let me go retrieve them. It'll be a minute.
CalOp has a high vertical resolution of 30 meters in the low troposphere and 60 meters above
Yeah,
that.
vertical. It's looking sideways so it can scan vertically.
You said vertical and you disagreed with it. You said it's measuring
you tried to present this as vertical, like looking straight down, dumbass. It's looking sideways to get the vertical datum. Yeah, I'm still here. So for the audience wondering what it's called the Microwave Limb Sounder. It's part of the CloudSat constellation flying behind some of the main platforms, and its job is to look sideways.
Let me size this here for you. Here you go.
You realize CloudSat's not one platform, right? It's a program involving multiple platforms, multiple satellites with multiple capabilities.
Honestly, I just find it very amusing that you
and they find a constellation they call an A-train configuration.
I just personally find it very amusing. You cite NASA, but then when I'm just sitting there reading about this thing from NASA, you're like, nope, that's
okay.
Hostile witness.
It's because you're trying to mischaracterize what it is. Like you've been trying to mischaracterize everything everybody here's been saying since you first started yapping.
Hostile witness.
Yeah, you are.
No, you said that NASA was a hostile witness.
Oh, you're a hostile witness to NASA.
I'm a hostile witness to NASA.
Yeah, NASA's providing evidence of a flat horizon. And you're contradicting that.
I think you're just a little bit incorrect, and I think I've
No, I'm actually precisely correct.
You can't autocorrect this, Zoomer. You can't autocorrect this. It's just the way it is.
I'm pretty sure
Would you like to play again?
Vertical resolution. So, what are you arguing?
Insert coin to continue.
He wants to get closer to his mic as if you didn't hear him. I'm telling you, as a child, he got so ignored. He got so ignored that he had to do with interrupt people, and his parents were talking, and they probably gave him negative attention. They probably did. Go back to your room, Tommy. And he's just like, dude, I'm telling you. Every time someone speaks, you like to interrupt. That's what you do. That's your deal.
I think maybe because it makes you a little unhappy.
I don't care what it makes me. It just shows that you're an idiot.
I don't care what it makes me. Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. Yeah, he crashed out. He's just waiting to respond to you, Yoder. Even though you showed him that he's using some information he can't even tell you how he understands it to be true. You showed him this is what NASA's actually showing us, the flat horizon.
Yep, and he's confirming what we're saying is true and trying to mischaracterize it as if it disagrees with what we're saying. So, yeah, I mean, he's actually now the hostile witness to NASA's claim. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I mean, NASA's also a hostile witness to NASA, which is also funny.
And I like the fact that he's triggered and he gets close to his mic and doing the thing that's antithetical to the thing he said he was trying to do onto me, calm me down. And he's all uptight about it. Bro, relax. You're not right. Oh, you're muted because you don't know how to let other people speak, bro. You're like a squirrel on crack. I said that earlier. You're just bouncing all over the place. What do you think you guys' generation is called? Zoomers. Duh. The ADHD generation, brother. Yeah, but funny enough, you're on this platform, not speaking, and you're listening to me. How ironic is that? Yeah, that's all you have in your brain, are those memes. A layman's explanation. That's funny, dude.
Like, what's funny is I find in this this presentation deck these red ground tracks going from Palestine, Texas, quite clearly out to the east, and then actually looping and coming back. So like southern jet stream or northern jet stream, southern jet stream, I guess. And it's a ton of squiggly lines going around. Like, this is not a satellite orbit in the traditional sense of a globe. So what I was saying earlier is you can read about like the launch of CloudSat satellite, multiple launches, big heavy rockets to boost these things really high up into orbit. And it's like, okay, if these things are doing the loop-de-loop around a ball, how come we see this loop-de-loop back and forth between America and Europe? Doing like a hard U-turn, hairpin turn around Texas and another hairpin turn around Greece. I find that fascinating. Not sure what's going on or how they're controlling that. I've got some ideas, though. Oh, maybe we should believe that they're augmenting the orbiting space junk with scientific balloons for the same program, the CloudSat program. Maybe that's it, guys. They totally have self-orbiting satellites, but they also use the balloons.
All their orbital paths are meant to be natural.
Oh, thanks, Morvis. Palestine. Yeah. Well, I mean, AV pretty much exposed this guy. Like, he was telling us his debate bro tactic to try and just remain calm because it only works when one of the other party is spurging out of control.
Yeah.
Like, that's all he was here for. Just tossing shit at the wall. Here's Jaren's freaking laser test. Didn't know a thing about. I see curvature from airplanes. Didn't know a thing about that. Well, satellites prove the Earth is curved. ISS footage. I mean, this is just basic, like, tier 1, level 1 Glober shit.
Yeah, bless his heart, he tried. Well, I mean, tried in his own way, not that he met any standard of, like, actually accomplishing his goal. Yeah, you were like, I'm your Huckleberry. That's just my game. You took him to NASA, and he's like, he lost his shit. Oh, you're showing me NASA. You can't show me NASA. You guys don't like NASA. I'm like, well, gonna use this as a hostile witness.
Yep. Oh, dude, I already had the next step ready. Like, oh, you like satellites, bitch? All right. Let's go to the Goddard Space Flight Center, satellite tracking query. Go read that magnetic flux tube of force thing and go explain that to me.
I was telling in the text chat, I was like, Yoder's the soy whisperer. That shit was funny.
Yeah.
Cause, bro, they come in here nothing but gimmicks, man. Like, I'm tired of that shit. Like, I can at least attempt to listen to what the person say. He was like not even listening, bro. It's like, oh
No.
man.
No, like you crave substantive conversations.
Yeah,
you might
dude.
be lucky if you get one a week.
Fucking something, bro. Like, I would give it to him if he just at least repeated back or what you're like something, dude. Just give me something to work with.
Yeah, like honesty.
Ugh.
I mean, there's something to be said for our tenacity in this space. Like the staying power we have, the duration we have, we can outlast and deter any troll that comes in here. We've been forged through the fires and flames of the worst ridicule, the craziest targeting. I mean, it's pretty insane what this topic does to people and the kind of abuse you endure over it. It's only made us better at what we do.
Yeah, I like it. Yep. And then we got the homies to share it with, like Anti-Globalist, Necros, 20 Cups.
Shout out.
I appreciate you guys. Sometimes you do just want to sit back and listen to somebody else take it, you know? You love frustrating the plans of the wicked, though, don't you, Yoder?
Yeah, that's my main shtick, if you're gonna call it that. I love that. I love to frustrate their plans.
Oh my goodness.
You know, you got to kind of match their energy and tone. You give them a chance or two.
Good luck matching that tone.
Yeah. And when you can't do it, that's when you turn on the juice, you know?
That was comedic timing on that, though, Globalist. Yeah, because he's a soy boy, right? So it's like, how are you going to match that tone? Unless he becomes soy-like.
Yeah, you got to kind of lead them on so that they unknowingly strap themselves to their own electric chair.
Hey,
And
Matthew,
then
are you
give you
there?
the honors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm here. So,
Hey, do you think if a flat earther came in here and made a really ridiculous argument, we'd call them out?
yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Did you notice that when the last globe earther came in here and made a bunch of ridiculous arguments, you didn't call him out?
Right, because this is your forum, not mine.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, got to close your ranks, huh?
Appreciate the admission. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew agrees his arguments were bogus.
Yeah, stronger together, right?
But I didn't hear all of his arguments. But in general, I don't think you can prove that the Earth is a globe.
A torch and a laser are the same thing. You can see the curvature from an airplane.
Why did we? I don't know. Imagine taking elevation scans, but you're looking straight down.
Yeah, like if that's straight down, like what's that horizontal line supposed to even be? if it's not the horizon. All right. Any more globe earthers in here? Who's next? I think they're all done.
Hey, yeah, insert coin to continue. Try to keep everything I say as mainstream as possible. Because the mainstream should at least be honest about what they're doing. You know, like the idea that planar surveys are being mathematically bent to a ball. Such a fundamental concept in geodesy. It was described over like 1,300 pages of text by a German, I think he might have been a geologist, but he was also a surveyor named Friedrich Helmert. He wrote a book called Higher Geodesy, became foundational text for the entire field. And he has like a 10-step process buried in there where he walks you through taking physical flat earth measurements. He doesn't call them that, right? But you have to use discernment when you read, because they're setting up a planar survey. And then you have to select a datum. And then here's all the math that you can use for that. And then here are all these corrections that you can apply. Because the mere contortion of a planar survey to a ball is not enough to be consistent with observations. Why? Because Earth is flat. So here are all these corrections where you basically flatten it back out again. It's freaking hilarious, the process that they go through. And what I like about this book is it's painfully clear and obvious what the process is. He spells it out in a very honest manner. He's not a flat earther, but he's a German who speaks and writes with precision. I really
was
think.
going to say, I liked when he called you a conspiracy theorist for reading NASA's document.
Yeah, the conspiracy was the foundation of NASA as a psychological warfare tool. It's not flat
Oh yeah, I
earthers
need a
saying this.
clarification on that bit you did say about the satellites being used for the exploitation of people's minds.
Yeah. I posted the document.
He heard
and
that as you saying they're using satellites for mind control, right? That's what he heard. And then I said, no, that's not what he's saying. But I actually wasn't sure what you were actually saying. I interpreted it as you were saying that, you know, that the technology involved in satellites and that whole system and everything surrounding it to paint a perception for people, right?
Yeah.
Is that how you meant it? Yeah.
Right. It is.
It's exploiting people's minds in a certain direction with it.
Yeah, I better be careful because America might be watching me from a place I can't get to. That's really kind of what it comes down to. Listen, when Sputnik was first launched, right, and this is like supposedly kicking off the space race, even though the space race had started before, called the International Geophysical Year. You should look that up, get your history straight. But when Sputnik was claimed, the head of the Department of Defense, Charlie Wilson, called it basically a cheap scientific trick. People weren't convinced that it was real at the time. This idea that the whole world was shocked and accepted it and finally knew that like Earth was not only round, but you could put satellites around it, that this was definitively solved with Sputnik is refabrication, retooling of what really took place at that time. We've got newspaper articles where physicists, engineers are writing in to the editor saying this is BS and there's no way they could have done this for these reasons. Very similar to rockets in a vacuum that were claimed in the 1920s and 30s. Similar news articles with letters to the editor from physicists and researchers saying, no, rockets can't work in a vacuum. Goddard is an idiot. So this unanimity of thought is a fabrication itself and is almost very suiting and befitting to the foundational documents of NASA, which are supposed to create in the minds of every man and seal America's fate forever as the dominant superpower in the world that nobody else could come close to touching. So yeah, look at all this technology America has. Self-orbiting satellites, folks, to compete with the Russians.
Yeah, I mean, people were just far more critical in general back then, you know, because they probably had to be, and they were just generally more intelligent in that manner.
And so, propaganda tool was in place and well funded to reverse that mindset. And look what happens today. They've been telling us that they would put another man on the moon for the last 60 years. That they would have moon tourism like in the 1980s and 90s.
I know, I've got that newspaper clipping I like to always post.
Because why would they lie? Why would they lie? Well, I got great reasons. I have a foundational document from NASA that says why they would lie.
Oh, you heard what he said. He's like, oh, well, yeah, NASA does lie sometimes.
No, but we got to keep it real. I mean, I think this panel did a great job today. We got to keep it real. Like, people already think flat earthers are the craziest retards on earth. And there are lots of flat earthers on TikTok and Facebook and X who post the stupidest freaking shit that make us look like the retards that people accuse us of being.
Yeah.
We
They're
can't
all
do that.
shells. Like, all coming out of the government. Like 80% for sure.
So we have to keep it empirical. We have to keep it real. The conspiracy theory flat earthers are probably just as annoying to me as the esoteric ones.
Yeah. No, I liked your comment when you said we're the Pentagon of flat earthers here. That was good, man.
Thanks.
Shit. What? Oh shit. I don't know if you heard. It was quite early on. I was explaining to him. I kind of messed up wording. I wish I'd worded it better, but I was trying to explain to him how he's unfortunate because he's been sold this perception that he's going to come into this channel. It's actually not a wrong perception because, as you were just saying, if you go into any kind of, if you go to an X space or I don't know if there's like something equivalent on TikTok and you were to join flat earthers there, yeah, you would get that exact perception that's being sold. These just retards making endless stupid claims, and they can't put anything coherent together. So I guess it's not wrong, but I tried to explain to him, like, it's unfortunate because you've been sold this perception. You're going to come into this channel and you're going to be met with people that have no intelligence about them, and they're just going to be blithering idiots. And you're faced with the complete opposite, and you're here, you've been sent up against a pack of wolves with no weapons.
Yeah.
Not even clothes on your back. It's that bad.
Yeah, man, you're totally right. There's so much bad ash and trash top flat earth stuff out there. And you got people that don't know about us, even though we are probably the biggest community single-handedly, in terms of numbers. But you got people who spend years hanging out in those channels and maybe stumble into this, and we tell them our position, and they're like, no, you can't be a real flat earther. If you're a flat earther, you have to believe in the firmament, right? Aren't you all Christians? Aren't you all Bible believers? You have to believe in the firmament, like a glass dome, right? Oh, yeah, and you have to believe that Antarctica's an ice wall, right? If you don't believe that, you're not a real flat earther. Why? Because the 3,000 other people I spent the last 2 years talking to on TikTok and X and Facebook have said that that's what flat earthers believe. You guys must be trolls.
Yeah.
Right. And the way I kind of look at things too, we're kind of in triage mode. I don't know if this is the end of the world or what, but you're not going to fix everybody. You're not going to wake up everybody. But if we can just set up this internet kiosk, we don't have to proselytize and go out into the world. But if we just set up this kiosk and people come in, they can have conversations with us. And if they don't like what we have to say, then they can just move on and, go about their lives. That's fine by me. But, the few that do want to stick around and become part of this, I mean, you're very much welcome to. We are not offering insane, crazy stories. We're not going to tell you about lands beyond an ice wall. We're not going to describe, outer world ponds or stars being some sentient entities that communicate with us through astrological charts. We're not flat earthers because of that. We're flat earthers because we're hardcore rational empiricists. It doesn't mean we're perfect, but we're trying our damn best to be the best ones. So you're going to get pretty boring conversation, right? You're going to get the kind of conversations that you had maybe in 8th grade science, 10th grade science, and first year physics in college, maybe. You're going to get a little course in logic and how to think. You're going to get a little bit about everything. It's going to be academic. It's going to be held to high academic standards. And there's not going to be much room for speculation. I hate to say it, folks. We're not here to do that. Yes, it's great fun. Privately, some of us have really cool, amazing ideas about where this is going and what this means. But here, this is our public face. We're not here to discuss what we privately think. We're going to catch more people that we want by describing reality as it truly is. We don't want people that want to come here for freaking fantasy and fairy tales. No thanks.
Very well said. Well put. I don't know about you guys, but I enjoy telling them I don't know.
Yeah,
I
me
can't
too.
explain anything about the sky and all that stuff. Just the fucking squirming they do when you give them that answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's refreshing. The humility that you can present about this topic is refreshing in a world where everybody claims to have answers and they're all bald-faced liars about everything. You can come here and hear refreshing truth. We don't have a lot of it to give, but we know what little we have to give as far as truth goes is solid 100%. When I was new to this,
Yeah, I
somebody
think
said,
they're really taken aback when they realize we're not selling them anything.
Yeah,
because that makes them extremely uncomfortable because they know nothing else but that.
Yeah.
They might not be able to intellectually understand that every organization in their world, everything they interact with is actively attempting to sell them something one way or another, but intuitively, I think everybody knows that. And when they come in here and they recognize, I've started saying it in chat when I speak to people, like I invite them to leave pretty quickly. I say, I do not give a shit. Go back into the world and be a dumbass and be exploitable and be gullible. It doesn't matter to me. Makes no difference. I don't want anything from you, basically. You know, sounds harsh, but I'm not trying to sell you anything, and I don't need you to buy anything. You know what I mean? If you
Somebody
don't
who's
want,
mature would recognize that that's a power move.
and we know how it goes with them. They'll sit there and they'll whine and moan, and they'll say, "This place is a total, absolute waste of time." And they're here for another 4 hours. It's like, what are you doing?
That's funny. I was brand new to this topic. I heard somebody say at one point, you probably heard some others say this too, that when you go to explore what this is, you're going to be spending more time throwing out things that you thought were true than you are going to be adding to what you know is true. You take inventory of all your knowledge. So much of it has to be tossed, folks. Things that you thought were knowledge claims were not, never were. That's a scary process.
Well,
it's scary.
It's like that meme that I like to. I'll drop it here again. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, the unlearning is the hardest part.
Yeah, that one, Yoda, inside chat. It's like, that's a big book to unlearn, you know what I mean? And then, there's still a lot, but in comparison, not as much to learn. So yeah, you're definitely going to be spending a lot more time unlearning, mistaken information.
There are no gurus in this. There are people who've got experience, but there's no single titular head of this movement. We're not an organization. There are no flat earth heroes. We've been blessed with some very high intellect people coming through here like Indio, who've laid the groundwork for a lot of this. But I mean, even he's not a head.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he's not like a leader or anything. Go ahead, obviously, I talked over you.
No, I was saying, that, you know what Indio used to call himself?
What's that?
He called himself a weaponized autist.
He might be one of the few who actually deserves that title, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't need a 200 IQ for this. You just need to spend time and be honest.
Yeah, I mean, getting to the point that the Earth is flat, right, and that's the established fact. That doesn't take very much at all. And I've often said I think that's a big hang up for the Globers, is that it's too simple, and that doesn't make sense to them.
Yeah, I mean, we
It's
can
almost like we need to add in arbitrary steps just to pad it out for them, because they're expecting complexity.
Yeah, I mean, some of us are guilty with wanting to make it technical and complex. I mean, I've taken it there unnecessarily at times. And I'm not like a super wizard genius on any particular topic either.
But I mean, just if we're just going to talk about laser tests, laser measurements done, right? You need to understand the maths involved, right? You need to understand the geometric implications of a globe. You need some understanding of atmospherics. You need some understanding of refraction. You need some understanding of what should be taking place in one paradigm versus the other paradigm, So there's still a little bit to it.
Each of these seems to be infinitely deep.
Yeah, you can take them to that level. I don't think you need to, though, to get to the conclusion that, the Earth is flat. It's measuring flat, Or put it another way, the globe is successfully falsified. They're showing you fakery, and you're gobbling it up as real technological innovation.
Oh, hold on. Let me read this. Okay, I got you. Hold on once. So how does the exploration of outer space have any political or psychological significance?
You claim to have technology that doesn't really exist, to explore an environment that also does not really exist, that nobody else can access, then you are claiming to have world domination, aren't you? And guess what? Your foreign military sales of military hardware just saw a huge revenue increase.
Okay.
And remember the era we're talking about here. This is the 50s. This wasn't when you could make the claim that, every country has a space agency and it's doing their own shit. This is when America was the only, America and the Soviet Union were the only ones with such capabilities.
At the time, that was the goal, but right now it has evolved, and unfortunately, fortunately, it's changed, and I believe
So this policy document was rescinded?
I would say, yeah, because this was at a time when the Soviet Union existed. So this was after the Second World War. So I think this is definitely.
And they were doing They were.
I'd argue this is still in force. NASA still exists as a consequence of this document.
Consequence?
Yeah, NASA was founded after this document.
What is?
And it's not the only one. There are others that describe similar concepts that I just told you.
Huh.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the first people that sat on the board to develop NASA were members of NSA and CIA created from the 1947 National Security Act. And they sat on a board called the President's Psychological Coordinating Board. President's Psychological Coordinating Board was founded with Eisenhower.
Okay.
Truman.
But I get it, but okay, you don't forget NASA. What about Russia? What about China? I don't understand what you're talking about here.
Irrelevant at this point.
How's it relevant?
Because we're talking about the foundation of the space program.
Well, America did not. They're not. What do you mean? Look, I think you're being too. This is the conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy theory.
No, you're a conspiracy theorist, dude. You are.
How am I conspiracy theorist? It's simple.
Would you like to see more documents? These are all public.
I know they're public, and I know what you're saying is 100% true. But
what are we arguing against here, Shindina? Like your ignorant perception of how the world works.
You're just saying that NASA is some evil corporate.
And what are you saying? That NASA is this benevolent fucking entity out to serve humanity?
No, they do lie. Okay, I get it, but
it's
Oh, they
not
do
just
lie. They do lie, but
space.
they only lie a little bit.
You have
They can
Starlink. You
lie.
have, it's not just NASA. Okay, why the flat earthers always attack NASA?
Oh my
Okay,
God.
it's
We don't attack NASA. You guys bring up NASA as proof.
okay, but that's because it's the best source of proof. Okay,
It's not. We tell you why. And then so we have to attack NASA. And then you guys shut up about it after you realize, yeah, I guess they are full of shit.
okay. Okay, you know what? NASA has a lot of resources that you don't. A flat earther doesn't have. For example, your map does not work as well as, for example, their map.
I would like to talk to you about maps.
That's a statement made by someone that knows exactly zero math about what we're talking about.
Yeah, my map works just fine, dude. I don't get lost ever. Unless
They're not.
Let me
they're
ask
not
you
lying.
a fundamental question to test your understanding of maps. How do you choose a coordinate reference system?
Coordinate reference.
Well, that's the end of that's the end of that understanding of maps.
Yeah, how do you choose a coordinate reference system?
Okay, do you genuinely know the answer to that?
I don't ask questions I don't already know the answer to in here.
It's amazing your inability to say I do not know, Shadina.
No,
You don't know. You
to be
don't
honest,
know how to select
hold on.
coordinates.
This is a big question because what do you mean map? Do you what is
No, don't go to another question. Just say you don't know, and please, can you explain it to me? You ever tried them words? Or are you too afraid to be
tell me.
educated about
I don't know.
anything from a flat earther?
Tell me. How?
Okay, well, there you go. Yoda, if you would like to.
Yeah. Well, one of the first things you must consider is the practicality of using a point of origin from which you can have measured distances correspond to relative distances to that point of origin. So, for example, if I use my house as a point of origin, okay, and then if I look at my house from way on top, I set that as 0, 0, x, y. It's a point of origin for a map. The next question is what about the graticule? Am I going to use an orthogonal x and y relationship, or am I going to use polar coordinates?
Okay.
All right. So it depends what I need to do. If I need to maintain a particular heading, if my goal is to reach from my point of origin to something far away and maintain one heading, it would be much easier for me to use a polar coordinate reference system.
Okay.
Okay. Do you understand where this is going?
Okay. Continue.
Coordinate systems are chosen suited to purpose.
Okay.
It just so happens the globe is a coordinate reference system itself, and it's not the only one you can use.
It's not the only one?
Correct. The globe, as we know it, was based off of latitude and longitude, which comes from sky coordinates. And the point of origin, there are two of them. One is near the North Pole, and the other is near the southern apparent pole point of rotation, called the South Pole. These are points in the sky.
Okay. So, all right. So you're telling me, based on all what you're saying, how does all of this, how would NASA make a map, what are you saying here?
So the history goes that the ancients conceived of a celestial sphere, going back to some of the Greeks. And this is based off of watching the motions of the heavens. And this concept allowed people over time to start to map the angular relationships of stars and the planets and sun and moon over time, embedded within that spherical assumption.
Okay.
All right. So then they figured if we can view these angular relationships in the sky, we can potentially correspond these angular relationships to the ground. And they started running into problems because they didn't necessarily believe Earth was a globe. So what they did is they resolved this by saying, well, maybe if we make Earth a globe too, then we can have a one-to-one correspondence between the topology of a sphere in space and the topology of the Earth below.
Okay. So,
so the globe was created out of how people perceive and choose to use the stars. I'm here to tell you that there are other ways to perceive the stars besides a celestial sphere. In fact, modern technology today, even in drones and in some airplanes and satellites, they don't use a celestial sphere model in many cases. They use something called a Gaia star tracker, which is Cartesian. It's like a box.
Okay,
And it works independent of whether Earth is flat or not.
Okay, so but look, flat Earth, like there's an inconsistency in scale. Okay, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. Your maps don't make.
Well, I wonder how much he heard.
Yeah. So
no, I generally heard. Okay, I get it, but
listen,
what you're
what
saying,
you
but
think of as a flat Earth map is a globe.
Southern hemisphere. Explain the southern hemisphere.
Okay, the southern hemisphere was created out of the sky, out of the celestial sphere. How people perceived angular relationships to stars in the south on a flat Earth.
Flat Earth? But that doesn't make sense.
The southern hemisphere is the southern part of the sky ball. The imaginary sky ball, the celestial sphere I told you about.
Okay.
That's all it is.
What? Okay. Do you know what cartography is?
I sure do. I'm describing the foundations of it to you.
Exactly, that's what it is. But all of it relies on the Earth being a globe. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I'm wrong.
No, by convention, most of the world has chosen for the last several thousand years to use a spherical coordinate system that they created out of the sky.
Okay.
Just a convention. Latitude and longitude, for example. Okay. Listen, longitude and latitude are in the sky.
Okay, that might.
They're not on the ground.
Okay. So.
Right. So the equator is in the sky. You only know you're at the equator when it's nighttime and you look up and you see certain stars that are modeled as being on that celestial equator, being directly overhead. If you don't have that, you don't know you're at the equator.
Okay, so you know what? How about you show me a map then? Okay,
What you want a flat map? I can show you. I should show you an example. The British National Survey grid.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can Google it. It's a square map. It's like 2,500 by 2,500 miles or something.
Okay, let me get it.
It does not use latitude and longitude. It's a flat swath that they use for surveying property. This is the standard for the realm.
Survey. Okay, I see it. Looks a bit
Yeah, you got the squares A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, 5 by 5.
Okay, that's So what is this exactly? The British Geological Survey. What is this exactly?
It's a flat Earth coordinate system for surveying the Earth flat.
And you say this is official. This is used by.
Yeah, it's part of the UK Ordnance Survey.
That's interesting.
Not the only one. There are many others by many other governments around the world.
Okay, but it's to a smaller place. We're talking about a whole planet here.
Well, it doesn't comport to latitude and longitude, so.
Okay, that's fair enough. I get it.
Right, that's the point. Now, if you want the entire world surveyed, you understand how difficult that would be in like the middle of the Pacific Ocean without any landmarks or references that are fixed?
Yeah, correct. That would be impossible.
So by convention, people use the stars, and by convention, the celestial sphere model.
Okay.
But coordinate systems are arbitrary, just like in your GPS. Your GPS calculates your coordinates based off of a chosen mathematical reference. Yeah, you can use your GPS receiver can also use flat coordinates as well as spherical ones with latitude and longitude. And latitude and longitude isn't like standardized. There are multiple latitudes and longitudes that don't all agree with each other. Some put like the longitude running through this city, and others say, no, it actually runs through that city, 50 miles west. So part of what goes into choosing a coordinate reference system is comporting to which standard is best suited for your practical purpose? Well, one of the standards that kind of emerged in the modern world is WGS84. WGS84 is a reference ellipsoid that latitude and longitude is conventionally built off of. And that's, again, by convention. They could have easily chosen the NAD27 latitude and longitude.
Wait, what is an ellipsoid?
Ellipsoid is think of it as the wireframe mesh that represents what the globe is, which was created out of the sky.
Okay, but so it's a sphere then.
Yeah, roughly flattened a little bit.
So what, that corroborates with the globe theory then? I don't understand this.
Well, I mean, it's a coordinate reference system. You can use, so WGS84 is one example, like I was saying, but there are others that have been used. NAD27, WGS83, GRS80. These are all like spheroids, ellipsoids, really. They have latitude and longitude embedded within them, but the latitude and longitude coordinate of one doesn't match the other. So part of going into picking a coordinate reference system, like I asked you in the beginning, is also choosing a convention. It's going to be suited to purpose. So if you're going to integrate your survey with a much larger grid by convention, you may want to choose the convention that you're trying to link your survey into.
Absolutely. Okay.
Right, so you may need to chain it. So this means you do your survey, and the requirement is this survey must comport to the GRS80 standard of latitude and longitude. You're going to have to take your survey, where you survey the Earth flat, and you're going to have to bend it in such a way, and also apply coordinates in such a way that match what the GRS80 reference ellipsoid would be. It's all mathematical. There's nothing real being done here to measure the Earth. At this point, it's taking your measurements, physical real world measurements, and warping them to match a ball that only exists in the math.
Look, I get what you're saying, but pretty much all these like GRS80, what is it about? All these, including ellipsoid. Okay, so I don't know what.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I get its convention, but I don't.
That's all it is.
I don't see how that helps your argument here.
Well, what it does is it creates internal consistency. If everybody uses the same convention, even if in reality the Earth is flat and the distances and orientation of things don't really match, then who cares? You can still use it to get from point A to B. Your Garmin GPS device in your car will get you from point A to B.
There's no consistency on your flat map. There's no consistency.
What flat map? There's total consistency with the UK Ordnance Survey.
Okay, but GPS wouldn't work if it was flat. You know what I'm saying here?
Well, here's another. Can somebody get the squelcher, please? GPS systems are also coordinate system dependent. You get to choose which coordinate reference system that the pseudo-ranging beacons are applied to. So there are surveyors out there. They have devices called total stations. These things are expensive workstations. They have a telescope on them with a measuring device that allows them to measure with precision angles horizontally and vertically. Okay. And they also have a computer and a motor system that allows the device to be leveled to extreme accuracy. And they include a GPS, and they include actually something called differential GPS, which provides like centimeter level, if not greater precision. And I'm here to tell you that you can choose in your total station, if you're going to be using for your GPS, if you're going to be using WGS84, which is a very common worldwide standard right now, or something like GRS80, made in 1980, or NAD27, made in 1927, or a flat plane.
Don't total stations also require curvature to work?
No, because you can go into your total station computer and select the UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System.
Huh.
And now everything you're
Okay.
doing is conforming to the flat plane of a British National Grid System, including your GPS.
So, bro, look, from all I know, like your measurements should not add up. Like they should be off, like even by a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. So,
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. They don't match between
like,
coordinate reference systems because they are arbitrary choices. This is why we say the maps don't prove reality. All maps are
I
wrong.
get it. I get it. Okay, there's truth to that, but it doesn't mean your map is also wrong. I would have to say. I
I
agree
don't
with that.
have a map. I'm not even claiming one at this point.
But don't all flat earthers claim the same map? I would have to
No,
say.
I'm here to tell you that the map that you've seen flat earthers claim, you're not talking to just random TikTok flat earthers. We're basically like the Pentagon of flat earth here. Those flat earthers are wrong to call that a flat earth map. That flat earth map you see with Antarctica that's been blown out into a ring around the outer perimeter, that map is a globe.
Okay.
It's using spherical coordinates.
Well, I get it, but I get it. Okay, so there. Okay,
Yep.
you made your point. I see what you're trying to say, but at the end of the day, it's literally if the Earth was actually flat, it's literally impossible to map it. Okay, so I don't know what you're trying to say. It's literally
Well, yeah, it's
impossible. It doesn't make any sense.
really tough, right? I mean, you're going to like if you're at sea, you either need to like maybe use the stars or set up anchored buoys or something with lasers.
Okay, but
Yeah,
look,
billions of dollars.
so look,
Yeah,
if
it's quick and
in
easy. Just
reality,
use the globe. It's cheaper.
but even the British Ordnance Survey, which you were talking about, also uses curvature. So I don't know.
No, they have a way to mathematically bend it so that they can do a coordinate conversion to latitude and longitude, but it is inherently not curving.
So how do you know that it's not inherently not curving? I don't know what. Like it
It's
all
how they
relies on
describe it.
curvings, angles. Like I don't know.
Yeah, like each corner is 90 degrees to each other.
Look, I would really have to read a book to believe all what you're saying here. I don't know if, like,
I'd love for you to do that. I mean, like I told you, 5 years ago, I started this journey and I've been obsessed with it and I've read a lot. I've read more about this than anything else in my entire life. It has taken me on a journey into cartography, into geometry, into physics.
I know that this whole thing can be a little, let's just say, it can open a lot of paths to different. I get it, but look, my thing is, I have to read like a book from like someone with real research. I don't know. I'm not discrediting your research, but 5 years, like some people do 50, not 5. I know what you're saying here, but I'm not saying anything though. I totally
You're
get
not
it,
going
but
to go
look,
take a university
day,
course called like All the Problems with the Globe.
no, I'm not talking about education. I'm just talking about like actual effort. So, I mean,
Oh,
look,
fucking
I don't
hell,
know.
man. He just
Yeah, you just have to
said goes to
critically
5
examine
years.
what you're reading.
And when he comes back in 5 years and you've done 10 years, he'll say, well, fuck, people have done 15 and 20 and 25 and then 30. Nothing will ever be good enough for you, Shadina. It's not an issue of evidence.
Okay.
It's an issue of willingness to accept the evidence.
Willingness.
But again, I told you
So
earlier,
if I accept it,
nobody puts it on their agenda for the day. I'm going to pop into Flat Earth channel and have my whole cosmological model shattered.
Yep. When
So
we
we get
do a
it.
long distance measurement, we falsify the spherical coordinate reference system of latitude and longitude.
okay, you know what? Here's a good one. This one is not from my own due diligence. I found this on a book, but basically, how do you explain the shadow of the planet of the Earth? Let's not call it a planet during a lunar eclipse. I don't know.
This is one of my favorite debunks of the globe.
I don't know. It's not for me though. It's from a book. I don't know. It's not for me, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Fine.
somebody in your DMs trying to feed questions. I mean, this is an easy one, but I saw Professor Triangle unmute for a second. Do you want to take this? I know you love the Selenelian eclipse. If not obvious at B,
Go
I
ahead.
got to step back for a minute. I'll be back in like 10, but I'll be listening.
I don't think
Short answer,
Triangle.
Selenelian lunar eclipses debunk globe geometry.
How does it debunk globe geometry? That's not much.
Alright. So you have the sun directly above the horizon and the moon directly above the horizon, but the moon is eclipsed.
Wait. Hold on. Let your friend explain it. Obviously B. Since you're both so knowledgeable, can you
Okay.
explain obviously B?
What, the Selenalian eclipse?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how you do it.
Yeah, you just have a blatant issue in geometry and line of sight, essentially. You have what you would claim is a shadow on the moon coming in from the top down, whereas you have the
Okay.
sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time, and the Earth is below you, essentially. So how are you projecting a shadow coming top down onto the moon with that geometry?
Do you have I think it's very
Yeah,
simple.
you can just
answer
Google Selenalian eclipse, Selenalian lunar eclipse.
NASA has a problem with it. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse. It happens
Why does it
like
call it
every 28 days.
No, it does not. I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know if that's a.
Yeah,
Look,
somewhere
I
on
don't
Earth it does.
No. I don't care what NASA calls it. Okay, I don't even think it calls it that. But whatever.
Look, man, you think we haven't heard 10,000 Globers come to us with explain eclipses? It's
No, I
again.
know
It's
they
like,
do,
how
'cause
about you
it's
explain
a
eclipses?
simple question. It's a common question.
How about you explain them?
I would have to say that
But with actually, function in reality, like not bedtime stories.
Unfortunately have no. I can't bring
Because
you real.
you don't have a sphere,
research to
right?
disprove it.
You don't have space. You haven't
Right, the
even
laser
confirmed
measurement
the moon's a
debunks
sphere,
that.
So, like,
Okay, but so what you're saying is, okay, how can you explain the shadow?
Well, first we measure the Earth flat. Okay, so that's a problem off the bat.
But if it's flat, there's no shadow, right?
Well, there is.
who
That's
said it was
the
a
fun part.
shadow?
Yeah,
Where is
whatever it is, call it a shadow.
Sorry,
Who knows
I
what
don't
it
know
is?
if you wanted to go there yet, Yoda. My bad.
No,
What
it's
is
all
a
right.
shadow?
I should step back. I have to take care of things.
You can finish explaining it before you go. Whatever you're about to say. Sorry.
Yeah, well, okay. So the issue is you're jumping the gun. All right. So we measure Earth flat. All your questions about how things work that come after that are kind of distracting topics. They don't address the core claim on the table.
What's the core claim on the table?
Well, that we've measured Earth flat. So you can't have eclipses how you think of them.
What? But we do, unfortunately. So I don't know what you're saying here.
Well, Earth would have to be measured as a curve, as a globe, for that to be true. But we falsified it. So
Okay, so explain it then. How does it work?
Fancy shit's happening in the sky. Enjoy the view.
I'm not convinced.
It's not a shadow,
Not
that's for
everything-
sure.
Not everything requires
What
an
is it then?
explanation.
What is it,
you know.
Triangle? What is it, Mr. Triangle? What is it then? What
Oh,
the
I
hell
don't
is
know. It's not a shadow, though. I've debunked that. I
It is a
debunked
shadow.
outer space. I debunked globes in space already. So it's not globes in space. So that's
Then
what
what
we
is
know.
it,
We can cross that off the list. I don't care after that. I just want to make sure
Exactly.
that I keep
It
you
doesn't make
globers down to earth.
Nice pun, but look,
You don't have a sense that you have in the first place. How does an eclipse work? Lunar eclipse?
I think it's like it's got to do with the sun and the moon comes between. I don't know exactly. I confuse between eclipse and
So you don't know, but you want me to explain it to you.
We took it
and
in
how would
sixth
you know
grade.
how would you know if
we
I was
took it in
right or
sixth-
wrong?
Okay, because I can just when you say shit. Okay, I can easily decipher that it's completely false. I mean, we took this in sixth grade. Okay, it's simple. It's not about okay, but okay. Tell me, if it's not a shadow, what is it then? Simple question.
I don't
We're not
know.
making a claim. Did you hear
I didn't.
eclipses come out of our mouth? We never
I didn't
started
make up
talking about
anything
this.
about eclipses.
I didn't make up shit. No, I'm not making it up. Okay, and the question is not from me, so that's why I might be like,
Who's it from?
No one. It's not from me. I can't give no names here, fortunately.
All right, fine.
He doesn't know who
Well,
it's from.
you know, after everything we've spoken about, at least you've hung around to talk this long, and I commend you for doing so. Most would just spiral and exit the chat a lot sooner.
A fighting chance here, but unfortunately, I would have to say that Professor Triangle here is not even interested in answering the question. So if it's
I did answer the question.
If it's not a shadow, then what is it?
Yeah,
You can't even prove it's a shadow yet. You can't even prove it's a shadow for me to debunk. I can tell you it's not globes in space because I debunked space, remember?
We did not debunk space, unfortunately.
Oh, let me do it real quick.
Failed.
No, oh no, I didn't fail. Yeah, so you said gases are not pulled down by gravity, right?
Absolutely. No, they are, but they're not like the way you
They
think
are, but they're not. So you lost this one.
They do. I didn't lose that. They are.
They do, but they don't. They do, but they don't.
They're masked. They're masked.
They're masked and not masked.
I don't know what their specific mass is.
They're masked and not masked at the same time.
You disprove Einstein and Isaac Newton. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Einstein was a window licker. Ever see him sticking his tongue out?
A lot, but yeah, that's irrelevant. Okay, so.
Well, there was something mentally wrong with him. He wasn't a genius. There's somebody they were picking on, taking his picture.
He
no, he wasn't. No.
Einstein, like he's.
You don't know anything about Einstein.
I don't. You don't. Have you met Einstein? I don't know what you're saying here. If you've met him, then go ahead.
He's a character in a book.
He's not. He's what? No, he's a real human being. Unfortunately for you. And
where does he live?
I would say. I don't know if he was German or I don't know.
Where does he live?
What is he? He's dead.
Oh, okay. So no, I haven't met him.
Okay. So please proceed. How am I wrong?
Oh, you haven't proven that there's a shadow happening up there in the sky.
It's a shadow. We know what a shadow is.
You haven't proved that yet.
How have I not? It's a shadow.
You haven't proved it's a shadow. Just saying it over and over doesn't make it a shadow.
A shadow is any dark area that we see because of a body in front of another body. Okay, that's like the most simplistic, simpleton definition. That's exactly what's going on.
I never asked you what a shadow is. Yes,
that's exactly what it is.
That is a shadow. Oh, is it? Is it?
It is. So it is. It literally
okay.
Everything fits the definition of a shadow. So I don't know what you're saying. But the Earth, it whatever it is, it becomes in between the moon and the sun. Okay.
So if I turn on my TV and put some program on it, that causes like a black, box to start creeping down or up or across the screen, that's now automatically a shadow.
It is. I'm just saying here. Like
what?
So
what? Because that fits the description of what a shadow is. That is a shadow, and that's what's happening.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
It literally is. It literally is.
Literally is. Yeah.
Yes.
How?
Shadow is.
Because it's dark.
Wait, what was your example again? What did you say exactly, word for word?
Okay, say you turn on any screen.
Okay.
And, you get some animation to play or something.
Okay.
Where, the screen is light at first, and then the animation plays and, a black box or whatever starts moving across, and then, slowly, the whole screen comes black. Was that because someone was behind me, like projecting a shadow on to cause that screen?
I would have to say that this is a terrible demonstration of what a shadow is. This is not what a shadow is. That is
Is it-
just that's
That's not
that's
supposed
totally
to.
that is
See, again, you've got comprehension problems. It's
how
not a
is it
demonstration of a shadow. It's a demonstration of a similar phenomenon that I wouldn't then go and claim as a shadow. So you've looked at something
what
that
that
could
is
be a
not
shadow.
why are
How
we
did you
going
verify it's a shadow?
why are we using some different forms of media? We're talking about the real
I'm trying to. I'm
reality. We're talking
trying
about
to.
reality here. We're not talking
I'm
about
trying to bring light to your inability to parse what you're actually experiencing properly.
so you don't
You're
believe in
seeing
shadows
a
now?
phenomenon. You're
No.
seeing a phenomenon, and then you're making a claim to that phenomenon, but you haven't verified anything about the phenomenon. You haven't tested anything about the phenomenon.
Okay. So
So, yeah, okay, it could be a shadow.
it
How
is
did
a
you
shadow.
verify it's a shadow?
Literally,
That's all I'm
the Earth's
asking.
shadow. The Earth literally blocks the moon. Okay, it
We
literally
know the
blocks.
story. You don't need to keep repeating it 10 times. We all know the globe Earth
Okay,
story.
so you know. So
Right, we get it. The
thereby,
point
you
is
should
to move the conversation along, right? You've made the claim it's a shadow, right? How did you verify it's a shadow?
I can. If we
You didn't. You
compare
didn't.
like
This is the
any
part where you
shadow
just
ever,
say you didn't.
it's the same.
You didn't. You were told it's a shadow. You believe it's a shadow. You never verified it's a shadow.
Okay,
Right?
what is it?
That's the honest answer
I
here.
haven't.
But you don't want to give it for
What is
some
it?
reason.
What is it?
I'm
then?
not making claim to what it is.
So
But I'm not
see, that makes
accept. I'm
you
not just
believe
blindly
that.
accepting your
And I'm
claim
winning here.
either.
I'm giving you. I'm telling you what it is. You're not telling me what it is. I have my own theory. You don't have
Yeah,
that.
You're
well,
telling me what
we
it
have.
is without any verification. You're telling me what it is without any verification.
That's right. That's the point. Now, the consequences of what we're telling you are extremely deep because if these are not shadows, then the question is, what are they then? Nobody truly knows. And this is the problem. This is why this topic is so scary for people, right? We want to know because we've been told our entire lives that they have it all figured out. We've been told that everybody knows what space is. Everybody knows what the globe is. Everybody knows what the sun and moon are and the planets and stars and all of that.
Right.
This is a whole different cosmology built on empirical truth. And all of that stuff has no basis in reality. These are just stories that you believe that that's a shadow up there and Mars has land on it.
Just you don't believe in shadows? Is that what you're saying? I don't get what you're
Oh my god! How are you
Listen.
hearing that?
Listen, you know what happens during a lunar eclipse? The moon turns red after it's fully eclipsed. Have you ever seen a red shadow before? Isn't it weird that they would call that a shadow?
Because it's a blood moon, it would reflect a red shadow. I don't know what you're saying here.
A red shadow? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Right? Your own common sense agrees with us.
He thinks the moon just turns red, and then that's just normal shit.
It's not though, is it? Right? I mean, this is what's so scary about this topic.
Okay, so look, the color of the moon is not relevant here. I don't know what you're trying to say here.
It can't be a red shadow. There's no such thing as a colored shadow. Shadow is the absence of light, absence of color.
Exactly. So
it's contradictory to
it's not a red shadow
heliocentrism.
though.
You realize that?
That's just your perception. It's not a red
This is my
shadow.
point. It doesn't seem like anything is you're taking anything in here. It's like you don't really know what are the implications of what you believe, so therefore you don't know what contradicts it.
I would have to say that what I believe is what 99.9% people believe. So I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
shocker.
about here. So
Consensus is
I know,
meaningless.
like you know that. I know, and you obviously know. You obviously know that fact. But look, at the end of the day, the shadow is not red. That's just perception, and I don't know what you mean, but it's not a red shadow.
How do they predict a blood red moon then? If it's just perception, do they look into the future and say, on this day we're going to perceive red? Is that they just predict it?
Oh, can you predict it? They can.
I don't want to gloss
Yes,
past
flat
this
Earth can
point.
predict eclipses. Yes, flat Earth predicts eclipses.
It does not.
Shadina, I don't want to gloss past this point. You said like, oh, shadow can't be red. That's just perception. So you see what came out of your own mouth, right? Shadow can't be red. It's red.
Can't be.
So it's not shadow.
It's not
You
red.
understand
It's
that?
not red. It's not red. So that's what your main point is. If it's the fact that it's a different color.
No. The main point was we're not making a claim to it. It's a phenomenon.
So
don't know
why would shadows have light?
Don't know what's causing it.
Okay, shadows don't have light. Okay, but
right, red is light.
Okay, perhaps. Okay,
it's a contradiction, like you pointed out.
Okay, so it's just a red light. Okay, what about
yeah,
that?
now what causes a red light?
It's not a shadow, dude. You're just saying it right now. It's not a shadow.
Okay, so whatever. So it's not a shadow. So like, what does that prove then?
It proves that you said it was a shadow, and it's not a shadow. That's what it proves. That you were getting it wrong.
To prove that planets don't exist?
No, we're trying to prove. We're trying to prove. Everybody here was trying to show you how you were wrong in the way that you thought of a shadow, what it is. You said it's a shadow when an eclipse happens, and you're being proven wrong right now. And you've admitted that now that you know that light or the red light.
I'm not admitting that, bro. It's a shadow,
really?
but I'm just like.
It's still a shadow. You just doubled down, bro. You just doubled down on the thing you've already were clear about, that it's not a shadow. Now you doubled down and said it is a shadow again. So we're proving you wrong again. We'll do it again if you need to.
Okay, don't make a claim. What is your closest theory of
No, you're not going to get over. Bro, here's the thing. Here's the thing. These are red herrings that you're going to start to put out so anybody can bite on it. But you didn't realize that you're going back to thinking it's a shadow. You need to get back out of that mindset that it's not a shadow. You have to say that. You have to verbally say that so know that it's getting across to you. It's not a shadow.
Oh, okay. But
can you say it or not?
I cannot because
there you go. You know what that is? You know what that's called? Pride. What you got right now going on. Yes, it is. Then admit it's not a shadow. Admit it's not a shadow. Admit it.
It's not pride. It's literally just aligning views with the rest of the world. That's it. Like,
all right. So no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you would be able to detect whether or not that is a shadow based on its characteristics. What a shadow is, you'd be able to say, yes, that's definitely a shadow. But you can't say that in this case.
Okay, so, but logically speaking, the Earth was flat.
Yes, logically. No, we're not talking about red herrings.
No logic.
Listen, red herrings are not going to help you. You need to stick to the plan of how you're making it sound like that's a shadow up there. And if you can show us that it's a shadow, we'll agree with you. But because everybody here is showing you eclipses where it shows like red light is shown within this idea of a shadow, it can't be a shadow. It's not that.
Okay, but well, listen. I'm pretty sure the whole red shadow thing can easily be explained with atmosphere.
Well, then go ahead and do it.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me when they predict that the atmosphere is going to turn things red. Tell me how they predict that.
I unfortunately do not have the resources of knowing what. I'm telling you.
So then you don't know is the answer, right? You don't know would be the answer.
I'm only going to say that I'm only going to tell you what I believe, and it's a shadow. It's a shadow.
Yeah. So like, listen, say that you don't know that it's a shadow. That's as simple as that.
It is 100% a shadow. I'm sorry. Like
no, then you're gonna have to show. You see how you're doing right now. You don't want to let it go. Why?
Okay, yeah, how could it be a red light and a shadow at the same time? It's a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. Paradox.
How is it a contradiction? How is it a contradiction?
He needs space to be real. Listen, we took it away from him before, and he started stuttering. He didn't even have any words to say when I took away space. Because of gravity not holding, because gas is going all directions, and he said, but they go in all directions and they pull down. He said he started losing his mind, so he's trying to use the moon to save him.
Well, it's not doing that either. So it's not because he's got to admit to the people here that he knows what a shadow is, and on top of that, he's got to show how the eclipse it is a shadow. It is a shadow. So if you're not doing that, if you're not demonstrating what your knowledge is on a shadow is, and saying that the eclipse is also a shadow, then you're not doing justice for your claim that you think it's a shadow. You need to provide evidence that it's an actual shadow when we see red light or when it's fully eclipsed.
Okay, so can you please explain to me on flat Earth?
No, dude, it's your job. It is your job to do the explaining. If you say you know 100%, you know, well, the 100% should come through with what your knowledge is on a shadow. If you're saying it's a shadow, why do we see red light?
Okay, so listen, how about I read?
Why do we see red light, sir? Why do we see red light?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Can I please read the definition of a lunar eclipse? Okay, then you can tell me what it is in your flat Earth.
And then somebody posts the Stellanillian eclipse after he reads the definition, so we can compare his definition to a lunar eclipse.
The definition fails because you have no space, you have no planets. It makes no sense. Okay, you make no sense. I'm sorry.
How does it not make sense? Earth measures flat
because you say space does not exist. There's no gravity. That all of
you know what really sucks for you, unfortunately, is that we've not even gotten into the meat and potatoes and presented you all the laser transit tests that have been done, all the actual measurements of the surface.
All your cute little squeaker laser tests. Those do not prove much in the.
Yeah, see, I told you he's just willing to throw everything in the garbage. Yeah, he's
mad at us. Yes, you are, dude. You got freaked out when I told you space is fake. It happens. Listen, it's my hobby to do that to people, so I love it. I think it's the greatest thing in the world when I ruin space for you guys.
Jeez, dude.
You didn't ruin it for anyone.
Dude, you can't even tell us that eclipse is a shadow. You can't even prove that eclipse is a shadow. You can't do that.
It's a religious belief for you. We understand that. We understand you're going to continue your religious belief of things. Well, because we've been speaking for 2 hours now, and you have no verification of your claims.
Yeah, you know what? You know how it's religious? You know how it's religious? No, it's religious because you're appealing to somebody that has information that you don't have right now. You're saying, I know it's a shadow, yet I don't know how it's a shadow. That's what you're saying, dude. It's religious. You think that there's an answer out there and you can't give it to us. Why?
It's almost worse than that, dude. You were saying that shadow is light and not a light at the same time.
That's not what I said. That is not all what I said.
The shadow is not a light.
It's correct. It is not a light, but there's definitely an explanation, a scientific explanation to
what is it?
Red. Okay, so
just say you don't know,
so
and we can.
There we go. So there's that religion again. Definitely a scientific explanation, but I don't know it. There's a religious belief.
Logic falls. Forget all. Okay, let me just tell you something. Forget all you know about.
You're not on logic, and you haven't been on logic this entire conversation.
Because if the Earth blocks the sun, so that could change things. Okay, I don't know. You follow me?
The same answer you gave is the one we get from everybody. Somebody else has the answer. Somebody else must know. We go talk to the civil engineering department of a university and ask them how they got the measurement of Earth's radius. They don't know. Somebody else did it. Ask the geology department. So we go to the geology department. Hey, geologists, how did you get Earth's radius? Because the civil engineer said they got it from you. They say, oh, no, we didn't get it ourselves. So ask the astronomy department. And so we go to the astronomy department. We say, hey, how'd you get Earth's radius? They say, we don't really know. Go ask the classics department because it probably came from the Greeks. And we go to the classics department. Hey, guys, how'd you measure the radius? Well, we didn't actually measure it. We think that the civil engineering department got it. So then we go back to the civil engineering department where we started.
That's actually a literal progression. That's crazy, dude. You put it like that. That's a literal progression of a circle jerk, a giant circle jerk that we get. Every time we get to whom you think has the answer, the mystical, magical person you're appealing to right now, they do the same thing. But in their academic fields, they just pawn it off to somebody else.
Listen, so
yeah, we have a term for this. It's like it's belief in magical science, man. There's a magical science man out there somewhere that has all the answers, that explains everything and makes it all make sense. He can make the surface measuring flat and there being no curvature, he can make that make sense with us living on a globe.
That's what you're doing now when you said, I don't know how that's a shadow. It just is 100%. That's what you're doing. It's a
It
religious
is 100%
belief,
shadow.
dude.
The atmosphere can easily bend the color up. There's a
back
glow.
on
There's
that
look,
Dude, stop it.
you literally. Okay, forget the stupid. You know, man. I don't. You still have not explained to me how.
Well,
gravity
you're the
works.
one who brought up eclipses
Not a big fan of
again.
answers.
We
I know, but
want to talk about the ground, man.
Because
the ground.
Yep.
The only
let me
thing
say-
in your existence you have direct access to, and the only thing that's relevant in the claim that Earth is a sphere or not, right? We want to
No,
talk about that.
Look,
we want to measure that. We want to test that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about eclipses. He doesn't want to talk about eclipses because he said he doesn't know anything about them. We can move on.
Well, we know what he knows.
What do you know about
You know,
eclipses?
we know the story he knows. So
Look, all I'm saying is what I've noticed is you people. First of all, you say I'm wrong. Okay, you prove me wrong. I don't know if not
do you
necessarily
mean,
prove, but you say I'm
you
wrong.
people?
Then you explain your logic, but you never really come to a conclusion. You never really bring me an answer.
we never brought
You don't let us. You don't let us,
we never
dude.
brought up eclipses.
Plus, you don't
Listen,
let us
here's-
get to the conclusion.
Who's the one feeding you these questions? Because they're making you look like a fool right now.
I am not. Wallahi, I'm not being fed. I swear to God, I'm not being fed right now. I swear to God.
You said that the eclipse question came in your DMs from someone.
Yeah, the eclipse. Yeah, that one was fed. The rest, I don't know. Just
All right, who
Well,
fed
they're
it to
leading
Phil
you
Bellum?
down.
Who was that? We wanted. Was that Phil?
Phil Bellum, probably.
Who? No,
Dr. Phil.
no, I don't know.
We were right.
It's Dr. Phil.
So okay. So what questions?
Setting you up for
Hi, Phil. Why don't you come on in here, Dr. Phil?
Dude,
He always does this, dude, all the time.
If you guys come on this
No
show,
one-
you will be sucked by this guy.
Oh Christ! Look,
I might take you up, Dr. Phil, on that offer to go to Melbourne or wherever it was, hang out with you.
Set his heart
Why don't you
right.
come in the chat?
Questions.
He uses these guys like puppets, dude. The ones who hardly know anything. He just vicarious because he's too afraid to come in here. So he thinks he's going to give them enough knowledge to correct what we're saying, but he's just making them look more. He's giving them the front face, so they look like the fool, and he doesn't.
Do you think that he opens up with, "Hey, I work on satellites," and ask him about eclipses? I got your back, and then this guy asks, and then he fails, and then we just get better. We get more and more views when you people do this.
Well,
Look. Well, hold on. It's all a matter of perception, okay? If you show this to
So
flat
what we
earthers, they'll
saying?
think I'm a fool. But if I uploaded this to whatever media, they call you all fools. Okay, it's not.
This is
I'm
already
not saying
streamed.
anyone. I'm not
It's
calling.
already streamed.
Okay,
The whole
whatever.
thing
Okay,
is
all I'm saying
recorded
is,
and on YouTube.
it's, the whole thing is a matter of perception. The whole thing is a matter of personal opinion. So I do not really know what your.
Yeah, we're not. Look, man, it doesn't matter. We just
It's all
want
about-
your measurements
You're
of
not-
the
you're not
surface
winning the joke.
demonstrating its curving. Okay,
There's no
that's
winner
all you need to
here.
bring.
There's no correct opinion. There's no. Okay,
No, listen, brother.
But you've never given me any answers.
It's not. Listen, it's not just somebody's subjective interpretation. It's the common human experience. Everybody interprets the Earth as a flat and horizontal plane. So you saying that it's not that or it can't be that is going against the common human experience, dude. We all notice this when we go everywhere on the Earth. We travel the Earth knowing this. Everybody that sees the Earth is always going to say the same
Okay.
thing. We do not observe a
That
globe,
is
dude.
exactly what a caveman. That is caveman levels of thinking.
No, don't
You literally
circle
just-
back to that
you're using
fucking
perception.
trash argument,
Bigger.
Shindina.
Oh,
As we already told you.
Oh, it's perception. Your eyes literally you perceive it as flat. It's not
Yeah,
flat.
Hey, shit in a
Dina,
bucket. Shit in a
Dina.
bucket. Shit in a bucket.
Is just how it is.
Shit in a bucket. You can't just make up stuff like that.
That is your direct experience of the
making
Earth,
up-
whether you want to sit
okay,
here and
so-
deny it all day, right? You experience the Earth as a flat, motionless topographical plane.
Exactly. That's how we experience it. That's not how it is.
Yeah, so you experience that. So what?
You can't.
What are you
judge
denying here?
anything based on see.
The only difference, right, is after you experience that, you go, but. We actually see the sun move through the sky, not because it's moving through the sky, but because I'm falling over backwards away from it 1,000 miles per hour. Because I'm on a rotating
So you're
sphere,
saying,
right?
so whatever you see is the correct. Why is it that you believe that
No,
whatever you see in the
no,
sky
it
is always
doesn't end the
correct?
immediate experience. We go off our initial experience, what our senses tell us, and then by them assumptions, we go and verify, right? Well, the Earth sure does seem like a motionless topographical plane by my immediate senses, my immediate experience of it. Let's go and verify if that's true.
But you have to confirm
Let's
it.
go measure the surface and see if it is actually flat. I mean, it would be fucking retarded to just take your immediate experience and stop there.
Explain how for thousands of years.
What don't you
the Earth
understand
was being
about that?
perceived as a globe.
please
How is
ask?
that?
It's not been perceived as a globe for thousands of years. There was probably a few
So are people dumb
eccentric
then? Are they
people
dumb?
throughout
Are they
history that proposed the idea of a globe, right? And they were a tiny little minority with their little philosophical ideas and interpretations of things. The majority
Remember
of
the celestial sphere?
Okay.
Yeah, remember that conversation? That's how.
Strong word.
He doesn't remember that, does he, Fab?
Is that?
That's gone.
What, Bright? You cut off. He cut off. I don't know. What conversation? Okay.
All
So
right. Well, anyway, hey, listen. Anyway, hey, listen. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
May I ask, did you change your name from shit in a bucket?
Yeah, you can. What?
Shadina,
Now
you're
that
in here.
you're flat earth,
You're in here with the burden of proof, right? You have a positive claim the Earth is a rotating sphere. You need to bring empirical demonstration of that.
yeah, and I just wanted to say, since AV invited you to flat earth, okay.
Do you understand that?
I'm
Shadina?
not here.
Right.
Look, I know.
You need to verify your claims to us.
I don't really have to link or send anything. You can literally open you can open 6th grade, 5th grade books and you will see exactly what.
No, you can't. Post a book. I've asked for these books before. Nobody's been able to find a title for me.
Yeah, okay, watch like any documentary on space.
Things in books and things on screens don't prove anything in reality.
Okay, so what, your laser tests, your measurements, these are
Yeah.
tests, so
Yeah, you can measure with
I don't know.
lasers. Shocker.
What if your laser test is somehow incorrect? Let's just
Well, we invite criticism.
It's not incorrect. Don't worry about it, because everybody can repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
The criticism should come. Yeah, hold on, sir. Hold on. You can't criticize anything until you actually review it. You got to review it first. When you're talking right now, like you're trying to review something that you haven't even seen, so you have to go look at it first and then come back and critique it in any way you like. But we invite people to critique it, but you got to look at it first. You can't be making judgments right now if you haven't seen it. So go look at it first and then come back with your critique.
So you're saying that if I look at it in real life, I might change my view? Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
Well,
Stop.
we invite you to
Listen.
do that.
Yeah, just stop
we
being.
tell you, don't believe us. Go out and do your own tests.
You won't have a
your own
choice but to accept it. Otherwise, you'll go into a mental hospital.
So what about the people that see it and easily debunk it?
Nope, you're wrong.
Nope, nobody has debunked it.
Like,
Dude, stop worrying about other people. So hold on. Stop worrying about other people. Dude, stop worrying about other people and just go do it. You're so concerned about what everybody thinks. Just go and look at it for yourself. What about this person? What about that person? Who cares? Go do it yourself.
Okay. But okay, that's a fair argument. I would have to say that is a very fair argument. But unfortunately, do not live in a place where I can do that by myself. So I don't know what you're saying here. I don't know. Can I do it in my house? I don't know what. No, I don't know. Look, it's been a very good
See what I
conversation,
mean?
but I would have to say
Like
that all of you
you don't even
lack
know
answers. Or,
how you would attempt to falsify the globe.
okay, look. So far, what I've noticed is none of you have answers. Okay, that's the biggest issue. Man. None of you have answers. Like
I answered every question you asked.
Gravity. Okay, you know what?
Listen for
Forget
explanations.
science.
We
Okay.
can give you explanations. Listen, we can give you explanations.
Okay.
But our explanations without evidence are just as bad as yours without evidence. So what we're giving you is honesty
Okay,
about what we can say for sure and what we can't, which you can't say the same for the globe.
So, so listen.
Yeah, I mean, you want an explanation for like the eclipse phenomenon? We'll just say it's like a big group of fairies, drag a massive black tarp over the moon, and that explains it. There you go.
You say you have
That's
theories,
as
but I-
scientifically valid as your explanation.
How is scientifically valid? That is literally not scientifically valid at
Yeah,
all.
well, when we measure the Earth flat, we know your explanation is wrong, which actually puts magical fairies at a higher probability.
You guys still going?
What do you think 24/7 means?
You're not done anything in between.
Again, what do you think 24/7 means? What does that mean? 24/7.
Something to do with like 6, 7, or what about like 8, 5? Instead of like 24-hour, 7 days a week convenience store hours.
Oliver's back again.
Yeah, I'm just finishing off some work, really.
So in other words, you just reset? Okay.
Reset? What?
Yeah, you erased all your programming from what happened before, the interactions, and you're coming in here brand new. You reset.
Okay. I mean, I have a memory, so
And it's flawed because you're coming in here acting like nothing happened the last time.
what do you mean nothing happened?
You see, you're doing it now. You're erasing your own memory at real time. What are you talking about? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I'm aware there was a conversation prior. Literally the first thing I referenced.
Yeah, how'd it go? You went down in flames, remember?
I mean, your interpretation is always that you destroy whoever comes on.
Well, not whoever comes on, just like you and maybe a few other tryhards.
If they try to argue against you, anything you say, you just declare as a victory.
Well, it's only a victory because you don't have any evidence to the case.
No, you just dismiss it and say no. Like, why?
Yeah, really?
Why? Point in bringing it.
So what evidence did you have with the pendulum actually producing evidence that the Earth is actually spinning? What's the evidence?
No,
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
You produce the same
Let's hear it.
script.
Let's
like
hear it.
ChatGPT.
Oliver, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
No, because you just run your script.
Let's hear it.
What? So you can run your script?
Yeah, so we can prove that I'm right and you're wrong. How about that?
A script is not proving you're right.
Let's hear it. Are you scared, Oliver? Show the audience that you prove that the Earth is spinning on its axis with precession of a Foucault's pendulum. Go ahead.
Well, any gyro or pendulum or whatever.
Oh, any? Okay.
Yeah, it's just evidence for it. But again, you're going to say the whole,
How?
it's begging the question.
How is it evidence? How is it evidence that the Earth is spinning, or that it's even a shape?
Because to process at different rates, right? It would have to be tangential to the level of the surface you're on. So to have maximum tilt, zero drift at the pole, and then maximum drift, zero tilt the equator.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be spinning relative to a curve on an axis. You have to be spinning at a tangent.
Okay. How did you prove that the Earth is that you're making a claim for?
That's a mathematical proof.
Mathematical. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the physical world, and where we're all standing on, you didn't prove that the Earth is an actual shape. You're just in math, only in math.
No, we see it. The physical proof is the observation.
Yeah, we see what? What are we seeing? We're seeing the curve somewhere? We're seeing the Earth spin somewhere? Where are we watching the Earth spin?
That it processes at different rates. This is why I just say you just run your script.
Where do we see the Earth doing this? That's all I'm asking. You're going to take us somewhere geographically? We're going to see this spin that you're saying is happening? Where are we watching that at? Where's the observation of this?
What, the observations all over the place. What do you mean?
All over the place. What are we watching? The Earth ain't doing anything when we're looking at it. It's just there.
You're observing like a gyro of some kind.
Yeah, that's not the Earth. That's not the Earth, is it? Oliver.
I'm aware that's not the Earth. That's not.
Okay, well, we're not making an observation of the Earth, which is what you need to be doing. If you're saying the Earth is moving, and I'm telling you, well, how did you find that out? You're like, well, I looked at a pendulum. Okay, how do you know that the pendulum's giving you information because of what it's doing, it's processing according to you, and that would indicate that the Earth is doing something. So, okay, now let's go to the Earth. Well, what do we witness the Earth doing? Nothing.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah. Well, really, how does it work? You tell me how it works.
You spin with the Earth. So
you do? Really? So you're spinning with the Earth. How do you know this is happening, Oliver? You're making these grandiose claims. You're not backing them up.
Yeah, again, because if you're watching the pendulum process, right, and it's fixed in an inertial reference frame, but you're moving with the Earth's reference frame. Then
how do you know that?
Because that's what it concludes.
No, it doesn't conclude that. You conclude that. You're inferring that. We don't conclude that by going to nature.
You have to show it's not sensible for me to conclude that.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's no motion of the Earth detected or observed. There you go.
I just explained why.
You said mathematical proof. You said that.
No. I said that in the model,
there's no motion to detect. Prove me wrong.
You'd be moving within the reference frame. So
yeah, so you say. How can you prove that?
No, you don't. You're seeing the pendulum process. So,
yeah, I know that for the millionth time. Everybody sees it move around. You can call it precession, but precession is also implying that you're saying something is in motion. Therefore, that's what's making that do that. Right? Isn't that what that's implying?
Yeah. But there has to be an external reference frame that it's spinning with regards to.
Okay, so how did you prove that?
Because that is how physics works.
Yeah, that's how physics works. You really can't prove it.
Boy, ain't right.
Something is spinning, right?
I know that. It's the pendulum. Duh. But how did you prove that the Earth is, bro?
Because that's the most logical conclusion.
Well,
how is it illogical?
It's illogical because we don't see the Earth in motion. We don't detect the Earth in motion. Hello.
I wonder if you could put that into a syllogism. If it's logical, can you put it into a logical syllogism for us?
What you want, like premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, conclusion, or something?
You
Go
said
ahead.
it's logical.
Sounds like a fair ask. Go ahead, Oliver.
Yeah. So, in a fixed inertial reference frame, right, on a motionless body, the gyro should spin on one axis and shouldn't deviate in its precession, right?
I don't know. You're telling the story, right? You don't need to ask me a question in a
Is
syllogism.
that false? Is that a false premise?
Well, you need to go ahead and give premise 1, premise 2, and a conclusion. Let's see if it actually is logical.
Is premise 1 false?
Dude, what are we testing here? Are we talking specifically about the Earth? Because you're not saying Earth, and that's weasel about you not to do that.
Any state space.
No. What we're talking about is the Earth. So use it in a logical syllogism that you have the Earth in a reference of what you're speaking of.
On a stationary Earth.
There you go. Go ahead.
On a stationary Earth, a spinning pendulum, right, should remain in its fixed reference frame because the Earth is a fixed reference frame relative to the observer.
That's not true.
Okay, can you explain why?
Yeah. How can you know of any of the compending forces that are putting any thing that you can know if you don't know what those forces are outside of your known observation? What if there's something else causing that effect? Have you ruled out things that you couldn't possibly know? And the answer is no. You couldn't. It's impossible to know things that you don't know. So how do you know that the Creator has it set up to where we are living on a motionless Earth, yet something else is causing that to happen? What if it's something else? Did you account for this something else?
So the counter is that something outside of the known laws of physics could be causing it to move.
How would you know that, though? There's no way to give the affirmative.
Yeah, because it's a weak argument.
No, it's not. It's something that you can't provide evidence for because it's no way to detect that. So if we say we see something happening, yet we don't know the cause for it, like, what gives things a propensity to move in the direction that they do based on the laws of physics, you wouldn't be able to tell me what the cause for the effect is. You could just tell me what the effect is and how to quantify it. But as far as like being able to tell me the underlying laws that govern that effect, you wouldn't be able to tell me what that is. Just like you can't do it now. Just like you can't do it now.
No, because it implies that there's no correlation with any
think
of
about
the
it.
geographic factors.
Think about it. You use gravity in the same sense. It's the same thing. Gravity is used as a law, not just you're thinking of a theory in your head. But I would ask you, how do you know that cause is what's making the effect do what it does? You wouldn't be able to tell me how you know what you know. You just like, that's just a prevailing theory. But that's fine. Yeah. But you didn't put what the cause is as a scientific validated affirmative. You weren't able to do that. Just like you can't do it here.
You're appealing, right, to saying, I don't know, therefore it could be anything. And I'm saying there is a direct...
Listen, we see things happening on this earth. And sometimes the cause for those effects aren't able to be understood by any way that we could physically achieve that kind of quantification. We're not able to quantify something that we don't know, which is what you're trying to do. You're filling in the blanks. It's like gravity of the gaps or whatever. You're trying to insert something. You're inserting something that you think could be the case, but you're not really sure. When it comes right down to it, you're just making an inference as what you think it could be.
Yeah, it's the strongest inference.
Exactly that. But it's not a conclusive evidence, so it's not true. My rebuttal to what you said was true, that it's not a conclusive, truthful information. It's not self-evident. It's not self-evident. So it can't be something that's true, because otherwise it'd be self-evident. I wouldn't need to tell you that. We'd all just know.
Yeah, the only thing you can establish as self-evident is like, I think, therefore I am.
So therefore, premise one is untrue. It's not a true premise. You go.
So almost every conclusion is untrue by that standard.
Well, that's your standard, bro. That's your standard. Therefore, it's not true. listen,
I
dude,
bet.
you shot yourself in the foot because by your own words,
so
you set
what's
up a
your
standard that
epistemic?
there's a standard that you set up that you can never
Okay.
prove anything to be true based on what you
Okay,
just
so
said.
what's your epistemic foundation for true and false then, since you're talking about this?
Objectivity. So, being somebody who's an empiricist, you'd have to be able to detail by the resources that we have to attain information, such as finding things out with a scientific validation of a cause and effect relationship based on a methodology that we could perceive in ways that we've been able to detect, like validating, how dry wood burns by using a cause effect relationship and identifying the causal mechanism, like dry wood burning with combustion, and being able to say the affirmative that this is the case by testing and validating this specific information, and or any other subject that we could come into that we can use applied science and mathematics to validate things in the physical world, and not just use the I think it could be reasoning with the inference and calculations and such, like what you're trying to use. And so it leaves a lot to be desired in the case of people wanting to know things, such as you. You're confused about reality. You think it's just this whole thing where your mind is making everything up as you go, and it's not the case. We're all having the common human experience where we all have the same experience amongst each other. We can test and validate things amongst each other and be able to say when someone's wrong. Like you can't just say that the pendulum precessing is because the Earth's in motion, because it's not a true statement. You don't know that.
No, because then you'd be assuming that the scientific method is infallible.
Yeah, dude, here's what we're saying though. You didn't validate with any scientific methodology that that's the true case. You didn't do that, did you? Used inference according to you.
You've got a observation, a hypothesis, and a conclusion.
Is it consistent?
No,
is it
because
consistent?
You didn't make an observation of the physical world. In other words, I didn't go outside in the field and check to see what the Earth is doing and then say, aha, I see the Earth in motion. I'm going to test it now to see if it is or not. You didn't do that.
No, that's not. No, that's not
I know that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So the only thing you did was you conjured up an apparatus in which you're thereby making a conclusive ideology that it's the Earth in motion, but you didn't rule out any of the other factors that it could be because you don't know any of the other things that could be putting some kind of stress on that particular thing. So you don't know that. You're just making this idea that it is.
You can
I bet there's examples I bet there's an example that I can give you which contradicts what you say, and will leave you scratching your head and wondering about those unknown forces that AV's talking about. For example, the Elias effect.
Go ahead.
Right, what's the Elias effect? Do you know about it?
No, go ahead.
So it's the anomalous, inconsistent precession of a Foucault pendulum during an eclipse. Still has scientists scratching their heads.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that debunks the whole idea that you think it's just one thing causing the effect. There you go. You're debunked by proof of the Elias effect. So then that's as far as
on an eclipse.
You're like Beavis and Butthead. Dude, he just proved that your whole statement was incorrect. Not only because he used an inference, but because he debunked you because he found something that was opposite of what your claim was. So you're thoroughly debunked. What more do you want, bro?
No, it's not. It's like claiming if I turn it down to vacuum pressure and try to set wood on fire.
You want us to dance a jig on your claim? What more do you want, bro? Everything's given to you that debunks what you're saying. Everything.
Yeah,
even your own word, bro.
If I vacuum out the space and try to start a fire, right? Does it neglect the fact that fire
We're not talking about fire. You half-wit. We're talking about pendulum precessing. What do you always do this? Well, what about sugar cookies? If I ever ate 5 sugar cookies, how would that make me feel afterwards? Like, shut up, dude. Stick to the damn premise.
You gave the analogy, you spastic.
Stick to the damn premise, which we're talking about the precession of a pendulum being that the cause of the effect you didn't prove, like not using an inference. Come on, bro. You need to get with the times.
The times, bro.
Yeah,
There's almost nobody who believes the Earth is flat.
Shut up, bro.
What does that even mean? There's almost nobody who believes that. You're in a room full of people who not only say they believe it, they know it. It's beyond belief. The belief part, there's people who believe it, but they can't prove it. We proved the Earth is flat, beyond all doubt. It's beyond belief. This is knowledge. You know that.
No, you haven't.
What's funny, the only thing he said he knows is that he is. I think, therefore I am. So then everything else is up to interpretation. He could be wrong.
So in his own worldview, he believes.
Yeah,
the Earth is flat.
Yeah, because then you have to assume knowledge is infallible. So then you have to say Getty cases don't exist. So then you have to say that you can't possibly be wrong.
So all that gas that you're blowing at us about you saying that pendulums are precessing because of the Earth in motion is shit that you don't even know because you just believe it. There you go. You, by your own admission, you just proved that you can't prove anything. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can't prove most things with 100% certainty.
Yeah.
That's what the scientific field realizes.
Including procession. Lump that shit in there.
Yeah, not with 100% certainty. That's what the scientific field is based on.
Yeah. So therefore, you're just making shit up. All right, we got you.
Yeah, you don't ask anything online. Does science assume things with
I don't need to talk.
certainty?
I'm not going to talk to Google or anything else. I'm just talking
so you've
to
got your own proprietary definition of science then.
Right.
So science does prove things 100%. You're either going to prove the hypothesis at 100%, or you're going to prove the null at 100%. You'll guarantee a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, at that point you have your own proprietary definition. And you might as well just say that.
Shut up.
But you do.
Does a scientific hypothesis only allow for one of two outcomes?
That's it. Either true or it's a binary.
I want to hit what I was asking him.
Go ahead.
Like Cosmic, right? Does a scientific hypothesis only allow for one of two outcomes?
What do you mean? It's one of any variety of outcomes.
Okay, the way you structure a scientific hypothesis will only allow for the outcome of one of two outcomes, right?
Well, either it's proven in some way or disproven.
Right, so A will cause B or A will not cause B.
I'd say it's a bit of a simplification, but sure. For heuristics case, fine.
Right. Wouldn't you say that's pretty objective?
Yeah, but I don't take I don't apply. I'm not a Neoplatonist on logic. I think it's a very weak position.
Yeah, and yours is strong. Your position's strong.
Well, if you're a Neoplatonist on logic, then you have to deal with the problem of universals, Gettier cases, fallibility. You just open a can of worms where if you're wrong about something, you performatively contradict yourself if you can be wrong about anything.
That's where repeatability comes in, because the first person that does it, right, they're going to state the environment in which it was conducted, right, all the control variables, etc., etc. Someone else comes along, does it almost does it the exact same way as detailed by the first person, right, and gets a different result. Then they have to start looking for whatever variable that wasn't controlled for in their setup, that wasn't realized by the first person, right? Or wasn't realized in the second person by the second person, like, etc. They have to try and figure out like what it is, why it was that they got a different result, right? Was there any variables unaccounted for, etc., right? and that's part of the investigation, right? Of figuring out, like, till they get to the point where they identify why there was a different result, and then they can perform it again and see if they get the same result or a different one. Like, they can then introduce that other variable that wasn't accounted for. Maybe the variable that gave a different result in the second attempt, right, wasn't present in the first attempt, right, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm agreeing with you. Like, my issue is, so AV talked about noise in the last conversation. You can basically never expect to get in science or anything the exact same conditions and exact same results. That's why there's always like a confidence interval. They're talking science about like 6 sigma because because they know there's variance.
Hold on, man. Your rebuttal's convoluted. You're trying to lump in a lot of factors that we're not talking about in specific cases. So that's what you're doing. You're getting confused. In other words, you don't need to be confused about. Yes, you are. You don't need to be confused about specific cases. You need to be specific about them so that you can understand the difference between some ones that you're a bit ambiguous about that you couldn't find a cause for an effect, and others you can. So in certain cases, I would say that you probably could lean on that idea being like, well, we're giving a kind of an inference on what we think is causing this effect, but it's not in the case of the physical world being something that we're saying with the earth in motion. It's more binary. Either you find the cause for the effect or you don't. You can't say, I think it could be, and let's run with this theory. You can't do that. I mean, obviously you can, but not to the effect of knowing something or not. So you are wanting to put it in that category, and you can't. You can't shoehorn the idea that we're going to take, for example, you're saying that it's an inference that you have, and then we're going to take it to be as a cause for the effect that, maybe something we can know, because we don't know that. We can never know that.
What do you mean you can never know that?
Yeah, because you'd have to be in a position to tell us that the earth that you're looking at on the ground is in motion from a perspective that you can't get to. So you'd have to be in more like an like an orthographic perspective outside of. So there's no way you can do. Have you been outside of the earth to see it in motion?
Obviously not.
Well, then that's the problem. If you can't do that, then it's impossible to say that it's in motion because you're in this reference frame where you're on the earth. The best you can come up with is the best you can come up with is your inference. That's it, and that's as good as it gets. It's never gonna be the cause for the effect. It's just what you think the cause is.
I always think it's as good as it gets. And by the way, if you say there's no such thing as fallibility, because as soon as you introduce fallibility, right, you're saying that it can't be binary truth or false. It has to be within a degree of accuracy.
Your hypothesis introduces fallibility, right? That's the if A then not B.
What do you mean? I'm saying you're
aiming to falsify your alternative hypothesis.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a strong inference.
No, it's either going to or it's not going to.
If you're talking about a hypothesis concerning the motion of the Earth, can you formulate that hypothesis? Because I don't think
I don't have one.
I don't think there is one. Because first thing I'm thinking about is the observation. What I will observe to just infer that hypothesis.
That's what I was trying to tell him, Necros. Exactly that. I was trying to let him know that, but he just kept avoiding that.
Because you could do this with anything. Like, for example.
Oh, okay. Right, like a drone or a helicopter.
No. I mean, even like you cite your laser experiments. Instead of trying to give a counter explanation, I could just say it could be anything. Have you established everything possible that could be happening? So I could just throw it back at you, and we could get nowhere.
Well, like impossible meteorological conditions.
Yeah, try it. I'd like to see you try. Give us one example that we use that you could actually use that with. I want to see if you can actually perform what you say you can. Put your money where your mouth is, Oliver. Let's see you do it.
What with the laser experiment?
I don't care. Whatever we've said that you said you can use this particular argument for.
Yeah,
that
we can go with that. Yeah, how about you produce meteorological conditions sufficient to curve a laser beam around a globe?
What, suggesting that a laser couldn't refract by less than 1 degree?
Go ahead.
If you want, if that's what you're going to go with, what's wrong with that?
So you've eliminated the possibility, right, that in such experiments, laser light could refract by less than 1 degree.
I'm not saying it can. I'm saying that you believe that it can. So show us.
What, that light can refract by less than 1 degree?
Show us the meteorological conditions that are necessary to produce what is shown with the FE core demonstration.
No. So that's not what's meant by logical possibility, because what AV is talking about, referencing before, is logical possibility. So it's not me proving the counter. It's saying, does the logical possibility exist? The laser
What makes it logical? I think the assertion that meteorological conditions, that the idea that they could exist, is illogical to produce a laser beam that curves around a ball.
Okay, can you give an argument for that?
I just did.
Yeah, can you explain why?
Because I have looked everywhere for the meteorological conditions that could present such a case and can't find it. If you can, that'd be great, because that would really help me out.
Yeah, that's called the anecdotal fallacy.
Well, I'm looking for evidence. I'm looking for data. So no, it's. I mean, if you want to do evidence and data, like all evidence and data anecdotal, then we're done here.
You haven't casted.
So we're talking about logical possibility.
Cosmic, you haven't casted any doubt as to why it could be the case. You didn't tell him, like, oh, okay, well, there was an anomalous event that this weather actually turned out to be this, and then it bent the laser exactly how you might say that it's bending. But you didn't provide. Listen, dude.
Oliver, listen.
Well, if you didn't provide if you didn't provide a method by which weather actually does do what you say it does, then you can't give something to Yoder as if this could be the case. Like, this could be the case, and you give him something to think about, then he could be like, oh, well, yeah, you went back in like 1872 where the weather was weird and, the laser bent, or what. You didn't do that. You didn't cause any doubt. No doubt was caused.
I can give an absurd example of this very discussion with somebody else who said it was logical. He said it in here that it is logically possible that a black hole inside the Earth could be producing a gravitational field sufficient to bend the laser beam around the ball like what we see.
No, according to.
Well, that's what he said. So if you want to go with logical possibilities, he asserted that this was a logical possibility. And on what grounds is it logical or even possible?
Magic fairy dust in the atmosphere bends the light, and Oliver says that's okay because you haven't found a magical fairy dust yet, so it's still possible.
You're correct. And I realize that this is an extreme example, which is kind of to highlight the absurdity of what this is about and where this is going. In your case, that is less extreme, but nevertheless still absurd.
Yes. So we already have examples of this with quite extreme mirages, Fata Morgana inverted ships seemingly looking up in the sky.
I want to see the laser beam.
Yeah, the laser beam is what's in contention.
Yeah,
bending to the specific number that you gave out. So the laser has to bend in the specific number to give at least a doubt using mirages. Less than 1 degree using mirages. So now you're going to have to bend the laser through the mirage in order to at least give some doubt to Yoder right now. Can you do that?
Right. It's a degree over the distance, too. So I want to see the weather conditions. I want to see the physical soup, the atmospheric soup, the evidence that the atmospheric soup's composition and dynamics are such that it's producing this bending effect on the laser.
No, because you're calling it the proof. You're making the positive claim.
I'm asking for you to substantiate yours.
No. No, so I'm just being skeptical. I'm citing that is there a logical possibility, right? That
No.
I
X
don't
could
think
be
there
the
is.
case.
No.
Right.
The answer
Okay.
is no.
Why?
On what grounds would there be? On what grounds would there be?
Yeah, logically. On what grounds logically would there be?
Logically, that the Earth would be curving.
Yeah, the meteorological conditions would allow the light to refract by less than 1 degree in the given temperature conditions on that time.
Yeah, over that distance. What is required for that? I want to see evidence that could exist in reality.
Yeah, a strong temperature gradient in a certain region over a certain height. So I'm saying, is that a logical possibility?
But there's more than that.
think
There's
it
more
is.
than that.
Why
You need to add the rest of
would
it.
it be?
No,
Oh,
you
yeah,
need to
there
add,
is.
you need to add the rest. You need to pass out the other details involved, the prerequisites that must exist in order for that to occur. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid, right? The other one is that the light leaves the device in a straight line initially.
Yeah. So we can assume the light leaves in a straight line upon exiting the laser housing.
And what about the other part?
Yeah, so it's investigating.
The Earth is a
It's
spheroid.
investigating to prove that the Earth is flat. So the former is that it's not flat. So as you said, one of two hypotheses, like a null hypothesis as well, right? If the logical possibility exists that the laser can refract by less than 1 degree, you haven't proven anything.
And that the Earth is a sphere, right? Then the light's going to behave as if the Earth is flat.
What do you mean?
It's going to hit its target. So you're saying there's refraction because it hits its target, not because it doesn't hit its target.
No,
yes.
It's not. No, you just keep saying yes. It's not behaving as if it's flat because it is going in a curve. It's refracting by less than 1 degree. It's not behaving as if it's flat.
Based on what? What evidence?
It's going in a curve is an affirmative. You just made a claim. How do you know that's true?
Well, because it hits its target, right? And it shouldn't.
No. If the logical possibility exists that the laser light can refract by less than 1 degree, then it concludes it should.
Okay.
That was stupid.
Yeah, you have no.
I wish I had the
You
deets
have
on
no
that
reply.
Swiss LiDAR survey of refraction because we're talking like millirads over several miles of so-called terrestrial refraction, which doesn't even stack up.
No, you're way off. You're way off.
On that somewhere.
No, I'm pretty sure you're talking about collimation, not refraction. So you're getting your terms mixed up.
No, I'm talking about a LiDAR scan of the side of a mountain where they were actually trying to measure the refractive conditions of the air itself to see what the maximum minimum are during the daytime and during the nighttime. And the amount of millirads of wander of the LiDAR dots was like freaking microscopic, dude. It was insane. And then you're saying, well, we need basically almost a full degree over this distance. It's like, all right. Yeah, we're several orders of magnitude off from that in all these studies. But if you can substantiate that is even possible, then maybe we can move forward with testing to see whether or not it truly can happen at all. I mean, I'd like to see at least a model.
Well, so like, am I seeing the Flying Dutchman in these pictures on certain days?
Yeah, what's causing that? Refraction?
Yes.
What?
How much?
Obviously, quite a bit. If the ship looks like it's in the fucking air.
Oh.
All right, calm
what
down,
happened to
man.
the surface?
You think that's refraction?
You're gonna have to provide evidence of that right now.
Well, okay, you're disputing its refraction.
Yeah. How?
No, I do actually. It's total internal reflection.
There's a qualification.
No.
Yes. There's a qualification of what it is in a category that belongs to. Now, if you're saying that it's a type of refraction that causes a distortion such as bending over a curve, you're going to have to prove that.
That's what is inferred by refraction.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
You idiot.
Yes, it is. That's how refraction works.
Oh my God, bro.
Bro, it may be claimed that the act of refraction can allow for the light to bend around the curve of the Earth. That may be in some of the literature, right? But that it doesn't mean that refraction is specific to that instance.
Let me just say something. Let me say
it's
something.
exclusive to that instance.
You know that refraction is a general term, right? Just like gravity being a cause and effect relationship when you guys bring it up. And when you say, what's causing that? Gravity. What's the effect that you see? Gravity. It's a general term people use colloquially so they can convey an idea, but it's not specific to the case that you're speaking of, which would be very specific. The Flying Dutchman, what type of refraction is it? It's very specific. It's not what your generalized term of refraction would be insinuating. You don't know about what you're talking about, Oliver.
Thank you, Alpha. That's the thing that I wanted someone to say. Because
it's generalized.
For him, the ship appearing to fly in the air is him. The horizon appearing farther than it should be. So the surface of water appear flat and the horizon appear far. It's also refraction. For both, there is the surface of water. It's not lifted. One, there is just the boat that appears flying in the air. No surface of farther than it should be.
Necros, you're breaking up, brother.
I'm sorry, I disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah. Try again, man.
Am I coming through now?
Yeah, try again. If you break up, I'll let you know.
So for him, all those effects that you see are just refraction. He can just claim that word, that simple word, refraction. The ship appearing to fly in the air is refraction. The horizon that doesn't appear farther than it should be in the first example with the ship, with the Fata Morgana. You see just the ship being appearing in the air. And the other example where he will claim again refraction, you will see the horizon farther than it should be, like in the Black Swan. So it's not the Ori that is appearing, flying in the air. No, it's just the horizon that is farther than it should be.
I thought you guys abandoned the Black Swan.
No, hold on. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how your misappropriation of using the general term of refraction is being like thrown around here, and you're not being very specific to what type of refraction you're speaking of. So now that we got that out of the way, what specifically are you talking about refraction? Because refraction is a general term. You have to agree with me on that.
Yeah, so you could have the light bending in like a concave or convex and a motion relative to.
Okay, so now that we know, now that we know it's a general term, what specifically are you talking about?
Right, the light bending in a convex motion because of some temperature gradient that generally gets the light to bend or doing it off the top away from the normal with regards to like a perpendicular normal because of the difference in like a gradient of medium because of different pressure and humidity and temperature.
Right. How did you, now this is important, right? What I'm going to ask you, how did you quantify that type of refraction to be the type that you think would apply to the bending of the laser to the specific numeric value that you've given? How do you know that specific type of refraction would be equal to the laser bending over the distance at that amount that you said it would numerically?
Yeah, I'm saying it's a logical possibility.
No. The answer to that is no. You've been told many times, no.
Yeah, you have to disprove why it's a logical possibility.
No, because you didn't give the affirmative of your knowledge base on what refraction is. There's no, you don't know, no, you were using the general term refraction. Specifically, there's different types of refraction. You know that, right?
In that refraction can act in different ways, but no, the fundamental principle of refraction is the same. That's why it's called refraction.
Yeah, no, you're wrong there. It's very specific to certain cases. Different types of refraction. Different types of refraction are they're categorized differently, right? So when there's air distorted and it causes like this wavy look to like with sound, what type of refraction is that?
Are you talking about aberration?
Yeah, what type of refraction would that be? Is that just refraction that you're speaking of or not? Air distorted by sound. Air distorted by sound. Is that the same type of refraction that you're talking about?
The fundamental principle of refraction is
air distorted by sound. Air distorted by sound. Is that the same type of refraction that you're talking about? Yes or no?
No, it wouldn't be the same type of refraction.
Thank you. So now you understand it's specific, Oliver.
No, but it's all refraction. It's all the same.
No, it's not. It's no. You can't keep falling back into the big pile of shit that you just got out of. So you just got out of it being a general term. You need to be specific.
No, because it's
yeah, you do.
It's not like
you do.
It's not like it's complying with different laws of physics.
Well, in this case, it would be because that's going to be bending the light or the laser in a specific degree that you say that it needs to be. So your knowledge base, your knowledge base is not covering the fact that what specific type of refraction you're talking about, and or the effect that you should see with the laser beam. You're not covering those two factors. So your knowledge base is right now lacking at the moment, and you can't make an affirmative of what would happen to give somebody doubt as to that this could be the case. You're not giving anybody any doubt because you're lacking with your knowledge.
It's a funny thing about refraction claims. The more you need, the worse it gets, because the more chromatic separation should be happening and the wavelength should be dispersing. And you don't see that with the amount that you're claiming, right?
I do not know what you're referencing here.
So you shoot a laser through a prism and it separates the light into a rainbow. It's because different colors have different wavelengths, and each wavelength bends at a different angle through the same medium.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So do we have any evidence that there's a separation of colors happening through the medium?
A laser is a coherent source of light, so it's one wavelength.
Well, you're talking about Fata Morganas and stuff. Flying Dutchman is evidence of refraction. I'm asking if there's any evidence of chromatic separation in these.
That's why the light aberrates and it appears wobbled and distorted.
Well, I'm asking for the chromatic separation.
Yeah, it's not chromatic separation like a prism.
Well, why is that?
It's nowhere near like the index of refraction of like.
Is there any evidence of refraction happening then without any chromatic separation?
What? So you're questioning whether refraction is even at play in that scenario?
I said so earlier.
So but if your skepticism is at that level, then we might as well just dismiss the laser experiment entirely.
Why is that?
Because we're questioning whether even these fundamental principles are the case.
I'm bringing it to the fundamentals. If it's refraction, then the wavelength should be separating.
No, a laser light is a coherent source of light, right?
Yeah, and it can separate. Right?
When you said chromatic separation,
you're going to get dispersion. You're going to get some effect.
You understand a laser is a monochromatic source?
Yes, I do.
Right. Okay. So what point are you?
So how much beam dispersion should there be? It's caused by terrestrial refraction.
Well, depends on the distance. I mean, in these FE core experiments, in these FE core experiments, it looks like a fucking lighthouse in the distance. So yeah, quite a bit of separation.
Yeah, so how much of that's due to terrestrial refraction as opposed to scintillation or any other effect?
But it depends how significant the terrestrial refraction is. I'm saying that what you've not disproven is.
I mean, is it even logical to assume it exists?
Yeah. So we assume it exists because we can prove it exists.
Well, then I would love to see that proof.
Yeah, you see these events in the atmosphere.
Welcome to circular reasoning.
Yeah, that's what those events are for.
You're using the claims as evidence of the proof.
That's like saying because I burn wood, I'm using the claim as the evidence of the proof.
Yeah, my proof is my claim here.
Yeah. So I say fire burns wood, and now I use my proof. That is my claim. Oh, crazy! I'm engaging in circular reasoning.
For refraction to exist, we need curvature, right?
Yes, but it was built off that framework. If the Earth wasn't if the Earth wasn't
so it's like you're showing me a fire without the fuels being evident.
Yeah, right. Burning wood, right, is going to assume that there's something combustible.
Yeah, and you're saying there's curvature, and I'm saying show me the curvature is causing it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a logical possibility. Yeah, and I'm saying it's a logical possibility, and you can't seem to dispute it.
Why is it logical?
Because there's nothing that says it's contradictory.
What do you mean? We've given you alternatives.
No. As in, there's no true contradiction you can demonstrate.
What makes it a true contradiction? Oh, true now, yeah, because you say so.
Yeah, it's not true. You're just inferring that the Earth is curving and that light has to be traveling over the curve in order for us to see what we see, or what you're qualifying as, light bending over a curve. That's the whole
what's
premise.
The contradiction? Yeah, so what's the contradiction?
Because you didn't prove the affirmative. You can't have something that contradicts that. You're just making it up. You're like, I'm inferring this. Well, you can infer all you like. I could say it's magical pixie dust that's causing that. How do you know? I'm just making shit up, just like you are.
No, so yes, so that's what's called the trivial argument. You have.
Yeah, it is trivial, isn't it? You can imagine it, therefore it could be true.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I could say you were doing this very thing with the gyro, where you were saying like it could be magical pixie dust for all we know.
Yeah, because you didn't make an observation of a naturally occurring phenomena. You're just inferring that within the conjuring up of the apparatus that you made up for I don't know what reason, because you thought it would be a great idea.
So it could
except there's more evidence for magical pixie dust than there is for the globe curvature.
So the precession could be due to magical pixie dust.
It's more evidence for that than there is for globe curvature.
Right.
Cosmos.
So you're adopting the argument that you said was incredulous on the basis.
No,
of
I'm actually using yours to show how absurd it is, because of course this is not the case. There's no evidence for either.
So there's no possibility of magical pixie dust causing.
What makes it possible? What makes it possible? Do you have a probability? Got p-values in your statistical hypothesis?
Yeah, I'm saying it's trivial. Not that it's
trivial,
not
as if it's so trivial it shouldn't even matter, right? So.
That's all. Hold on, dude. That's all subjective based on your interpretation. How do you know that there isn't actually? Hold on. Yeah. How do you know there isn't actually pixie dust?
Because he says so.
Because there's no possible way to substantiate it, so it's true.
What makes it possible?
Yeah, we're getting to it now. We're getting to it.
Yeah, quantify the possibility for me, please.
Very small.
No, quantify it, dude. Justify it with a quantification.
Yeah, shit. I'd like to see that too. A spreadsheet. I think a pie chart. Fucking think of something.
Yeah, you've got like a sample size.
What? Do you make this assessment in your head when you think about everything?
I'm asking you to substantiate your assessment that something is possible here.
Yeah, if I've seen no demonstration of it whatsoever in reality, no even inference that could suggest it.
You're arguing with yourself at this point. You're arguing with yourself at this point, numbnuts.
That's pretty funny.
He's literally arguing with his damn self, man. I love it.
At least he's honest that he's actually never seen anything to substantiate this in reality. He's just like, it's all in his head.
That's why I'm saying it's trivial.
Yeah, it is trivial. So we can move on. I win, you lose.
Yeah, let's rewind and you can play the tape to your your historical self. Maybe you can argue with yourself now, and you're like, "Hey, man, I just corrected myself." Yeah, that's good. I like that.
You seem to declare a victory no matter what.
No, you declared it. You declared it, bro.
You don't follow. You don't follow any consistent.
Bro, you took our side and you shellacked yourself. You snatched your own damn leg, bro.
He did take our side.
I'm saying that by your very reasoning, right?
It's your reasoning.
It's possible.
You reasoned dude. We didn't redo the reasoning. You did. Numbnuts.
No, because you said it could be. You said it could be anything with reference to the gyros.
Yeah, dude. And you said there's no way to use any probabilistic way to determine that. So you're like, it's absurd. Yeah, of course. You're agreeing with us now.
No.
Thank you. Yeah.
And now he's like, oh wait, shit. Fuck. I gotta hit the reverse. Slam the brakes, hit the reverse. Shit. Beep, beep, beep. Back that shit up. Beep.
Back that shit up, dude.
Okay, a bunch of 5-year-olds.
So how do you quantify this probability, right? This possibility.
Right. So in terms of logical possibility.
No. I'm asking you for a quantification of something because that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, quantification is just going to be a matter of it's some sort of empirical or analytical.
So why is the globe logical? Go.
Yeah, because it complies with all our observations and predictions.
That's affirming the consequent. So no, try again.
No. So you just throw out these fallacies.
You're doing what's called backfitting. Okay, if you backfit anything in any scientific or engineering field, and you don't acknowledge it, you're going to have a bad day, and you're having a bad day with me with this right now.
We can explain this. What is affirming?
I don't care for an explanation, dude. Come on.
You threw out the fallacy. You shut out.
Yeah,
the fallacy.
I did throw the fallacy out on the table, and I'm rubbing your face in it.
Yeah, so explain your diarrhea. How is it affirming the consequent?
Okay, if Earth is a globe, then these observations should match. These observations match, therefore Earth is a globe.
Yeah, so what is key to affirming the consequent?
Because you are not allowing for other possibilities to be true. Oh shit, the shoe's on the other foot now. Fuck.
Yeah, so are you going to let me speak now? So affirming the consequence is when you tie a correlation, right, without any sequitur relationship, or why A infers B. Right?
That's wrong, actually.
You're just no. You can look this up.
That's wrong. No, there could be a causative relationship, numbnuts. Okay, and you could also have multiple causes that you're not allowing to exist either. Not just correlations here, dude. And try again.
Yeah, can you give an argument for that? Explain yourself.
Yeah. How about this one? Every time I eat a pizza, I feel full. I'm full, so I must have eaten a pizza. Guess what? I could have had a pizza.
Or a taco.
It might not be all that I could have eaten because I could have had a steak. I could have had a hamburger. I could have had waffles.
Or he could have had pizza and a hamburger, which would also make it that he's full because of the pizza and the hamburger.
So the pizza's not enough to substantiate the claim, is it? And that's and we're dealing with causative relationships, not correlations like you asserted must be the case.
Yeah. So
yeah, okay, so try again.
No, you don't even allow a counter argument. You just declare yourself the victor.
Well, I don't allow bullshit. Okay, this is like your fourth attempt at bullshit right now.
Yoda, if you shut the fuck up, you can learn something. The scenario.
No, I don't need you to teach me anything.
The scenario in that case.
He couldn't do it if he tried. Anyway, Yoda.
Wait.
Right. I mean, you're making fallacious remarks left and right. Like, how am I supposed to learn off of somebody who's hawking fallacies all day?
Yoda, shut up. Right. The required antecedent, right, of eating the pizza, or the required antecedent of I feel full, would be eating the pizza, wouldn't it?
No, it could be anything else. You didn't isolate the cause.
No. In the
Every
case,
time I eat pizza, I get full.
In the case, listen for a second. Have some impulse control, right? In the case that the argument was true, the antecedent of feeling full would be I have eaten a pizza. That would have to be the requirement. That would have to be
what I didn't tell you is every time I eat a hamburger, I get full.
Yes, so it's not.
I also had a hamburger.
So, Yoda, it's not the necessary antecedent.
Right, so it's not the only thing. The point is you don't have an exclusive claim with affirming the consequent.
So what is another logical possibility to all the phenomena we see? What is the other possible antecedent?
Okay. Oh, the Earth is flat, like we've been saying.
Yeah.
Again,
and we have
everything we see.
And we have optical distortions due to the fact that light will act differently based upon the knowledge we have of the qualification of the different types of miraging effects that occur over distance. But in no way.
And we've ruled out the pizza because we can't measure curvature, and nobody ever has.
Yeah, so it's not pizza.
We're back to hamburgers, flat Earth.
No, we are. You just adopt a global skeptic view whenever you show.
No, we are making a positive assertion here, bro.
No, you don't. No, you say it could be anything whenever somebody shows you evidence, and then you accept the flimsiest evidence when it means.
Oh yeah, when did that happen? Just now.
Just like I demonstrated with the example of a gyro versus your shitty laser experiment.
Yeah, so it's someone who is geocentric. It will tell you that it will have the same effect if the Earth is motionless, completely motionless, but the sky is the thing that is moving. It would have the precession. And that's the thing that Einstein agrees with.
No, what the fuck are you on about? A gyro wouldn't precess if the Earth was motionless, because it's sitting on the Earth, you moron.
If the Earth is motionless, and
wait, so Earth doesn't rotate?
If the Earth is motionless and everything around the Earth is moving, yeah, you would have a precession with the gyroscope, just like with the bucket and the water. If you steer the water, the bucket will just spin also. If you spin the bucket and you don't steer the water will start spinning. So it's transferred the momentum to the other thing. So that's what.
Holy crap!
What does motionless mean? What does motionless mean?
The gyroscope is not attached to this Earth.
Holy crap! Have we lost the plot? What are we talking about now?
Right. If the
I was just educating this Mongo here that you can affirm the consequent, still have a true statement, but you don't have exclusivity over what was the ultimate cause.
Correct.
In your very best case, in affirming the consequent can still be true, but your presumed cause may not be the only thing that's true. But in our case, we've actually measured the Earth flat, so we've ruled out the globe as a possibility for him to affirm the consequent with and make an assertion, right?
There's no
make an assertion that it's true.
There's no weight behind the Earth.
Yeah, because you're using inductive logic.
What was this? What's his full real name? Well, he's got a different name now. What was his name before? Oliver. Oliver, you still coping, brother?
Coping with what? I'm handling a few of them at once.
Right.
With your lack of balls.
What's up, flatties? How my flatties doing?
Hey, brother.
How about the ice wall?
Yeah, so I was just educating Oliver here on how to think clearly. He tried to say that when you affirm the consequent, you invoke a correlation, and I gave him a causative relationship as an example, blew that to pieces, which he then tried to hijack and say I was wrong about, and I blew that to pieces and pointed out to the audience what a clown he was.
No, so that's not how it works. I'm saying
that's basically what happened. Like
you require the identification.
Being too detailed for the audience's sake because this is boring as fuck.
No, because you require the identification of a necessary antecedent for the relationship to hold, right? And I'm saying, what is the alternative necessary antecedent? You're saying one that is just verifiably bullshit, and I'm saying then that is
when I measure the Earth flat, then I know your terrestrial refraction claim can't be true because yours depends on a radius.
So some other guy says he measures the Earth concave, and he says he has evidence.
Yeah, do you just accept any bullshit claim that anybody says, or do you evaluate the evidence? Obviously, the latter.
Yeah, he saw a
I don't care what he says if he doesn't have evidence.
No, he saw a ship in the sky.
You saw a ship in the sky. Great. So, how did he determine that the ship was in the sky?
Yeah, he concluded the Earth's concave.
Right. So because he saw a ship in the sky, well, he would be affirming the consequent, wouldn't he?
No, because ships don't float.
They don't float in the water or in the air.
Oliver doesn't.
Yeah, and
Oliver doesn't want to be held to account.
He saw a ship in the sky. Ships don't float, so he concluded the Earth is concave.
Right. He affirmed the consequent, right?
Did you say that's logical?
No. He's saying that it is probably the case.
Probably. You
say that the concave Earth is probable.
You know what, Oliver? This is how disingenuous you are, because at the beginning of this little diatribe about the concaver, you said he measured it that way, and now you bait and switched and said, oh, he just saw a ship floating in the sky. You're a sack of shit, dude.
Yeah, he measured it.
Measurement? Okay, well, show me the measurements. Let's see it.
Yeah. Looking
see
up.
it.
Yeah, looking up, seeing it above the horizon.
Looking up is a measurement? Dude, you're ridiculous. Like, do you hear yourself? Probably not.
You're ridiculous.
Looking at in the sky as a measurement? Is that right, Oliver?
You're saying this while on a flat Earth server, and you're calling me ridiculous.
Yes, it's an ad hom, right? So it's now you're going to attack me instead of actually dealing with what we spoke about. You're saying that looking up is a measurement. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a type of measurement.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Can you tell me what standard you're measuring against?
Yeah,
Did he say looking up as a measurement?
Yes, that's what he said.
That's enough to determine if Earth is concave. Like, shit, man, the double standards.
Yeah, it's the most primitive measurement, but it is a measurement.
Right. You would rather accept that somebody looking at a ship is proof of a concave Earth than you'd accept all of our flat Earth evidence.
You don't have any
thousands of times more rigorous.
You don't have any flat Earth evidence.
Can you tell us when you're
No, we don't. The surveyors do, though.
When you're looking at something, what is the unit of measure that you are using? You are just looking at something. In the sky, on the surface, it doesn't matter. Just tell me what is the unit of measure, because you are telling me that it is a measurement.
You could have any. You could have any.
Okay, what's the standard for looking up?
Tilting your head upwards.
Horizontal elevation.
Sorry, tilting is not a standard.
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead and prove that for me. Just get the citation or the standard called tilting your head upwards. Have AI do it for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want the wiki on what tilting is?
Yeah, tilting your head upward. Be specific.
Yeah. Let me just grab you that.
How do you know you're tilted upward?
That's another good question.
This guy's insane, man.
Yeah, this is insane. Like, for him, this constitutes better evidence than anything that we've put forth.
I mean, looking up is a measurement? Like, how far down, though?
Yeah, like, this has a higher probability of existing than a flat Earth in his view, because people, like, look up.
No, I didn't even say that. No, I didn't even say that.
Okay, so where in there is the standard that we're looking for? How many tilting units?
The definition.
I didn't ask for a definition. I wanted to see if it was a standard. It doesn't say anything about measurements in here, does it?
So move or pause to move into a slope.
Move up is not a measurement. Sorry.
It is to me.
Oh, so now it's subjective.
Oh shit!
It is. So it's you. You prefer this because you're losing this debate quite horribly. So now this is what I think, and that's where you guys usually end up. This is a bias. So now you're affirming your biases. That's fine. Go ahead.
I think we gave up with this debate like 5 minutes ago.
When you fail to quantify your claims of probability and possibilities because you admitted later that you're just imagining and conjuring ideas in your head, you pretty much bought the farm.
That's the very thing you do.
No, you couldn't provide the quantification of a laser actually being over the surface of the Earth because you said miraging effects occur, like the Flying Dutchman, remember? So you were saying that the miraging effects affecting the laser, and you didn't have any way to quantify that.
No, it's not about quantifying it. It's saying it's logical.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's how you measure shit.
You gave a specific numeric value, didn't you? Didn't you?
By less than 1 degree.
Yeah, how did you come up with that, dumbass?
Yeah, that would be with reference to the current globe model.
Really? So
not
you didn't
reality
go outside?
then.
The Flying Dutchman is outside in reality, not in the fucking model. You
measured a degree based off a model, not reality. Good job.
Yeah, you're just gibbering.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman wasn't in a model, was it? It was out. Somebody saw it outside.
Then it was based off a model. Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah, you imagined a model in your head and you took a measurement off of that. That's what really happened.
Yeah. So I'm saying, is it logically possible for the laser to have curved by less than 1 degree?
No, because we measure Earth flat.
No, because you're using your laser, right? And I'm asking you, is it a logical possibility that laser could refract by less than 1 degree over the given distance?
Because we have no evidence. We have no evidence anywhere. Therefore, no reason to even include that as a possibility. And considerations that the atmosphere is providing the conditions necessary to distort the optical path by that amount.
No, you have evidence all over the place.
Where?
Dude, didn't he argue against himself just earlier about this?
He did, yeah.
You can literally see aberration by more than 1 degree.
What aberration?
How the fuck did you quantify that? How?
That something is appearing to massively...
Now you're talking about a real world observation. How the fuck did you know it's by less than 1 degree?
Yeah, I claim that this is also a matter of reflection and not refraction. The evidence for it being a reflection is the lack of chromatic aberration.
No, that's not.
Yeah. This is like rewind the clock to 30 minutes ago time.
Nope.
Right. Okay. Can we be clear here? What
we
is
have been
reflection?
Sorry, can we be clear here? What?
It's a general term. He said, "What's refraction?" It's a general term. It's a general term that you're using to misappropriate the idea that you can actually say it's a quantifiable methodology. You're not quantifying refraction, are you?
Yeah, you're just avoiding it.
No, refraction in your mind, Cosmic, is just some glop that you can smear on holes in the wall, holes in your car, or whatever, and then paint over and hope nobody notices that there's something wrong.
What?
Yeah, it's like spackle for your busted ball.
No, you seem to hate the principle because it absolutely shits on your theory.
What's the principle?
Like your theory is just splattered with diarrhea.
I don't have a theory, number one. Number two, the principle at play has a definition that is so broad and even counterfactual that you could apply to patch any hole in your logic or reason or evidence to support whatever cosmology that you believe in. That's why we deal specifics, and that's why we demand quantification.
We demand quantification so that you can't get away with using sloppy terms and definitions.
Yep.
What? You're just saying
We
it's a
demand
buzzword when it's in a...
quantification so you can't get away with using sloppily defined terms, sloppily defined definitions, and so on and so forth in order to reify your imaginary model into reality, which you continuously do.
Okay, are you done gibbering? So if you're
No,
saying
not
it's
really, but I'll let you talk.
Okay, keep gibbering. Wait, I'll wait for you to stop.
I said I wasn't done, but I'll let you talk, so go ahead.
If you're not done, then I'm going to wait for when you are.
I'll go on for hours, honestly, but I'd like to hear what you have to say in response.
No, because you're just going to talk over me.
Oh, for God's sakes, dude, just go or not. Shit or get off the pot, yeah?
Okay. Goodbye, Reed.
Fuck off.
How do you explain gyros?
They spin in a circle.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Because they're like a motor.
Yeah, I understand the motion. I'm saying why do they precess?
Friction.
I don't get what you mean, friction.
Of course you don't.
Wouldn't it just spin along its axis without precessing? Like friction would slow it down, but there's no.
Yeah, it causes weird shit to happen to it. Yep. Vibrates it, does all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why it precesses.
I told you why. And it does it at different processes at different rates too. And isn't that crazy?
But that supports,
especially if you don't calibrate them.
That supports a globe.
That they at different rates.
Yeah.
No, depending on how high you go, shouldn't matter. Should always be that rate.
You said it supports. Hold on. You said it supports a globe. You're going to have to produce the evidence of how you made the logical leap from seeing something move around to showing the geometry of the Earth. Go ahead. How did you do that? Show me the magic trick.
Yeah, because the equation for the precession of a spinning gyro relies on a sine function, which comports with a spherical geometry. Because then the rate of angular precession, right? If it doesn't conform to sine, you'd assume it's flat because it would just precess by the same amount at all given radiuses from the center. Including.
How'd you get the equation, sir?
Well, it's available in textbooks online.
Yeah, how did I know where you get it from? How did somebody get the method to figure out that equation functions within the concept of the idea of the Earth as a giant sphere? Like, what was the correlation to that?
It's what's observed. So
no, it's not. You don't know. Hold on a second. You don't observe a sphere.
So what I heard when I joined was, let's talk like something about not flat earthers, but it's like, I really feel like that's relevant to the whole, flat earth thing. Like that's the name of the channel.
Well, I can see why you'd say that, but what we're meaning is we're talking about the physical nature of the Earth, the surface beneath our feet, right? So what we do for a living or what we enjoy doesn't really have any bearing on how the Earth is observed and measured. So that's really what we're talking about. But I was going to ask you, so what have you heard about flat Earth so far? Do you know what our positions are? Do you know what our arguments are, or do you not know those things yet?
Pretty generally. I mean, I wouldn't be able to directly tell you. I've seen some of the tests you guys have done to like see if the Earth is flat regarding like I think it's checking the horizon and seeing how like shadows.
So yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah. One of the things we're doing is testing to see if the surface that we live on has the curvature that matches what the globe model claims.
Yeah.
So,
Cyclone, can you explain a little bit about the testing?
Put yourself on mute. We've got a coherent person in now.
Okay, but what testing did you do? I mean, it's important, though.
Yeah, well, we can go through long distance observations and all that kind of stuff, but first we need to set the stage and understand that you understand what the actual globe model is claiming. So, Nerdnet,
the globe model, I thought you tell us about the flat.
Hang on, we're not talking to you now. Someone put this guy on mute if he's not going to shut up. Nerd, have you ever looked into the claimed curvature of the Earth, the globe?
Not particularly, no. No, I haven't, no. You can educate me there.
Okay, so do you know what size that they claim the globe is, roughly?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to give you the number, no. I wouldn't.
Okay, so they say it's got like a 59 mile radius, 24,000, 25,000 circumference in miles. So they give us a size, right? So
yeah,
if you have the size of a ball, you can do some maths to work out what the curvature rate should be. It basically works out to around 8 inches per mile squared. So,
but does it account for like you could be at sea level and then there's like mountains?
No, that's just geometric.
Exactly a smooth ball.
Yeah. So that's just geometric curve on the surface. If you're an observer, then you need to take into account your observer height, right? So you can see a bit further if you're going higher up, which is the case on a flat surface too. So
yeah.
If you go on Google, you can type in like distance to horizon calculator and you can put in your observer height and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be based on your observer height. So say for a 6-foot observer, they're telling us that for a 6-foot observer, if you were standing at the beach looking out over the ocean, the horizon should be no more than 2.5, 3 miles away. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would mean that if you were standing at the beach and you were watching a ship going out at 2.5, 3 miles, it would have to start disappearing bottom up, going over the curve, which is showing itself as a horizon. Yeah?
Yeah.
But what's happening is people are going and testing this, and they're seeing the boat go 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and it's not even reached the horizon. Right?
Yeah.
So how would that work if the horizon is this physical Earth curve? I mean, that's set in stone if that's real. There's no getting away from that. And yet when people go and test that, it's not detected. Right? The horizon isn't where it's supposed to be. You understand that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, obviously, I'm just telling you that now. You don't know because you've not seen any of the examples. I'm sure people can post in the side chat. They'll post some examples. And what we recommend is that wherever you live, you go and test this. Because it's a simple.
I'm in Florida, man. I've seen.
Oh well, there you go.
Boats go over the horizon. I'm at sea level. I'm pretty close to the ground.
That's a lie. That's a lie, dude.
Well, this is perfect.
It's a lie that I'm in Florida?
No. Don't hold on, Radwin. No, because
I'm just confused. What about I said was a lie?
Seeing boats going over the horizon. That's fine. But
yeah,
I bet but the thing that we don't do when we see that is we don't compare it to the globe model and actually check that matches, right? Because I bet when you've seen them going over before, you've just thought, oh well, it's going over the curve, but you've not actually thought, wait, what's my observer height? And what distance should that horizon be? Am I right in saying that?
I guess you are. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, so now, the next time, what you should do is you should take note of what your observer height is above sea level and what the conditions are of the day, temperature and things like that. And you should actually really in detail examine what it is that you're seeing. So how far away is the boat? What's your observer height? And then does that match the globe model, which you can find just by going on the calculators online, right? And what people are finding is that it does not match. That physical curvature that has to be there for it to be a ball is not there. So we're seeing distances way in excess of what we should be able to see, right? The curvature should be stopping us seeing any, like, beyond a certain point, right? But it's not. We're just seeing beyond it. We're seeing boats and buildings and people and things that should be on the other side of a curve, but we're seeing them. Okay, so that's basically like the main argument being made here, is that it can't be the globe that they're telling us, because all of the observations and the measurements are showing that there's no curvature. Now, that doesn't mean that we're making a claim as to what the entire thing is. Like, we're not saying it's a disk in space or a square in space. We're not actually saying it's anything in space, because we don't actually accept that that solar system model that they've shown us is actually true to begin with. But yeah, we're not actually making a claim about the exact geometry of the Earth, because if you think about it, you'd understand that you couldn't actually know that as a human being on Earth. I mean, unless you had everyone like exploring it and finding some limit of it and then actually mapping the entire thing out, which none of us can do. Yeah. So that's maybe a lot. Do you have any questions?
I just feel as though, because I do get where you're coming from there, and I think there will always be like some degree of disparity, because in like you said, you know, measuring how far boats go out and whatnot, like I feel like I feel like that is a somewhat difficult thing to measure. I mean,
well, it's not necessarily super simple, but it's pretty doable. Like, because nowadays you've got websites that track boats, so you can see how far away a boat is from the coast. You don't just have to use boats, right? One of the common examples that's used here is something like an oil rig, like a fixed platform. So we know the distance that it is away from shore, or like a wind farm, you know, like wind turbines out at sea. Things like these fixed platforms. Well, no, because if you're trying to see how much of that object is blocked, then yeah, but as it comes to the horizon, you just use these objects as a distance marker. So say, for example, an oil rig is 10 miles away, you can just see whether the horizon appears in front of the oil rig or behind it, and that'll tell you at least whether the horizon is closer than 10 miles or further than 10 miles, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's true what you're saying. It's not like a super mindless task to do something like this. You do have to put a little bit of thought into it, but it's very doable, right? It's a lot more doable than, let's say, go to space, like a lot of people try and say, like, oh, I'd have to go to space to know. No, you just have to go to like a large body of water or a salt flat or something, and you can start testing the claimed curvature of the globe. And what we're finding is that it doesn't exist. It's not measured.
What's your opinion on like gravity? Because that something about the flat Earth argument that I've seen is that like how do you feel that everything, like, you know, stays? You know, do you think it's like a plate in a way, or it's or like a bowl?
Well, we've got like our own. I would say we're all on the same level. Well, okay, now you're. All right, I don't know what question you're going to ask, because I thought you were going to ask about gravity and why things falling, but now it sounds like you're asking how is all the water contained or something like that.
Well, that does tie into gravity. I mean.
Okay, so you're looking for both.
I mean,
okay,
I'll give you globe thing is like that.
I'll give you my general take on it, right? So
yeah, go ahead.
What we know about a body of water, let's say a lake, it has a shoreline, right? Mm-hmm. Every standing body of water has a shoreline where there's land that's higher than the water, which keeps it contained. And that's the physical property of water, unless it's like a river and it's just running, like any like standing body, like a lake or something, that has a shoreline. I mean, even the rivers, if they're not going to overflow their banks, they have a shoreline, so or like a bank. So it would make sense to me that the world's ocean, which is what we have one large contiguous world ocean, which is, you know, broken up into separate sections and people give them different names, but it's essentially one body of water. It must have a shoreline to keep it contained. Now, where that is and what it looks like along its total area, none of us know. I don't know if anyone knows. I doubt they do. But that's the only reasonable explanation that I could put forward, because that's what all water does. That's how all water behaves. Yeah, it needs a shoreline. So eventually, if you were to carry on through the world's oceans, I would say you'd have to come to a shoreline of some kind where the land is higher than the water, keeping it contained. Now, as it comes to gravity, they've pulled a fast one on us by making us associate the word gravity and the phenomena of objects falling down with a ball Earth, when in reality there's no logical connection. Right? I can drop my phone on the floor and not know that I live on a ball. Right? I could just as easily drop my phone onto a flat surface. And what we appear to observe, without saying that this is the exact cause, because no one actually knows what the cause is, it's kind of like a passive effect in a video game, right? Like gravity's been coded in, but to pull it apart, you can't turn it on and off. You can't stop it. So it's hard to, you can't really do science on it. You can observe it and you can test it and you can say it does this and things fall like this, but you can't really say this is what the cause of it is, because you can't pull apart a causal mechanism. But I'd say what we can observe and test is that there's a relationship between the density of an object and the density of the medium that it's in. And when an object is more dense than the medium that it's in, it will descend towards the surface, the floor. And when it's less dense, it will rise. So a rock being more dense than air will fall in air. It will sink through the medium. Whereas a helium balloon, because helium is less dense than air, will rise. So things seem to be ordering themselves relative to a flat, motionless plane based on their density relative to the medium density that they're in. So that's what I would say we can observe. And if you've seen like a density tower, like in science class, where they put like a bunch of liquids like oil, milk, water in like a test tube and they all separate themselves by their density, and then you drop different densities of objects and they equilibrate in different density gradients, in different density mediums. So that's basically what's going on. It's Archimedes' principle, right? This is what Archimedes and all the ancient cultures and things just kind of understood naturally. But they had to come up with a story for how we could possibly be living on the exterior of a giant spinning object, when our first natural thought about that would be like, well, we would be flying off it if we're on a giant spinning ball. So they had to come up with a story as to why we're like stuck to the ball, and they've said,
so you're saying they invented gravity?
Well, no, they've I mean, gravity, if you're just calling it the observation of an object rising or falling, no, of course they didn't invent that. That's just a natural phenomena. What they invented was a theory that said you're attracted to the density of the ball Earth, or is the bending and warping of space-time that's keeping you in this position, not floating away off of a spinning ball. That's what they invented. So that anytime you hear the word gravity, you're thinking about being stuck to the exterior of a spinning ball. It's like word magic, yeah? Whereas that's not the case. So, whereas they've told you that it's like you're being pulled down, I would say it's more like you're sinking in the medium of air, right? So when you jump up, it's like you're jumping in the medium, but then you sink back down. Just like in water, if you were to wear weights, you sink through the medium. It's not that you're being pulled by the density or the mass of the Earth. You're sinking through the medium because you're more dense than the medium. You understand that?
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I want to.
They call it gravity. They call it gravity because it's actually called specific gravity. If you Google specific gravity, you're going to get what what Cyclone told you, Archimedes' principle. So there's different types of gravity, but everybody just uses gravity.
Yeah, there's loads of different theories of gravity. This is why we've got these mad stories like the bending and warping of space-time, which is total imaginary conceptual nonsense. But the reason we have that is because they're having to come up with a story as to how it could even be possible that we could be living on the side of this giant spinning ball. So they have to come up with a story.
So where do you stand with I guess astronomers, like looking through telescopes and whatnot? How do you feel about seeing all these like celestial objects and them appearing as balls, or like do you feel like maybe that they would just be discs, or that they're potentially
No, not quite.
well?
Not
Like,
quite.
where do you stand
So
in that?
Well, so the luminaries, what I would say is
Yeah.
there's a big the big difference is in modern astronomy they are presuming under the assumption that they're balls of gas and rock in a giant vacuum. Yeah, I don't believe any of
Seen
that.
them, and there's like they look like circular from like we've seen them.
Circular may be,
Mars, you can see.
Circular may be, but we don't know that they're spherical objects. No, we can't define them as spherical.
So you think they're just at a perfect angle where they look like a disc and they're all facing us?
Well, they're called in astronomy. They actually refer to them as disc, the disc of the sun, the disc of the moon, right? Because that's actually, strictly speaking, what's observed. Yeah, because especially when you're looking through a telescope, it's a monocular. It's a single lens, right? So you can't define a 3D shape like a sphere from that distance with a single lens. So literally, you are just observing a circular object. Now, that doesn't mean I'm saying it's a circle or a sphere or not. I'm not making a claim, because to actually claim what 3D shape they are, if any, you'd have to be able to travel to them and around them and start to like look at them, which we can't do. So all we observe is these like energetic blobs of light in the sky. And now what I would say is they are not places to go to. They're not balls of gas or rock in a vacuum. It's more like they're hands of a clock, right? The sky is a giant clock, and the sun tells us the days and the nights, the moon tells us the months, and the stars tell us the seasons, the time of year, right? Used for signs and seasons, basically, so that human beings know when to plant, when to harvest, this kind of thing. So I would say that they've taught us a way of thinking about the luminaries, which is totally at odds with what all human beings have ever understood about them, which is that they're not destinations, they're not potential destinations or things we can go to. They're simply there as a guide for us in terms of timing. Maybe some more things, but certainly they're not places to go to. And I think what they've done is they've taken man's natural explorative curiosity that he used to apply to the Earth, and we used to explore the Earth and do all kinds of crazy adventures on Earth, and they've thrown the imagination into space, the collective societal imagination. They've said, hey, Mars is the place we can go to. Well, not you, just us, the government. So everyone's like given up on exploration and discovery on Earth, and instead they just think, oh, well, the government's going to do it in space. I think that's the trick.
Well, I mean, you gotta understand, there's not really. So the whole, because a big part of it, an argument I've seen is like Antarctica is like this like layer, and that there's something beyond that. A lot of people believe, and it's all like walled off by military personnel of like NATO or a bunch of different.
Well, it is under international treaty, and it is controlled by a number of international navies. That's absolutely true.
Yeah. And how do you feel like about that? Like, do you think they're like protecting something, or there's something beyond that?
Well, I'm sure they are. I mean, they have to. Yeah, they have to be doing something, because you don't just get 50, 60 nations agreeing that no one can go to Antarctica for no reason. And I don't accept that it's because they care about the penguins, because I don't really think Russia and China and that have a great track record for animal welfare. So I don't really buy that. But what it is about it, what it is going on down there, I couldn't tell you. I've never been.
Yeah. See, but I want to expand upon that though, because you're saying human beings don't want to explore. I feel like space would be the natural place to look towards in terms of exploration. I mean, we have all these like developed nations across the world. There is, I guess, like tourism. There's like visiting, but there is no real like. There's no real
space
like.
Or Antarctica.
Like, I mean, I guess that there's not really much else. There's, I guess, the ocean that's like the deep parts where it'll like crush every organ in your body, but there's not much else to explore.
What I'm saying is there is no. I mean, the medium that they're calling space to explore, that doesn't exist. So when I say they're sending the imagination, it's like a distraction from what could actually be explored, which is just the Earth.
Yeah, but what of the Earth like isn't? Is what I'm asking you.
What of the Earth isn't explored? You mean?
Yeah. Like what?
Well, it's hard for me to say because it's like what is beyond the known territories. That's like that question. How would I know? Because they're unknown. So, I mean, a few years ago, they said that Japan just found about like 7,000 new islands or something like that. So people are still discovering new land, and that's not even talking about what's north or south, which is generally prohibited to public exploration.
And like almost like borderline uninhabitable for the average person that isn't.
Yeah. So especially in the south, it's like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like an out of bounds zone in a video game.
Yeah.
Like when you get too far off the map, it's just like you'll die here in a minute. That's kind of like what it seems to me. But there are accounts from older cultures who say there is more land. There's other things. I don't know. It's all speculation. It's interesting. My point would be...
Sorry, I just wanted to add, Wolf, Cyclone, that there's also a limitation of our knowledge of the land masses and the orientation. Because if you know anything about cartography, Yoda's pretty well versed in this. The way that the map is presented to us is all based on longitude and latitude, basically referencing the sky. It's very hard to actually know the distances between places correctly. It's very inconsistent. So we're given a perception of the world, but actually in reality, we have no way to verify these distances are correct, the orientation is correct. So there could well be other lands out there that we don't know about, and it could be quite easy to hide because of the nature of how they've done how cartography is done with longitude and latitude. So I just wanted to add that as well. We don't know as much as we think we do.
If that's the case, if there really is a disparity in like the distances, how can we say like just to go back to the horizon stuff? How can we say that's that the measurements we're doing, on the boats there are entirely accurate as well? Then.
Because we're comparing that to the globe prediction, and we can falsify that. But that's not making a claim as to, well, we're basically saying it's an optical limit, not a physical one. So it wouldn't necessarily define a physical limit, the horizon, right? It's optical, it's the limit. It's like a draw distance in a video game.
Yeah.
That's how our eyes work, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. That's just trying to verify that there's a curvature at where they say that it should be, right? That's just a validation.
No, but there's still a degree of like measurement going on there, is what I'm saying. So
well, yeah, we can measure how far the horizon actually is appearing, and then we can say that, well, for example, we've got an observation where there's like a guy puts a camera basically on the ground at 1 foot. And for a 1 foot observer, according to the globe model, it should be a horizon at 1.2 miles away. 1.2, right? But we can see the horizon over 10 miles away, right? And when we do the math on this, it changes the radius value from the 3959 that they tell us to like, what is it, 250,000 miles? So it's orders of magnitude off what the globe is claiming. So then even if you wanted to say, oh, well, maybe it's just a bigger ball, it would mean basically you're saying that the known territories are like 1% of what's actually out there. So whichever way you slice it, We don't know anything about this place.
If
You
I
see
can
what I mean?
step in real quick. So latitude and longitude bake in curvature. They bake in the radius of Earth. So when we're presented with objects 10 miles away that are visible from 1 foot off the ground, and the 10-mile distance is a coordinate map distance based off of that spherical coordinate system, then by its own claim, we should not be able to see these objects. But we do, and we can see well beyond them, which means the curvature for that coordinate system has been debunked by observation. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah, so the observations of the horizon and debunking the globe kind of only opened the door to these questions about, well, how big is the Earth actually? How much land area is there? How much ocean area is there? It opens the door to those questions, but it doesn't give us an answer. We don't know the answer.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the side chat here some pictures real quick. Hold on, let me send this. Okay, I posted some pictures. I saw this on Twitter. So this is the comet that what is it called?
3i divided by Atlas.
Yeah, 3i divided by Atlas. So what's really interesting to me is that the worst image in this picture is the one from NASA, and the other three are from amateur astronomers that post that I found on Twitter. I also
They're taken
found
through cloud cover. Did they take these through cloud cover? Like, why do they like so? Looks like they're like behind a cloud or something. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure. I just I know that all I know is that the one that's the least clear, the one that's like most distorted, is the one from NASA. And there are representatives in Congress. I'll try to find it. There are representatives. Yeah, let me try to find this. There are representatives in Congress that are trying to unclassify information regarding this comet. I saw in the pictures, it looks like there's some weird dots around the comet. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are, if you had any on what this really was.
I haven't really formed an opinion. There's so much misinformation about it. I don't think. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's a lot of bullshit out there. This reminds me of like 9/11, where there's like so many different freaking stories and some of them contradict each other. It's like a contaminated crime scene, where this crime scene's staged, but there's still evidence of the crime there, and you can't tell what's staged and what's evidence, and you have to freaking sift through it and try and figure it out. That's what this is. I think there's like disinfo, misinfo, speculation, and some true information all freaking mixed into one, and you kind of can't tell what's what. You know what I mean? Because you got that Avi Loeb, who's like a freaking Harvard astronomer, astrophysicist. He's saying shit, which who knows what could be true or not. And plus, he's biased to already think aliens exist. So he's trying to say, like, this was the wild radio signal that was detected, fucking 50 years ago. So there's a lot of bullshit out there about it. But I'm sure some of the shit's true. The thing is, how do you tell what's bullshit and what's true? You kind of can't. That's kind of the problem. I mean, what do you think about it? Have you researched this at all, mathematician? Can you give us any information?
Well, I just find it uncomfortable just in general, just not being given answers to these like what should be easy questions, like why is NASA giving us a blurry picture?
What instrument did they take it with? Did they say?
Let me see if I can find that.
Obviously, it wasn't like the Hubble or fucking James.
Oh, I thought when you said members of Congress were commenting, when you said members of Congress were commenting, I thought you were about to say they were going to demand a budget review of why I'm giving you so much ass money, but you're giving me these shitty quality pictures.
Yeah, that's a problem. So did you what telescope?
It says 8 different spacecraft, satellites, and telescopes.
Took one picture?
I guess so.
So they combined the imagery of 8 different instruments?
No, I guess not. Okay, hold on. Here, let me post this from the subtitle of that picture.
The high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter image comes. Oh yeah, this is the one from a while back. I don't know. I'm not too hip on that freaking particular image that they're saying.
Yeah, they're not releasing. Let me see if I can find the member of Congress.
How could they even focus in on that, dude? The shit wasn't designed for that crap. Even if you believe all that shit, right? That they have a satellite up there that's taking pictures. It's not designed. When they design these things, they're designed for to do their purpose very well. And they don't you can't just be like, yeah, we're going to design a frickin' a surface surveyor, and then we're going to just turn it around and point at the sky and do astronomy. The shit don't work like that. This isn't a fucking consumer camera that's made for general use, purpose use. These are very specific instruments. That's why you can't really take like an astronomical telescope and start like looking around and get good images of like your surroundings terrestrially. Because they're made to take images of like low light conditions with a dark background. That's why you can't go frickin' really bird watching with one. And that they make ones for bird watching. And you can't use those for astronomy. So I find it hard to believe they just took the Mars frickin' Reconnaissance Surveyor camera and just fucking whipped it around and were like, hey, dude, now we're doing astronomy. It's find it hard to believe. Why is that image so pixelated, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. What's freaking weird to me, though, is the amateur telescopes. It just doesn't look like a freaking comet, man.
That was the thing. Wasn't its tail pointed in the wrong direction or something? That was one of the other things that it really? Became the brightest. I don't know how they knew this when it was on the other side of the sun, but then when it started being close to the sun, instead of the tail being pointed away from the sun because of the solar wind, it was pointed toward the sun.
Yeah, you're right. I just looked
something weird like that they were saying. But like I said, I never verified that, and like you couldn't actually. I don't know how they would even figure that out. Kind of, that's one of the other things that like you have to kind of like trust what they're saying, because like your viewpoint from Earth, like you can't look at the sun. It would be very close visually to the sun. So you would need a special instrument to block out the sun, and then C3I Atlas, and that would be so fucking small. Like, this is one of those things you kind of got to take their word for it that this is what's going on.
Well, that's why I'm looking at these amateur pictures, which are way more clear. Like just from some of these, the people just said I took this from my telescope in my backyard. And these look freaky as hell. Like, I just hate, like, if this shit is this shit's weird, like, if it is really weird and this isn't just like a coincidence or something, I just hate knowing that there's this much hidden information. Like, I just wish that they would just tell us straight up, like, we don't know what the heck this is in the sky. But here it is. This is what it looks like.
You might want to ask yourself why you would assume they know anything anyway. You were alive during the pandemic, right? Obviously, there are a bunch of fucking morons in charge.
I kind of think they don't know why, but they're pretending like they do. I think they're just pretending like they do know why by providing us with a blurry image. I think they know it's a blurry image.
Their job is to tell a story and keep people from freaking the hell out, or make everybody freak the hell out in a controlled situation. But their job.
You know what Atlas stands for, though?
No, what?
Atlas is the advanced. Hold on a second. They just stood this up not that long ago. The Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. So this is something that didn't even exist until 2015. So it's a decade old. And NASA was taking up, so it was a freaking, I remember even back then, I'm like, man, they're fucking so full of shit. They were giving grants for people to invent systems on how to deflect Earth-threatening objects, like, you know, a la fucking, what is it, Armageddon, the movie Armageddon, and blast asteroids, you know, out of the way from hitting Earth. Now, coincidentally, with 3i Atlas, I think it was on October 28th, there was supposed to be, also detected by the Atlas program, a near-Earth object that was going to come within 90,000 miles of Earth, and which is between the moon and the Earth, according to their nonsense. And then they just canceled all the data. And that night, that there was there was some sort of burst in Moscow, but it's hard to say whether that was the fucking Ukrainians shooting a missile at them or it was, you know, some space debris. But this never made the news or any other thing. I got all this off of Telegram. Russian sources. So the Russians were talking about this. It wasn't being talked about in America. The point is that is this some fucking bullshit to keep funding their program? Like, I don't know. Because it is kind of a bullshit program, man.
Yeah, but like, I don't see why they wouldn't just use their telescopes. I mean, they have to have a freaking telescope that has a better image than this. I mean, even if it's one of the dude's hobby telescopes or whatever that they had when they were a kid, like, they can get a better image than that. And like, I would imagine they would just say, "Oh, this is a weird thing. We don't know what this is." Like, they just
they're saying that that's gas, that they can't resolve it and focus in on it because that's just like emitting gas, right? That it's I think they were saying it's CO2 or something instead of water. that's frozen carbon dioxide, dry ice.
Do you
And
believe
that's why
that?
it's that color. I don't know. That's why I said there's so much garbage that's floating around. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, like
Why I just like there's some items in the news when I just hear too much shit coming from too many angles, I just ignore it because I can't. There's no way I can sift through the information and determine which claims are true and which aren't.
Yeah, I get that. For me though, I have seen the device. I've seen the device that they use to identify the signatures, the color signatures on the spectrum of certain chemicals, and like it's pretty freaking accurate. If you point it at something in the sky and that thing is emitting a certain chemical, like it's going to have a certain light signature that's
How do
detectable.
they know it's accurate though? That's really a problem. How do they know it's accurate?
Well, because you can test that instrument on things on planet Earth, and it does actually give the exact same phenomenon. So, like, if there's like a very specific signature that is emitted from Earth, and the thing is though, the stuff in the sky, like whether it's a bunch of stars that NASA claims it is, with these galaxies that have billions of stars for trillions of light years, whatever. That to me could be very well all be bullshit, complete bullshit.
Are you talking about spectroscopy?
Yeah, spectroscopy, but
it doesn't really work in the lab the same way it works in astronomy. Quite a bit different. It's a little bit different, dude. Because you get smearing and shit. The lines aren't in the lab. Everything's well defined. You have well defined freaking you have well defined absorption lines. The shit that's supposed to be in outer space, you get like what's called like Doppler line broadening, and then redshifting, and then like all this shit is smeared, right? It's not it's not like crisp. I'll just use an analogy. It's almost like a sharp image versus a blurry image, where you're like you're trying to figure out what something is by looking through like smoked glass or something.
Yeah, redshift does from what I understand, the redshift blurriness doesn't really affect anything at a local level, like a comet. Like a comet is, according to the model presented by NASA, a comet is really close. It approaches the sun, and like all the redshift. That stuff's like that noise is gone. It seems like those lines are not so blurry for things that are at least within our solar system.
Well, I mean, I don't know. All I know is it's not as straightforward as people think it is in practice. It isn't just they just point something at the sky and go, "Oh, look, it's made of freaking CO2." It's not that simple. A lot of it's theory laden. You know what I mean? A lot of it's like their interpretation of what they're seeing. It's an interpretation of what they're seeing. It isn't just like a straight measurement.
Do you think the lines are like blurry for the moon?
Well, that would be reflectance spectroscopy. So that's a whole nother fucking issue.
What do you mean?
You're saying that this thing is an emitter, okay? Because it's going so fast, right? Energetic particles are making the freaking comet glow. They don't claim that with the moon. They're claiming with the moon it's that the moon's not a source of light and that it's reflecting light. So you got the spectrum of the light initially, and then you got the resulting spectrum from reflection. Now, those are two different things, and like one is definitely reflecting spectroscopy is definitely theory laden, and I'm very skeptical about it for this reason. Well, why can't you use it on Earth and tell you what shit's fucking made of here? Take a picture of Statue of Liberty, see if it's made of copper. You're getting reflected sunlight, right? Just do the same thing here. Right? The moon's just reflected sunlight from the sun, right? And they're taking a picture of that light, and they go, "Hey, dude, the fucking moon's made of Swiss cheese." Right? So why can't you do that on Earth, dude? Why can't you take a picture of fucking Ferrari and go, yeah, that's fucking steel fucking walls.
Yeah, I think your point makes sense. But what your point is basically that if I use the instrument on the moon, I should get a very clear signal, right?
Well, it's reflectance. It's the light has a spectrum that's hitting the moon, and then that light's being reflected, and you're seeing the reflected light.
But
right?
you're
So
right that
you're not seeing the original spectrum. You're seeing a resulting spectrum, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. But on Earth, if I point a spectrometer at the Statue of Liberty, it will tell me it's copper, right?
Will it?
I think so. Isn't that how it works?
Dude, fucking goddamn, man. The real dude, some CSI investigators would be they'd like to talk to you. You'd be solving a lot of crime scenes from their frickin' cameras.
Well, I remember what maybe I'm missing something. I remember in AP chemistry, they turned the lights off and they lit up this xenon
lamp, right?
gas.
Yeah, I seen the sodium lamps and all that shit, right? So.
Yeah, and then you look through the thing and you can see the lines like absolutely clearly where they're supposed to be according to the signature or whatever.
I understand the principle in the lab. I understand all that.
But so then why doesn't that work?
That straightforward?
Because it emits light.
Because nature's messy. Nature's just messy, dude.
I think I see what you mean. The only reason I could see it is because the only source was that material,
exactly,
not the sunlight bouncing off of something else.
Yeah, and there was also no intervening fucking gas, and it wasn't in motion, and it also wasn't fucking superheated, like it fucking because the other thing that affects the spectral line width is the temperature.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, I mean, that is also another confounding variable. So, all I'm saying is that maybe it's fucking accurate what they're doing, but it's heavily laden in theory. And then it comes to, how do you actually verify? So, if you got an observation, and then your interpretation's heavily laden in theory, how did you verify that extra component that you slapped onto it, the theory, is actually correct? You'd have to go to that fucking place and take a scoop of 3i fucking Atlas and go, yeah, we're right. But you kind of can't do that with any astronomical things. So there is some level of, uncertainty in this stuff.
That makes sense.
And I'm not even trying to be super skeptical. I'm just being fucking, just doing a rigorous evaluation. Not even that rigorous. Just like an evaluation, hey, dude, can I fucking rely on this 100%? No, I can rely on it, but not 100%. There's a chance the theory could be wrong. Maybe 80%, maybe 70%, I don't know. But the 3i Atlas thing is interesting. But
yeah, I just hate stuff like that. I
have you heard of the WOW signal? Have you seen that connection between this thing and the WOW signal?
No, I haven't.
So they got a WOW radio burst fucking in the 70s or something, SETI did, with a bunch of radio telescopes. This Harvard astrophysicist said that if you roll back, just according to him, where this thing was at the time that WOW signal was, based upon its trajectory or whatever the fuck it's doing, that it was in the same place where the WOW signal originated from way back in the 70s. So it's radio telescopes. They're looking for what is a non-nature signal, right? Some signal, some radio emission that appeared to come from intelligent life. So SETI is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. So they're looking for some radio signal that could not be natural. They got a signal and it said WOW. And they wrote WOW on the fucking thing. That's why it's called the WOW signal. Because the person that was monitoring it wrote WOW on the printout. Dude says that this 3i Atlas was at that location in the sky when that wow signal came out. And he can tell from rolling back, I guess, where it was, 30 years ago, based upon its current trajectory and path. Now, this is part of the story. I haven't verified whether any of this shit's true. It's just like, I just hear this shit in passing, like on Twitter or fucking YouTube or whatever. I don't know if any of that crap's true. I know Avi Loeb is a big frickin' alien nut, and I don't even know how he's still on the faculty at Harvard. 50 years ago, they would have fired him in like 3 seconds, but,
I got some for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to post it. Give me a second. So this is a YouTube link. This is a screenshot from the comments. If you watch this whole video, you see some very weird stuff going on. There's numerous people that have recorded videos like this. It's basically low light, infrared, or night vision goggles looking up into the sky. Now, a lot of people believe there's all kinds of satellites up in the sky. And they would be, something that's streaking across your vision, right, in like a pretty consistent rate of speed and a pretty consistent direction. But when you go out and you actually look at these things, you see things that are going very fast, then all of a sudden they slow down. You see things that are going slow, then all of a sudden they zigzag and take off in another direction. I've witnessed that with my own eyes. Other people have witnessed it and recorded it, and plenty of people comment about it all the time. So when you look up into the sky with advanced vision devices or low light vision devices, there's all kinds of unexplained aerial phenomena going on that makes no sense from any standard mainstream interpretation of what's going on up in the sky. You could just go out and look at it yourself.
It's an entirely different dimension of anomaly, Is he speaking, or is he just lighting up?
No, I'm just like watching this video.
So, I would imagine like the people that have a more true cosmological understanding of Earth and whatnot would understand that there's, along with the cycles that they allow us to know about, there's probably cycles they don't allow us to know about, where there may be an uptick in anomalous activity in the sky, and then they of course co-opt these anomalies and write them into heliocentrism in some way to reinforce that whole structure.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm never gonna understand it, dude. Fucking, what's wrong with these Zoomers, bro?
Yeah, well, speaking of Zoomers, man. So this guy in the clip, I isolated a little clip out where he's focused on one, and he's zooming in, and you could see it streaking in the sky. And normally you'd think, well, it must be a sky satellite or something, and it's just going to keep going at the same speed across the guy's screen, but don't. It streaks in, and then it slows down very quickly.
What the fuck?
Yeah, brother. People have eyewitness accounts and even some video accounts of quote unquote sky phenomena like that. Zips in, stops abruptly, and sometimes will even take a 90-degree turn. And there's nothing that we know of, dude, that can move like that. You're talking tens upon tens of what the scale would be, thousands of miles an hour, come to essentially an eighth of the speed almost instantaneously and then take off in another direction. Like if a human being was in something like that, they'd be liquefied.
It's like fucking blinking. What the hell? That thing just slows. That's so weird, dude. It just slows down.
Yeah, there's many people, dude.
Yep. You know, I'm pretty sure I saw some weird shit like this in the sky before, and I remember thinking to myself, like, there's just no way I saw that. Like ever since then, I keep telling myself, there's just no way I saw that. And it's like it's such a weird anomaly, and I just hate like just thinking, well, I guess I'm just gonna move on my day and keep doing whatever because after witnessing something like that, I always think though a lot of our ancestors, well, maybe not yours, but a lot of the people back in the ancient civilizations would worship the sky.
Oh, have you heard the new hotness? Oh, they went back and they looked at photographic plates of the stars from back in between 1947 and 1950. Could have been 51. Yeah, and they detected things that they seem to be satellites for the space program. Yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Satellites before satellites. This is peer reviewed in the astronomical journals. This isn't like me making shit up or some dude I saw on Twitter. It's in the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. I think it was in November or October edition.
And what do they say? Like there are these lights in the sky that move for some reason?
Yeah, that there's these lights in the sky that move that are consistent with being freaking orbiting spacecraft, but it was pre-Sputnik.
Wait, like 60s Sputnik?
Yeah. So they're photographic plates from the 40s to 50s.
I'm talking about like the conspiracy theory angle. Do you guys still subscribe to that or no?
There's lots of conspiracy theories. Can you elaborate what exactly you're talking about?
Yeah, it's very vague and a kind of a loaded question because you've said still, right, and conspiracy theory.
What do you even?
Well, I'm talking about the idea of the Earth being flat.
How is that a conspiracy theory?
Or a globe, rather. I'm sorry.
How is any of that a conspiracy theory?
No, well, most of you guys that I talked to, you think is some part of.
People, let me ask you. A lot of people believe in ghosts. Is that a conspiracy theory?
Well, if this channel was about ghosts, then I would ask them that.
Ghosts would be a conspiracy theory if a lot of people believed in ghosts.
Okay.
A lot of people believe the Earth is a globe in the same way as believing in ghosts. It's just a belief that's a fantasy. It's not a conspiracy theory. You don't believe it because of a conspiracy theory, right? You think the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm asking if flat earthers think that the whole thing is a conspiracy.
I think I just answered that. Maybe you didn't comprehend my words.
No, you said a lot there.
Yeah, I said that believing in something doesn't de facto make something a conspiracy.
Well, I get that. That's why I asked the question. So.
It was a weirdly formed question.
Conspiracy theory between who? Who's conspiring?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
This is your idea.
Earthers.
This isn't our idea.
I said I'll rephrase it. Is it okay?
Yeah.
You flat earthers think that the
You flat
the
earthers
idea-
think. How do you know what we think?
I'm trying to ask a question.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
You cut me off. So
No, like you flat earthers think can't be formed into a question. Okay.
I'm asking if people who think the Earth is flat think that it's a conspiracy, the idea of the Earth being a globe.
No.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask before you cut me off. So.
How would you believe the Earth is a globe? It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's a government thing or anything like that, or?
I don't think the government has an official position.
Okay. Huh. So I'm just curious, where does all this stuff online come from about the information relative to the Earth being a sphere? Where does all that come from?
Ignorance.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where's all this stuff about ghosts come from? Where's all this stuff about elves come from? Where does all that come from?
I don't know. Are there any scientific papers about ghosts and elves, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably like for fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
Was it
Does
the
anyone know
Harvard?
what the shape of the Earth is?
What does that mean?
I'm asking
Does
you.
anybody know?
Yeah, in your view, does anyone know?
Well, that's kind of loaded. I don't think anyone knows. Never certain. I don't think anyone's ever been outside the Earth to see it in its entirety.
I see. You don't
If
think
that's
NASA
even a
knows?
possibility, which I doubt it is.
Do you think NASA knows or no?
NASA's not a person. NASA doesn't know things.
I didn't say you were a person. I'm just
You're very sloppy with your language. And
organization.
you're doing it intentionally so that you can speak in generalities and create a narrative. This is very obvious to me. NASA doesn't know things. There's people at NASA, those people know things. So let's be very specific of what we're talking about. Who knows things? Who's part of conspiracy? Let's be very specific on who these people are. Is it you? Would it be you?
No.
Would it be Matthew
No.
Learns in here?
No, I'm just asking you what you think about certain things.
I don't think about it as I don't anthropomorphize NASA. I don't anthropomorphize the government.
Neither do I.
You
They're-
just
they're
did
an
twice.
entity. No, I didn't answer.
I don't see you using proper names of human beings.
I don't know anyone who works at NASA. Why would I use a name?
Because those would be the conspirators.
Okay, let's take conspiracy out of it. Do you think people at NASA know what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. We don't have to be difficult with this.
No, bro. Only 20, Matt corrected me, only 24 people even claim to know.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Do you realize that, right? Only 24 people claim to have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
In the history of man, there's 9 billion people on the Earth now, and probably since the space program, probably 9 billion have lived and died. So out of that 18 billion people, 24 people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Are they correct?
No.
How do you know that?
Because we can measure the Earth.
Well, if they said they saw it as a sphere, then
That's not a
how do you prove
measurement.
them wrong? Oh, okay.
It's not a measure. So, how many people saw it as flat? 9 billion?
Can you see ultraviolet light?
No, but 9 billion people saw the Earth as flat. 24 saw it as a sphere. What are we going to go with?
That almost sounds like a genetic fallacy.
No, you obviously don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
No, I do know what a genetic fallacy is.
Okay, tell me what it is.
Well, you essentially you're saying that just because a certain number of people saw something, that's not true.
That would be an appeal to majority. It's not a genetic fallacy.
Well, it could be that too, but you're saying they're not credible because there's only a certain number.
No. What I'm saying is, you asked me if they were wrong. Okay? And you asked me how I know they're wrong. I said because we measure it.
Who's we?
Me. People in this chat. Other people that aren't in this chat.
Okay. I'm guessing you guys are part of the minority when it comes to measuring stuff, right?
So the argument you just complained about, you just made.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you were.
As far as measuring the Earth, no.
Okay. You measured the entire Earth?
You don't need to measure the entire Earth. You only need to measure a subsection. You can extrapolate out.
Huh.
Because of physics of water.
Okay.
So if water's connected, right, it pretty much does the same thing across its surface when it's all connected.
I see.
In the oceans of the Earth, are just one giant fucking ocean. It means all the water's connected, and that consumes the majority of the surface of the Earth. So whatever that water does, that's what the Earth does. That we can make a statement about the entire Earth based upon a measurement of subsection of water.
Sure.
Because you could extrapolate out, and that extrapolation is justified because of the physics.
Okay, so your extrapolation tells you that the entire Earth is so-called flat?
It tells us that the water's not curving. And since it's not curving, it can only be the opposite, flat.
Are you talking about the Earth, or are you talking about the water on the Earth? Which one?
The Earth.
Okay.
Not the physical dirt. The Earth as a whole.
Okay. So, with your extrapolation, does it tell you what the dimensions of the Earth is?
No, we don't care.
I'm just curious if it tells you that too.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question.
I'm just wondering.
This is called a red herring that you're trying to pull now. Because you can't actually address what I said, in that the surface of the water is flat. You can't actually address that because you know that's true. But you have an ideology which, that prohibits that.
No, I'm trying to understand. If you can extrapolate that.
Oh, you understand. You understand perfectly well. This is an act you're doing.
The mathematics is behind the Earth. Did your extrapolation give you that too, or?
The mathematics that's behind the Earth? What?
Yeah, the dimensions of the Earth.
You don't need the dimensions to know if the surface is flat. The only dimension you need to know is all you need to know is the vertical ratio to the horizontal ratio.
I was just wondering if you just had those numbers, that's all. If you don't, that's fine.
Don't need them.
Do you have them?
Don't need them.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had them anyway, though.
How would I have them?
I don't know. You tell me. You either do or you don't, but...
How would anybody have them? This is a game you're playing, dude. It's getting annoying, Raiden. You're not clever. See right through this shit.
I'm not playing a game. I just asked if...
Yeah, you are. You're just asking questions. This is called the sea lion troll, Raiden.
I'm not trolling. I just asked you.
The sea lion troll. Why don't you look it up because you're doing it? I'll just read what it is.
Okay.
So everybody knows what you're doing.
I'm not... I just asked a question. I'm not doing anything.
I know. You're just asking questions.
I mean, I don't care if you don't have them. It's fine.
I'm innocent.
Sea lion troll is a term for a type of trolling called sea lining, which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and discredit an opponent. Sounds familiar.
So me asking you if you have dimensions of the Earth.
So you're going to keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to ask you.
Yeah. Do I need to read the definition again?
No.
Which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and... I'll answer your question. Tell me how it's relevant. When you can demonstrate to me that it's relevant to whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved, then I'll answer.
I never said it was relevant. I was just
Okay, then
wondering
I'm
if
not
you had
answering
to.
it. It's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. What's for dinner?
Yeah, that's just as irrelevant as the frickin' what the size of the Earth is.
Okay, what's relevant in your view?
Things that observations that answer the question of whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved. That's what's relevant.
Okay, fair enough. I'm guessing when you say observations, you mean with the naked eye.
Measurements.
Oh, but we're back to numbers again, right?
Yeah, measurements, dude.
But I asked you for numbers, and you said it's not relevant.
No, you asked me for the totality of the dimensions. You asked me for the surface area. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Unless you're gonna argue we're on a flat spot and the Earth's a fucking giant ball of fucking like 1.6 billion miles in circumference, and we're on a flat spot on that ball.
Okay. Well, I won't press you on that. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, dude. This is just rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
No, it's not a gimmick.
It's very obvious.
I'm not.
I wish you guys would come in here with
anything.
some level of honesty, man. But I guess I'm asking for too much.
Just ask a question. That's all we don't have.
Yeah,
to
I know,
talk
Sea
about
Lion. I know you're just asking questions under the guise of civility. Yeah, I know.
it. No, I'm always civil. It's not a guise. So I don't come in here.
No, you're always under the guise. It's always under the guise, dude.
No, I don't berate you guys or anything.
Yeah, I know, because you have your guise of civility.
No, it's who I am. It's not a guise. I don't think you're stupid or crackpots or anything.
Stop sniveling, little
I don't care about that. It's two different questions, dude. You're Mr. Irrelevant, dude. You just go to relevant thing after irrelevant thing.
Fair enough. Besides Flat Earth, how's your night going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So let me ask you. How can you test whether the Earth is flat or a ball? What can you do to test it?
That's a good question.
Where's the true dichotomy
between those two statements?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that people claim are a dichotomy, but they could work on either proposition, right? So what can we test that's an actual true dichotomy? That the result of some observation will give you positively ball versus flat.
Well, if I had to pick one thing between those two statements you offered, I would say go as high up as you can and look down.
Is looking objective?
That's all we have. So
that's all we have. No, we have more than that. We have tools, right?
Okay,
we have tools that are that do make objective comparisons between things.
Okay. Well, how about we use both? How about we use the tools and what you see with your eyes and do a comparison?
Why would you mix something objective with something subjective? Why would you do that?
I can't use both.
Because one's subjective, one's objective. That's like saying, I want to mix how tall I am with my favorite color. It makes no sense.
Why can't one corroborate or verify the other?
One is subjective, the other is objective. What aren't you understanding?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you can't use both. And then
dude, how many times you're talking about dichotomy? How can't? Okay, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. That's why. Those three things, dude. The three laws of logic. Objective and subjective are opposite things. You can't integrate them together.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I know what you look like. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Let's say someone gives me a picture of you or a photograph. Okay, and I have it in my hand. I can look at that photograph and then I can turn around and I can look at you and I can say, you know what, that's India, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's wrong with me doing that?
Okay, that's because I'm there. You actually have something. You have a reference to compare it to, but it still wouldn't tell you whether that picture is real or not, because that match that you're doing, that is in your mind, right? It's subjective. So you could have a really good artist. I can actually post a picture of. I could post a picture right now of Morgan Freeman. Okay, right now. And you think it was, and brother, you would think it's a photograph. And everyone I've ever shown it to think it's a photograph, when it's actually a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman.
It could be, sure.
Well, it is. So even though you'd evaluate that as, dude, that's definitely freaking photograph of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. It's a painting of a photograph of Morgan Freeman. And a photograph of that. So you're 3 layers, you're 2 layers removed away from the actual subject. That's why it's subjective. Dude, what you're not understanding is your evaluation, your quote unquote match is a subjective evaluation. There's no metric. There's no objective metric that you're applying to your evaluation. Like, oh, it looks like it to me. Looks similar to me. It might look similar to you and not similar to somebody else.
Well, this is getting pedantic now because
it isn't pedantic. It isn't pedantic. It's the crux of the problem. It's the crux of the problem. See now your civility mask is falling off.
No, what I'm saying is you could say that about anything. You could just say, well, you're just evaluating. You're just evaluating.
No. Everyone can read a tape measure and agree that something is 10 inches fucking long. It isn't subjective.
If someone was being stupid with you, they could say, how do you know what 10 inches is? But I won't do that. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're assuming they know. We're assuming they know how to fucking count. Okay? And they wouldn't even need, listen, bro, they wouldn't even need to know how to count. You could just say, hey, you don't even need to read the words. Take a little red marker. Put this freaking tape measure against this thing, and when you compare this length to that length, make a little red marker on the tape measure when they're the same. And they're going to be the same for all fucking people in all time, forever and ever. It doesn't matter whether you can read the fucking ruler or not. You're doing a direct comparison between two things. This is what measurement is.
Yeah, it seems like you want to argue with someone tonight, and I'm not arguing with you about anything.
Now you're going to talk about me.
No, it just seems like you don't like.
Don't try to divine my mind, dude. You're just wrong, and you're not getting it. You're fighting it, okay? Subjective looking at things. You don't take the subjective. The Earth looks flat, do you?
How do you determine if?
Do you accept that the Earth looks flat?
Yeah, it looks flat. Yeah.
Oh, but it's not. Is that why? Is that subjective?
I mean, if you're in the middle of a desert, it can look like you see water in the distance, but that doesn't.
You're not talking about mirages, okay? How do you even know you're seeing mirages? Because you can look at them and say, "Hey, dude, the world don't look like that. That's a mirage." Good try. That shit don't fly. The Earth looks flat. Why don't you accept that?
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, you're not a flat earther.
It appears that way, but I'm not.
Oh, that's all? That's an objective measurement, dude.
In front of me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, as far as I can.
Yeah, no, that's subjective, bro. We just look at it, right? So now, looking at, I'm illustrating your hypocrisy.
I can't see the entire Earth. I can see as far.
Why do you need to see the whole thing?
Well, I can't talk about the whole thing if I can't see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, but you can go in a bunch of different places, and everywhere you look, from wherever place you are, all those places look flat.
As far as I can see, sure.
That's right. If you go to China, if you go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all those places look flat.
So why don't you accept it is?
Yeah. Why do you think there's a magic place where that totality of flatness becomes a ball?
I can't justify extrapolating that the entire Earth is flat just based on as far as I can see.
So how do you justify a point of view you've never had? Looking around.
I never said I justified it.
Do you accept that those places you've been are flat?
As far as I can see, they look flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Looking
but are
into
they
the
flat?
distance, sure.
Are they flat though?
What's your definition of flat?
Right. But you use that standard for other things. Like it looks like that thing, therefore it is that thing. But you go to a place, and as far as you can see, it looks flat, but you don't conclude it is flat because it looks like it.
That's my perspective, sure. As far as I can see, I mean, yeah, that's anybody's perspective. It looks level and flat, and etc. I understand
So
that.
subjective.
I guess you could say anything's subjective. I mean, if you're the one who's looking at it.
No, not everything's subjective, dude. 1 + 1 isn't subjective.
Okay, that's mathematics. That's different. So we're not talking about axioms. We're talking about what you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Any visual observation when you're just looking at something because it's a projection of the 3D world is inherently subjective. Now, what is objective is basically a description of how it looks. You could say, hey, this looks like that, but that doesn't mean it is that.
You know what this reminds me of? Your question reminds me of the Gettier problem. You know what that is, right?
Not at the top of my head. So I have heard of it.
Yeah, where there's sheep in the field, and then there's a cardboard sheep out there. Someone do you understand now?
There's a sheep in the field, and there's a cardboard sheep. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying, this is just going through it roughly. It's not exactly what it is, but
it's not even close.
I'm just saying, if you look out there, you would see a bunch of sheep, even though one of them's not a sheep. Okay, something else. Oh,
how do you know it's not a sheep?
How do you know it isn't?
Yeah, how would you tell it whether it's a sheep?
No, that's the problem.
You'd go up to the sheep, and you go all the individual units. You'd go test to see if they were a cardboard cutout sheep. What you're saying, this is your position, is I got to get farther away to get a better look. And I'm going to look at the whole herd. And once I can see the fucking whole herd, I'll be able to pick out that sheep. That isn't a sheep.
The point is, if you look at the whole thing, they all look like sheep.
Dude, the subjective argument was yours. You're the one who said fly to space, look at the Earth. I said measure it.
What am I measuring in 12 feet?
Whether the surface of the Earth is curving.
Nice one on Coreology here, and not the kind you see on Fresh and Fit and the like.
Right. Yeah. This is on the bottom. Construction of dials.
Yeah, I love these old, like 1800, some earlier science books and things like that. Oh, this is a cool one, actually. This one is about the magnetic pole, they say, and you'll notice a cool little detail that they're showing. I'm sure they even mentioned let me see. See, they've got the rock in the pool at the front. These old lithograph line drawings are amazing. I love that stuff. This is a cool one as well. Over fences, I'm not sure exactly where they come from. These are just images I've collected over time. Just going through old books and searching out old PDF with lithograph drawings, usually 1800s. I should do better at marking the exact sources they come from, but most of them are in different languages and shit, so. Sure, I had a good one on communicating vessels as well, but I don't know what I've done with it. This one's similar. Cookie Monster, cars and conversations. Fuck out of here, Cookie Monster. Can't you see we're doing some shit? Now, here's a weird one. You guys ever heard of John Martin, the painter from the 1800s? Which isn't really the same, but he does these epic scenes, these massive scenes from the Bible and stuff, just does cool stuff like this. Badass paintings. Yeah, it's a weird one, DJ, eh? I tell myself sometimes that at some point when I've got time, I'll go through and start trying to decipher what some of this shit means, but I mean, you can kind of work out some of it, but some of it's a bit esoteric. But yeah, that's almost like, I don't know, Prague clock mechanism type deal. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I've got much Chinese stuff, to be fair.
I've got one on my other device, saved some, because we had a Chinese guy come in here from China, and he was freaking out about being caught, being on the internet, and he shared with us a couple of old, like, paintings of, like, their cosmological view. It was like flat Earth, and then layers of realms that go up center point. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting. I need to look into some Chinese stuff. I've not really looked into the Chinese side too much. Well, this one's like, I guess it's when they were obsessed with geometry. Like, whoa, dodecahedrons, man.
It's like early Renaissance period.
Yeah, some of this stuff probably like 1600,
Yeah,
1700.
because they're utilizing a bit of, perspective.
Yeah, I've got some good perspective ones. Let me see if I can find a perspective one. Also, look how they were showing London at this point in terms of the spires. This one's quite crazy.
Oh, it says, Geometria et Perspectiva.
Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, that period is really interesting for art because, like, it was the new toy, once they started using perspective.
Yeah, this one's probably a little bit later, but so they're a bit more advanced on the perspective, but getting to the vanishing point and be interesting to get full copies of the book translated and that. I mean, loads of these books, there's no English translations for them. Here's the Tychonic model. A spiraling planet. This is a cool one, showing a bunch of different systems as they've been envisioned. Tychonic and Copernicus and Descartes. Ptolemy.
Wonder what that parallel part's all about. It says Zenith, Nadir.
Which part are you talking about? Which one?
In that La Sphere Artificielle leak.
Yeah, which bit of that?
There's a circle says parallel.
Oh yeah. There's one on the other side as well.
Parallel.
The
Equator.
horizon droite with the pole Arctic and the Antarctic pole and the axis of the Earth, which seems to be a horizontal line.
Yeah.
But they've got the oblique sphere. So I mean, see, a lot of it's in French, and there's loads of them in Latin and all this kind of stuff. So you'd have to go through and translate it, which I've never had the time to do. I suppose you could try and run it through AI or something, but
right.
Look at the way they've done the sun there. What look at that weird depiction of the sun. It's like got mountains or something in it.
Oh, that's the Le Soleil. Le Soleil.
Yeah, Le Soleil. Yeah.
Le Soleil. Yeah. Yeah. What is that?
It's funny when you look back through, like, a lot of these books. I mean, these guys would have all been hanging out with us in these chats, having these kind of conversations, and now they're just like non-existent. But this is what people throughout history and antiquity were obsessed with, talking about all this stuff.
Right. The great mysteries.
Yeah. Oh, here's one I like. I like architecture and that kind of thing. This is just on the special geometry of banister curls on stairs. Look at that. It's one for the joiners out there.
Oh, is that utilizing the Fibonacci?
Yeah, the sacred geometry of the banister. There's a nice one on burning glasses and Burroughs' machine. Like Archimedes' death ray. I don't know what the machine is, though, that wheel in the middle. I don't quite figure that out. This is just them burning shit with lenses. Anyway, I'm just spamming if anyone else wants to bring up something, but
Yeah, that's cool. Wow. Yeah, people are doing that on YouTube. I was just talking about that the other day. This guy made this giant lens and kind of like what he's got there at the bottom left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he burns all sorts of stuff, turns stuff obsidian, sees what it'll take to burn certain materials. The sun's focused light.
Yeah, it's cool. Here's another one on horology, pulling in the analemma. This is what I was trying to find some information on the gnomon blocks. I don't know if you've seen me post those before. These crazy looking sun and moon dials that you find in some old fancy stately gardens and things like that. I mean, those aren't really examples of them, but there's some crazy ones. I think there's just some more flat Earth sundials.
What's up, DJ?
Hey, Ilya's back.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of people to talk to, right?
Yeah, we get people all the time. It just comes in waves.
So most people here are the usual flat earthers.
Based flat earthers, yep, correct.
It's low tide at the moment.
Because once you figure out the Earth is flat, it's difficult to go and listen to a bunch of globers talking all the time. So usually the flat earthers come and listen to other flat earthers.
You said usually flat earthers coming here to talk to other flat earthers?
Yeah, because once you figure out the Earth is flat, a lot of the other chats you go to, it's full of globeheads saying globehead things. So most flat earthers, I would say, like to listen to flat earthers chatting. It's hard to explain.
Yep.
Birds of a feather.
What?
That's a saying. Birds of a feather flock together. Just means like-minded individuals rather hang out with each other.
Oh yeah.
They don't.
Yeah, I like
relate
hanging out in here.
Oh, careful. You might be growing some feathers.
What about you, Elio? Are you a based flat earther too, or what?
Maybe.
Maybe. Ain't no room for maybes here, my friend. No, I'm just kidding. That's cool. What?
I don't know.
What makes you unsure? What don't you know?
So I think that we are still kind of primitive on this earth. Like, yeah, I mean, we are modern, we have modern technology, but our perception of technology and our perception of our capabilities and government capabilities and government technology. It's so exaggerated because of movies. And
you're right.
Sorry?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so these
Smartphones,
measurements.
smartphones for dumb people. That's what it is.
I mean, the
Here's
smartphones
another.
are pretty impressive. You know, we have discovered indeed some great stuff. You know, radio, internet. You know,
Yeah, but we did all that in
all
like the 1900s, and then it just stopped, and everyone started just watching porn and fucking about.
Yeah, and we could discover even more.
Yeah, we're on a downward trajectory into idiocracy, and that's why we're in here trying to stop people from being retarded. I blame heliocentrism.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that I think things are exaggerated. So I think there are no satellites and stuff like that.
Well, it depends what you mean by satellite.
Maybe these measurements are wrong. What they're telling us when the curvature starts and stuff like that.
No, they're not even telling us they've got measurements. They don't have any measurements. They've just got stories. Like, they're not measuring any curvature. I mean, that's the whole problem. If there was at least measurements that we could look at, that'd be one thing, but they don't have any measurements to curvature. They've just got stories of curvature, assumptions. There's measurements of a flat surface, which is why we're here, but there's no measurements of a curve.
Yeah, well, you know what's inside my mind. What I told you about the 24-hour sun, and it's not gonna change.
Oh, I wasn't there for that.
All right.
What, you realize that there are places on this earth where the sun can be observed above the horizon for 24 hours?
Yeah, in the center of the earth, if it's flat.
Well,
only then. Only
who
there.
knows where the center is, but I mean, I would say, if anything, that's just another proof of the flat earth, because, you know, it's not going behind any curvature, is it? It's like we say, the sun is always above.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's
you
cool.
can see it, sometimes you can't.
That's cool, except it happened in December, where they experienced this, and it was ice and snow and mountains.
So what?
There.
So what? Why does that matter?
So it has to be somewhere in the north, right?
What has to be in the north?
Where this event took place, that they experienced a 24-hour sun.
Well, you certainly can experience a 24-hour sun in the north, and apparently you can experience it in the south. I don't know about that, but even if you can, I mean, that's fine. That just means we have a 24-hour sun visible in the north and south at different times of the year above a measurably flat surface.
No, it's impossible to experience it in the south.
How
if
so?
It's flat.
No, that's not true. Why would that be the case?
Well, can you explain how that works?
No, I wouldn't need to explain it. I would just need to observe it and recognize that the surface measures flat, and I can say there's a 24-hour sun in the south above a measurably flat surface. Unless you can explain how a non-flat Earth is measuring flat. Can you do that?
Yeah, I think these measurements are wrong.
Oh.
That's how.
Okay, which measurement of the flat Earth is wrong?
No, the measurements of the globe that they're telling us.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, there's no measurements of a globe. The story of the globe is wrong, absolutely. But the measurements of the flat Earth, I mean, that's just lasers, surveying, observation. I mean, that's not wrong. So if we measure a flat Earth, then whatever the sun is doing and observing to do, it's doing it over a flat Earth. No problem there. Obviously not impossible. Whether it's north or south. You would just at that point then have to say, well, I guess the sun isn't this single point of light or object of light that I think it is. And there must be some kind of effect, which is, well, yeah, you don't know what
the measurements are wrong, and I know they're wrong because I just remember that, because I also noticed that the Earth is growing inside as well.
The Earth is growing?
He's basically saying that the radius could be 1 million miles, and then it would look flat, the measurements, that then it, No,
the Earth
he's talking
growing.
about the cosmic distance ladder here. He's going to get so many problems if he changed the radius.
Well, what measurement would you even look at to say that the measurement's wrong? There isn't a measurement of the Earth being a globe. Is there?
You have to explain why there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I don't have to explain shit about the sun.
In December.
No, the sun isn't my argument. The flat surface of the Earth is my argument.
You can't.
I don't need to. I'm just talking about the surface.
Yeah, the measurements are wrong that they're giving us when you search it on Google.
Well, I know the globe is wrong. Yeah, no, I know the globe is wrong. I agree. It measures flat.
It appears flat because it's so big and it's getting bigger.
No, it measures flat. It's not getting bigger. Well, how do you know it's
getting bigger? It is. So the rocks are getting outside of the Earth, and then they're pushing into each other, forming mountains. They're getting outside of the Atlantic Ocean. That's where they get out, and then they go, and at the other edges they push into each other, forming mountains, like in Himalaya.
Who told you that?
It's a theory.
Oh, so you don't know? Just a guess.
It's my feeling, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not really into guessing. I'm more into measurements.
Well, some people explain it better. I'm not the best at explaining it. I can find the video.
Well, there's nothing really to explain. You can't explain you can't explain how it could be a globe with no curvature.
Well, and this expanding Earth theory explains why continents,
Well, you think the flat Earth is expanding?
Well, it's expanding anyways, even if it's flat or a globe.
Well, it can't be a globe though, because there's no curve. So it would have to be a flat Earth that's expanding, if that's what you're claiming.
Well, what makes you think there's no curve?
Because it measures flat.
Well, just because you can see 40 kilometers away doesn't mean it's flat. It just means that the measurements are wrong that they're giving us.
No. The measurements aren't wrong. The measurements are fine. There's just no curve measured. So why do you think it's curved?
Sorry?
Why would you think it's curved?
Accumulative knowledge. And because there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Or a 24-hour sun in a place where
the sun doesn't tell you anything about this. No, the sun doesn't tell you anything about the surface being curved.
What
You
I
just
just
see the
told you
sun.
does.
You just see the sun moving above a flat Earth. Where's the curve there?
Look at this video. This is something that's gonna interest you guys.
So is this like your own theory, or is this?
Not my own theory. The Earth is expanding. So these measurements they're giving us, there are. I think they're saying they got it.
Nah. See, in this video,
before
this
the
guy's
birth of Christ,
this guy's showing a curved Earth,
the
but there's no
planet
curve.
was. Yeah, okay. The planet was smaller back then when they.
No.
When they
This guy's
measured it.
confused. This guy's confused clearly because he's showing a ball Earth, which would mean curve, but there's no curve.
Funny.
It's not funny. Serious. No curve. So how can he have a ball?
Cool.
This is
And
a cartoon. Dude.
how come
Dude, this is a
South
cartoon.
America fits exactly into Africa?
Well, that
and
can
North
happen on a
America
flat
fits
Earth.
exactly into
That
Europe.
would be
How
on a
come?
flat surface if that's the case. Did you watch this video?
Why?
You watched the video that you sent? Did you notice that the whole thing is like a cartoon, a CGI image? Yeah, we're talking about reality, like what can be measured and observed in reality. This is a cartoon. Okay. So try and find some measurements that back up what he's saying.
Well, the mountains, I think, are evidence of what he's saying.
No, the mountains would be mountains on a measurably flat surface.
Okay, where are mountains growing then?
Well, who measured the mountain to grow?
So we don't believe mountains are growing now?
Well, post the measurement of the growing mountain.
You think the mountain was just always there or something?
Which mountain are you talking about?
All of them.
Right, so you're just making this up. So who measured a mountain to be 3,000 meters one day and then 4,000 meters the next?
Why?
Because that's what you're claiming.
Okay, so just accept it.
No, I don't just accept bullshit baseless claims. Where's the measurement? See, this is what gets you into trouble in the first place. You're just believing stories.
Yeah.
No, we need measurement, not baseless stories. I mean, if you want to go on just baseless theories, stories, and that, whatever, that's fine, but we're not doing that. We like measurements.
Yeah, so it says, we know mountains are growing through precise GPS measurements, earthquake monitoring, which shows crustal uplift, and paleoaltimetry analyzing fossil plants, isotopes. I don't know what these are, but
All right, so what did they measure?
the mountains growing.
Okay, so how tall was it one day, and then how tall was it the next day?
Well, I think it's insignificant.
Right, so it didn't
just
grow.
one day, and you know this as well. But
Yeah, okay. So what difference? What difference?
Fate.
What difference did they measure?
I don't know. Let's ask.
So what the fuck are you talking about then?
Do I remember?
You're just talking shit. They didn't measure any different that you know of.
So that means you think that the mountains were just there, unchangeable.
Well, where was the change measured? You can't tell us, so why would I assume it did?
Well, everything has an explanation. The mountains were just here since forever.
You can give any explanation. You can make up bullshit like you're doing.
Yeah, but you should just stop ignoring your instincts, because South America fits into Africa. It's split from Africa.
What's
Stop
that got to
annoying
do
these
with your claim
instincts,
that
your gut
mountains
feeling.
are growing? That's unrelated.
Yeah, you're taking into consideration the what are you saying? The curvature on these things, whatever.
No, there's no curvature.
Whatever the measurements, whatever, right? And that's
Yeah,
why you
flat
became a
earth.
flat earther.
Flat surface.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You know, and I respect you for that. But you should probably look even further.
Well, I am, because you're saying the mountains are growing. So I'm saying, okay, show me a measurement, and you're saying I don't have any.
Okay.
I'm happy to entertain something if it's got some evidence. I don't just want theories and baseless claim.
What theories? They're calculating when the earthquake happens.
Right,
That's how
that's
they know
not a
that
mountain growing. An earthquake happening.
These rocks are moving.
Okay, so rocks move
because they're
in an
pushing into
earthquake.
each other.
So what?
They're pushing into each other, and that's how they turn into mountains.
Okay, so what? Even if that was true, who cares? What does that have to? Why would that mean
so
that the Earth
it
isn't
is.
flat?
So look, so think of it this way: like two big tectonic plates, right? Just land masses.
But just so
land
we're
masses
clear,
moving into each other.
Okay, but just so we're clear, a plate is flat. Yeah.
Okay. So just imagine they're moving into each other. The land is moving into each other, creating mountains. They bash into each other.
Okay.
Then they rise up.
Okay, so in
But
your
where
imagination,
is it coming from? It has to come from somewhere.
Okay, so in this theory, in this imagining, we've got flat plates coming together and making mountains. That would still be a flat Earth.
Cool. You can imagine it flat if that's what you
Well,
like.
that's what a plate is. A plate is flat, unless you want to say they're balls.
Okay, bro. Cool.
Yeah.
I think it has to come out from somewhere.
All right, fine.
And everything is evolving, you know.
Okay, well,
not like
that's
it's
fine,
just
but
it's
I mean, that would still be on a flat surface. So that would still mean the globe story is false.
Cool, bro. Cool. It's flat. Cool.
Yeah. So the sun is moving above a flat Earth, like I said. And whatever the mountains are doing, whatever the earthquakes are doing, they're doing on a flat Earth. That's all I'm saying. Do we have any globe evidence today? Guess not.
Hello.
What's up, Frog?
Oh, I just come to say hi, professors.
Hello. What brings you by the Flat Earth channel?
Nothing actually. I just come to say hi to these professors.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Hi.
All right, boys.
Any questions about flat Earth?
What was that?
I was asking Frog if she had any questions about flat Earth.
Any questions about Flat Earth, Frog?
No.
No. fully understands Earth is flat. Good. Good, good.
Good, good.
Well, welcome to the chat. Anyway, good chat, boys. I'm going to jump off, but good to chat to you all. Have a good night.
Cheers, Cypher.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Stay flat. Peace.
So, interesting news feed today. Wait, am I coming through properly?
Yeah, we got you. Morvis was hot micing, but we got you.
Ah, cool. Cheers. So apparently, they're rewriting the first law of thermodynamics.
Really?
Yeah, because at the moment they say that doesn't really cover systems not in equilibrium. So they're reworking it. Cover some, I don't know, some stuff that they don't think it applies to, or something like that. I don't know. I read these articles and I try and absorb what I can, and it was pretty vague anyway. It didn't really go into too much detail. I can post it if you like.
Yeah, post it. I'll have a read.
All right.
Unlike the Globers, we flat earthers like to stay up to date with their latest lore.
There we go. From none other than Popular Mechanics. Actually, when you finish reading it, scroll down to the bottom and look at the bio and the author. I thought that was funny.
All right, thanks.
Hello? Hello?
Yo, what up?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I actually just checked with my, fourth grade science teacher, and he's telling me that the earth is not flat and that it's actually round.
Oh, must be true then.
You should ask your fourth grade teacher who told him. And
What credentials you hold to think you're more right than my fourth grade science teacher?
no, I'm wondering who gave your fourth grade science teacher the evidence for a round Earth.
Do you understand the states actually require essentially in order to become a teacher, there's a set of criteria that's required. What criteria have you gone through to vet and legitimize your research and claims?
I did test myself. Would you like to hear the method how we can measure if the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah, please tell me so.
Okay, that's easy. Give me a second here. I'm going to post a picture and I'm going to ask you one question about it. All right, I hope you can still hear me. I'm going to move to the chat and we're going to post a little picture there and I'm going to ask you a question about it. So you've seen pictures of the Earth from space, right? You've seen the blue marble maybe? NASA has sent out a few of them.
I've seen many pictures from space.
Yeah, have you seen the Earth? It looks like a round ball with some land and some other stuff, right? Did you notice the chat? I pasted something there. Does it look something like that?
Which one are you talking about in the chat? There's a lot of images.
13 minutes past the hour, Plain and Truth. I posted it. It's like the second from last. It's the newest picture.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth is basically a ball. You could consider it kind of like a bounce ball.
It kind of looks like that in the picture, right? The pictures you have seen before. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. And you notice something funny about that. You notice all the blue stuff. What is that?
That's water.
Exactly. And there's something peculiar about that water. You notice how it curves around the ball?
Yes, I do.
That's funny, right? I mean, it is, right? So, and they have told us the size. Do you know the size? The radius of the Earth?
I don't know the size, but what I can tell you is that there's this thing called gravity that keeps the water.
Yeah, I grant you gravity. Gravity
on
is
the ground.
Right. Gravity is what bends the water around the ball. I'll grant it to you. I mean, we agree. Sure, it's gravity. Let's just say it's gravity for this discussion. So gravity bends the water around the ball. But I was asking if you knew the radius, perhaps. The claimed radius.
I'd have to ask my science teacher.
It's all right. In the picture I posted, it actually says it right there. It's 3,959 miles. That is the claimed radius. You with me?
Yeah, I'm following you.
Okay, good. So when we know the radius, we can do some simple math to figure out how much that ball, the water that curves around it, how much it has to curve per mile, right? So there is a nice little diagram there that tells you how much it needs to curve when we look at the ball, right? So for example, 10 miles, there, if you take a laser, you find yourself a lake that's 10 miles on that ball that you live on, right? You go to that lake, you put the laser up 1 foot over the water on one beach, and you shoot it to the other beach. If it's a ball, that laser must end up 66 foot in the air. But guess what? The problem is that it ends up 1 foot over water on the other side as well. So that means that the water is not curving. And since the ball, they say that the Earth is covered by 71% water. If all that water is flat, it can't be a ball. Do you understand the logic here?
Yeah, well, there's one kind of issue here with this thought process.
What is that?
So think about this for a second. I have a cup of water.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's just say a bowl of water. Because if you think about it, like I have a bowl of water and I shake it around. It's not given that the water is truly going to be perfectly flat.
So just like Earth, like the topology is not perfectly flat. You can't assume the water to be perfectly flat. If that makes any sense, like it's never going to be perfect because it's water. It moves around.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfectly flat, but it's generally, if the ball has a radius of 39, 59 miles, even if, let's say that this test was just done in a place where the lake is perfectly flat because, the Earth is flat right there, but then it's rounded in some other places. The problem is we've done thousands of tests over different kinds of waters, right? So it has to be a ball at some of those lakes, at least, right? So look, you can take a friend with you and go outside. Go to a lake that's 10 mile wide. Bring a good zoom camera. Put him on the beach on the opposite side. If you can zoom in and see him, there is no 66-foot curve. That's a 6-story high building that should be covering him. So unless your friend is 66 foot tall, you should not be able to see him. So that's a problem for the ball, right? I mean, water is flat. Look, you don't have to believe me. I'm going to paste a laser test that some guys did over 21 miles. And over 21 miles, it gets even worse. Then you have a 260-foot curvature missing, right? Because the laser in that example, they shot it 5 foot over the water. And on the other side, 21 miles away, it ended up 5 foot over the water there as well.
I mean, this almost feels like, like a tobacco company being like, cigarettes don't cause cancer because I know somebody that didn't have cancer that smoked cigarettes. But in this case, you're nitpicking data. And essentially, you're taking the data that supports your case. And then anything that would not support your case, I think that you guys would probably just trash it and maybe trash the human being that came up with this data.
You can go out and see if you can find someone who has done a laser test and they showed curve if you want to, right? But there are thousands of tests like this. And the thing is, even if you say you don't believe this, or maybe they faked it, the laser did actually show up 260 foot in the air. That's a 20 storage building, right? But let's say that they faked it, okay? So what? Now you have a method to try it out yourself, and you can do that easily. But you're never going to find anybody who has done a test and they said, oh, yeah, we measured those 266 foot of curvature. So it's up to you. I can't convince you. You can only convince yourself. And now you've been presented with the method how to do it. You don't even need to buy a laser. You can just get a couple of mirrors and see if you can mirror flash your friend.
I got you, actually. So I'm just wondering about this video here that I see.
Mm-hmm.
Here on this short video.
Oh, is that let me guess, is it behind the curve?
Yes.
Oh, that's...
Do you think these people are just lying? And
that's a Netflix mockumentary. Did you know that? They made all that shit up. They took different tests.
Why'd you call it a mockumentary?
Yeah, it's a mockumentary by Netflix. They wanted to mock flat earthers, right? So they did a bunch of tests. Did you know that? And then they took the one that failed, and then they clipped in an interesting from another scene at the end of it.
You are absolutely absurd.
We have email conversations from Netflix where they admit that they did this. There was a weed or something in the way. And besides, even if we grant you the test, if you look into it, they didn't even use a laser. They used a torch, a flashlight. The whole thing was just flawed. You thought it was a laser, right? But it wasn't. Just a stupid flashlight. So I wouldn't listen to Netflix mockumentaries. That's just stupid.
I think you're a little biased against data that doesn't support your claims, which aren't commonly agreed upon by the majority of the people that are educated in America.
I'm biased against documentaries which only shows one side, right? They show the side they want to show. You can see a documentary that says that Michael Jackson is a PDF file, right? And then there's another documentary that says he is not. And both of them are going to be convincing. So I wouldn't watch Netflix documentaries about flat Earth. I would just go out and do the test myself, like I have done. I've done this myself, me and my brother. So you can do it too. You don't have to believe me.
Doesn't it seem extremely dangerous to shoot a laser that could blind you?
Yeah. Don't look into it, whatever you do. But you can take a couple of mirrors and just do mirror flashes over 10 miles, you and your friend. You don't have to use the laser.
Have you ever thought that, like, maybe I just like asked if you, like, were throwing out claims on the opposing side, and you said no, and then like this Netflix documentary, you just basically said it was fake, so you did throw it out. So I'm getting a little bit of a conflicting information here that makes it hard to trust.
Well,
like I'm trying to be open here, but I'm a little bit skeptical right now.
Have you ever seen a documentary that in the end it turned out that it was just a lie and they just presented their version of the story? Isn't that what documentaries are? They show one side and that's it. I mean, do you believe everything you see on TV, on Netflix, on the news, maybe?
Exactly. Exactly. You should be skeptical, and you should be just as skeptical of this so-called documentary you've appealed to as what we say.
And you can be skeptical about the 21 miles no curvature test that I posted. You should be, absolutely. But go out and do it yourself. See if you can replicate it.
Dude, I'm not going to go spend a bunch of money.
Well, a couple of mirrors are basically free.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but I actually live in Florida. And we have one of the largest bodies of water in the United States with some of the flattest land in the United States.
Yeah, I'm aware. And it should
have you guys selectively only gone to certain lakes for these results, or have you gone to a variety of bodies of water?
The physics of water is not going to change, bro. It's going to apply to anybody.
Excellent. So then I can assume that you've gone to multiple and not just the same place. Because
I did my test.
There's land that's not truly flat. And like, you understand that even though the Earth is like round and it is a perfect sphere, you do understand that like the land's height is not evenly round across it because there's this thing called terrain that sits on the Earth.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No,
are you aware of water? There's a gravity gradient on the globe, okay? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So why are you trying to make this about the terrain?
Because I just explained. Let me explain something to you.
We understand the terrain. Listen, you're talking to people that understand geodetic surveying, okay? So we understand completely. What you don't seem to understand is how the gravity gradient is affecting water on a claimed globe. And that's what T-Dub and others have been trying to explain to you.
Also, it's why we do the measurements over water is so we don't have to deal with the topography. You understand that on your flat desk, you can have a desk light, you can have, a cable and a couple of pens. Those are topography. It doesn't make the desk less flat. You understand that, right?
So, like, if you know this information and you believe it to be true, like, why aren't you out there doing something about the government spending billions of dollars a year, supposedly on NASA, which must be fake if the Earth isn't round? Like, I assume you don't believe NASA's real either. Like they're just like some like government agency blowing money, funneling money or something. Like, you don't believe? I assume you don't believe somebody's ever landed on the moon now, do you?
Absolutely not. Look, I am in here, and if people come in, I use my own valuable time to sit here and for free tell them a method that they can check for themselves. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, like, it's easy to, like, say something, but it's like not really a realistic approach to, hey, just go like buy a laser or some mirrors and get a friend. And there's a lot of things you're asking for that, like, what I'm trying to understand is why. Can you explain what went wrong? What went wrong with the Netflix mockumentary? Like, tell me, how did they cheat the system to prove that Earth was actually round? Like, can you explain that one to me?
Yeah, I could explain it quickly. So they didn't do anything. They didn't. No, it was a really poorly done mockumentary. Okay, it didn't. I don't know which part specifically you're talking out of. But if you're talking about the light test that Jaren did, which was towards the end of the documentary where he shone a flashlight over a certain distance, apparently, through some cardboard cutout holes, and the guy shouldn't have been able to see the light, and then he lifted the light up, and then he saw the light. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Like which bit out of the documentary? Because there's nothing in the documentary that debunks Flat Earth or proves the globe or anything like that. It's pretty poorly done. Like, do you have any questions about it specifically? Because
I'd like to watch it with you, and let's debunk this together. Let's watch the documentary.
It's kind of like funny to watch. I mean, it's all it does. It's like just showing close-ups of the guy's face and just trying to make him look stupid, which he is kind of stupid. He's not like a flat earther that many people are a big fan of.
I mean, like I work.
Like they handpicked some stoner, right, and made him look stupid.
I mean,
but look, he was supposed to shoot a laser, okay, and the idiot, he left on the laser and broke the laser. And because they already had it all set up, they decided, oh, we've got a flashlight. Let's just try to do it with a flashlight. They did it at nighttime. It doesn't show the distances. It doesn't show the observer height. It doesn't show any measurements. It just shows 52 seconds worth of footage, which is mostly close-ups of the guy's face looking dopey, because mockery is the main tactic there. And it really doesn't prove anything either way. And from what I hear from people that were on the set on both sides, is they kind of just walked away from that saying, oh, that was a big mess. It didn't prove anything either way. But then the way they edited the documentary towards the end, it made it look like the way it looked. And then there was a big lawsuit after because they'd promised the flat earthers beforehand that they were going to hand over all of the complete footage, unedited footage. And then after it was finished, they edited it in a way that, was misleading. And then they refused to hand over the footage. Then there was a big court case about it, which is still ongoing. But unfortunately, one of the...
Yeah, didn't they splice scenes out of order in order to give the impression that they walked away thinking that they had measured curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, they did. Like when he said interesting at the end, that he had said that 4 hours earlier, according to him, and they just kind of spliced it together. And I mean, if you rewatch it with just thinking skeptically about it, the way as a deception, you'll notice what they're doing. I mean, it's not something that's a substantial. Something that would, I mean, if I was a globe earther, I wouldn't be using that as, look at this, flat earthers, you debunked flat earth. Even Fight the Flat Earth, right? There's a guy called Craig, has a shit ton of subscribers, and he makes a living trying to debunk flat. Even he made a video saying it was completely dishonest, and globe earthers shouldn't use that. It was, edited in a way that was misleading.
I posted the emails, and letters from Netflix to Jaron in the chat. If you want to look at them, Matthew, you can see the whole conversation, how they misrepresented it.
So can you explain? We were talking about water as being the perfect case here. So why, when ships are sailing away, do we lose the hull? Like it disappears before the mast? Can you explain that one to me? If Earth isn't curved, like I'm not understanding.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so most of the time, I can see why they might have thought that back in the day. Growing up on the east coast of Australia myself, at a cruise ship hub right on the Gold Coast, I used to watch them go out all the time. And what happens most of the time is they get smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, once something gets below a certain degree in your vision, which is 0.02 degrees, it breaches the angular resolution limit of the human eye. So you can't see it anymore, even though it's still there, because it's too small. It doesn't disappear bottom, like hull up most of the time. It will occasionally if you've got like large ocean swells, for example, or if you have a rarer type of miraging effect, which can happen sometimes as well, called an inferior mirage. Okay, that can happen sometimes, but most of the time, and we've got countless videos we could show you right now, is that a ship, you can't see it, but you can still see the horizon, because the horizon's giant, right? But the ship gets smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, and then you can zoom in and you can see the whole ship again. Okay.
No, but I just want to clarify a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
go ahead.
But the fact here is that you can see the mast, but you cannot see the hull. Do you understand what a mast and a hull is? Like, just wondering.
I understand.
Kind of loud, dude.
Okay, look in the side chat. Plain Truth just posted one. Okay, when he zoomed out, you cannot see the boat at all. Okay, when he zooms in, you can see the whole boat again. Now, let's reverse engineer this. Let's say that boat that he's zooming in on is close to him at the shoreline, and he doesn't have the zoom camera. Okay, and then the boat just sails away. It goes away, away, away. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and it looks like it's disappearing. And then you can't see it anymore. And now he pulls out this amazing zoom technology, which we have access to now, and he can zoom in and see the entire boat again. Okay, now if you added into the equation a mirage like sinking refraction, or inferior mirage, which literally is defined as something appearing like it disappears from the bottom, even though it's not actually hidden behind anything, or ocean swells, that could happen. And we can replicate that on a small scale as well to show that it's just an optical effect due to the atmosphere and temperature conditions or physical obstruction being ocean swells. But we've got countless amounts of examples. We can show this. These are like old arguments that have been debunked a long time ago.
Does he know what ocean swells are and how in the foreground they could obstruct holes in the deep background?
Matthew, there is a simple example you can do by yourself. You find a good sized skyscraper, right? If you stand close to it and you walk backwards, as you walk away, eventually the bottom of the scrape is going to be impossible for you to resolve, but you will still see the top of it. That's just how our vision works. It's called angular resolution. DJ talked about it before. This is on a flat surface, so you can replicate it on a flat surface, obviously.
Oh my gosh, ridiculous. Okay, well, what do you think about the moon? Let me just guess, is the moon actually someone's cheeks?
No, bro. Okay, the moon is in the sky. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. Now, what was ridiculous about what was just explained to you? Because we can back everything we're seeing up with real-world demonstrations.
I'm just trying to get three concepts here through your head. And if you can understand that maybe one of them you can disagree with, but there's three of them, like, okay, there's too much evidence. I need to just admit that the Earth is round and I'm wasting my time lying to people, you know? So, you know, you believe in the moon or not? Like, you think the moon is just like...
You won't be educating anyone.
Everyone
get it through your head. You're not educating anyone.
Yeah, look, every single flat earther in this channel knows 100 times more than you will know about the globe. I bet I could ask you basic questions.
I mean, you don't know the most basic thing if you think the globe is flat, because it's a globe. It's not.
No, we're showing you empirical evidence. You just believe it's a globe because that's what you were taught throughout your life.
Tell me about lunar eclipses. How do those happen?
Just one thing to the next.
Yeah,
like you're leaving everything unresolved before moving on.
Okay. Y'all are attacking me now instead of attacking actual facts here. Explain to me lunar eclipses and how they explain to me.
We're gonna have to talk about projected geometry, which I don't think you're prepared to do, which is a much more difficult topic than everything else that you've gish-galloped to.
Whatever, dude. Y'all are crazy. I'm out.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Have a good day, man.
Stay a little bit.
Dick.
Listen to DJ when he explains lunar eclipses to you. How about that?
Come on, man. Just stay a little bit.
Look, people come in here, Matthew, and they think that they come walking into a room of idiots because they've seen a bunch of propaganda about flat Earth. And they have a bunch of presuppositions in their head about things we claim that we don't actually claim. Right? And they think they know a bunch more than they actually know about the globe. And then they walk in here and then they start engaging in a debate and they realize, oh, wow, these guys actually make good points. They know what they're talking about. They actually seem to know more than I know about the globe. And I don't know any of their actual arguments because all I've been fed's propaganda, like discs in space and things like that, which we don't claim.
I mean, like, the fact that you're sitting around, if you think the government is literally burning, like, literally a large sum of their budget every year on faking space blows my mind. Like, you're sitting here on a Discord call. I'd be, like, raiding the Capitol if that was actually
Really?
I mean, if
Funny because none of us are bringing that up, but you.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, like I think you're taking like a little passive approach for like the entire thing of Earth's physics is a lie. Like, I mean, I think someone's got to be corrected here. Like, how could you allow such fraud to occur? As a human being, like, how can you not stop that?
Okay, what should I do? I'm an Australian that's currently in Poland. You're talking about the U.S. government. What should I do right now?
Does Australia not have a space program as well, burning money?
I not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't live in Australia. Anyway, like, what do you want me to do? Go and raid like the Australian space program? What should I do? What's my first step? Buy some
Australia has
like a balaclava or something like that.
Australia has ASA, the Australian Space Agency, which is set to triple in size from 2018 to 2030. So, I mean, like, don't you think?
What would you do if you were in my boots? What would you do? Would you go and
I'd be raiding.
Get a flight back to Australia.
I'd be petitioning legislators peacefully until the time came that there's no other options to exhaust.
Great plan.
Yeah, why did you invite them?
There are people doing that. Okay, maybe not in other countries, but in the United States, people are getting their 2 minutes on the podium to speak to their local or state representatives and expressing their fears and concerns about the fraudulent activity that is going on within the government involving NASA and other agencies. Okay, so that is being done. There's not much else that they can do.
I think my main concern here is just like that, like, you're acting like it's hopeless, and like,
no, we're not. We're sharing the information with as many people as we can.
Yeah, you probably convinced 10 people in a year. Like, so
no, probably just in the last few weeks, actually.
Like,
you should listen to some of our conversations. By the end of the conversation, people are like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that you guys are making so much sense. This is crazy. Can you give me some more information about this?" And
if it's also fake, why don't we send up somebody that goes to space and send one of you all up and see what happens to them? Like what are you going to say if they come back and they're like, "Okay, I saw it myself"? Do you think they drugged them out or something?
No, bro. You need to look up what the Outer Space Treaty is and the rules and regulations behind it. It's actually illegal for an amateur to go above a certain height and to film above a certain height. No, that's why no one's ever done it. No one's ever launched a satellite or a rocket above a certain height because you're legally not allowed to do it. You can get in a huge amount of trouble.
Yeah, I'm saying, why don't you, like, if you're so set on this being true, like, there's companies out there that can get you into space for, Katy Perry went to space.
No, that's just going 62 miles up in the air on a vomit comet, essentially. Okay, that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth if it existed. Like mathematically, yeah, there was an astronaut that also went up on that named Wally Funk. She did an interview with Fox afterward, which we can share with you if you want. And she said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, that astrophysicist, he did numerous interviews saying, look, it's media, it's misleading, it's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. I've done the calculations and it's not high enough. We had William Shatner go up there as well. He said he saw no evidence that the Earth's a globe from that height. And mathematically, you wouldn't see curvature from that height anyway. You only have a certain percentage of the surface of the Earth that you can even see from that height. This doesn't prove anything. That's as high as we can get to as well, without just blind faith trusting in some Apollo astronauts 50 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I almost find this hysterical that you guys are like little conspiracy theorists. I'm not sure if you're aware of. You ever heard of Stranger Things before?
Dude, no. We're not conspiracy theorists in here. Like, none of us brought up a single conspiracy theory with you.
I mean, literally, the Earth being flat and like the government having an agency that's just lying to people is like absolutely.
I don't think. I think they believe it's a globe, and they fucked up.
I mean, do you understand that the Earth is round?
You're projecting. You're projecting. We understand that because of the implications involved with the evidence being presented to you, right? You're coming to the natural conclusion based on your faith and the stock and value you put in these agencies and certain said authorities, that there must be a conspiracy. There must be somebody lying because you've been shown imagery and stories about people going into outer space. They saw the Earth as a ball, blah, 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 blah. Right? We get that. But you've got to examine the evidence first.
But have you seen Stranger Things before? And can I just give a little example? Have you heard of the Conformity Gate with Stranger Things? They released 5 seasons. The last season has 9 episodes. Or 8 episodes or whatever it is. Well, everyone's like, oh, there's another episode coming. And it was like, most clearly, there was not. But there's 1,000 things to show that there was not going to be another episode. And then there's these crazy conspiracy theorist people that, oh, look at the clock of this scene at this and that and all this nonsense. And yeah, okay, maybe the stuff, like if you just look at it, kind of makes sense. Well, guess what? There's not an extra episode. And guess what? The Earth is not flat. It is round. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Yeah, okay, so we have empirical evidence to back up our claims. What do you have besides faith that it's a globe? Right? We're not pointing at clocks and making up conspiracy theories. We're going out and actually measuring calculating how much curvature there should be over a certain distance and using expensive equipment to test for that curvature. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over 40 kilometers distance, where there should be over 400 foot of curvature, hitting the target 5 times in a row. We've had PhDs like Dr. John Dee go out trying to debunk flat Earth and becoming a flat earther reluctantly during the process because he couldn't find any curvature. Right? We're not mucking around here. This isn't some crazy conspiracy theory. We're confirming what we all experience. Even yourself, even people that think it's a globe still experience the Earth as flat and stationary. You've just been told it's a globe growing up. Most people don't even know anything about the globe. They just believe it blindly.
I wish I could get you help. I really do.
Help?
This is a cope, bro. Look, I'm going to post some footage in the side chat right now. Just have a look in the side chat. This is the sort of shit that you're defending right now. You think that this is real footage from NASA, right? This is clearly ridiculously fake looking, and I can't believe that any adult could take this footage seriously. This is Apollo footage. This is NASA claims that this is real footage. Are you going to defend this footage right now and call me crazy?
I mean, I don't know if NASA really claims this like you're claiming that.
On their website.
Why wouldn't? Yeah, why wouldn't they? I can find you the original videos that we clipped this from at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum right now and NASA's official YouTube channel. Why would you doubt this footage? It looks ridiculously fake, doesn't it? You wouldn't have doubted it otherwise.
I can tell you that NASA...
I'm the crazy one. You need to get me
Maybe there's been some lies of NASA, but space in itself is not fake.
Okay.
Oh, how did you prove that?
Because they wouldn't be going up every year if it was fake.
People wouldn't lie? Are you saying people don't lie?
Yeah, I'm saying that, like...
People wouldn't lie, right. People wouldn't lie about anything. Nobody would lie. Nobody would ever lie to you. Don't forget to space yourself 6 feet apart.
Okay, but nobody... Like, you have to understand one thing. Like, this isn't COVID. This is a straight fact. Earth... Like, I know this from 4th grade science. You don't get it.
Oh, really?
Okay, let's hear it then.
I know it from owning the equipment to do science experiments. How do you like that?
Have you ever done geography before?
That's not a science experiment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like. I just don't feel
Have I ever read a geography book? Have I ever read a geography book? Yeah, I had to. I had to go to school just like you.
You know, I actually was thinking it might be real, but then I talked to my Swedish friend, and he was like, he explained there's a documentary that proves it's not real, and like
What's
literally,
that one? What documentary
it's
is
the
it?
Netflix one.
Oh no, that's not a documentary. That's a movie.
Yeah, dude, the Netflix documentary says meet the growing worldwide community of theorists who vehemently defend the Earth is flat inside a society that rejects it. That wasn't a
brother. I got to tell you one thing and only one thing.
That was a personalization, because the issue was that people were dehumanizing flat earthers. So people at Netflix said, we have to put a human face to this movement because something bad is going to happen.
No, what you don't get is this, dude. You are too scared to go to space.
What you're not
You're too scared.
What you're not getting is right before that Netflix dropped, there was back-to-back bomb threats, like mass shooting threats at the Denver convention. They tried to shut the Denver convention down, and someone posted an anonymous video that he's going to go run a victory royale and pack some Flurman. So people were upset by that. They go, why are these extreme acts of violence being, pushed towards this group of people who are virtually minding their own business? Who would do that? What type of person, what type of broken mind, a fractured, broken mind would commit some of the most heinous acts? For what reason? So he said, let's do a Netflix documentary and humanize this group of people to hopefully defuse this violent political rhetoric being posted online.
I mean,
if you got something other than that from watching that Netflix documentary, you have a very poor comprehension skill. Very poor.
Dude, I mean, whatever. You guys go keep believing it. Why don't one of y'all go to space and just get drugged out by the government or whatever you think they do to people that go to spaces?
Space is fake.
So what are these people who they go to space? Are they actually just like in a simulation?
No one goes to space.
No, there's no space to go to, dude. Yeah, well, I don't know what simulation you're thinking of. You think movies are simulations of something that we've never even proven? How can you simulate something we've never been to?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, but
dude, no one's
well, then don't say that.
No one's been to space for like 50 years, 60 years. Where do you think all these people are going? They're like every day, people just randomly just going to space. It's been
Katy Perry. He said Katy Perry went. Katy Perry.
Dude, that was suborbital. That was even lower than Mercury and Gemini went. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, if you put that on a globe model the size of a beach ball, it was 2 millimeters off the surface. That's not anywhere near space.
So they interviewed. Oh, sorry, Crit.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, I was giving the date. The last time anyone claims to have gone to space was they went to the moon December 7th, 1972. 72. That was before the bicentennial.
And they interviewed NASA. They interviewed last thing. Sorry, I'll let you respond to what Chris said after that. They interviewed NASA recently, and they said, "How come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? Right? How come they can't put man on the moon again?" And NASA astronaut Don Pettit was the one doing the interview, and he said, "I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back again."
You do understand that, like, y'all are just a bunch of kooks. I can't help y'all.
Y'all are kooks. Y'all are a bunch of kooks.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the insults.
All right, bye.
All right, have a good day. Thanks for coming by.
Ran.
Goodbye.
I guess he just wants to listen now, which is fine.
No,
But
he wants to leave, is what he said. He's got to go. He can't deal with. We're a bunch of kooks. Y'all are a bunch of kooks.
he wants us.
Is that why he's tripping
He wants us
out?
to be the TikTok flat earthers.
Oh no, yeah, that's the wrong group. We're the actual flat earthers.
Yeah, dude, some of those people on TikTok and Facebook, they're globalists. They're like very deeply Christian, and they're making fun of these I love science atheists. They're taking the piss out of you because they know they can get milk to squirt out your nose. What else has been going on today? Anything good?
Geomagnetic storms.
Oh yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah, well, a solar flare weakened Earth's magnetic field, so the story goes, and then an X1.9 flare blasted us. And what's due to hit, I think, starting tonight, is the beginning of coronal mass ejecta, a gigantic wave of it. So what they're doing is when you take all these factors into consideration, it kind of boils down into like a KP index number, and they're giving it an 8 to 9, which could mean that there is a between 5 to 20% chance of Earth's magnetic field collapsing, which basically means that we're exposed. People are looking at the phi angle of Earth's magnetic field. Whenever BZ1 goes negative, it basically means that a magnetic tunnel has formed between Earth and the sun, and allows for the sun's solar rays to just shoot at us without anything blocking it and protecting it. This is their lore, okay? Yeah, I know some of it pretty well. Now, how this is really happening, I don't know.
Is there any way I can detect any of this?
No.
You have to go to NASA's website.
Oh, I can't build something? All right.
We do have solar electric storms in Orlando, Florida, actually. Believe it or not.
Send us a video of it.
I'm outside right now waiting for some of the aurora activity to pick up here on the East Coast. I'm in Pennsylvania. So far, nothing, but I mean, we've seen it before recently.
I mean, like, you can go into Central Florida during the summer, and every day you will see electrical storms. It happens every day in Orlando. You just look up in the sky between like 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. and you will see it every day. I don't know why, but I'm just telling you, you will see it. And guess what? The Earth is round.
Do you know what the word round means? Did you look that up?
Hey, also remember, you can only have those storms that your Earth has to be flat. You can't do that on a ball. You have to have a ground plane for that electricity to work.
And air, which means you're contained, so there's no outer space vacuum.
Nobody was denying electrical storms happen either. I'm not sure how you got that.
Yeah, he didn't know what we were talking about and just said, actually.
I know, and he talked about like heat lightning.
Everything that the flat earthers say has to be wrong.
Yeah, we're not talking about heat lightning. We're talking about auroral activity. Right now, Earth is getting bombarded with protons.
So what I mean is, there's no way that's what the lore is, or is that something that we can detect?
You know, I don't know if there are any ground-based detectors that are picking this up. It's all going to be their space-based shit, you know?
So what did you say? Protons are hitting us? So
yeah.
I would have to, well, you would just have increased electricity over a plate, right? Like if you took a reading of just voltage in the air at a certain height off the ground, That would have to increase if you're getting more, wouldn't it?
I think so. Yeah, that it would alter the electrical field gradient that we measure. You know, what is it? How many volts per meter?
I'm trying to think if I got anything. I got my 4-channel scope. I'm trying to think if I have any sensors or anything where I can pick up that voltage or amplify it.
Yeah. So would an abundance of protons cause a voltage drop?
Yes, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, is it saturating it like rain? Diluting it?
Yeah.
Or is it pulling it up to the sky? That's why the aurora lights up?
Oh, there you go. Creating like a chain for it to, yeah.
It's because there's two plates. Matthew's not going to accept that one. You can't do that.
Definitely not.
You can't do that. You can't do that shit on a ball. You have to have a plate system to do that.
I bet he has no clue that there's atmospheric electricity that is a linear and stable gradient. You know, except when there are electrical storms, then weird things happen. Then the hair on your neck can stand up and all that. But yeah, if like electrons are moving up, then they're leaving the bottom plate like a vacuum.
Which is the opposite of what we think should be happening. It's like they're being recycled. Things should fall from to negative to the ground.
Yeah.
Things should go to ground. Electricity goes to ground. That's the direction it heads. So we shouldn't be having this talk in here. People are going to learn shit, and then they're going to think we're smart.
Oh yeah, I don't want to get into this. No way. All right, so I got to say, looking north, the sky does have like a purple haze to it, just like a really deep royal blue haze.
Okay, do you have an iPhone?
I do. Good idea. I've actually got my super camera with me, but
I know, but I want you to try a trick that we do with our iPhones. So, get your iPhone and you have the newer one.
Yeah, I got it up and I'm holding it up. I'm seeing if I can see it in the viewer.
No, you don't do that. What you do is you take a picture so it takes a long exposure. It'll be on a timer. It'll be like 5, 4. While it's collecting light, you'll see it counting down while it's collecting light, and then it takes a snapshot. There's where you're going to see if it's actually out there. If it's there, turn your camera on and start watching it. Because I can just take a picture off my deck and tell you if it's there or not. I can't see it with my eyes until I take a picture. Then you can see the streaks, you can see the ribbons, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. That's a good idea. I'm at 51.
Nothing.
51 degrees north. Would I be able to see it here?
Yeah, way better than where I am.
You should be able to see it easier. And I can see it piece of cake at 41.
Yeah, go outside, look north.
Yeah, I'll look out the window once.
I don't know if you'll see the lights, but if you got a phone, take a picture where it collects the light. You know, it'll expose it. It just sits there longer, taking a picture. That one is how you see it. Guy at work was like, he started posting and he's like, yeah, I didn't realize it. I guess he did it on his Android, so it worked for every phone, I guess. But I have an iPhone. I just know how it works on mine. Yeah, that's the light show that says, that's like the big sign that says, walk this way, come this direction. And nobody sees it. Everybody's ignoring that part.
Well, nothing's showing up yet. It might be a bit too early.
Yeah, we got a crystal clear sky, so I'm gonna go out and check. But I won't be long. It's like
Ours don't show up until around 10 o'clock for us. So it's 7 o'clock, like 3 hours from now.
It's 1 a.m. here.
Dude, there are pictures coming in from the Swiss Alps where the sky is red.
Yeah, you should be able to see it at 1 a.m.
Like right now. It's really nice off my back deck if my neighbor's floodlights aren't turned on.
Is that where you're at?
No, I'm actually out in town right now.
Oh.
I could drive out towards farmland here, be there in about 10 minutes.
I don't think you're going to get that much better.
Anything.
I don't think your lighting will change that much. If I can see it, and I have the city of Cleveland under me down below towards the lake, I can see it with no problem. You should be able to see it.
Like the first time this happened, it was hilarious. Like in Florida, people were calling 911 trying to report the rapture and shit.
Sounds about right.
And then
I think they're just telling people
flat earther. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Rather.
I was just going to say, I think they're telling people more because our technology allows us to see it with phones and that. So you may as well just tell people where they're at, where to look. We could probably always see it before.
Well, anyway, like that guy earlier is like many folks that come in. They think we're a bunch of weird, crazy conspiracy kooks. They don't realize what 24/7 flat Earth is and what our community does. They're used to seeing the TikTok flat earthers talk about ice walls and land beyond the ice and all kinds of crazy flat Earth sci-fi shit. And we're just like, no, man, we go out and we measure it. We like to understand how people claim to measure the globe too, so we look into that. So we get into discussions about geometry and triangles, surveying methods, cartography, maps, a little bit of physics too. A little bit of philosophy, like the philosophy of mathematics and philosophy of science. Wave optics and EM propagation. Not as exciting as freaking reptilians from beyond the ice wall. We're not like those types. Honestly, I think the gas pressure and Coriolis discussions fucked them up the most.
Can I ask how many years do you plan to stay in this voice call?
This is
Use any-
24/7.
Yeah, you could basically use any answer you need for that. You know, just say like 1 year, 5 years, unlimited amount of years. You could say we'll stay here until the overview effect kicks in, or until someone proves the curvature of the Earth, or we'll stay here until you are able to deal with somebody disagreeing with you. So you could be just flip the question back on you. How long will it take to demonstrate curvature of the Earth or rotation?
I mean, it's already been demonstrated. You just
We'll do it again then. Do it right now. Let's do it. Let's see it.
I'm not a scientist. It's not my job.
A scientist is a noun for someone who conducts science, which is a verb. You could do this right now. You could be able to repeat the power, the absolute raw power of science is that it's repeatable, measurable, and falsifiable. If you can't repeat it, then no one's done it prior to that. It's unrepeatable, therefore not science. Definition. For it to be science, it must be repeatable. So there's a question then. How long will it take for you to repeat something that you think is repeatable? Crickets. This is what happens when you start playing little silly games and like, so you think you got some sort of gotcha question. You end up with egg on your face rather than just thinking it out. Huh.
What are you talking about?
Flat Earth.
Yep. Every conversation we have is being live streamed and recorded. So it doesn't matter so much to us whether or not we have mass viewership in the moment. What matters is that we're leaving breadcrumbs. We're leaving information to be found in the future by people who listen to these streams. We've been doing this 10 years.
There's people that listen to us.
By the way, as soon as you say, I'm not a scientist, you invalidate any. You've announced that you're incapable of evaluation of the authenticity of any claims that are made, or any evidences that are presented, or their skill level, or intelligence level. You've placed yourself lower than them, meaning that you are incapable of appealing to them in any way.
It's almost an admission of a appeal to authority fallacy, or an appeal to credentials fallacy, or both, actually. See, most people, including myself, when they first hear about this, they just assume that some smart people have gone out and measured the Earth curvature a ton of times. It's been done. Someone's done it. They don't know who's done it, or when they've done it, or how they did it, but they just think that someone did do that. The more you look into it, you're going to find that that didn't happen. It's not how the globe became a theory.
Actually, I was attempting to do a long range survey to see if I could see any curvature.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I mean, that's what I did as well. I mean, I saw a bunch of long distance observations, and I went out and did a whole range of tests myself because I lived next to a giant lake in Australia, and I could zoom in across that lake consistently and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should have been hidden behind 100 foot of curvature.
Well, yeah, I was trying to do on myself. I just did a test with because it was like a monocular above a monocular on a tripod, made it level. I just wanted to see if I could see the reference point I wanted to use to see if there's.
Are you doing it over land, or are you doing it over water?
Over land.
Yeah, so you need to take the elevation changes into account as well, which you probably already know.
Yeah, I was just using my coordinates to
but that's based off yeah, you need to just say point A is X amount of feet above sea level, and point B will also be X amount of feet above sea level. You need to take that into account.
It worked for what I wanted, which was to see if I can even. So it's just to make sure I can actually find the mountain. So I put in my coordinates and said, "Yeah, you need to look 67 degrees northeast." So I did that, and it was right there, and it was how it described as it wasn't I forgot, it was Puya some mountain, but yeah. And I was like, okay, I can see it. I know how to find it, so now I can use that as a reference point.
Do you know how far away it is from where you were observing?
I remember I had it. It was 20-something miles.
Mm-hmm. Is about 400 foot of curvature over that distance.
Well, I need to take my height into account.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot trickier when you're doing it over terrain.
40 miles.
Did you say 40 miles?
It's how far the mountain is from from where I was. So I just want to see that should be a lot of drop over distance.
Like 800 foot or something, I'm guessing.
So I'm gonna put a yardstick or some form of measurement, 8 feet in front of my camera, and then do some math. I'll figure out that math later, but just to see if the tip of that mountain actually drops the predicted drop.
Okay, there's 1,066 foot of drop over 40 miles.
Oh, what is my elevation? I'm about 800 feet above sea level. That's my elevation. I don't know if that matters, but you said I needed it.
Oh yeah, super important.
And I need the elevation of the mountain top, you said?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of difficult. I mean, you need to know your exact elevation, the exact elevation of the mountaintop that you're looking at. Then you're going to have to get your optical device completely horizontal using levels or something like that.
Yeah, I bought a $19 tripod. It has a little leveler built in.
And then you're going to have to do it a bunch of times as well, because you can have different atmospheric effects as well, depending on the temperature changes.
Y'all didn't believe in refraction.
No, refraction is it's like if you're trying to make a hyper-specific observation and you haven't taken that into account, you can't use that as evidence.
Hello.
Refraction actually does.
Hello.
Yeah, atmospheric refraction, yeah, of course. I mean, it's probably not the best. It's probably not the best choice of terminology, like atmospherical gas, right? It's kind of silly, but yeah, sure. The deviation of light in a single medium due to the changing in the optical density of the medium, and the light will deviate towards the denser portion of the medium, which would be the cooler air. Yeah, refraction is the biggest nightmare for the globe. For example, it could make something look like it's hidden behind the horizon partially. Okay, that would be called sinking refraction. Like if you went to Google right now and you type in what is sinking refraction, it's going to say it's a refraction effect where something that would normally be completely visible looks like it's obstructed behind the horizon, even though it's physically unobstructed. It's just an apparent obstruction. It's not really actually obstructed at all. And that happens when you have warmer air lower and cooler air higher, and the light will deviate upward towards the optically denser portion of the medium, and it will displace the object in the distance downward. It's called sinking. It's a form of inferior mirage. Quite often when you're looking over mountains, the warm air gathers down lower in the gullies and that kind of thing. So could definitely be something, right? If you wanted to make a hyper-specific claim, as you would have to if you're trying to find Earth curvature, you would probably have to take that into account as well, and account for refraction, right? That's the old globe argument, isn't it? Did you account for refraction?
Reflection.
Yeah. See, we're not making hyper-specific claims when we do observations. We're saying, look, this laser is hitting the target at 40 kilometers away. It's 1.5 meters height to 1.5 meters height. Over that distance, there would have to be about 400 foot of curvature. It's nothing hyper-specific about that. It's so off, so far off what it should be on a globe.
I'm sorry, what were you saying? I was
It doesn't matter.
trying to figure out something because I got muted.
Oh, I didn't mute you. You got muted?
Yeah, Yoder muted me because he thought you were talking to someone else, and apparently thought I was interrupting the conversation you were having.
You do sound a little bit like Matthew. Matt Mew.
You? Oh, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. The guy two people down, Matt Mew. We were talking to him, but he sounds similar to you. So.
Yeah, so I was gonna tell you the numbers I got, and so the summit or the peak of the mountain I'm looking at is 6,512 feet above sea level. My height is